Chapter 1. Expulsion. With a groan, Wang Yu rubbed his throbbing head and sat up in bed. Realizing that alcohol was truly ill-suited for him, the hangover was indescribably unpleasant. As he reached for a cigarette to steady his nerves, his hand brushed against something unexpected. Turning to the side, he was utterly taken aback to find a young woman peacefully slumbering beside him. Her bare shoulder was exposed, and it was evident that his earlier movements had disturbed her slumber. That moment, Wang Yu became acutely aware that he was not in his dormitory. The surrounding decor resembled that of a hotel. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, quickly succumbing to an awkward silence. After a brief pause, Wang Yu began to recollect the events of the previous night when he had been taken to a bar by a few friends from the dormitory. It was his first experience in such an establishment, and he had been thoroughly intoxicated. He vaguely remembered encountering a beautiful girl with whom he seemed to share a delightful rapport, and then had blacked out. A jolt of realization struck him. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the young woman's exquisite features. Could it be that he had unknowingly spent the night with a goddess? After 2 decades of being single, he had unwittingly surrendered his virtue in such an inexplicable manner. "Please turn around." She broke the silence, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, both of them feeling immensely embarrassed now that sobriety had returned. Wang Yu complied, not wanting to be perceived as a cad. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that he had to take responsibility for what had transpired. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to speak, but before he could, the sound of her dressing ceased, indicating she had already finished. Without waiting for him to say anything, she remarked, "You need not feel burdened. We are both adults, and what happened has happened." Wang Yu turned back, astonished. He wished to express his sentiments, yet her demeanor was notably frosty. "Let's just forget about last night. We don't know each other, and from now on, let's pretend this never occurred. Farewell." With that, she bit her lip and pushed open the door, exiting the room. Wang Yu contemplated chasing after her to clarify his feelings, but as he hastily jumped out of bed, he realized he was still unadorned, leading him to retreat in resignation. He pulled back the covers, hoping to locate his underwear, only to be met with a stark crimson stain on the pristine white sheets. "Old Wang, how was that girl last night?" Upon returning to the dormitory, his friends eagerly surrounded him, their faces alight with curiosity. "Get lost," he replied curtly, casting a glare at them. By the time he had chased after her, she had vanished, and the room had already been paid for. For the first time in his life, Wang Yu felt an emptiness within, as though something vital was missing. 3 years passed in a blur. Wang Yu transitioned from sophomore to senior, continuing his routine of skipping classes to play video games, dozing off during lectures, and occasionally engaging in late-night discussions about which girl in class had the largest cup size. As time passed, the events of that night seemed to fade into oblivion, only occasionally resurfacing in Wang Yu's thoughts during the stillness of the night, evoking a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. In his senior year, having fought valiantly during the college entrance examination, he had secured a position at a university recognized as a 211 institution. In the last semester, he devoted himself to his studies and successfully found employment. "Brothers, I've finally landed a job." As he glanced at the message from his chubby dorm mate, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile, yet he teasingly typed back, "You're useless. I've been interning for 6 months, and today am officially getting promoted." "What's the salary?" his second friend inquired, breaking his usual silence. "After the promotion, it's 6,996, but I can take annual leave." Wang Yu felt a sense of pride. He was currently the most accomplished among his roommates. "Awesome," exclaimed the chubby one. "Impressive, buddy," cheered the second friend. "You must treat us." "Bring your girlfriend along," added the eldest. "Absolutely," Wang Yu replied, a grin on his face. Setting down his phone, he rested his hands behind his head, a smile lingering on his lips. His parents had arranged a girlfriend for him back home, and now they were preparing for marriage. Wang Yu was not particularly anxious, but the pressure from his parents was mounting. Nevertheless, he found the girl agreeable enough and decided to go along with it. "Wang Yu, please come to my office," suddenly called his supervisor, Lu Chong. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Yu realized today was the day he would be confirmed as a full-time employee. After all, he had performed admirably during his 6-month internship at the company. Just a few days ago, he had even secured a significant deal for the company, edging out the competition. With such an achievement, he thought he might even climb the corporate ladder. With a heart full of anticipation, Wang Yu pushed open the office door, wearing a broad smile. "Supervisor, what do you need me for?" "Sit down." Lu Chang motioned with his hand, then added with a smile, "Young Wang, your performance during this internship has been commendable. However, as you are aware, the company is currently facing difficulties and has mandated that only one person can be promoted for the time being. After much consideration between you and Xiao Song, I regret to inform you." As Lu Chang spoke, he feigned a sigh of regret, but Wang Yu was left in utter shock. What did this mean? Had someone else taken his position? His gaze fell upon a young man seated nearby, who wore a smug smile and regarded Wang Yu with a mocking expression. "Supervisor, don't you think this is unfair to me? Even if it's about connections, isn't this a bit excessive?" Wang Yu forced a smile, suppressing his anger. Song Yaotian? Everyone in the company knew he was the manager's nephew. After all he had done for the company, now they were telling him he couldn't be promoted? Bang! Lu Chang slammed the table in frustration, abandoning any pretense. "Who do you think you're talking to? This is a decision made by the company. Who do you think you are? I'm doing you a favor by even informing you. Otherwise, you'd be packing your things and leaving. Do you understand? When will I be able to get promoted?" Wang Yu managed to ask, stifling his fury. "Director Lu, since some individuals refuse to comply with the company's arrangements, what purpose do they serve by remaining here? Wouldn't you agree?" Song Yaotian cast a scornful glance at Wang Yu before adopting a formal tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang nodded with a smile, then turned and coldly stated, "Confirmation? I'm informing you now that you are dismissed. You need not return tomorrow." Wang Yu's eyes widened as he gazed at the two conspirators. "Very well." He nodded silently and turned to leave without further comment. As the saying goes, enduring a moment of indignation leads to greater resentment upon reflection. Once outside the company, Wang Yu lit a cigarette, allowing the smoke to soothe his anger. "Hey, while on and four, you asked me what I'm infusing. It's your night." Suddenly his phone rang, displaying a call from Xiaodong, his girlfriend, or more accurately, his fiancée. Wang Yu took a deep breath, preparing to temporarily conceal the truth about his job, and pressed the answer button, saying, "What's up, dear?" Ding! The ultimate daddy system has been successfully loaded, awaiting activation. At the moment Wang Yu answered the call, an abrupt mechanical voice echoed in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. A system? Chapter 2. Awakening. Wang Yu was not unfamiliar with novels. He was aware of the existence of systems. Yet what on earth was the so-called ultimate daddy system? He had merely held hands with Xiaotong. Where did a child come from? This system was utterly ridiculous. "Wang Yu, let us break up. My mother says we're not suitable for each other. Honestly, I never thought much of you, this impoverished fellow. I'm calling to discuss this matter. So please don't call me again." Wang Yu was still in a daze. When he attempted to call back, all he received was the busy tone. Had I just been dumped? What the hell? He angrily kicked a nearby trash can. The hell with this. As he stepped outside, he lit a cigarette for himself. Now, what a fine mess. He had lost his job too. He couldn't help but wonder if he should consult an almanac. His luck was truly abysmal lately. With a face full of resentment, Wang Yu took a drag from his cigarette. Suddenly, he felt himself collide with someone. Ouch! He quickly looked up and realized he had bumped into a woman dressed in professional attire. The items in her hands had scattered across the ground, and she was now wincing in pain while holding her backside. "I'm so sorry. Let me help you pick these up," Wang Yu said apologetically, moving forward to assist. "No need. I can manage," she replied in a soft, delicate voice. As she raised her head, Wang Yu finally saw her clearly and was momentarily stunned. A heart-shaped face, fair skin, and especially those chestnut-colored eyes that sparkled with a hint of moisture. Her striking presence could easily outshine any television star. She was breathtaking, but that was not the most critical part. The most astonishing fact was that this was the very woman he had encountered 3 years ago. "It's you," Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Su Xiaoxue paused for a moment, then lowered her head in silence as she began to gather her scattered belongings. The atmosphere grew awkward. Wang Yu assisted in picking up baby pants and children as picture books, feeling an undeniable sense of loss. It seemed she was now married. "It's lovely to see you, but I have something to attend to, so I want to keep you." Since she was married, Wang Yu felt it inappropriate to intrude further. After a polite exchange, he prepared to leave. "Wait," Su Xiaoxue called out, biting her lip as if summoning great resolve. "There is something I want to tell you, but I must clarify. I don't expect you to take responsibility. Since we met today, I think you have the right to know. What? Wang Yu was utterly bewildered. He heard every word, yet the meaning eluded him. Noticing his confusion, Su Xiaoxue was not surprised. She lifted her gaze to look at him for a moment before turning to walk away. Follow me, and you'll understand. Huh? Wang Yu was completely flabbergasted, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose to follow her. After all, she was just a woman. Could she possibly harm him? If anyone should be worried, it should be her. What did he, a robust man, have to fear? After walking for about half an hour, the two arrived at a residential building. It was one of those old, cylindrical apartment complexes, and the surroundings were far from ideal. Su Xiaoxue led the way with familiarity and soon reached the door, unlocking it with a key. Come in, she beckoned. Is this where you live? Wang Yu followed her in, perplexed. This girl hardly seemed impoverished. After all, he recognized the watch on her wrist from 3 years ago as being worth several thousand. How could she reside in such a dilapidated place? Upon entering, the room was surprisingly cozy, adorned with wallpaper that leaned towards a charming, cartoonish style. What was her intention in bringing me here? Wang Yu was still trying to comprehend the situation. Mommy's back, perhaps alerted by the sound of the door. A sudden commotion erupted in the room, accompanied by laughter as 3 chubby little children stumbled out. Mommy, where have you been? Little Treasure was so good just now. I went shopping, dear. Su Xiaoxue smiled, gently ruffling one of the children's hair. She then turned to Wang Yu and said with a grin, This is your father. Call him Daddy. Ding. The host has successfully activated the Ultimate Daddy system. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Please check it. With the emergence of the system's voice, Wang Yu was left utterly dumbfounded. Daddy? Daddy, are you our father? You're so handsome. Where have you been? Why didn't you come to see Little Treasure? Daddy, Tuan drew a picture. Can you look at it later and tell me if it's good? The 3 little ones rushed towards Wang Yu, enveloping him in their embrace. Though still in a daze, Wang Yu managed to piece together the reality of the situation. Could it be that 3 years ago that night? He cast a questioning glance at Su Xiaoxue, who shyly nodded and confirmed, Yes, they are all your children, triplets. The older siblings are called Daba and Tuan, and the younger one is called Xiaobao. All right, my little treasures, you go play inside while Mommy talks to Daddy. No, I want Daddy to play with me. The little ones displayed their discontent, but Su Xiaoxue maintained a stern expression, causing them to wilt and reluctantly retreat to their room. Wang Yu's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. He had become a father? Triplets? Was his genetic legacy this formidable? The sensation felt utterly surreal. How could his life have turned so dramatically in just half an hour? As he sank into contemplation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Xiaoxue's eyes. She had not anticipated needing anything from him, yet she could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. Please don't misunderstand. The children are yours, and I merely believe you have the right to know. I won't force you to take responsibility. After all, it was my choice to bring them into this world. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy washed over her features. 3 years had passed. She had endured with grit, yet she held no regrets. After all, when the heavens bestowed upon her these little lives, she resolved to be a good mother, even at the cost of being cast out from her family. Wang Yu was still grappling with the shock, yet upon seeing the woman's somewhat frail figure, an inexplicable pang of empathy surged within him. A mother so young, raising 3 children alone. One could only imagine the hardships she endured. It was no wonder that, despite her appearance as a woman of esteemed lineage, she lived in such modest circumstances. She must have given everything to her children. Wang Yu took a deep breath, his expression grave. Give me some time. If the children are truly mine, I will take responsibility. Wait for my return. Su Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Wang Yu's willingness to shoulder such a burden, especially considering the weight of 3 children. While she was lost in thought, Wang Yu stepped forward and unexpectedly pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, whispering softly, Promise you will wait for me. Chapter 3. Defining the relationship. As Su Xiaoxue regained her composure, a blush quickly spread across her face. Angered and embarrassed, she had yet to respond when Wang Yu hastily pushed the door open and left. Watching the silhouette of the man fade away, she found herself ensnared in a web of complicated thoughts. Would he truly return? Would he bear this burden? Having exited the residential building, Wang Yu clutched several strands of hair he had just plucked from the children's heads. He was not a scoundrel, yet he had no desire to become a mere caretaker. Let us get a paternity test. He decided. If these were indeed his children, he would face the challenge head-on, ensuring they would suffer not a single hardship. Old heir, lend me a hand, Wang Yu implored, patting his brother's shoulder at the testing center. His brother, Song Hao-Yen, had the closest bond with him in the dormitory. However, he looked hesitant, as he had just begun his internship and feared the repercussions of bending the rules. Yet, seeing the earnest anxiety etched on Wang Yu's face, he nodded resolutely. Don't worry, give me an hour. I'll take care of this. An hour later, Wang Yu received the paternity report from Song Hao-Yen. He refrained from opening it immediately, instead giving his brother a reassuring pat on the shoulder, not uttering a word as he turned to leave. Brother, no need for words. I will remember this kindness. Exiting the testing center, an air of apprehension and tension enveloped Wang Yu. He sat by a small flower bed, smoking several cigarettes. After finishing the last one, he slowly opened the report. His hands trembled with excitement, and while the document was filled with extensive details, his gaze fixated on the final line written in bold red. Confirmed biological relationship. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yu found that his anxiety had subsided. His expression returned to calm, and he discarded the cigarette but on the ground, folding the report neatly and placing it in his pocket as he turned to leave. From this day forth, he would bear the sacred title of father. Suddenly, Wang Yu remembered the beginner's gift package sent by his system. Indeed, in the urgency of the moment, he had neglected to explore the workings of this system. With these thoughts in mind, a concise system panel abruptly materialized in his mind, presenting only a handful of options: mall, tasks, attributes, achievements, and warehouse. Without pausing to examine further, he immediately accessed the system's warehouse, where a resplendent gift box lay quietly, shimmering with golden light. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Wang Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Blue Lake Heart Villa, 70 shares in Mingyu Creative Responsibility Company, Limited, and master-level painting skills. These beginner gifts were indeed astonishingly generous. The Blue Lake Heart Villa alone was rumored to be priced in the millions, a luxury far beyond the reach of an ordinary person's lifetime. However, amidst his excitement, Wang Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Aside from the villa, the painting skills seemed manageable, likely just teaching children to paint. After all, he was a nanny dad system. Yet, the 70 shares in Mingyu Creative raised significant questions. Wasn't that the company he interned with? What was the system's intention behind this reward? Shaking his head, Wang Yu decided not to dwell on it further. Regardless, he now possessed the shares and could return to the company at a later time to address his previous grievances. Knock, knock. When Wang Yu arrived at Su Xiaoshua's apartment once more, he had already adjusted his mindset. Upon opening the door, Su Xiaoshua's face displayed evident astonishment. In truth, she had assumed Wang Yu's earlier departure was merely a pretext and that he would not return. She never expected him to follow through. Hello, my name is Wang Yu, the child's father. I look forward to your guidance. Wang Yu greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Su Xiaoshua felt her cheeks flush slightly. Meanwhile, curious neighbors had begun to peek out, drawn by the commotion. She shot him an exasperated glance and quickly ushered him inside. What are you shouting about? It's inappropriate for the neighbors to overhear. Su Xiaoshua was bashful, her face a rosy hue. Wang Yu shrugged and chuckled. What is there to fear? I'm not saying anything out of line. After all, he's my child, right, dear wife? As he spoke, he stood and made his way toward the children's bedroom. Wife. Upon hearing this term, Su Xiaoshua momentarily froze, only to spring back to reality and chase after him in a flustered anger. Don't speak nonsense. I have a name. It's Su Xiaoshua. Daddy's here. The children exclaimed, rushing to him. Daddy, you're back. Come quickly. I've drawn a new picture. Please tell me if it looks good. The little one surrounded him, leaving Su Xiaoshua at a loss for words. Wang Yu bent down to scoop up one of the little ones, smiling gently. All right. Daddy will take a look. Ding. Parent-child interaction task. Time starts at 0 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. A parent-child task? Wang Yu was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that interacting with the children also counted toward completing tasks, and the duration was rather short, only an hour. He had already intended to spend quality time with the children, so this was quite fortuitous. Daddy is the best. One of the little ones planted a kiss on Wang Yu's cheek, eliciting a broad smile that spread across his face. No wonder so many people are eager to raise daughters nowadays. Such an adorable little bundle of joy. Who could possibly resist? Upon witnessing this, both Xiao Bao and Dabao immediately expressed their displeasure, eagerly clamoring, "I want a kiss too." Before long, Wang Yu found himself adorned with 3 little cherubs. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Su Xiao Shui couldn't help but smile faintly. Her previous stubbornness had merely been bravado. Deep down, she too wished for Wang Yu to stay willingly. After all, the growth of their children undeniably required a father's presence. "I am hungry. Could you prepare something for me?" Wang Yu caught a glimpse of Su Xiao Shui at the doorway, and the sight of her casually twisting her hair stirred profound emotions within him. "Bah, why would I cook for someone as beautiful as you?" Though Su Xiao Shui's words were sharp, her actions betrayed her as she made her way to the kitchen, leaving Wang Yu and the children to themselves. Before long, the delightful aroma of freshly cooked dishes wafted from the living room. Wang Yu had not been jesting when he mentioned his hunger. The tempting scents only heightened his appetite. Mission accomplished. At that moment, Wang Yu sat at the center, surrounded by 3 little ones, their eyes fixed intently on a recent ink wash painting he had created. "Come here, little darlings. It's time to wash your hands for dinner." As Su Xiao Shui entered, she was greeted by this endearing sight, and curiosity compelled her to approach. Upon discerning the details, she found herself momentarily speechless. "Did you paint this?" Chapter 4. Equity Transfer. The painting depicted a quaint homestead, complete with a picket fence and a green-tiled roof, set against vast fields of rapeseed flowers that captivated the heart. Wang Yu playfully pinched the cheeks of the nearby little ones, smiling as he said, "This is all their handiwork. I merely provided a touch of refinement." "Exactly. Mom, we are amazing. Of course, Dad is amazing too. Dad's paintings are truly beautiful." Su Xiao Shui glanced at the colorful ink in Wang Yu's hands, unable to suppress a laugh. "This doesn't seem like just a little bit." However, she chose not to burst his bubble, replying gently, "Let us wash the children's hands. I've prepared a light meal since they've just weaned, and I hope it suits your taste." "Not at all. The aroma has my appetite piqued. It smells delightful. Come on, darlings, let us go eat with Dad." Wang Yu guided the children out of the bedroom. Su Xiao Shui's gaze lingered on the painting, growing fonder with each passing moment. Eventually, she couldn't resist snapping a photo with her phone and posting it online, captioning it, "Aren't the children's paintings beautiful?" Smirking, unbeknownst to her, this seemingly casual upload would soon create a sensation on the internet. In just a day, some would exalt it as a masterpiece, with the painting titled "Hometown" skyrocketing to an exorbitant price. Of course, that was a tale for another time. For now, having satisfied her desire to capture the moment, Su Xiao Shui returned to the living room, where Wang Yu had already seated the children at the dining table, patiently awaiting their meal. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the parent-child interaction task, earning a reward of 188,000 yuan. As soon as the system notification popped up, Wang Yu received a message confirming the deposit. 18,000. Goodness. Previously, he would have had to toil for several years without food or rest to earn such a sum. And now, in merely an hour, he had amassed it. The system truly is formidable. Let's eat, and see if it's to your liking. Su Xiaoxue, instead of immediately picking up her chopsticks, first served Wang Yu some dishes, then attended to the 3 little ones at the table. Wang Yu felt warmth in his heart, devouring the food with exaggerated enthusiasm, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious. If you don't work in a 5-star hotel with this culinary skill, it would be a grave loss to talent." Flattery is of no use to me. Su Xiaoxiu teased playfully, yet a smile graced her face, which left Wang Yu momentarily spellbound. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Su Xiaoxiu, blushing from his gaze, couldn't help but lower her head. "I'm just admiring your beauty. How could I not steal a few glances at someone as lovely as you?" Wang Yu grinned, took another bite, and then pushed a bank card towards Su Xiaoxue, saying, "There is some money in here. Take it for now. No refusals. Consider it a gift for the children." Su Xiaoxue was taken aback at first, but then nodded silently. Rest assured, I will definitely pay you back. It's just that I've encountered some issues with the cash flow in my company, but I will return it to you promptly once I stabilize things. Wang Yu absent-mindedly replied, having no intention of reclaiming the money he had given. Still, he casually inquired, have you started your own company? Yes, I'm doing some fashion design. It's called Feishuet Creative, Su Xiaoxiu nodded. Wang Yu, mid-bite, spat out his food upon hearing the name. Feishuet Creative is your company? Su Xiaoxiu looked puzzled, but nodded again. Yes, it's a small company I just established. We ran into some problems after a major client's order was snatched by a rival company. Hearing this, Wang Yu felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Realizing that the rival company she mentioned was none other than Mingyu Creative, the very firm where he had interned. Moreover, he had been responsible for that very order. The business world is indeed a battlefield. Previously, Wang Yu had no idea that Fei Xue was the company of his future wife, and he had been rather ruthless in his dealings. Now, he finally understood why the system had granted him shares in Mingyu Creative. It was to make amends. Ahem, don't worry about the work-related issues. Everything will work out in due time. I believe a turnaround is on the horizon, Wang Yu said awkwardly. While internally he was anxiously questioning, system, can this equity be transferred to Su Xiaoxiu's name now? Ding, do you wish to transfer the equity? Is it possible? Wang Yu immediately selected yes. Just as he made his choice, Su Xiaoxiu received a notification shortly after. Initially thinking it was a spam message, she opened it casually, only to be left stunned in place. After a long pause, she finally raised her head, exclaiming in shock, "Did you do this?" Wang Yu feigned ignorance, replying, "What did I do? Did you win a lottery?" Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xiaoxiu immediately grasped Wang Yu's intentions. She was not naive enough to believe in the notion of fortune falling from the sky, and a wave of warmth surged within her heart. While the pair enjoyed their cozy reunion dinner, a seismic upheaval was unfolding at Mingyu Creativity. What? 3 major shareholders had divested their stakes, and the chairman had been replaced? Unlike the humble Fei Xue, Mingyu Creativity was on the cusp of going public, and the absence of an initial public offering allowed for considerable maneuverability regarding share transfers. It was only this afternoon that a notification email from the board of directors reached every internal inbox, revealing a shocking reality. Mingyu Creativity had a new owner. The email included the name and identification photo of the newly appointed chairman. It became abundantly clear to all that Su Xiaoxiu was their new boss. Meanwhile, having finished his meal, Wang Yu prepared to leave. "I have some matters to attend to. I will return later," he said, to which Su Xiaoxiu gently nodded. Watching him depart, after descending the stairs, Wang Yu hailed a cab to He Xiaodong's neighborhood. Since the marriage was off, certain matters needed to be clarified to prevent this woman from becoming an incessant source of entanglement. Moreover, he had previously given her an 8,000 yuan betrothal gift. It was unreasonable to let that go without resolution. This money was not merely a trifle. He needed it to support his child. Upon arriving at He Xiaodong's residence, her mother refused to see him, insisting that the betrothal gift was non-refundable and that whether or not they married was a matter solely between the two of them. Wang Yu was nearly incensed to laughter. Very well. He then called He Xiaotong, only to be informed that she was occupied with a class reunion and had no time to speak with him. This left Wang Yu utterly furious. What was the meaning of this? Was he to be treated like a mere plaything? Fine, I shall confront you personally. Chapter 5. Husband? At the Xinyue restaurant, the venue for their gathering, which Wang Yu had previously visited during a company team-building event, he soon arrived after hailing a cab. Upon disembarking, he was met with a sight that left him momentarily stunned. Outside the restaurant stood a BMW 3 Series, and a fashionably dressed young man was affectionately embracing He Xiaodong's waist, both laughing and chatting as they alighted from the vehicle. Observing their intimate demeanor ignited a blaze of fury within Wang Yu. The man was none other than Song Yaotian, the one who had usurped his position. Boom! Wang Yu's anger flared uncontrollably. Even a fool could comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, he had been discussing marriage with this woman, and now these two were cozied up together? Who would believe they had just met? At this point, Wang Yu was truly enraged. Even without the bonds of marriage, she had just accepted his betrothal gift and was now flirting with another man. What kind of behavior was this? The pair entered the restaurant, and suppressing his fury, Wang Yu followed them inside. where they entered a private room filled with a large gathering of people. "Who are you?" he demanded as he pushed the door open. He Xiaodong was enveloped in Song Yaoyin's embrace, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Wang Yu, attempting awkwardly to extricate herself from his grasp. "Wang Yu, what brings you here?" Wang Yu approached with a sardonic smile. "What brings me here? If I hadn't Tycoon, I would still be oblivious to your reprehensible actions. Kid, watch your tongue. Dare to insult my girlfriend again?" Song Yaoyin's expression shifted as he scrutinized Wang Yu. "I recognize you. You're the one who was dismissed from the company. A pathetic loser. I could dispose of you in a heartbeat." Wang Yu, now understanding the essence of their camaraderie, retorted, "Indeed, since you two are so enamored, it is of no concern to me. I have merely come to reclaim the 80,000 in betrothal gifts. Since the marriage is off, I expect the return of my gifts." Song Yaotian, perplexed, turned to Yi Xiaotong. "What betrothal gifts? What is the story here?" Yi Xiaotong hastily began to elucidate, embellishing the tale with exaggerated details, claiming her family had pressured her, asserting she had never held any affection for Wang Yu. Upon hearing the conclusion, Song Yaoyin's demeanor returned to normal, even adorned with a hint of derision. "Oh, so it turns out that a penniless frog aspires to dine on swan meat. Have you finally recognized that you are merely a broke loser?" "Indeed, Brother Tian." Yi Xiaodong's expression soured as she scornfully remarked, "Such a trifling sum. How pitiful. Thank goodness I didn't team marry you. Reflecting upon it now, I feel fortunate." "A pitiful sum?" Wang Yu scoffed. "Yes, I may be financially challenged, unlike you, whose business flourishes daily. In that case, I can only wish you continued prosperity." Song Yaotian, oblivious to the sarcasm, interpreted Wang Yu's words as a sign of submission and boasted, "That's more like it. A mere 80,000, I could squander that in a single night. Given our past collaboration, perhaps I could assist you, provided you recognize my worth." Wang Yu chuckled inwardly, thinking, "If you wish to play a role, I shall indulge you. Indeed, I could never match your capabilities. After all, the general manager is your uncle. If you wish to block my promotion, it would be a mere whim for you." This gathering was orchestrated by Song Yaotian. Upon hearing this, the others brightened, eager to curry favor. Several individuals approached with drinks in hand. "Kid, step aside. What are you doing intruding on our reunion?" Song Yaotian feigned camaraderie. "Oh, don't be so formal. All guests are welcome. You do possess some discernment. Let me be frank. The company has a new chairman, my cousin. Do you understand? Your return to the company hinges on my word. I could arrange your promotion at 6,000 a month. Understand?" "Haha, Brother Tian, you overestimate this kid. I believe 3,000 would make him ecstatic." "Indeed, only someone of your stature would still consider aiding one foolish enough to compete with you for a woman," others chimed in. Song Yaotian had indeed come to flaunt his status at this reunion, and with Wang Yu as a foil, he relished the opportunity to showcase his superiority. "Did you hear that? Just because of you, kid. Forget it. Call me Brother Tian. Drink this cup of wine and bow to me, and we shall let this matter rest. I shall not hesitate to promote you in the future." "Your cousin? Su Xiaoxue is your cousin?" Wang Yu nodded and said, "I wonder where the cousin you speak of is now. I truly wish to meet this grand CEO." "Just you?" Song Yaotian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scoffed derisively. "My cousin is a person worth several hundred million. What makes you think you are worthy to meet her?" "Hiss." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Several hundred million in assets. What a significant figure. Upon hearing this, someone immediately poured a drink for Song Yaotian and handed it to him. "Brother Tian, this drink is on me. I'll drink to you. You do as you wish. I shall also drink. If I find myself in trouble in the future, I hope the class monitor will lend a helping hand." Song Yaotian, nearly bursting with pride, nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Yi Xiaodong was equally delighted, frequently casting disdainful glances at Wang Yu. These two were truly worlds apart. Thankfully, she had made the right choice. "Oh, since you cannot summon her, allow me to do so. Today, I shall see just how formidable this cousin of yours truly is." Wang Yu sneered, and as he spoke, he took out his phone. Pfft. Song Yaotian spat out his drink, laughing heartily. "Wang Yu, what do you mean? Are you actually going to call my cousin? With your pathetic appearance, how could you possibly know her?" Wang Yu offered no reply, silently sending a text message. However, within the private room, Song Yaotian was nearly doubled over with laughter. "Did you all hear that? This guy is really pretending, calling for someone. I bet $10 he didn't even send that message. Huh? Didn't you hear him discussing a collaboration with my cousin? Some grand business, worth tens of billions, haha. Wang Yu merely looked at Song Yaotian with a cold smile as the latter's expression began to shift from confidence to uncertainty, culminating in a furious declaration. Wang Yu, I refuse to believe you can actually summon my cousin. If you can, I will call you father on the spot. The others laughed derisively, convinced that Wang Yu was merely putting on an act. Not long after, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Honey, what's the matter? Upon saying that, a stunning woman rushed in. From Wang Yu's message, she discerned that someone intended to humiliate him, and it was someone from her company. Su Xiaoxue was not ungrateful. Wang Yu was willing to share the burden of raising a child, and given he was the biological father, she felt compelled to help him regain some dignity. Thus, she entered addressing him in such an intimate manner. The others were momentarily stunned, unable to believe that a seemingly impoverished Wang Yu could actually summon someone. However, just as the crowd was beginning to process the surprise, a cold voice interrupted. Wang Yu, you truly have some nerve, hiring an actress. I suppose it must have cost you a month's salary? You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Such petty tricks are utterly disgraceful. He Xiaodong sneered coldly, her sarcasm dripping from every word. Upon hearing this, even Song Yaotian was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out as his eyes widened in shock. Before him stood a woman who was none other than his cousin. Her calling Wang Yu husband carried significant implications. Wang Yu's words rang true, yet he Xiaodong remained oblivious to who Su Xiaoxue was. Witnessing Song Yaotian's reaction, she mistakenly believed he had fallen prey to Wang Yu's little tricks. Song Yaotian, what is wrong with you? Are you truly intimidated by Wang Yu's antics? I can assure you, I am well aware of his family's circumstances. They possess no wealth and could hardly know the president of your company. He Xiaodong remarked with a mocking smile directed at Song Yaotian. Her gaze then turned to Wang Yu, icy and vindictive, as she declared, Wang Yu, should you dare to employ such despicable and shameless tactics, I shall capture this moment and share it within your relative circles. Just wait and see how they will ridicule you. You will forever be unable to hold your head high in their presence. With that, a fierce smirk graced her lips. The onlookers collectively gasped, realizing the venom in her words. If Wang Yu sought to save face by hiring someone to impersonate the president of Mingyu Creative Company, Limited, and this revelation spread among friends and family, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Wang Yu, upon hearing her words, felt nothing but disdain. It was a grave error on my family's part to have associated with a wretched woman like you. Even if you offered yourself to me, I would refuse, deeming you beneath me. He Xiaotong, enraged by this insult, seethed at the audacity of this impoverished individual to humiliate her. Wang Yu, you scoundrel! Watch how I will belittle you today. I shall document your disgraceful behavior and reveal the instances of your humiliation within the company. By the time I'm done, your entire family will be shamed. Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air. He Xiaodong's cheek burned as she stared at Song Yaotian in disbelief. You actually struck me? In that moment, she could hardly fathom that Song Yaotian had lashed out, seemingly in defense of Wang Yu. Others stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. With righteous fury, Song Yaotian glared at Yi Xiaotong, exclaiming, You filthy wretch! What do you mean by hiring an actor? My cousin stands before you, and she is indeed the president of Mingyu Creative Company, Limited. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, the atmosphere shifting dramatically as all eyes turned toward Wang Yu, filled with admiration, envy, and jealousy. They longed to be like him, possessing such a wealthy spouse. However, the most shocked of all was Yi Xiaotong, her expression one of fear and disbelief. She had never anticipated that the woman in question was truly the president of Mingyu Creative Company, Limited. Just moments ago, she had referred to Wang Yu as husband. What did that make him? Suddenly, she found herself rendered speechless. At that moment, Song Yaotian approached Su Xiaoxue with a smile, saying, Cousin, I apologize for my earlier behavior. It was my mistake. Though his words were polite, it was evident to those around that pride radiated from him, as if he were leveraging his cousin's status to elevate his own. However, Su Xiaoxue paid him no heed, instead responding with indifference. So, It is you. Back then, you sided with the family to drive me away, and now you wish to bully my husband? Years ago, her family had aggressively pressured her to terminate her pregnancy due to an illegitimate child and to marry a wealthy heir with a disability, threatening to disown her otherwise. At that time, Song Yaotian had been one of the most vociferous in his condemnation, seeking the favor of the elder. To this day, she had not forgotten the loathsome visage of Song Yaotian. Song Yaotian forced a smile, attempting to feign good humor. Cousin, why bring up past grievances? Besides, you are now the new chairwoman of the company. Why stoop to the level of someone like me? Flatter. Her blunt words rendered Song Yaotian's countenance quite ghastly, his heart seething with resentment. Yet he dared not retaliate, knowing he was currently employed at his cousin's company. Angering her could cost him his job. Fortunately, she remained unaware of his position there, or else, given her current temperament, she would undoubtedly dismiss him. Realizing this, he felt compelled to lower his stance to retain his employment. Su Xiaoxue then disregarded Song Yaotian entirely, instead turning to Wang Yu with a smile. Darling, you called for me. What do you wish for me to do? I shall wholeheartedly cooperate. Everyone else stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Given Song Yaotian's earlier reaction, it was evident that Su Xiaoxue was indeed his cousin, and thus the new chairwoman, a woman with assets exceeding hundreds of millions. Yet, she referred to Wang Yu as her husband, offering her complete cooperation, even if Wang Yu were merely a kept man. Achieving such a level of intimacy was nothing short of remarkable. Wang Yu, grinning, looked at Song Yaotian and remarked, "He is working in your company, having been sidelined, and now he openly insults your husband. What do you intend to do about it?" The smile on Song Yaotian's face instantly froze. "You dare provoke me?" Yet before he could finish his thought, Su Xiaoxue resolutely interjected, "In that case, you should leave." Cousin, considering Song Yaotian's urgent plea, after all, this job is quite decent. Where else would he find such work if he lost it? Su Xiaoxue had no desire to entertain his words. "Do you not understand my message?" Song Yaotian gritted his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless to act, merely seething. "Fine, you shall see." With that, he could no longer bear to remain, storming off in anger. At this moment, Wang Yu turned to Su Xiaoxue. "Dear, that woman's family runs a small company, but they rely entirely on our business. What should we do?" Chapter 7. Loss of income. Su Xiaoxue promptly grasped his implication, smiling as she replied, "Need you even ask? We shall sever all ties immediately. Her company can forget about securing any orders from me in the future." He Xiaodong's face paled in fright. Her pride stemmed solely from her family's assets, and if their business partnerships were cut, it would leave her family bereft of income. "Wang Yu, for the sake of our engagement, please spare me this time," he Xiaodong pleaded desperately. However, Wang Yu, feeling indifferent, declared to the crowd, "I hereby announce that I no longer desire this wretched woman. I divorce her." Divorced. The crowd stood in stunned silence. He Xiaodong was infuriated. Divorced? Just as she was about to unleash a tirade, she heard Su Xiaoxue's cold voice interject. "Any objections?" A simple statement, yet struck fear into He Xiaodong, causing her to tremble. She dared not confront Su Xiaoxue. "I wouldn't dare," He Xiaodong hastily replied, unfazed by her expression. Su Xiaoxue took Wang Yu's arm and departed with poise. The onlookers watched, envious. Who wouldn't wish for such a commanding wife? Reflecting on their earlier insults to Wang Yu, they felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Upon returning to the community, Wang Yu joined Bao and the others in a room for some leisure. At that moment, a voice filled with desperation echoed from outside. "Aunt Li, could you please stay for another month? Trust me, I will pay your salary in a few days, and I will repay the amount I owe you." Inside the room, Su Xiaoxue pleaded anxiously. Though her worth had risen considerably, the fund from the company would not reach her immediately, as she awaited the company dividends. Consequently, she was devoid of any cash. "Oh dear, Aunt Li is working to make a living too, and your salary has already been delayed for 2 months. I have only stayed this long because I see how hard you work to care for the children. When I saw your man return, I thought your salary would surely be forthcoming, but it appears that young man is also short on funds. Aunt Li has her own struggles. I too must survive." Aunt Li explained. Wang Yu's expression shifted slightly. How had Xiaoxua fallen to such dire straits? This aunt had originally been hired as a nanny because Xiaoxua was shouldering the burden of raising 3 children and immense pressure, and she and T paid her for 2 months. It was commendable that this nanny had remained for so long out of kindness. However, now that Xiaoxua had brought her back without immediate compensation, it had finally led the nanny to consider resigning. Aunt Lee, could you grant me a few more days? I assure you, I will pay your salary shortly. Su Xiaoxua's humble plea was heart-wrenching to hear. Xiaoxua, I will ensure your happiness moving forward. Such hardships will not persist. Wang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility swell within him. He swiftly made his way outside. Aunt Lee, please do not fret. I will take full responsibility for Xiaoxua's owed salary. He called out as he entered the bedroom. Aunt Lee turned in surprise to look at Wang Yu. She had assumed this man provided no financial support and was unwilling to take on the responsibility of 3 children. To her astonishment, Wang Yu was now voluntarily settling the outstanding wages. At this moment, Su Xiaoxua turned to gaze at Wang Yu, her eyes shimmering with tears. Despite her seemingly cold demeanor throughout the day, concealing her inner strength, Wang Yu could see her vulnerability and embarrassment. Oh, how she longed to collapse into Wang Yu's embrace and weep unabashedly. The total amount owed for 2 months' salary was 10,000. Aunt Lee remained silent for a moment before sighing and saying, "All right, I will get it for you right away." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu wasted no time and promptly took out his phone. After confirming Aunt Lee's salary card number, he immediately utilized online mobile banking to execute the transfer. Aunt Lee was taken aback and hurriedly checked, only to exclaim in astonishment, "Sir, it's 10,000 yuan. You've given me 20,000. Wang Yu replied, "I intended to pay 2 months' salary in advance." Aunt Lee then looked at Wang Yu and turned to Su Xiaoxua, expressing her admiration. "Miss Su, it seems you have not misjudged him." With that, she exited, fully aware that it was a moment for the two to reminisce. Su Xiaoxua finally collapsed into Wang Yu's embrace, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, Wang Yu, Wang Yu comforted her, saying, "I'm sorry. This is all my fault." They held each other tightly for what felt like over 10 minutes before Su Xiaoxua finally released her arms. Rubbing her eyes, she turned to him and said, "I'll look into you as well. Your family isn't wealthy. Where did you acquire such a large sum of money?" Wang Yu, with a slight movement of his eyes, replied, "It was from stock trading profits." "Ah, I see." Su Xiaoxu nodded. "I've already helped you pass the interview, so I hope you can work diligently at the company." Wang Yu, appearing resolute, assured her, "Don't worry, I will certainly not let you down again." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside, startling Su Xiaoxua, who glanced at her watch and exclaimed, "It's time for the eldest and third one to bathe." As she spoke, she hurried to prepare hot water, her movements deft and heart-wrenching. After all, caring for 3 little ones meant there would always be a child needing a bath. Moments later, Su Xiaoxua gently approached with a towel, softly picking up one child and carefully undressing them before placing them in the tub. "I'll wash the other one," Wang Yu said, pinching her cheek as he took the towel and cradled the crying child, placing them in the bath as well. Ding, 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 the system announced. The host has successfully bathed the child for the first time, earning a reward of 600,000 yuan. The mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. 600,000 yuan for a luxury car? Wang Yu was utterly astonished. Over the years, he had never ridden in an extravagant vehicle. The thought of such a car had merely been a distant dream. For the sake of survival, the notion of owning a luxury car seemed utterly unattainable. He had been riding a shared bicycle for over a year. At that moment, a surge of determination coursed through him. After all, it was a luxurious vehicle. It felt as though something had fallen into his pocket, prompting him to instinctively check. To his amazement, he discovered a car key. The shower gel was nearly depleted as well. Just then, Su Xiaoxua set down the older child and began to murmur to herself, "It's nothing. We should go buy more," Wang Yu said, also placing down the younger child. "Do you still have any money?" Su Xiaoxua inquired with a laugh. Fully aware of Wang Yu's current circumstances, recently dismissed from his job and facing financial difficulties, he had just given away 20,000 yuan, likely leaving him with little. Do not worry about this. We must not be careless with what the children need, Wang Yu asserted with conviction. Chapter 8. Enemies meet at this moment. Warmth enveloped Su Xiaoxue's heart. The two of them asked Aunt Li to look after the children before stepping outside. Within the community, Wang Yu continuously scanned the surroundings. What are you looking at? Su Xiaoxue inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Oh, over here, Wang Yu suddenly exclaimed with delight. He swiftly took Su Xiaoxue's hand and led her toward a parking space. Upon reaching a striking vehicle, he produced a set of keys. The car, undeniably eye-catching, had its headlights flicker to life. Is this your car? Su Xiaoxue asked, astonished. Indeed, Wang Yu affirmed emphatically. I had someone bring it back for me just now. But weren't you just dismissed from the company? How do you possess such a luxurious vehicle? Su Xiaoxue murmured in confusion. Wang Yu chuckled. True, but I had earned some money previously. As he affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoxue's hair, he reassured her, don't worry, even though I was just let go. My situation isn't as dire as you might think. I can still support you and the children. Though his circumstances were indeed as grim as Su Xiaoxue had imagined. That was a matter before the system's activation. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue felt a flicker of joy and nodded in relief. Wang Yu drove to the largest upscale department store in Long City. Everything seems quite expensive here, Su Xiaoxue observed. As a single mother, she had always been frugal, typically shopping at modest supermarkets. No worries. Since we're buying for the children, especially snacks and educational toys, we can't settle for anything less. Wang Yu replied with a light-hearted smile. After parking, he led Su Xiaoxue into the bustling store. As night fell, the supermarket was teeming with people. The two struggled to navigate their way to the baby section. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the din. Oh, that's Su Xiaoxue, the single mom of three? 3 children? Quite prolific, aren't we? Remarks erupted around them. Wang Yu's expression darkened instantly. Su Xiaoxue's countenance shifted, and, turning around, she realized it was a former colleague from her previous company. This was Chun Minghan, who had worked in the same department as her. Chun Minghan approached with a smirk. What a coincidence! Are you here to buy some formula for your little ones? Su Xiaoxue nodded, forcing a smile. Yes, what a coincidence indeed. Who is this? She inquired, glancing at Wang Yu, who held her hand. He is my husband, Su Xiaoxue replied, her discomfort evident in her tone. So this is the father of your 3 children? We all thought those kids just blew in with the wind, Chun Minghan retorted, dripping with sarcasm. Well, congratulations on finally locating the father of your children, she added, her tone devoid of genuine congratulation. Oh, the father of 3 children? A man turned and approached, pulling Chun Minghan closer as he chuckled. Are you saying these 3 children are truly from the same father? At this moment, Su Xiaoxue's expression was one of embarrassment. The individual in question was a former colleague from her previous company, named Meng Feiyu. When she had just joined the company, Meng Feiyu had pursued her, but she had firmly rejected his advances, which naturally incited his considerable displeasure. Subsequently, Meng Feiyu was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Su Xiaoxue and turned his affections towards Chun Minghan, ultimately succeeding in winning her over. They had been married for quite some time now. Upon learning that she had 3 children, Meng Feiyu often teased her, seemingly as a means of retaliation for her repeated rejections. She held a deep disdain for both Chun Minghan and Meng Feiyu. Who are these 2? Wang Yu inquired coldly. Su Xiaoxue replied casually, they're my colleagues. They recently got married. It seems they have been married for a while. Your colleague appears to be in decent shape. Don't they plan on having children? Wang Yu chuckled. If they don't wish to have any, would you care to visit the infant area? Perhaps they lack the ability to conceive, yet still desire children. As for me, I can manage to bear 3 at once. Are you considering seeking my assistance? He rambled on, causing both Chun Minghan and Meng Feiyu to change their expressions immediately. Indeed, they were very eager to have children. Despite their prolonged marriage and relentless efforts, working diligently every day, their attempts had yielded no results. Moreover, Meng Feiyu had secretly gone to the hospital for an examination. It was a classic case of drought and flood, where the two had found themselves in a peculiar predicament. I suspect they must be ill. What illness prevents one from conceiving? Yet not being able to conceive is indeed a malady. Haha, it's utterly hilarious. At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to murmur about the discussion among the four, causing Chun Menghan and Meng Feiyu's expressions to grow increasingly grim. Who are you calling infertile? Meng Feiyu glared angrily at the nonchalant Wang Yu. Wang Yu immediately responded with a smile. Whoever answers, it's them who cannot conceive. You jerk. Chun Menghan retorted angrily. I've never heard any news about Su Xiaoshua's husband. You suddenly appear, and it's impossible for you to be the father. Who knows whose children those are? Wang Yu laughed. What a coincidence, they're all mine. But do take care not to let your anger harm your health. While saying this, he casually produced a paternity test and waved it in front of Chun Menghan and Meng Feiyu. Goodness, all 3 children are his, exclaimed one onlooker. Mate, that's impressive. The crowd around them immediately gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Witnessing this scene, Meng Feiyu's face turned a shade of green in anger. Su Xiaoxue, I recall your monthly salary was over 6,000. How could one possibly provide for 3 children and afford luxury toys? It seems you've wandered into the wrong place. Chun Menghan suddenly began to speak sarcastically. Meng Feiyu replied with a grin. Indeed, I find you quite ordinary. Your salary likely doesn't exceed his. They can't afford it. What does it matter if they come here to broaden their horizons? After all, we are colleagues. Why reveal their circumstances? Chun Menghan immediately flashed a smile, having always harbored a strong dislike for Su Xiaoxue. In the same department, Su Xiaoxue consistently outshines this woman. Should Su Xiaoxue be seen with her, the latter would undoubtedly play the role of a mere accessory, with any man never casting a glance in her direction. Fortunately, it eventually became common knowledge that Su Xiaoxue had 3 children, causing many to gradually withdraw their interest. Yet, this revelation did not alleviate Chun Menghan's disdain for Su Xiaoxue. Chapter 9. Can you afford it? Wang Yu replied, we truly know nothing about premium children's nutritional powder. Since we are colleagues, could you assist me in selecting a high-end option? Did you select one that is affordable? Chun Menghan shot a disdainful look at Wang Yu, swiftly scanning the shelves before seizing the most expensive imported nutritional powder. This one will do. The flavor is surely the best. She scoffed. However, this tin costs 3,000 yuan, which is half your wife's salary. Ah, I see. Thank you very much. Wang Yu chuckled, promptly taking the tin of nutritional powder and placing it in his shopping cart. This might not suffice. Let us add 10 more. He seemed to be talking to himself, and then proceeded to grab 10 tins of the most expensive nutritional powder and add them to his cart. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in Wang Yu's mind. Purchase the highest grade nutritional powder at this infant store and receive a complimentary black card. Wang Yu scoffed internally, grateful for these 2 amusing characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a black card. Chun Menghan and Meng Feiyu were left speechless. Is that really 3,000 yuan for nutritional powder? Are you really taking 10 tins at once? Observing such an ordinary man, they were astonished to discover he was indeed a tycoon. No wonder he dared to have 3 children. Whispers of gossip began to circulate. Why are you pretending to be wealthy here? Meng Feiyu laughed and remarked, my friend. Why push yourself? To empty your pockets for a few tins of nutritional powder? Wang Yu retorted, oh, I believe your wife resembles a larger figure more than mine does. Laughter erupted around them. Indeed, when compared to Su Xiaoshue's flawless figure, Chun Menghan appeared somewhat plump, particularly around her thighs and waist. Huh, Meng Feiyu coldly interjected. What do you know? My wife's figure is called curvaceous. It cannot be compared to your wife, who is as thin as a monkey. Is your wife truly curvaceous? I find her less so than mine, Wang Yu replied with a confident chuckle, his gaze seemingly drifting toward Chun Menghan's bosom. Well said, my friend. This girl lacks fullness. She has an excess of fat. Another round of raucous laughter ensued. Blushing, Su Xiaoxue playfully pinched Wang Yu's waist. He yelped in pain, easy there. Let us head to the checkout. In no time, he pushed his cart toward the counter. Don't leave just yet. Chun Menghan, humiliated, shot a fierce glare at Meng Feiyu. Meng Feiyu, with a resentful look at Wang Yu's athletic figure, gritted his teeth and followed him to the checkout. At the counter, Wang Yu produced a black bank card from his pocket, causing Chun Menghan and Meng Feiyu to gasp in astonishment. This was a black card, a symbol of elite status. Wang Yu indeed utilized the black card. Initially, they believed Wang Yu was merely posturing, yet upon witnessing the card, both Meng Feiyu and Chun Menghan were utterly taken aback. In a society where black cardholders existed, a mere 30,000 yuan was truly insignificant. As Wang Yu approached the counter to settle his bill, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Beep, beep, beep. Master has completed the task, purchasing premium nutritional powder for the little ones, thus receiving an additional reward of 200,000 dragon coins. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He had just made a profit of 170,000 yuan. The wealthy system was indeed not deceiving him. After completing the payment, Wang Yu headed to the parking lot with 10 cans of nutritional powder in tow. Reluctantly, Chun Menghan and Meng Feiyu followed him to the garage. Brother Yu, let's south avoid Tianhai Road. The traffic there is horrendous, Chun Menghan suddenly suggested. Meng Feiyu pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, I was stuck there for half an hour last time. As they conversed, they located their vehicle. Unfortunately, it was parked right next to Wang Yu's luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Wang Yu chuckled as he gazed at Meng Feiyu's car, remarking, Here we are, driving a Mercedes while you're in a Jetta. It's no wonder you got stuck on the road. And why would someone in a Jetta even come to this supermarket? As he spoke, Wang Yu pressed the key fob, illuminating the car's lights. The imposing exterior of the Mercedes far surpassed Meng Feiyu's modest Jetta, utterly overshadowing it. Fuming, Meng Feiyu finally managed to mutter, My Jetta is fuel efficient. Isn't that good enough? Wang Yu chuckled in response, Oh, that's true. After all, I don't need to worry about fuel efficiency. With that, he climbed into his vehicle and started the engine. Driven by determination, Meng Feiyu hopped into his car and immediately pressed the accelerator. Positioned advantageously close to the parking lot exit, he surged forward, blocking Wang Yu's path. Wang Yu merely smiled. Having once driven a delivery truck for a living, maneuvering such a compact car was a trivial task for him. He deftly turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, swiftly overtaking Meng Feiyu's Jetta on the left. As the narrow road ahead became challenging, he expertly shifted gears and navigated with fluidity that far surpassed Meng Feiyu's skills. A smirk played on Wang Yu's lips as he activated the high beams, dazzling Meng Feiyu's eyes. He pressed the pedal again, executing a swift U-turn and leaving Meng Feiyu and his vehicle far behind. This guy's infuriating. Meng Feiyu furiously slammed the steering wheel and shouted indignantly. After departing, Wang Yu successfully drove back to the community. Upon parking, as he unbuckled his seatbelt, he heard Su Xiaoxua suddenly exclaim, Darling, I adore you so much. She leaped forward and planted a forceful kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, This time, it feels truly delightful. Wang Yu gently caressed Su Xiaoxua's face, his eyes brimming with affection. Even during their courtship, he had never witnessed such a side of her. She had always exuded an air of aloofness. Following this incident, their relationship rapidly rekindled. Tonight, I want to sleep with you. You surely cannot manage the 3 children alone. Together, we can look after one another, Wang Yu eagerly suggested in their room. Bah! Su Xiaoxua instantly cooled her demeanor and retorted, You must have some ulterior motives. Chapter 10. An unforeseen occurrence. I harbor no ill intentions. I am, in fact, a remarkably pure man. Wang Yu fervently defended himself. Su Xiaoxua grasped his hand and replied, But I do not wish for the events of that night to repeat themselves. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently inflicted an emotional scar upon her. After all, that was a girl's first night, and his treatment had been rather rough, leaving an indelible mark. As this realization struck him, he exclaimed, I had been drinking that night. I assure you tonight will be entirely different. I shall be gentle. What do you mean by being gentle? Su Xiaoxua shot back, I knew it. You are nothing but trouble, and that is how that incident occurred. She cast him a scornful glance and added, Your thoughts do not require my revelation. You exposed them yourself. Wang Yu was taken aback to find himself outmaneuvered by his wife. Resigned, he ultimately opted for the sofa, as he needed to leave the nursery for Aunt Lee. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. They had reconciled, and she had borne him 3 children. Yet she adamantly refused his advances. It was incredibly distressing, and eventually he could not recall when he finally drifted off. Oh my, why did the little one make such a mess? Hurry, grab a diaper and some pants. The next morning, an anxious female voice stirred him awake. Blinking in confusion, he rubbed his nose and rose to see Aunt Li and Su Xiaoxue bustling about. Changing the baby's pants? Wang Yu's eyes lit up at the prospect. Changing pants was surely a new opportunity for reward. Elated, he hurried into the room. What are you doing? Aren't you getting ready for work? Su Xiaoxue. I'll change the baby's pants. Wang Yu smiled and quickly approached, seizing the pants Su Xiaoxue was holding. Do you even know how to do that? Don't create more trouble for me and Aunt Li, she muttered. I absolutely can, Wang Yu declared, holding the pants and scrutinizing them for a moment, furrowing his brow. Should you be unable to manage, it will be prudent not to overreach, Su Xiaoxue remarked, her expression one of exasperation as she prepared to reclaim the trousers that Wang Yu had taken. No, this task must be mine. Wang Yu's countenance shifted dramatically, as if he were resolutely opposed to Su Xiaoxue changing the trousers. If I do this now, we will forfeit our reward, won't we? Our family relies on that reward for sustenance. Wang Yu resolved to change the trousers himself. Su Xiaoxue was taken aback, astonished by Wang Yu's unwavering stance on the matter. With great care, Wang Yu lifted Sambao, but upon inspection, his face contorted in dismay. There's far too much mess. What are you waiting for? You need to clean up the baby's dirty bottom first, Su Xiaoxue urged anxiously from his side. In no time, she handed Wang Yu a wet wipe. Without hesitation, he accepted it and diligently cleaned the little one from top to bottom. Use this dry tissue to ensure the baby is thoroughly dried. No moisture must remain. Noticing her husband's serious demeanor, Su Xiaoxue felt a warmth in her heart for reasons unknown and handed him another tissue. Under her guidance from behind, Wang Yu finally managed to change the trousers, exhaling deeply as if he had just emerged victorious for battle. Ding ding ding. The host has successfully changed the baby's trousers for the first time, earning a total of 100 points. The mechanical voice resonated in his mind, startling him. Why is there no monetary reward? He pondered, bemused. After all, what they needed most at home were dragon coins. What use is this point system if it does not yield money or tangible items? He inquired. Points, dear host, can be exchanged for goods. The system playfully replied. Wang Yu felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. For now, he could not comprehend what these points could procure. Hurry to the company. I'll waive your interview today. Consider this a fresh start, and you must take it seriously, Su Xiaoxue remarked with a solemn expression as she observed Wang Yu. Finally finished with the trousers. Fear not, my dear, Wang Yu proclaimed, patting his chest. As he spoke, he hurried downstairs to drive, and the couple set off for the company. However, en route, Su Xiaoxue unexpectedly received a phone call. Hello, Xiaoxue, what are you up to? A woman's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Mom, I'm preparing to go to work, Su Xiaoxue replied, her brow furrowing almost instantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's complexion shifted dramatically. Is that my mother-in-law? It will be best if you took leave. Your father and I are headed to Long City to see you shortly, the voice continued. Why? Su Xiaoxue asked, her expression one of confusion. Wang Yu's body trembled slightly, nearly running a red light, but fortunately, he managed to break abruptly. Why is it not permissible for us to visit and see how you are faring? Su Xiaoxue's mother's voice carried an unmistakable note of dissatisfaction. Although Su Xiaoxue had distanced herself from her family, she still maintained contact with her parents. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue pondered for a brief moment and said, No, the company is currently very busy. I fear I won't have the time. If you have no time, how will you care for the children at home? Her mother's voice echoed once more. Your father and I have already decided. We will come to take care of the children ourselves, as we remain uneasy about hiring a nanny. Mom, I can manage on my own. I won't trouble you. Su Xiaoxue replied, still frowning and firmly refusing. Why are you so stubborn? No way, her mother-in-law declared sternly. Can you handle this alone? Your father and I will arrive in Long City around 11 o'clock. You must hurry to the station to meet us. With that, her mother-in-law abruptly hung up the phone. The car fell into an uncomfortable silence. Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue exchanged awkward glances, both momentarily bewildered and flustered. Is my aunt coming? Wang Yu finally asked. Su Xiaoxue continued to frown, but honestly nodded. What should we do? My parents have been pressing me for quite some time about who my biological father is since I'm unmarried and pregnant. Su Xiaoxue placed her hand on her forehead. Her expression one of despair. If they discover it's you, they might. Wang Yu's face reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Indeed, he had caused Su Xiaoxue to become pregnant before marriage, and he had never met her parents. In the eyes of Su Xiaoxue's parents, he would undoubtedly appear as an extremely irresponsible and unfaithful man, refusing to meet them to this day. They would never forgive him. Regardless, I must confront this. Wang took a deep breath. However, Su Xiaoxue's feelings were conflicted. Stay calm, Wang Yu urged. Do not worry. I will certainly earn your parents' recognition. Su Xiaoxue remained silent for a long while before ultimately nodding in agreement. While speaking, she called her secretary to inform her that she would not be coming in today. Also, we haven't obtained a marriage certificate yet. We should do it quickly, or we are surely doomed, Wang Yu suddenly suggested. Su Xiaoxue paused for a moment, then blushed and agreed. Subsequently, they spontaneously decided to drive to obtain their marriage certificate. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Wang Yu found a parking spot. After navigating through the relatively simple procedures, they finally took their photographs and received the certificate. Holding the two marriage certificates in their hands, both felt an inexplicable and wondrous sensation. Although they already had 3 children, they had now officially become a married couple. Xiaoxue, at last. I can call you my wife in public, Wang Yu said earnestly to Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue blushed once more and replied, Yes, dear husband. Then as a couple, it should be perfectly acceptable for us to share a bed, Wang Yu joked with a smile. All right, Su Xiaoxue agreed. Her cheeks still flushed, although she finally remembered. But I'm not prepared for anything. Preparation is irrelevant. I will ensure that you and our little ones are the happiest in the world, Wang Yu confidently promised. Patting his chest, Su Xiaoxue nodded seriously, her heart swelling with happiness. Beep, beep, beep. The host successfully obtained a certificate, becoming the legitimate father of a baby, and was rewarded with a villa in Long City. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. Wang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh my, he exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Is it possible to receive such rewards? A villa indeed. What's going on? Seeing Wang Yu's shocked expression and his apparent distraction, Su Xiaoxue was puzzled. Wang Yu finally regained his composure and replied, It's nothing. Just some delightful thoughts crossed my mind. What delightful thoughts? Su Xiaoxue inquired with curiosity. Well, the wonderful news is that I can sleep beside you tonight, Wang Yu teased, a mischievous grin on his face. You scoundrel. Su Xiaoxue's face flushed crimson as she retorted. Why do you always think about such things? Wang Yu replied earnestly. I miss my wife. Is there anything wrong with that? Isn't it a natural thing? If a man doesn't tea long for his wife, does he wish for another woman? Such smooth talk. Su Xiaoxue murmured, pinching Wang Yu's waist. Ouch! Wang Yu exclaimed in pain. That hurt. Soon, he gathered himself and took Su Xiaoxue's hand, leading her to the car. Time is flying. Let us head to the station to pick up Annie. No, I mean our parents. Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling a bit anxious. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Su Xiaoxue also bore a look of tension. As they drove towards the station, his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Yu glanced at the screen and noticed an unfamiliar number. He hesitated briefly before answering. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? A polite and rich voice resonated on the other end. Yes, how may I assist you? You're the owner of the villa on Uni Street in Shanghai District. All the formalities have been completed, and we are currently awaiting your arrival to collect the keys and inspect the property. Do you have time at this moment? The man's tone was exceedingly respectful. Anyone able to purchase a villa on that street must be quite affluent. Furthermore, upon the completion of this transaction, the man could expect a significant commission. Wang Yu felt only a slight surprise. He had mentally prepared himself for this moment. However, upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue gasped, covering her mouth in utter astonishment. I don't have time right now, but can I contact you directly when I do? Wang Yu hesitated before responding. Of course, I have been waiting for you, Mr. Wang, and I am at your service. All right, Wang Yu concluded, hanging up the phone, unable to conceal his excitement. Is what he said about the villa true? Su Xiaoxue leaned in, eager to know. Wang Yu turned his eyes slightly and said, well, actually, it's my second uncle who is immigrating abroad. He knows my situation is difficult, so he gifted me the villa he had previously ordered. Wow, is your second uncle really that wealthy? Su Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she continued to inquire. Wang Yu nodded and fabricated, my second uncle frequently invests in stocks and possesses considerable skill. Thus he has earned some money. The funds I had last time were also acquired with his assistance. A sense of unease flickered within him. This was an opulent villa, and Su Xiaoxue still found it hard to believe. The property prices in Long City had always been exorbitant, let alone villas, which were simply astronomical. What was wrong with that? Only a close second uncle would act this way. Could he really wish her harm? Observing this, Wang Yu smiled. Su Xiaoxue regarded him with suspicion, but upon noticing no signs of deceit, she finally nodded in acceptance. As they spoke, the two continued their journey to the bus station. By approximately 10:30, Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue arrived at the south station of Long City. Outside, two individuals stood quietly, appearing somewhat anxious. Wang Yu felt a twinge of apprehension. Soon, a bus came to a gradual halt, and a middle-aged couple disembarked, instantly capturing Su Xiaoxue's attention. The woman appeared dignified, clad in fashionable attire, likely having been a great beauty in her youth, reminiscent of Su Xiaoxue at present. Beside her, the middle-aged man wore a pair of gold-framed glasses and bore a stern expression, exuding an air of rigidity. Dad, Mom, Su Xiaoxue exclaimed, extending her arms as she moved towards them, hastily rushing forward. Upon seeing their daughter approach with such eagerness, Su Hongbo and Xie Qian made their way towards her. Wang Yu felt a wave of awkwardness, remaining stationary for a moment before stepping behind Su Xiaoxue. Mom. Su Xiaoxue leaped into Xie Qian's embrace. Oh dear. Xie Qian chuckled indulgently. It's been a while. Why are you still so clingy? There are so many people at this station. You're a 20-something and still don't know how to tone it down. Although Su Hongbo feigned disdain, the joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Hello, uncle and aunt. Wang Yu suddenly mustered his courage and approached them, greeting the couple. Chapter 12. Indifference. Su Hongbo and Xie Qian were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to confusion, brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, they had begun to piece together Wang Yu's identity. Dad, Mom, allow me to introduce you to Wang Yu. He is the father of my children, Su Xiaoxue said, taking a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with tension. The moment those words escaped her lips, Su Hongbo and Xie Qian's countenances transformed abruptly, their warmth replaced by a chilling indifference. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. So it's you, the scoundrel who has harmed my daughter, Su Hongbo bellowed, raising his hand to strike. Wang Yu chose not to evade, for he had anticipated this reaction. Dad! Su Xiaoxue's face paled at her father's anger, and she rushed forward to shield Wang Yu from the impending blow. Xiaoxue, don't stand in your father's way. Why protect a man like him? Xie Qian's tone was frigid, her demeanor unyielding, showing no fondness for Wang Yu whatsoever. Dear uncle and aunt, I sincerely apologize. It is I who have wronged Xiaoxue. Wang Yu bowed his head, as if confessing his guilt. Is an apology sufficient? Su Hongbo was trembling with rage. As a professor at a prestigious university, Su Hongbo was fond of studying Chinese classics, embodying a rather antiquated mindset. Deep down, he was quite traditional and sensitive to the gossip of his neighbors regarding his family. When his daughter unexpectedly gave birth to triplets, with the father's identity remaining a mystery, the whispers from neighbors, friends, and even the extended family were relentless. Such a reputable family, yet his daughter displayed such a lack of self-respect. How lamentable. I suspect she must have fallen in with a bad crowd, engaging with men indiscriminately, resulting in such a condition. Most troubling is the uncertainty surrounding the father's identity. How disgraceful. If this were my family, I would be utterly humiliated. Just a few years prior, old Su had been awarded the title of Outstanding Professor. Perhaps that honor should be rescinded. This family might just be maintaining a facade of politeness, which could explain their daughter's predicament. Old Su's private conduct surely must have significant flaws, though we have yet to witness them. Furthermore, I heard his daughter gave birth to 3 children in one go. My goodness, what sensational news. Indeed, it is astonishing. Such rumors reached his ears, inciting enough fury that he felt compelled to take a week off from work, too embarrassed to show his face. He was furious with Su Xiaoxue, nearly severing their father-daughter bond over this matter. At that point, Su Xiaoxue had long been away from home, and they had not visited their daughter. With summer vacation providing a sliver of time, it was only through Xie Qian's persistent persuasion that they agreed to see their daughter. He was well aware that Su Xiaoxue faced immense challenges raising 3 children alone. At last, he encountered the root cause of this predicament, Wang Yu, who stood before him. As a teacher, he typically refrained from resorting to violence, yet his anger overwhelmed him, and he slapped Wang Yu across the face in an attempt to alleviate his fury. Mom and Dad, it's not as it seems. Su Xiaoxue rushed forward to intercede, attempting to calm her enraged parents. I had intended to marry Wang Yu, but it was only months after our breakup that I discovered I was pregnant. At that time, Wang Yu was dealing with his own family issues and was unaware of my situation. It was only recently, upon our reunion, that he learned I had given birth. Xie Qian scoffed coldly, still refusing to acknowledge Wang Yu. Uncle and aunt, I fully recognize that all of this is my fault. I was unable to reach Xiaoxue, and thus lacked the opportunity to address this relationship. Had I known that Xiaoxue was already carrying my child, I would never have allowed her to endure this hardship alone. Fortunately, fate has granted me a second chance to make amends, allowing me to see Xiaoxue once more. I want to assure you, uncle and aunt, that I will treat Xiaoxue well from now on, ensuring that both she and the children lead a happy life, and I shall never cause them harm again. Please, I implore you to trust me. Wang Yu spoke earnestly, his demeanor serious, as he pledged his commitment to his future in-laws. How can we trust you once more? At this moment, Xie Qian was evidently still very angry, her voice icy as she said, Xiaoxue, let's depart. Su hombo mantanda esta expression. In stark contrast to Xie Qian's furious countenance, his indifference left Wang Yu feeling increasingly despondent. From now on, do not have any further contact with him. My wife and I will take care of the child. As Su Hongbo spoke, he continued to ignore Wang Yu and walked away. Xie Qian immediately grasped her daughter's hand and circumvented him. Dad, Mom, Wang Yu and I have long been married. Su Xiaoxue exclaimed. Furthermore, he is the father of my child. Why can't you give him a chance? Wang Yu, being dragged along, stood his ground. Yu, how could you be so enchanted by this man? Xie Qian retorted angrily. Just wait until one day he abandons you. Then you will truly understand the meaning of regret. Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. Enough. I do not wish to say more. Let's avoid becoming a spectacle. Su hombo interjected, clearly perturbed by the attention. Uncle, aunt, rest assured, if I ever dare to abandon Xiaoxue, I will surely be struck by lightning or run over by a car. Wang Yu immediately raised his hand in a solemn vow. Xie Qian scoffed coldly. Young man, tell me, how many girls have you made such promises to? How many have you deceived with this tactic? After uttering these words, she dragged Su Xiaoxue away, ignoring Wang Yu entirely as they headed towards the station exit. Uncle, aunt, I am truly serious, Wang Yu insisted, trailing behind the 3 of them awkwardly. He felt utterly embarrassed, yet shamelessly followed them out of the station. Is your current residence far from here? After leaving the station, Xie Qian turned to Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue hesitated before answering, actually, it is a bit far. If it's too far, let us take the bus. Taking a car is too expensive, Su Hongbo commented from the side. He had always been a frugal person, frequently teaching his students the importance of thriftiness, and he felt the need to lead by example. Additionally, due to issues surrounding Xiaoxue, the family had ceased receiving dividends, plunging their finances into difficulty. With Su Xiaoxue unexpectedly giving birth to triplets, he had to be even more economical. Uncle, aunt, I drove here when you interjected. You have a car? You're only 20. Aside from sweet-talking girls, what kind of decent car can you afford? Xie Qian retorted with a mocking laugh. An electric car is out of the question. I wouldn't want you to make multiple trips to shuttle the 3 of us. Yes, you. It will be a one-time trip. You need not worry. Wang Yu promised, patting his chest. Su Xiaoxue chimed in, Mom, Wang Yu indeed has a car. We just drove here. If we had a small car, why would we take the bus? Xie Qian and Su Hongbo were momentarily taken aback. Unable to resist their daughter's persuasion, they reluctantly agreed to accompany Wang Yu. Moments later, the three individuals arrived before the luxurious vehicle. Uncle, Aunt, let's board the car, Wang Yu said, turning to them with earnest politeness. Is this car truly his? Xie Qian suddenly found herself grappling with disbelief. At that moment, Su Hongbo could not suppress a slight frown. They had always assumed that those capable of driving a high-end vehicle like this were either exceptionally accomplished young individuals or affluent heirs from wealthy families. However, Wang Yu's apparent abandonment of his family led them to instinctively conclude that he must have fled due to an inability to support so many children. Such a person clearly lacked both capability and wealth. Dad, Mom, this car indeed belongs to Wang Yu, Su Xiaoxue promptly interjected. As she spoke, Wang Yu retrieved the car keys and pressed a button. Beep! The headlights of the luxurious car flickered, followed by the sound of the locks disengaging. Witnessing this, Xie Qian and Su Hongbo's previously stern expressions began to soften. Let us get in the car first, Su Xiaoxue suggested, noticing the slight shift in the elder's demeanor, which brought her joy. As she spoke, she opened the rear door, ushering the two elders inside. After a moment of hesitation, they ultimately chose to enter the vehicle. A significant weight lifted from Wang Yu's heart. Uncle, Aunt, rest assured, I still possess the means to care for Xiaoxue. Wang Yu turned to the elders with a smile and promptly pressed down on the accelerator. Buying such an expensive car, do you not remember you have 3 children? Su Hongbo admonished sternly, expressing his disapproval. Why not opt for a more economical vehicle and save the remainder for the children's needs? After a moment of silence, Wang Yu assured him, Uncle, I purchased this car before my return. You need not worry. I will ensure that these 3 children receive the best care and a life filled with happiness. As they spoke, the vehicle merged onto the road. Wang Yu drove steadily. Typically, he would be cruising at over 60 on such city roads, but with the elders seated in the back, he maintained a consistent speed of 40. Wang Yu, is it? What line of work are you currently in? A voice called from behind. It was Xie Qian inquiring about his occupation. This was undoubtedly a positive sign. Clearly, the elders were gradually warming to him. However, when pondering his employment situation, Wang Yu replied, I have just returned and have yet to find a suitable job locally. But I can join the same company as Xiaoxue at any time. You are in your 20s and still unemployed. Su Hongbo's tone shifted back to disapproval. Well, Wang Yu responded, I previously worked for a foreign enterprise. Now that I have found Xiaoxue, my priority is to take care of her and the children, which is why I'm seeking new opportunities. He found himself fabricating a reason. Was your previous job not satisfactory? Xie Qian inquired with curiosity. Wang Yu remarked, in my previous company, the distance from Xiaoxue and home was too great. I'd already made things so difficult for Xiaoxue. Not to mention now, with the addition of 3 little ones. It was simply too far to care for her, which is why I resigned. Oh, I see, said Xie Qian, and Su Hongbo's expressions softened somewhat. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxue, seated silently in the passenger seat, couldn't help but cast him a sidelong glance. She was aware of everything that had transpired with Wang Yu. Approximately half an hour later, they returned to the community. As soon as they entered, Xie Qian eagerly expressed her desire to check on the little ones in the room. Aunt Li, the nanny, was present in the room and appeared somewhat surprised to see Su Hongbo and Xie Qian. Aunt Li, they are my parents, Su Xiaoxue warmly introduced. Oh my lovely grandchildren, Xie Qian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the 3 little ones in the room. She longed to hold one of them, but was unsure whom to embrace first. The babies, seeing their grandmother for the first time, were a tad shy and did not approach her. It was understandable, considering she had 3 grandchildren to contend with. Observing the children, the 2 elders found themselves utterly captivated, lingering in the room, unwilling to depart. With so many people around today, and since my parents are here, perhaps we should dine out, Su Xiaoxue suggested in the living room. At that moment, Wang Yu suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. If this idea could come to fruition, the two elders would surely be more inclined to accept him. He hurriedly inquired of the system. System, can I become a chef? Master, if you wish to become a chef, you will need to expend 30 daddy points. The system replied, how many do I have? Master, you have 100 points remaining. Then I would like to become a chef. Very well. Shall I deduct 30 points to exchange for the reward of becoming a master chef? Yes. Without hesitation, Wang Yu consented. Noticing Wang Yu's momentary distraction, Su Xiaoxue immediately called out, hey, did you not hear me? What? Wang Yu was taken aback before responding. I heard you. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and said, given the traffic, dining out might be a hassle. Let's cook at home. Can you even cook? Su Xiaoxue questioned, her expression clearly skeptical. Wang Yu smiled, of course I can. After all, I'm a chef. I must showcase my culinary skills to your parents, so they will have a favorable impression of me and fully accept me. But I don't believe you can cook, Su Xiaoxue replied, still doubtful, as she herself was not particularly skilled in the kitchen. There is no dish I cannot prepare, Wang Yu declared confidently, thumping his chest. Just wait for me. I'm off to the market to buy ingredients. With that, he dashed out. Driving carefully to the market, he meticulously selected a variety of fresh produce. As a father aspiring to be a superb chef, he could not afford to be careless. In the room, Xie Qian asked Xiaoxue, it's already noon. When will we eat? Su Xiaoxue glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly 12. Shall we eat out? Su Hongbo suggested as he joined them. Su Xiaoxue stood in contemplation for a moment before stating, Wang Yu's gone grocery shopping. Today he insisted on cooking for himself. He's going to cook? Both Su Hongbo and Xie Qian expressed their astonishment. Chapter 14. Confidence. The two elders were evidently skeptical. In this day and age, how many young people still possess the ability to cook? Could he truly be adept in the kitchen? If he merely knows how to fry a few simple dishes, then that would be another matter altogether. Xie Qian immediately scoffed, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. He ought to be able to. Su Xiaoxue's subsequent words carried a touch less assurance. Having lived with Wang Yu for a while, she had never witnessed him cooking. They occasionally prepared a meal together when she was in good spirits or simply dined out. You can shop. I will handle the cooking, Xie Qian sighed, clearly somewhat displeased. Why don't we just eat out? I'm tired of your mother's cooking. Su Hongbo jested earnestly. You old man, Xie Qian retorted in annoyance. I cook for you every day, and yet you are so picky. Or I could cook instead, Aunt Li offered. After a moment of hesitation, the three decided that Aunt Li would indeed take on the task. They all overlooked Wang Yu, who was enthusiastically purchasing ingredients, none believing he could truly cook. Honey, I'm back. A voice called from outside. The four turned to see Wang Yu entering with 2 large bags in hand. He had spent nearly 4,000 yuan on ingredients. How did you manage to buy so much? Su Xiaoxue exclaimed, glancing at the bags filled with oysters and king crabs. I figure it was a good opportunity to treat Uncle and Annie well. Wang Yu seized every chance to express himself. Upon hearing this, his parents-in-law were quite pleased with him. Xiao Wang, to be honest, we can't possibly eat that much, Xie Qian remarked. Wang Yu's heart soared at this unexpected compliment from his mother-in-law. It felt like a significant breakthrough. Also, while passing the flower and burr market, I bought a potted plant because it looked lovely. Seemingly lost in thought, Wang Yu turned and stepped outside again, returning with a beautiful potted plant. The plant resembled a small tree adorned with blossoms, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of branches dusted with snow. It's stunning. Both Su Xiaoxue and Xie Qian exclaimed in unison. Su Hongbo, however, was utterly captivated. He had no other hobbies, but he cherished tending to potted plants. Although he had seen this variety before, it had always been too expensive for him, and with the recent arrival of triplets, financial pressures had quashed his intentions to save for one. I find this truly beautiful. I wonder if Uncle and Annie will like it. Wang Yu placed the potted plant on the table and inquired, is this a June snow? Su Hongbo's excitement was palpable as he approached the plant, examining it closely. I consider myself a bit of a bonsai enthusiast too. Xiao Wang, you have excellent taste. I think it's wonderful. Su Hongbo cradled the bonsai and twirled around a few times, a smile gradually emerging on his face. Indeed, it is the snow in June, a truly precious specimen. Su Xiaoxue was also delighted to witness this moment. How much did you spend on it? She suddenly inquired, turning her head. This pot has an excellent appearance, and its packaging is quite luxurious. I fear it cost a considerable sum, Su Hongbo remarked after examining the bonsai for a while. Wang Yu nodded nonchalantly, stating, not too much, around 5 to 6,000. Is it really necessary to spend such a large amount on a mere bonsai? Su Xiaoxui exclaimed, astonished. As long as Dad likes it, no amount is too great. Wang Yu declared earnestly. Su Hongbo chuckled. Thank you, young Wang. I have admired the snow in June for quite some time, but I dislike the cheaper, inferior quality ones, and I hesitate to spend on this expensive one. What use are flowers and plants? They merely sit there for you to admire. Xie Qian interjected dismissively. What do you know? I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Su Hongbo retorted, his focus entirely absorbed by the bonsai, his eyes nearly glued to it. Humph, I couldn't care less, Xie Qian scoffed, her tone tinged with an unusual flavor. Wang Yu immediately seized upon this. It was evident that this bonsai resonated with Su Hongbo's tastes, bringing him much joy. His purchase was less about impressing his uncle and aunt, and more an expression of filial piety towards Su Hongbo. However, he had brought no gifts for Xie Qian, which left her somewhat dissatisfied. Annie, I didn't T-spot any good jewelry stores on the way here. Wang Yu shifted the topic. After we eat, I'll take you and Xiaoxue shopping. If you find something you like, we shall buy it. Upon hearing this, Xie Qian's expression suddenly shifted. No. You should save all your money for the baby. I'm old now. Why would I need jewelry? Though her words rejected the idea, the joy in her tone was unmistakable. Wang Yu immediately replied with a smile. How can you say that? I don't see you as old at all. Just a little dressing up beside Xiaoxue, and people would think you were her sister. Oh, really? Xie Qian looked both surprised and delighted, touching her face. Do I really look that young? Absolutely, Wang Yu replied, blinking his big eyes. Oh, young Wang, your words are truly sweet. Much better than some who spend all day pondering trivialities. Xie Qian laughed, casting a glance at Su Hongbo. Yet, he remained immersed in the world of the bonsai, seemingly oblivious to the conversation around him. Uncle, Annie, please rest. I will go prepare dinner shortly. With a gentle smile, Wang Yu then picked up his bag and headed towards the kitchen. Let me do it, Mr. Wang, Aunt Li, the housekeeper, immediately offered upon seeing him. This had been a prior agreement among them. Aunt Li, let me handle it. I want my parents to taste my cooking. Wang Yu declined with a smile. Young Wang, what can you cook? Xie Qian suddenly asked. Mom, just sit back and wait, Wang Yu replied as he carried the bag into the kitchen. Upon donning an apron, he immediately transformed into a master chef, demonstrating remarkable skill akin to that of a true culinary artist. Su Xiaoxue and Xie Qian observed from the kitchen, witnessing him expertly managing the ingredients with utmost composure. Miss Su, your husband is truly wonderful. There are not many men who can cook these days, Aunt Li remarked to Su Xiaoxue, her tone laced with envy. Who would have thought that young Wang could actually cook? Xie Qian expressed her surprise. After about an hour, Wang Yu finally completed his culinary endeavors, presenting dish after dish of his creations upon the dining table. The eyes of the onlookers sparkled as they beheld the delectable offerings before them, spicy crayfish and braised abalone, with the rich aroma wafting through the air even before they began to eat. Finished, Wang Yu exclaimed, clapping his hands. Let's eat. As he spoke, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Indeed, his culinary skills were quite impressive. Chapter 15. The flavors were delightful, and all four were thoroughly satisfied. The meal prepared by Wang Yu, who had exchanged 30 points for the title of super chef, was undoubtedly delicious. After relishing the feast, their impressions of Wang Yu had significantly improved. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, with someone shouting loudly about rent. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue promptly stood up to open the door. A middle-aged man stood there with keys in hand, stating, Miss, you have consistently delayed your rent by several days each month. This time it cannot be overlooked. In a few days, I will receive my salary. May I request a few extra days? Su Xiaoxue asked, feeling embarrassed. If you have no money, then you should move out, the middle-aged man retorted, his tone harsh and his gaze shifting as he scrutinized the curvaceous Su Xiaoxue. With a hint of implication, he suggested, or perhaps you could repay me in other ways. Wang Yu, who was tidying up the room, was infuriated upon hearing these words. "You scoundrel! How dare you harass my wife?" he bellowed, charging out without uttering another word, delivering a punch to the landlord. The landlord, taken by surprise, quickly raised his arms to shield his face. Thud! Wang Yu's fist struck hard, sending the landlord sprawling back. The landlord felt the immense force behind the blow, causing a slight ache in his arm. "What do you think you're doing, meddling in affairs that aren't yours?" he shouted in fear, eyeing Wang Yu warily. He distinctly remembered that this female tenant lived alone and had frequently delayed her rent, had she not employed a maid. He would have seized the opportunity long ago. He had always found Su Xiaoxue beautiful, which had led him to overlook her payment delays. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue's parents and the maid emerged as well. "I am her husband," Wang Yu shouted in fury. "What did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat it." "I merely asked her to pay her rent," the landlord retorted, undeterred. Since he had not truly gained the upper hand, he defiantly continued. "Your wife still owes me 3,000 from last month. But we agreed on 2,000. Su Xiaoxue interjected, her expression darkening. "The utilities alone amount to 1,000. the landlord declared. However, as soon as these words were spoken, both Su Xiaoxue and her parents simultaneously displayed expressions of anger. A monthly utility bill of 1,000? That is utterly absurd. It is evident that the landlord, having suddenly been provoked by Wang Yu, is attempting to extort them. I stated 3,000, and that is non-negotiable. Wang Yu let out a cold laugh, suddenly retrieving his wallet from his pocket. Xiao Wang, do not heed his words. We must personally inspect this utility bill. Su Hongbo interjected. Wang Yu, brimming with fury, noticed the landlord's practiced tone, which indicated he had likely harassed Su Xiaoxue more than once. No need for inspection, Wang Yu shouted, swiftly tossing a stack of cash. The landlord, taken aback, hurriedly grabbed the money and counted it before their eyes. A total of 3,600. Xiao Wang, why did you give him an extra 600? Su Hongbo inquired, puzzled. That extra 600 is for his hospital expenses. Wang Yu roared, delivering a forceful punch to the landlord's other cheek. The landlord cried out in pain, covering his eyes. You scoundrel, he bellowed, his anger reaching a boiling point. Get out. I will not rent to you, he shouted furiously. Let us leave, Wang Yu replied, unwavering. You think I would still want to rent from you? This small house cannot possibly accommodate our parents and 3 children. If you have the audacity, do not rent at all. This entire area is under my influence. The landlord shouted back. Many landlords around here are acquaintances of mine. If I refuse to rent to you, they will not either. Su Hongbo and Xie Qian sensed the gravity of the situation. They lacked resources and connections in Long City, and offending someone could lead to dire consequences. They felt Wang Yu's actions were somewhat reckless. How laughable, Wang Yu scoffed. He had just procured a villa through the system and was contemplating moving out as soon as possible. Xiao Wang, do not act impulsively. It is exceedingly difficult to find housing right now. Let us apologize to the landlord. We still need to rent a place. Indeed, Xiao Wang. You must also consider the well-being of the little ones. As the landlord threatened to evict them all, Su Xiaoxue's parents immediately panicked. Neither of them were locals of Long City, leaving them powerless to intervene. If Su Xiaoxue were to be thrown out, the children would have nowhere to stay. Although their initial impression of Wang Yu had changed, they felt it necessary to reconsider. This young man was indeed rather impulsive, failing to genuinely consider his wife and children. Wang Yu, filled with rage, felt guilty towards Su Xiaoxue, and witnessing her distress in front of the landlord only fueled his anger. It is just a decrepit house. I do not need to rent. He promptly took out his phone and dialed. Hello, this is Wang Yu. The procedures for the villa on Uni Street in Shanghai District you mentioned earlier are nearly complete. May I inquire whether you could send a vehicle to pick me up now? He had heard of the villas on Uni Street, renowned as the premier villa district in Long City, known for their exceptional service, alleviating concerns about moving. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, the landlord wore a derisive expression. What a boast. You are simply boasting. Is the Uni Street villa also a place you can relocate to? What kind of wealthy individual are you? A pretentious pauper. It appears you do not comprehend the principle that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, especially not a cunning one like you. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain oblivious to the power of the mighty. The landlord made a call, and shortly thereafter, two burly men wielding steel pipes arrived, their tattoos depicting dragons and tigers. Do you not realize whose territory this is? If you dare to strike me, I shall ensure you crawl out of here today. The menacing demeanor of these thugs swiftly caused Su Xiaoshua's parents to pull her away from Wang Yu. Xiaoshua, what has gotten into this Wang Yu? Why is he so impulsive? Indeed, Xiaoshua, I thought he was a grounded young man, but I never expected him to act so rashly and irrationally. Moreover, I have heard of the Jiangfeng Villa. It is quite expensive. Xiaoshua, you should reconsider your relationship with him. The elders, startled, began to contemplate their daughter's association with Wang Yu. Ultimately, parents prioritize their children's happiness, and if their daughter were to be involved with such a hot-headed man, they would find it difficult to feel at ease. However, Su Xiaoshua did not forget what they had said that morning. Dad, Mom, please do not be agitated. Wang Yu indeed possesses a villa in the Jiangfeng district. It was left to him by his uncle, who is relocating abroad. We were actually considering when to move there, never anticipating such an incident. Chapter 16. Indecision. Su Xiaoshua's earnest expression left her parents in a state of uncertainty. Could there truly be such a villa? The landlord hesitated as well. Could it be genuine? Was this scoundrel actually some hidden figure of significance? The Shanghai villa could not simply be acquired with wealth alone. He scrutinized Wang Yu's attire and then his watch. Both appeared to be worthless trinkets. How could such a person have an uncle of such stature? I'm no coward. If you truly possess property in the Shanghai district, I shall eat dung while standing on my head today. A group of rustic bumpkins, they will be dispatched without hesitation. At this moment, the landlord issued a command, and the thugs began to advance, but Wang Yu instinctively pulled Su Xiaoshua behind him. Damn it! If that manager does not arrive soon, we are finished. Just then, a cacophony of car horns interrupted the security's actions. The landlord turned to see several large vans parked on the road, marked as the moving crew and security service for the Shanghai villa. As he stood in a daze, workers began to disembark, all clad in uniform. A formally dressed, middle-aged man hurried over to Wang Yu. Mr. Wang, it is an honor to serve you. Wang Yu was taken aback. You actually know me? Indeed, our records include photographs of every homeowner. Wang Yu nodded in realization, astonished by the power of this system, capable of managing even such matters. The landlord was rendered speechless. Manager Wang, is he truly the owner of your Shanghai villa? Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that Wang Yu would never possess a villa in the Shanghai district, yet this very moment, doubts began to creep into his mind. Manager Wang was the foremost sales manager for Jiangfeng's distinguished villas. Ordinary villa owners were unlikely to even meet him. Now, he was personally attending to Wang Yu's family. Could it be that Wang Yu's background extended beyond merely owning a villa in the area? Perhaps he had acquired a premier estate. It has been so long. How have you been? How is the rent? To his surprise, this neighborhood was actually a property of a subsidiary company linked to their Shanghai villas, with the landlord being a sublessor. Naturally, this arrangement allowed for arbitrary increases in rent and utility fees, as well as the possibility of harassing attractive tenants. What could be better? Just as the landlord was about to speak, Wang Yu coldly interjected, causing the landlord's face to flush with embarrassment, while Manager Wang's expression turned ominously pale. How audacious! Why does our company employ such scum? Leave immediately, and rest assured, you will find no future in the real estate industry. Manager Wang then retrieved a check from his pocket, scribbled on it, and forcefully slapped it onto the landlord's face. The landlord's face drained of color, and he was left speechless, his intentions to speak further thwarted as Manager Wang followed Wang Yu into the house, profusely apologizing and briefing him on various matters regarding the new villas in Jiangfeng district. Our villas maintain a duplex structure with a total area exceeding 900 square meters, featuring 6 spacious bedrooms and several children's rooms, alongside a maid's chamber. Upon noticing the children at home, he quickly converted one room into a children's bedroom. Nonetheless, he found himself quite satisfied. Wang Yu, upon hearing Manager Wang's descriptions, felt a deep sense of contentment. After a bustling afternoon, they successfully moved into their new abode. Inside the villa, Wang Yu's parents-in-law appeared quite embarrassed. They had never anticipated their son-in-law possessed such capabilities and had thought him merely boastful, revealing their sheltered perspectives. However, their concern lingered. Why would someone so affluent abandon his daughter only to return? Was it merely for amusement? They subsequently called Su Xiaoxue aside and quietly inquired, "Xiaoxue, while Wang is indeed impressive in many aspects, we originally intended to teach you how to capture his heart." Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, he remained oblivious to their conversation as the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The host has successfully secured a stable residence for the baby, rewarding shares in a prestigious creative company. The mechanical announcement left Wang Yu momentarily dazed, not from the sound itself, but from the reward bestowed upon him. Ever since he had connected with this system, he had accrued several 100,000 huaxia coins, along with automobiles and properties. And now he had obtained shares in his wife's company. Wang Yu swallowed hard, his affection for the baby intensifying. People often claim that raising children could stave off old age, yet for him, nurturing a child had become a path to prosperity. "Darling, you are all my lucky stars." He eagerly kissed several babies. That night, Su Hongba and Xie Qian were preparing to leave. It was the weekend, and they finally had some time to visit. Upon seeing Wang Yu, they breathed a sigh of relief. As they departed, they warmly praised Wang Yu, wishing him a prosperous life. After sending off her parents, "Darling, it feels wonderful to have you by my side. My parents have agreed to let me be with you." At that moment, a relaxed smile finally graced Wang Yu's face. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. "Wife, tonight," he chuckled, gazing at Su Xiaoxue. Though his words were left unfinished, his mischievous grin fully revealed his desires. Wang Yu was in exceptionally high spirits. Not only had he resolved his work issues, but more importantly, he had reunited with his beloved wife and welcomed 3 adorable children into their lives. He felt utterly fulfilled. Su Xiaoxue's expression of happiness hesitated for a moment. All these troubles stemmed from the drunken mistakes Wang Yu had made initially. A pang of anxiety struck Wang Yu's heart. She was still quite worried. He quickly reassured her, "My dear, it's all right." However, Su Xiaoxue abruptly raised her hand to stop him. "Husband, could you give me a little more time to adjust?" Wang Yu promptly nodded, understanding that now she was truly his. And how far could they be from each other while sharing the same bed? Besides, they had a long journey ahead of them. "I apologize for my thoughtlessness." That night, Wang Yu slept in a separate bedroom, next to where his wife and their precious children rested, and he peacefully drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of a baby crying. Aunt Li and Su Xiaoxue were sitting on the bedside, soothing the child. The eldest had finished breakfast but was still wailing. "Aunt Li, could you check if he needs to relieve himself?" Tuan, we need to get him dressed." The youngest, Sanbao, was the most well-behaved. Chapter 17. Back to the company, the urgency in the soothing female voice brought a sense of sweetness to Wang Yu's heart, while a wave of guilt washed over him. Was Su Xiaoxue enduring such challenges alone every day while he was absent? He vowed never to let her struggle on her own again. "Leave dressing Tuan to me." He immediately immersed himself in the battle of caring for the children. After a lengthy struggle, Wang Yu earned a considerable reward in huaxia currency, and he and Su Xiaoxue finally sat down at the table to enjoy breakfast. "You haven't found a suitable job yet, have you?" Su Xiaoxue inquired, wanting to ascertain Wang Yu's situation. "Yes, I am contemplating job opportunities, but having seen how hard you've been working, I intend to stay home and care for the children. Taking care of the kids is more rewarding than a job." Su Xiaoxue promptly set down her plate, her brows furrowing. "If that's the case, you might as well join Mingyu Creative. After all, I can interview you and find a relatively suitable position for you." Wang Yu was taken aback by her willingness to arrange a job for him. It truly felt as though she considered him family. "But that seems inappropriate. I was just dismissed from the company, and many people witnessed it. If I return to work now, how will my colleagues perceive me?" "Disregard the opinions of others. I am aware of your capabilities. It is perfectly acceptable to relax the requirements of your resume to some degree. Furthermore, I intend to initially assume the role of the Human Resources Director to familiarize myself with the company's operations, without hastily exercising the authority of the chairman." At this moment, Wang Yu found himself unable to resist the stubbornness of Su Xiaoxue and could only nod in agreement. I will head to the company now. Remember to report at 10. Su Xiaoxue instructive. As Wang Yu contemplated whether he could care for the baby while still receiving some rewards, his phone rang. Hello, may I speak with Chairman Wang Yu? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. When had he last been referred to as chairman? Hadn't the company's shares been transferred? Sorry. You must have dialed the wrong number. He hung up, but to his surprise, the same call came through again a few minutes later. I apologize, Chairman Wang. I am the current president of Mingyu Creative. I noticed a change in shareholders, which makes you the largest shareholder of our company now. I would like to report to you regarding our operational circumstances and the share transfer that requires your signature. Could you possibly spare some time to come in? Wang Yu suddenly understood. While the system could facilitate the transfer of assets, certain matters still necessitated his physical signature. The system was remarkably powerful, seemingly designed to prevent him from being taken advantage of. After considering the time, he responded, All right, I understand, but I am quite busy at the moment, so I can only allocate half an hour for you. Don't worry, Chairman. It won't take long, the president assured. Wang Yu promptly gathered his things and drove to Mingyu Creative, knowing that his children were being looked after by Aunt Lee, and he had no need for concern. Currently, Mingyu Creative is a highly influential company in Long City. Before long, he arrived at the office. However, as he approached the entrance, a remark shattered his mood. Well, if it isn't the person expelled by Supervisor Liu, why are you here making a fool of yourself instead of looking for a job? I'm sorry, but our company has regulations against allowing outsiders to enter. Supervisor Liu's face appeared before him. After being dismissed, Wang Yu had insulted Song Yao Tian, which infuriated Lu Chong, who was eager to retaliate against Wang Yu for targeting his nephew. He felt compelled to ridicule him. Back again because you couldn't find work, huh? Lu Chong mocked, envisioning the humiliation he wished to inflict on Wang Yu. Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Did he truly need to engage with such a buffoon? Calmly, he walked past Lu Chong, dismissing him as insignificant. However, just as he took a few steps, he noticed a beautiful figure rushing towards him. It was Su Xiaoxue, just arriving for her first day of work. She approached Wang Yu, and Lu Chong quickly recognized that they had a close relationship. Although it was her first day, Lu Chong, as a senior executive, had received immediate notification that she was the newly appointed Human Resources Director. Why have you only just arrived? Couldn't you have dressed a bit more elegantly? Why are you dressed like this? Lu Chong's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had discovered a point of attack. Although Su Xiaoxue's expression was far from pleasant, her gaze was solely fixed on Wang Yu. I see now how you came to our company. It's because of your unscrupulous abuse of power, you wretched woman. On your very first day, you misuse your authority. You have truly elevated your voice, adopting a tone that is nothing short of righteous. Su Xiaoxue, you have indeed grown bolder. The higher-ups value you, which is why you were appointed as the HR director. But how have you conducted yourself? Wang Yu, as we all know, was just dismissed for confronting his superior, and yet you allowed him to report to work. What on earth do you mean by this? Do you think our company's leaders are blind? At this moment, Su Xiaoxue was taken aback by the barrage of accusations. She merely intended to help Wang Yu secure a position at Mingyu Creative. Yet her noble intentions had been ruthlessly exposed by Lu Chong before the situation had even begun to unfold. His loud voice drew the attention of other employees, who paused to observe, captivated by his display of righteousness. What is going on? Why is there a commotion over there? Hey, did you hear? That person is Su Xiaoxue, the newly appointed HR director. Wang Yu was just fired. I wonder why she has brought him back to the company. What could it be? A backdoor entry, perhaps? The company is currently hiring a design director. Could she be bringing him in for a managerial role? But look at her appearance. She seems single. Yet their relationship appears almost marital, doesn't it? Is she really single? She has 3 children already. Besides, I saw them together at the mall last time, looking quite intimate. He must be her man. It seemed that some within the company recognized her. This series of discussions left Su Xiaoxue feeling utterly flustered. Her original intention was to discreetly arrange a job for Wang Yu, but it now appeared increasingly improbable. The immediate priority was to quell the uproar, for if things escalated, not only would Wang Yu likely be barred from entering the company, but she too would face repercussions. Who is abusing their power? If you don't know, stop spreading falsehoods. When did I ever say Wang Yu would become the design director? The position I sought for him is that of a security guard, for heaven's sake. Chapter 18. Incredulity as Su Xiaoshua's words fell. It was indeed true that her current recruitment was primarily for two positions, the company's design director and a security guard. Wang Yu was in no way qualified for the role of design director, but as a security guard, he would more than suffice. Caught in the act, Wang Yu could only accept a more suitable position to quell the discussions. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned, and even Lu Chong wore a look of disbelief. Su Xiaoxue, now the HR director, had effectively become a minor leader within the company. The fact that she was willing to allow the man by her side to take on the role of a security guard, the position with the lowest contribution value in the entire company, was astonishing. You truly are willing to, she murmured, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Yu was a loss for words, yet refrained from elaborating further. Having already made such considerable sacrifices, what more was there to say? It was rather absurd that her superior held such a position while her partner served as a company security guard. Nevertheless, one could argue that securing employment was still a commendable achievement, wasn't it? The surrounding individuals, their initial excitement dissipating, began to disperse, though faint murmurs of conversation lingered. I remarked that Director Su was quite ruthless, prioritizing her own reputation to the extent of assigning her partner to a security role. If you ask me, this situation arose from being cornered. Otherwise, who knows, her partner might have been promoted to director by tomorrow. As the crowd gradually thinned, Su Xiaoxue cast a guilt-ridden glance at Wang Yu. I'm sorry, dear. I truly didn't mean to. Wang Yu smiled, gesturing for her to refrain from continuing. After all, the company now belonged to him. Was there really a distinction between being a security guard and a design director? It's nothing. A security guard can earn a living too. I'll be your and your baby's dedicated security guard. The two exchanged a knowing smile before proceeding with the onboarding process, after which Wang Yu donned his security uniform. You should familiarize yourself with the company. I have some matters to attend to. All right, I'll see you after work. Wang Yu felt a surge of sweetness as he watched his wife depart. Working in the same company seemed rather pleasant. Su Xiaoxue always prioritized her work over herself, but he couldn't allow her to bear all the burdens alone. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone jolted Wang Yu from his reverie. He recalled his true purpose for being there. He had come to work as a security guard. He hurriedly made his way to the elevator, heading straight for the president's office on the top floor of the Wang Creative Building. Inside the top floor office, Chao Yingjie was anxiously glancing at her watch, her excitement palpable. As the CEO of Wang Creative, under her leadership over the past few years, the company's stock price had shown a remarkable upward trajectory, consistently exceeding 25% growth for several years. This was an excellent trend for any company, providing no reason to consider selling it. However, a recent phone call had abruptly overturned her assessment. Wang Creative was unexpectedly acquired, and, astonishingly, it had changed ownership overnight. Neither she nor the executives present could fathom such a sudden shift. Director Chao, could it be true that Wang Creative Group has indeed changed shareholders? No way. The chairman just briefed me on the company's future development plans 2 days ago. How could he have changed his mind so swiftly? Has the market climate shifted this year? Indeed, Director Chao, what on earth is happening? Why would a flourishing company as shareholders choose to sell their stakes? I have never even heard of this new director. Hey, it's all quite mysterious. With this new chairman, whether the previous strategies can still be executed remains a significant concern. The executives buzzed with disbelief, unable to accept that their substantial company had changed hands overnight. Chao Yingjie, with a stern demeanor, rapped her fingers on the table. She was a woman of decisive action, and everyone present knew of her formidable capabilities. Enough. I, too, am uncertain about what exactly is unfolding. However, there is one reassuring aspect. The new director does not intend to start afresh. The previous plans can proceed as usual. I am the one initiating this briefing. Everyone should work diligently and, ideally, discern the chairman's character first. The group nodded in agreement, relieved that the new chairman is willing to delegate authority and remain outside the company's management, which is undoubtedly a positive development. just as the room filled with nodding heads. The closed door of the conference room suddenly opened a crack. Who is it? A meeting is in progress inside. Wang Yu finally located the so-called presidential conference room. Upon opening the door, he was met with a stern reprimand. The executives, already anxious about the potential repercussions of the chairman's transition, were understandably irritated when an uninvited security guard barged in. If the new chairman were to arrive and witness such lax management within the company, what do you think of them? Is there a problem with their management skills? Or perhaps the employee management system has not been properly implemented? How could a mere security guard casually intrude upon a senior meeting? Wang Yu, however, remained unfazed, repeatedly confirming that this was indeed the presidential office before confidently entering. Is this not the presidential conference room? Then I have not erred. I am the new chairman. Did not your president summon me to hear the briefing? He chose a seat and sat down. This action incited all the executives to rise in indignation. What on earth is this security guard saying? What is he doing at this moment? This is their first meeting to report business matters to the chairman, and a security guard has barged in, boasting of being the new chairman. It is utterly ludicrous. If a security guard can assume the role of chairman, then they too could easily become billionaires. Who are you? Get out immediately. If you continue to stand there spouting nonsense, you need not bother coming to work tomorrow. A scowling executive, the head of logistics and security, thundered at Wang Yu. Faced with such a security guard, he felt as though his own authority was being obliterated, and the president's stern gaze made him wish to tear Wang Yu into pieces. Security also plays a role in promoting corporate culture. Guards must not disturb employees during their work hours, as stipulated in the contract. How could this guard be so audacious? I have just joined the company, and, I have received a wonderfully positive impression from all aspects. You are all doing splendidly. Yet Wang Yu appeared oblivious to his words, not only refusing to leave, but also beginning to critique them, as if he truly believed himself to be the chairman. Only Chao Yingjie displayed a growing look of confusion. A security guard, so aggressively questioned by so many executives, should have been quaking in fear. Why is he so composed? Chapter 19. A shock to the entire room. Could he truly be the new director? However, having never seen him before, she hesitated to draw a conclusion. The scowling executive felt as if his lungs might burst. Who recruited this employee? Did they not possess the discernment to see his demeanor? In the presence of so many colleagues, could one truly be oblivious to the palpable anger? He even dared to pass judgment on the company, who bestowed upon him such audacity. A mere security guard from the logistics department exuded such confidence that it indeed made me feel a heightened sense of security. An executive, who seldom interacted with the logistics department, delivered a sardonic remark, leaving no doubt about the sarcasm embedded within his words. The other executives gradually regained their composure, observing the farce from their seats with detached amusement. After all, if the chairman had yet to arrive, they might as well enjoy the spectacle. Why aren't you hastening to leave? Shall I summon another guard? The executive, now visibly incensed, found himself compelled to suppress his fury in the presence of such a brazen scoundrel. He resolved that those responsible for hiring this individual would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, perplexed. Wasn't he it them who summoned him to partake in this meeting? Yet, upon his arrival, he found himself cast as an adversary. It was then he glanced down at his attire, suddenly enlightened. Ah, so is the fault of this garb. They had never encountered him before. Wang Yu shook his head, retrieving his phone to contact the president. The irate executive attempted to snatch the phone from Wang Yu's grasp, but before he could act, Chao Yingjie had already gestured for silence. Hello, Chairman Wang. A hush fell over the room as everyone understood that Chao Yingjie was conversing with the newly appointed chairman. Hey, President Chao, I'm here, but it seems I'm not welcomed. At that moment, every gaze turned toward the source of the voice, and instinctively, everyone, including Chao Yingjie, rose to their feet, for the voice belonged to none other than the intruding security guard, who had pressed his phone to his ear, his voice resonating through Chao Yingjie's device. He truly was the new chairman. The sudden quietness in the office made the sound of the black-faced executive swallowing audibly pronounced. Even if he racked his brain, he could not fathom that the new chairman would make such an entrance. Hello, Chairman Wang. Chao Yingjia was the first to react, deeply bowing to Wang Yu. Chairman, the remaining executives soon followed suit, yet as they greeted him, beads of cold sweat adorned their foreheads. Greetings to you all. Greetings. Wang Yu smiled in return. There is no need for formality. What you did earlier was not amiss. There is no need for anxiety. You performed admirably. The security department should uphold such vigor, adhering to protocol regardless of the circumstances. The company's security relies on decisive measures. Wang Yu deliberately commended the exceedingly embarrassed, black-faced executive. The atmosphere in the conference room eased. The report then proceeded in an orderly fashion. By the end, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Chao Yingjia's capabilities were indeed commendable, with policies and systems aligning perfectly with their esteemed creative vision. Excellent. I am overall quite satisfied. I am confident in entrusting Mingyu Creative to you all. Wang Yu stood up after speaking, stating that our efforts have yielded the company's profits, which in turn benefit all present. He mentioned he had matters to attend to and would refrain from further discussion at that moment. As everyone rose to see him off, Chao Yingjia couldn't help but wonder when Wang Yu would be leaving. Mr. Wang, why are you wearing the company uniform? Oh, I will be working as a security guard at our company for a while, so you all must pretend not to recognize me. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled by the new chairman's intentions. Yet, it was not difficult to deduce that he preferred a low profile. Instead of basking in the adoration of thousands, he chose to assume the modest role of an inconspicuous security guard. They shared knowing looks and nodded in agreement. As long as Chairman Wang remained silent, there would only be a guard by the surname Wang within the company. That day, the welfare of all employees in the security department increased by 10%. However, Wang Yu wore a face of anxiety. What is wrong? My dear, what is the matter? Don't worry, I'll find you immediately. Please don't cry. At that moment, he received a call from his wife, Su Xiaoxue, who sounded on the verge of tears. When he inquired about the cause, she was unable to articulate her worries. Wang Yu could only offer her reassurances. Eventually, he met Su Xiaoxue by the grand vehicle. Upon seeing she was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. My dear, what is troubling you? What has happened? Su Xiaoxue's eyes were red, clearly having cried, causing him to feel anxious and perplexed. Darling, after a moment of choking emotion, Wang Yu finally understood Su Xiaoxue's concerns. Someone from the hospital had visited her, informing her that the birth certificates for their babies lacked names and that they needed to be registered immediately. However, Su Xiaoxue had been preoccupied all day, leaving her no time to name their children. This matter was urgent. The hospital required a prompt response, and Su Xiaoxue was at a loss for suitable names, which only heightened her distress. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just naming the children. Leave this task to me. Wang Yu eagerly accepted the responsibility. As for names, I can surely think of them on the drive to the hospital. My dear, please don't cry. He then embraced Su Xiaoxue, who awkwardly squirmed a bit before allowing him to hold her. Naming a child is indeed a significant matter, not to be taken lightly. Although he had a few names in mind, none truly satisfied him. In the car, Su Xiaoxue began to share her thoughts with Wang Yu. Oh, which names have you considered? Let us discuss them now. As he turned to speak, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. At that moment, numerous names swirled in his mind. While naming a single individual is simple, assigning names to 3 children posed a considerable challenge. He did not wish to name each child individually, since God had bestowed upon him the opportunity to become a father of 3. It signified that these 3 little ones were inseparable. To name them separately would diminish the significance of their bond. In Chapter 20, on naming, I believe the names of our 3 babies should undoubtedly be interconnected so that everyone may recognize them as children of the same family. Initially, I contemplated using colors of the rainbow, red, yellow, and green, but upon further reflection, I found it rather unappealing. Numbers also possess their own significance. For instance, January consists of 30 days. While people may possess worldly desires, one could express the brevity of life with phrases like 3 long and 2 short. Yet upon consideration, those names still seemed quite unmelodious. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxue incessantly spoke, each word causing Wang Yu's complexion to pale progressively. To think that naming a child could be so intricate. Listening to Su Xiaoshue's discourse made it apparent that this endeavor was indeed a profound art. He reflected on his own name, Wang Yu, which evidently bore his father's aspirations for him to be the most expansive child beneath the sky. Unfortunately, he felt a twinge of sadness as memories of his father surfaced. The man remained imprisoned, and he had not visited him over the years due to his inability to confront reality. A deep sorrow enveloped him, and now, as he embraced the role of a father, he truly understood the weight of the term father. Have you thought of any names? Su Xiaoshue's question abruptly interrupted Wang Yu's reverie. He resolved to visit his father once he completed these matters. I believe that since the Bao and Xiao Bao are boys, their names must embody strength and carry auspicious meanings, exclaimed Wang Yu, thumping the steering wheel. How about naming them Wang Ji and Wang Chong? Boys must be resilient. Only then can they shoulder their responsibilities and, upon embracing such duties, find happiness and health. As he spoke, he felt his right cheek dampen. Husband, I trust your judgment. You decided so quickly. Wang Yu felt warmth in his heart despite the moisture on his face. Indeed, nothing instills greater pride in a man than receiving the praise of his beloved. With the boy's name settled, it was time to consider the girls. They should embody gentleness, grace, and possess a calm, delicate, and kind disposition. A glimmer of inspiration sparkled in Wang Yu's eyes. What do you think of Wang Wei Ro, my dear? A gentle demeanor is the highest compliment for a girl, encompassing our hopes for our daughter's future elegance and composure. Su Xiaoxue repeatedly murmured the names, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, I adore them all. Those shall be the names. Let us proceed to register them. As Wang Yu ignited the engine, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully naming the 3 little ones. Reward, 700 points. At this moment, a smile involuntarily graced Wang Yu's face. His points were substantial. Previously, he had spent some to acquire a chef's skill, believing it to be a one-time use. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered it was indeed a permanent skill. Such a thing could be exchanged for skill points. He thought to inquire with the system about what else could be traded. The Long City Hospital was not far off. Both Su Xiaoxue and Wang Yu wore smiles on their faces. With the baby's name already decided, subsequent matters would undoubtedly become considerably easier. A person's name is a lifelong identifier, and with such rapid certainty, how could they not feel joy? However, this happiness was short-lived, as a sorrowful cry nearby captured their attention. Please, doctor, I beg you to save my child. He is still so small. Look at my baby, how adorable he is. He was just smiling at me. He called me mother. How could he die? He won't. Wang Yu focused his gaze and saw a woman kneeling before the doctor, cradling an infant in her arms. The baby, not much bigger than his own child, lay in her embrace, pale and contorted in agony. Madam, it is not that I do not wish to save him. Rather, I am at a loss with this condition. Our recommendation is to transfer you to a larger hospital. The mother, clutching her baby, pleaded desperately, but to no avail. Though the doctor's expression mirrored compassion, he uttered words that plunged the mother into despair. How can this be? Doctor, please look again. My child has been perfectly healthy until now. How could he be beyond saving? Her heart-wrenching pleas moved bystanders to the point of indignation, and they began to reprimand the doctor. Doctor, do you have no conscience? That child is clearly in dire straits. Even if there is little hope, you should at least take him to the ward for examination. How can you declare him beyond help with just a glance? This is utterly heartless. Indeed, doctor, as parents ourselves, we understand the profound sorrow this mother must feel. Even if treatment is impossible, your hospital should at least make an effort, they implored. Su Xiaoshue's expression shifted to one of compassion. The child was merely the same age as her own, and she could hardly fathom the anguish of kneeling before a doctor in such desperation. Esteemed guests, it is not that I am unwilling to provide treatment. This patient has not just arrived. We have been unable to identify any cause for her child condition at our hospital. Thus, I must recommend that she seek care at a larger facility. The doctor hastened to clarify, perhaps fearing misinterpretation from the crowd. Other patients nearby corroborated his words. Yes, this lady has visited several times, and the doctors have exerted their utmost efforts. However, the child's condition remains inexplicably elusive, leading to the recommendation for transfer. Indeed, Dr. Wu is renowned for his exceptional medical skills. He never turns away a patient. And the only reason he would transfer a child to another hospital is out of concern for the worsening of their condition. At this moment, the onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. If the doctor's assertion holds true, then it would be unjust to place blame upon him. The world is rife with myriad ailments, and every physician toils diligently. It is likely they, too, experience anguish when faced with conditions they cannot remedy. No, that cannot be. This is the premier hospital in Long City. I refuse to believe that you cannot heal my child. Chapter 21. Taking action, doctor. I implore you, the mother pleaded. I have visited other hospitals, but they all claimed ignorance regarding my child's condition and refused to accept us. Your hospital has always proclaimed itself to be the finest in Long City. Her words elicited disapproval from the others present, who shook their heads. It was as if she were possessed by some force. With such clarity in their discourse, what good would it do to remain unaccepted? It would be wiser to seek fortune in a larger city. Alas, there is indeed little that can be done here. Allow me to provide you with the contact number for a hospital in Kyoto. You may inquire there. The doctor, appearing helpless, helped the mother to her feet and retrieved a business card from his pocket. The Kyoto hospital is regarded as the most prestigious in the nation. Perhaps they may possess a solution for the child. If they too find themselves at a loss, then the child's fate would be truly dire. Tears streamed down the mother's face. Doctor, it is not that I wish to avoid the larger city. But look at this child. Does he seem capable of enduring a long journey? If there were a way, I would not keep troubling you with my questions. As she spoke, the child in her arms stirred briefly before settling down once more, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. Su Xiaoxue, witnessing this, could not bear the sight and buried her face in Wang Yu's embrace. Wang Yu felt a profound sadness. As a father, it pained him to see a child so frail, perhaps not much younger than his own. He silently questioned the system. Is there truly no way to assist this child? It seemed the only recourse was to consult the system. If it possessed a solution, he would not hesitate to make some sacrifice. Beep. If the host wishes to save the child, you may opt to become a top-tier physician. How shall this be accomplished? Spend 500 points to master medical skills and become a distinguished doctor-father. Does the host wish to exchange? Wang Yu was elated and promptly chose to redeem his points. By becoming a doctor, he could not only resolve the immediate predicament of this mother and child, but also address any future medical issues concerning his own children. Beep. Medical skill exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained the status of a top-tier physician. At that moment, Wang Yu held Su Xiaoxue quietly, his gaze fixed on the infant. As he embraced the role of a physician, the world around him transformed in an instant. Previously, he could only perceive the anguish etched upon the child's face. Now, he discerned the true source of that pain. A dark thread tightly coiled around the infant's heart. The child's heart, inherently fragile, now beats with an agonizing slowness. Ensnared by that ominous black thread, the very source of his current affliction. Before his eyes, the infant's heartbeat diminishes further, approaching a state of eerie tranquility. Quickly, swiftly, take the patient to the emergency room. I know how to save the child. Wang Yu's thunderous shout immediately captures everyone's attention. Sir, you cannot make such reckless claims. If you cannot provide treatment and delay the child's medical care, who will bear the responsibility? The doctor, taken aback by Wang Yu's assertion, promptly intervenes. Although he is unaware of the infant's condition, decades of medical experience lead him to fear the worst. The child may not have much time left. Should the child perish in their hospital, it would cast a dreadful shadow over their institution. Indeed, who are you? Are you even a doctor? You hardly look the part. Now is not the time for bravado. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. Do not trivialize a life for mere spectacle. Dr. Wu is the most skilled pediatrician in Long City. If he cannot treat the child, how could you possibly succeed? With the doctor's words, others joined in criticizing Wang Yu. An individual, who is clearly not a physician, boasts that he can cure a condition that has eluded the city's medical professionals. Is this not absurd? Observing the tightening grip of the black thread around the infant's heart, Wang Yu refrains from further argument. He approaches the mother and states, "I can treat your child, though I'm not a doctor. Would you permit me to try?" The sincerity in his eyes momentarily overwhelms the mother with panic. After a brief pause, she grits her teeth. "If you can heal my child, I care not who you are. Dr. Wu, please arrange for a room. Allow this gentleman to attempt to treat my child. I assure you, if my child faces dire consequences, I will not hold your hospital accountable." Her words render those who had previously questioned Wang Yu suddenly bashful. Indeed, if there's a chance to save a life, what does it matter if one is not a licensed physician? The sanctity of life should be the paramount concern. "Hurry, Uri, Gomain. I will prepare a room for you at once." Dr. Wu, seeing the child's dire state, grits his teeth and quickly calls Wang Yu and the others inside. He understands he can no longer retreat. If this man is indeed a hidden savant, the hospital's reputation could benefit greatly. Yet, he remains skeptical of Wang Yu while preparing a room and summoning several nurses, hastening to contact the hospital director. The director, renowned for his medical prowess, would bring a sense of security to the situation. At that moment, Su Xiaoxua, observing the fervent anticipation in the eyes of those around her, discreetly tugged at Wang Yu's sleeve. "Darling, are you certain?" She had never heard that Wang Yu had studied medicine, yet she could not publicly question him in such a setting. Thus, she could only discreetly remind him. At that moment, Wang Yu had already died 1,000 deaths in her heart. She truly felt powerless to intervene, but if a life were truly at stake, how would he resolve the aftermath? Wang Yu merely offered her a reassuring glance. Although he lacked faith in himself, he placed his trust in the system. When he declared his intent to transform into a top-tier physician, a vast expanse of medical knowledge instantaneously flooded his mind. His thoughts now resembled a comprehensive encyclopedia of both Eastern and Western medicine. "Do you have silver needles? I wish to perform acupuncture on the patient. Bring me a set immediately." Upon hearing Wang Yu's demand, the nurse hurriedly scurried off to retrieve the silver needles, while Dr. Wu urged her to cooperate with him. "Please make way. I must attend to the patient. Kindly step aside, onlookers." The nurse dashed back with the silver needles as Wang Yu attempted to disperse the crowd of spectators. "Will he recover? You seem increasingly reminiscent of those fraudulent traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Shouldn't the infant be transferred to the intensive care unit? What are you doing here?" Chapter 22. The intricacies indeed. You're going to perform acupuncture on a child. Do you truly possess the capability? Don't endanger that child. The ejected individuals were incensed and could not help but begin to worry for the baby. Acupuncture was an ancient term, seldom encountered by today's youth, who could hardly fathom the subtleties of traditional medicine. Yet, regardless of their outrage, it was only when the room contained the infant, the mother, and the nurse that Wang Yu finally commenced his treatment. Although he had never performed the procedure before, the moment he grasped the silver needles, it felt as if he had handled them countless times. He found it entirely unremarkable, as if he were innately aware of where to insert the needles. Those silver needles were destined to save lives. After several deep breaths, Wang Yu sensed the power of the system coursing through him. With a swift gesture, several silver needles soared from his palm. If he was not mistaken, the dark threads within the child were not a product of his own being, but rather the impure air that existed in the world. Newborns possess exceedingly weak immune systems, rendering them particularly susceptible to pollution from such tainted air. For normal adults, this impure air has little effect. Once a person reaches maturity, their bodily functions stabilize, and such impurities merely induce feelings of malaise. However, for an infant, it is a lethal poison. The development of a child is not yet complete. Many of their organs require energy from the external environment to grow and thrive, making them unwittingly inhale the tainted air. Initially, the child may not exhibit significant changes, but within 2 to 3 days, the polluted air will inflict harm upon their organs, jeopardizing their health. This infant was experiencing just that. The newborn's heart was still in the phase of absorbing external energy, and inhaling impure air would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The hospital's inability to diagnose the issue stemmed from the fact that such cases are often misjudged as congenital heart deficiencies. Individuals with congenital heart defects are, of course, deemed hopeless, regardless of the treatment attempted. However, Wang Yu was different. His mind brimmed with knowledge capable of addressing this ailment. Whoosh, whoosh. The silver needles pierced the infant's body, and in the otherwise empty ward, the faint sound was particularly jarring. Wang Yu swiftly inserted several silver needles into the child's form, then gently rubbed his hands together. A wave of warmth surged into his palms. Ding! His hands continued to caress the tips of the needles, and with each careful observation, one could see the tips quivering slightly. The ringing sound was a result of the rapid vibrations of those needles. While Wang Yu was engrossed in treating the infant, outside the ward, Dr. Wu returned with a white-haired man. He was the current director of the hospital, a recipient of the prestigious Medical Contribution Award from Long Country in a previous year. Having practiced medicine for decades, he had become the most renowned physician in Long City. You are truly reckless. I previously stated that even if Hua Tuo were alive, there would be no remedy. Transferring her was indeed the wisest decision. Why have you allowed her to waste her time here again? If the condition deteriorates, you, Dr. Wu, will be the true culprit behind the child's demise. Li Hongliang was seething with anger, for this was not merely a matter of whether he was willing to admit the child for treatment. It was about the fact that for the patient, lingering in their hospital was a waste of precious time. If they were aware of their inability to provide care, yet continued to delay, he held such a physician in contempt. Director, I truly did not wish to admit them, but someone claimed he could treat the patient, and the child's mother consented, leaving me no choice but to allow him in. Otherwise, I would have refused entry at any cost. Oof, I see you're merely spouting nonsense. I have never encountered a case like that child's. A random passerby could not possibly cure him. He must be hospitalized to enact this charade. You foolish one. Li Hongliang was now beyond furious. He was convinced that the young man was attempting to transfer the patient to the hospital, devising a method for doing so. However, it was not that he was unwilling to provide treatment. Rather, their hospital simply lacked the capability. At this moment, the urgent priority was evident. The child needed to seek another esteemed physician immediately. Every second counted. He and Dr. Wu stormed into the ward, both seething with indignation. Dr. Wu, having been reprimanded by the director, felt a surge of anger himself. If that young man dared to deceive him, he would ensure the fellow faced consequences. Just as he reached for the door, eager to see what Wang Yu could accomplish for the patient, a large hand halted him before his fingers could touch the frame. To his astonishment, it was the director's hand. The ward featured a large glass window, designed to facilitate the doctors in observing and assessing the patient's condition. At this moment, he could clearly see what was transpiring inside. The young man held a silver needle in hand, gesturing over the child's chest. Director Li's gaze was intensely fixed on the scene within the room. Meanwhile, Dr. Wu was furious. You can't treat what you can't cure. Does he truly wish for the patient to perish? He prepared to break free, to push the door open and demand accountability. Just then, the director's sharp cry startled him. Could this possibly be the long-lost technique of the turning back life needle? This is indeed the art of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. Dr. Wu was momentarily taken aback by Director Li's exclamation. Individuals from that era, like Director Li, were naturally well-versed in the traditions of Chinese medicine. In fact, he had once been a steadfast believer in the healing arts of his ancestors. However, as medical science has progressed, the ancient practices of their forebears have gradually fallen behind the times, compelling Dr. Wang to pursue Western medicine. Yet, he had not forsaken his years of practice in traditional Chinese medicine, having recently been honored with the title of Master of National Medicine in Longhua. This accolade is not easily attained. It requires profound research and notable achievements in the field. In recent years, his primary focus has been on acupuncture. Without exaggeration, if one were to inquire who excels most in acupuncture in Longhua, Dr. Wu would undoubtedly cast his vote for Director Li. At this moment, however, Director Li's mouth was slightly agape, his eyes fixed intently on the movements of the man in the hospital room. He extolled the acupuncture technique, proclaiming it worthy of admiration even in the face of death. Dr. Wu was utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, he had suggested that if the renowned Hua Tuo were alive, The patient might have been cured. Yet, observing director Li's reaction now, he suspected that even if he claimed the man could rival Hua Tuo, Director Li would nod in agreement without hesitation. Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced at the man's technique. It was exquisite, nearly flawless. The silver needle danced in the man's hand like a sculptor's chisel, every movement infused with an aesthetic beauty unique to the Chinese tradition. In that moment, it felt as though a new realm was being created within that beauty. He could not help but believe that acupuncture might indeed heal the child. As the final silver needle was deftly withdrawn from the infant's skin, the child cried out loudly, not in the anguished wails of pain, but in a profound expression of longing. Chapter 23. The Contemporary Divine Doctor. This was a yearning for life, a celebration of existence. The pallor on the child's face gradually faded, replaced by a vibrant flush of color. "My darling." The mother, astonished, rushed over, embracing her child, instantly realizing that her baby was safe. Thank you, sir. You are truly a divine doctor of our time." As she spoke, it seemed she was on the verge of kneeling before Wang Yu in gratitude. How could Wang Yu allow such an act of reverence? He quickly assisted her to her feet. "The child hasn't been fed in days. Hurry, feed the baby. Look how hungry he is." "Indeed, you are right, doctor." The mother swiftly unfastened her clothing, having completely forgotten any notions of propriety, perhaps feeling that Wang Yu, as a doctor, had saved her child and thus posed no threat. Wang Yu, however, promptly turned away, adhering to the principle of non-observation. Out of sight, out of mind. Just as he turned back, he noticed Dr. Wu entering with another elderly man who appeared quite aged. The longing in the elder's eyes seemed almost to consume him. Wang Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What was going on? Why did this man seem as though he wanted to devour him? "May I inquire as to how I should address you, sir? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dean Li from this establishment. Might I ask at which hospital you are currently employed? Would you be interested in working with us?" Such inquiries left Wang Yu momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. This predicament was, in part, thanks to Su Xiaoxue. "Darling, have you managed to treat the child? Hurry, the doctor has called again. If we do not register our child now, we will have to wait until next week." Su Xiaoxue rushed into the ward, her earlier anxiety palpable. She had no inkling of his medical prowess. He had claimed he could save, yet what if he failed to heal the patient? Fortunately, she had heard the clear cries of the child from outside. As a mother of 3, she could easily discern that this was a healthy cry, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, just as she began to exhale, a familiar phone number flashed in her mind, reminding her of their purpose for being in the hospital. She burst into the ward, urging Wang Yu not to lose sight of their objective. Wang Yu offered Dean Li an apologetic smile before swiftly departing with Su Xiaoxue. Dean Li cannot keep pace with him. Wang Yu mused, what a true expert. He is indifferent to such superficial accolades. Li Hongliang felt a profound sense of reflection. He returned to the ward to check the child's pulse, confirming that the patient was indeed fine. The technique he employed that day was nothing short of miraculous. A single needle could determine life and death, could delineate yin and yang. He pondered when he might encounter such skill again. Just as he sighed, an urgent voice called from outside, "Dean, there has been an incident. The old Master Yuan has suddenly fallen gravely ill. You must hurry." With that, matters had settled. Su Xiaoxue beamed with joy, and seeing her genuine smile brought equal delight to Wang Yu. Bringing happiness to his wife was a man's joy. As he smiled, a thought crossed his mind. Observing the child being nursed, he recalled his own little ones. Su Xiaoxue had likely struggled to provide enough milk for their 3 babies. Though formula is nutritionally rich, breast milk is undeniably more beneficial for a child's development. "Xiaoxue, we did indeed feed our babies formula during their infancy, didn't we? Was that not ideal?" He gently inquired. To his surprise, her radiant smile faltered and became rigid. She cast a forlorn glance at her body. "I wish for my children to have breast milk from the start, but I lacked sufficient nutrition during pregnancy, and thus my milk supply was inadequate." Wang Yu felt a surge of regret wash over him, blaming himself. Was he truly so nitpicky? Did he not realize that the absence of breast milk was not her fault? "I am sorry, Xiaoxue. You surely endured much during your pregnancy. Rest assured, in the days to come, I shall ensure you are well cared for, and our children will thrive on breast milk. Cool. Let us procure some nutritious supplements to help you restore your health. Wang Yuxing was in high spirits, with money in hand. He felt a sense of security that gave him greater confidence in his words. However, Su Xiaoxue shook her head in response. Even if there was sufficient nutrition at that time, my milk would certainly not suffice for all the babies. I once consulted a doctor who mentioned it was due to an issue with my mammary glands, though I cannot quite recall the specific condition. In any case, it resulted in my insufficient milk supply. Su Xiaoxue's words left Wang Yu momentarily stunned. He had never considered that this could be the reason. I apologize. During this time, I have only been focused on the baby and neglected your well-being. Come here. Let me see what the problem is. Wang Yu immediately moved closer to her. Su Xiaoxue's face flushed crimson as she suddenly patted his head. What are you doing? Are you trying to examine me? Her cheeks reddened further. Then where are your hands going? He retorted playfully. Naturally, I will examine wherever the issue lies. Su Xiaoxue promptly smacked his head again. You, rogue, she exclaimed through gritted teeth, quickly adding in a hushed tone, let us discuss this at home. On their way, Wang Yu drove swiftly, occasionally glancing at Su Xiaoxue, chuckling to himself. Su Xiaoxue, with a face flushed with embarrassment and irritation, shot him a look. Although she understood that she had misinterpreted his intentions, she couldn't shake off her discomfort, even though he had stated a desire to check on her health and harbored no ill thoughts. Was it appropriate for him to examine her in such a manner, especially right there on the street? How utterly mortifying! Yet, Wang Yu remained exuberant, oblivious to her embarrassment, solely focused on helping her with her health concerns. I just conducted a preliminary check and concluded that your lack of milk is likely due to hardening of the mammary glands. This symptom suggests the presence of lumps and potential pain. While it may not be a severe issue, if it is allowed to develop over time, it could certainly pose serious risks to your health. Upon hearing Wang Yu's description, which closely mirrored her own symptoms from that period, Su Xiaoxue straightened in excitement. This was a matter of concern for women. How could one fall ill at such a young age? Worry etched across her face. Why is this happening? Is my condition serious? Wang Yu smiled and shook his head reassuringly. It is not too late to discover this now. There is no major issue. Do not worry. Once we return home, I will give you a gentle massage, and you will feel better. Chapter 24. The unraveling. Su Xiaoxue wore a smile, though she felt something was amiss. A massage? Could it be? Her face inexplicably flushed again. Upon returning home, Wang Yu noticed her bashful demeanor and felt perplexed. Did she not wish to address her ailment? Come now, let us loosen your top, so I can examine you. As they entered the living room, Wang Yu's words made Su Xiaoxue's already crimson face turn an even deeper shade of red. Is it not possible to massage without removing my clothing? Your circumstances are unique, and you are well aware that this place is replete with numerous acupoints. I cannot help but consider your safety, my dear wife, should anything go awry. At this moment, Wang Yu remained oblivious to why Su Xiaoxue was blushing. He was solely motivated by the well-being of Su Xiaoxue's health. Yet, upon noticing her hesitation, his expression turned ashen. Do you not wish for me to proceed? He inquired. I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of you. After all, you are a notable leader at Mingyu Creative, while I am merely an inconspicuous security guard there. However, as soon as he uttered these words, Su Xiaoxue swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Over the past few days, she had witnessed Wang Yu's actions. He had been genuinely kind to both her and the baby. This is rather peculiar. Let us retire to the bedroom, she suggested, to which Wang Yu responded with great delight. He felt utterly foolish. Where was that? Was it appropriate to allow someone to see? It was no wonder that Su Xiaoxue had previously declined treatment. Currently, this ailment could only be alleviated through a physician's massage in its early stages. Despite being a mother, Su Xiaoxue was still just a woman in her 20s. Then I shall proceed, Wang Yu declared, disregarding all else. At that moment, he was merely a healer, dedicated to the well-being of the mother of his child. Nonetheless, he gradually sensed something amiss. This particular area was an unusual structure, housing certain acupoints, and his hands were insufficient. However, aside from his hands, there remained but one option. When he uttered this phrase, he was exceedingly cautious, for his previous desire to share a bed had been met with unrelenting rejection. Yet now, as he proposed such an inappropriate request, despite it being for her health, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Little did he anticipate that, just as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoxue's hand would encircle his neck. A bitter smile crept across Wang Yu's face. He had painstakingly cleared his mind to focus on the treatment. However, Aunt Li, who had just emerged from a nursery after preparing milk for the 3 babies, heard sounds emanating from the bedroom. Given the presence of numerous babies in the household, her instincts were heightened, prompting her to approach with caution, broom in hand. Upon peering through the crack in the door, she was taken aback by the scene before her, her cheeks flushing. The youth of today. She shook her head, letting out a few heartfelt sighs. To be candid, when she first arrived at Su Xiaoxue's home to assist in caring for the children, she felt a pang of sympathy. How could one not empathize with a woman raising 3 children alone? Initially, she chastised the children's father for his heartlessness. How could a girl manage such a burden alone? Su Xiaoxue had explained that the children's father worked far from home and could not return for the time being. Aunt Li had found this hard to believe and was more inclined to view the father as a scoundrel. However, as the days passed, she began to understand that the children's father was, in fact, quite devoted to Su Xiaoxue and the baby. Not only had he been kind to the entire family, but he had also relocated them to a lavish residence, demonstrating his deep affection for the mother of his children. What a blissful family. Within the confines of the room, Wang Yu was far from the joy that Aunt Li had imagined. With tenderness in his embrace, one would theoretically feel immense happiness. However, when such joy serves as a remedy for ailments, it ceases to be true happiness. Initially, Wang Yu was brimming with excitement. But today's task of alleviating Su Xiaoxue's tumor proved to be a formidable challenge, consuming a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, through his diligent efforts, it seemed that there was some efficacy. At last, as Wang Yu withdrew his hand, a glimmer remained in his eyes, suggesting that Su Xiaoxue would likely recover soon. Su Xiaoxue felt her mind grow vacant, and as the cold wind swept in, she instinctively grabbed her clothing to cover herself. Was everything resolved? She appeared somewhat flustered. Well, you can sense it for yourself. At this moment, Wang Yu had yet to notice his wife's unusual demeanor. Gradually, Su Xiaoxue began to regain her composure. You are truly remarkable. It seems to have genuinely improved. In less than a few minutes, her expression had shifted to one of astonishment. Aunt Li, please come quickly. Wang Yu's call prompted Aunt Li to hasten toward the bedroom. However, upon reaching the doorway, she hesitated. Is it appropriate for me to enter? Wang Yu was perplexed by Aunt Li's inquiry, wondering what the inconvenience might be. He promptly opened the door. Aunt Li, please come in. Xiaoxue's issue has been resolved. Yet, he was so fatigued that Aunt Li did not immediately react. How can you speak like that? Oh, really? He felt somewhat embarrassed, chiding himself for being too engrossed moments earlier. Turning back in awkwardness, he saw Aunt Li earnestly addressing both of them. You young people, while romance is a delightful thing, it is essential to maintain balance in all aspects. Your love for Xiaoxue should also consider your health, as it is of utmost importance. Her words instantly flushed their faces with warmth. Aunt Li, it's not what you think. However, Su Xiaoxue's explanation led Aunt Li to shake her head vigorously. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. We all progress step by step in life. I think I should return to caring for the child. Wang Yu quickly lowered his head, as such matters were indeed difficult to articulate. As he concluded, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. Chapter 25, Body Refinement Technique. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully resolved your wife's health issue and have earned the reward of a body refinement technique. A technique? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What is this body refinement technique? His consciousness was then flooded with information, and a virtual book appeared in the ethereal space. How does one learn this? He inquired of the system in confusion. The host can practice diligently with this technique. Wang Yu did not immediately engage with it. He needed a rest for a while. After a period of labor, he was indeed weary. Aunt Li stood by, observing. Xiaoxue, I am truly glad that your health has improved. Previously, I was concerned about your well-being while you were taking care of 3 children on your own, but it seems my worries were unfounded. Tomorrow, I shall procure more nourishing items for your health. Indeed, at this moment, Su Xiaoxue has regained her composure from earlier shyness. As a mother, she feels delighted to see her health improving. Her previous embarrassment seems trivial now. They had busied themselves throughout the day and finally managed to tuck the little ones into bed. Subsequently, Wang Yu approached his beloved wife. Shall we sleep well tonight? He contemplated that, despite the personal nature of the afternoon's events, such intimacy could indeed strengthen their bond. Seizing the opportunity to suggest they share a bed seemed perfectly reasonable. However, Su Xiaoxue appeared resolute. Anli was correct. With the children present, it would be best for us to sleep in separate rooms. Wang Yu looked pained, but soon he seized upon a flaw in Su Xiaoxue's words. What you mean is that when the children are not home, we can Su Xiaoxue immediately push him away. A faint blush appearing on her cheeks. A voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz responded. Wang Yu's heart leaped with joy at her words. Then I shall await the times when our little ones are away. The door slammed shut, and Wang Yu joyfully retreated to his room. Yet, sleep eluded him. It was better not to entertain such thoughts, but once they did arise, the image of Su Xiaoxue's alluring figure would haunt him. As he closed his eyes, the distance between them felt even more palpable. Calm down. Stay composed. After all, she is your wife now. Why the excitement? After several moments of reflection, he recalled the reward technique the system had bestowed upon him earlier that afternoon. I'm rather curious to see what makes that technique so remarkable. He collected his thoughts and silently perused the book, practicing the technique within its pages. At that moment, a warm current seemed to flow gently into Wang Yu's body. He suddenly felt a swell within him. Snap! The snug shirt he wore tore apart. He sensed an emptiness in his stomach, an evident sign of his urgent need for energy. Fortunately, Aunt Lee had stocked the pantry with a plethora of food that afternoon, and Wang Yu ravenously devoured it to quell his hunger. Hey, With energy surging through him without an outlet, he unleashed a couple of punches into the air, producing a distinct whooshing sound. A body refinement technique? It seems rather formidable. He felt capable of vanquishing a bull at that moment. After a refreshing shower, he contentedly retired to bed once more. The following morning, Wang Yu was again roused by the delightful chaos of the little ones. However, he felt no annoyance. Skillfully, he rose, first guiding them to the bathroom, then assisting them with their morning routine, executing the sequence with seamless ease. When he finally sat at the dining table, a spread of delicious breakfast awaited him. Previously, he had only seen videos of childcare on television, finding them rather cumbersome. Yet, when faced with the responsibility of caring for his own little ones, his heart brimmed with warmth. This marks your first official day on the job, so it is imperative that you demonstrate diligence and commitment. Our company indeed possesses a distinct promotion system. Although you currently occupy the position of a security guard, your capabilities undoubtedly assure a swift ascent. Su Xiaoxue encouraged Wang Yu. Having previously interned within the organization, Wang Yu perceived this role as somewhat demeaning. Despite accepting this position for the sake of himself and his child, he grappled with internal conflict, hence Su Xiaoxue's persistent encouragement. Do not worry, my dear. It is merely a position as a security guard. What have I not done? After their meal, Wang Yu escorted Su Xiaoxue to the Mingyu Creative Building, where they subsequently proceeded to their respective workstations. The security office was situated on the ground floor of their office building. The fellow security guards were exceptionally courteous, particularly upon witnessing Wang Yu's muscular physique as he changed into his uniform. The daily responsibilities of the Mingyu Creative Group's security personnel were rather uncomplicated, primarily involving standing guard, conducting patrols, and enjoying a degree of freedom regarding work hours and locations. Especially after Wang Yu's meeting the previous day, the logistics manager had taken a particular interest in the head of security, thereby simplifying Wang Yu's duties within the company. Since his opportunity for promotion was thwarted by Song Yaotian and his fiancée, He Xiaotong, had ended their relationship, Wang Yu had experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships in society. How could one fail to recognize such minor issues? He now perceived that remaining in this position was not entirely unfavorable. It not only provided reassurance to Su Xiaoxue, but also allowed him to accompany her after work. His role was becoming increasingly flexible. However, Su Xiaoxue was not as fortunate. Upon entering the office, He Xiaodong followed closely behind. Naturally, Su Xiaoxue had no kind words for her. "What do you want?" She snapped. "Can't you see I'm busy?" He Xiaodong merely sneered, forcefully shutting the office door behind her. The files in her hand were slammed onto the desk. "Su Xiaoxue, how dare you?" Su Xiaoxue was perplexed by He Xiaodong's accusation. Yet, she had grown accustomed to the derision stemming from her husband's prior engagement with He Xiaodong. If a day passed without her causing trouble, Su Xiaoxue would feel unsettled, perhaps even suspecting that He Xiaodong was plotting something more significant. "And what of it, Miss He? We are still at work." Anyone could perceive the disdain in her tone. "Oh, you are unaware of your transgressions, are you? You have toiled so hard for your man. Do you not feel any remorse?" He Xiaodong's expression was laced with contempt, yet Su Xiaoxue pondered deeply but could not discern what wrong she had committed. Ultimately, she abandoned her current task. "He Xiaodong, I am fully aware that you harbor no fondness for me, just as I hold no affection for you. However, we are no longer in the same department. If you have any grievances, you should report them to a superior post-haste, rather than disturbing my office and disrupting our work." Upon hearing Su Xiaoxue's words, He Xiaodong merely laughed. Chapter 26. None of your concern. "Oh dear, if I were unaware of the situation, I might truly believe I had wronged you." She mockingly placed her hand on the table. "The security benefits were raised by 10 yesterday. Don't say this matter is unrelated to you." Su Xiaoxue felt a wave of amusement. "What connection do the increased benefits of the security department have with me? Su Xiaoxue, do you truly believe I possess the ability to influence their financial and security departments? Their benefits have always been low. Is it not normal for them to see a slight increase after such a long time?" At that moment, He Xiaodong fixed her gaze on Su Xiaoxue, sensing the truth behind her words. This woman is far too cunning. She thought to herself, "How can you claim this has nothing to do with you? Your husband joined the security department yesterday, and their benefits surged overnight. Does that not concern you?" Su Xiaoxue was utterly perplexed. He Xiaodong must have lost her mind. She belonged to the Human Resources Department. How could she possibly affect the plans of finance and logistics? "He Xiaodong, my husband works in the security department. But do you truly think I, Su Xiaoxue, would abuse my position to raise a department's salary? Furthermore, any increase in benefits must be unanimously approved by the entire company. Have you lost your senses, believing I could intervene in the company's salary decisions?" At that moment, a smirk gradually emerged on He Xiaodong's face. "Of course you, Su Xiaoxue, have no legitimate qualifications. But what about the logistics manager? Don't pretend as if everyone is unaware that the logistics manager has taken a liking to you. He could easily raise the benefits for those you introduced." Su Xiaoxue exhaled sharply. "He Xiaodong, are you out of your mind? Who in the company doesn't know that Wang Yu is my husband? You think he would raise my husband's benefits just because he has an interest in me? Are you suggesting that your brain is malfunctioning?" In theory, He Xiaodong should have been infuriated by such insults, yet she remained unfazed. With her head held high, her eyes brimmed with derision. "Who in the company is unaware that the logistics manager is pursuing you? Who would inform him of the true nature of your relationship with Wang Yu? To my knowledge, he believes Wang Yu is merely some distant cousin of yours, which is why he raised his salary." As those words escaped her lips, Su Xiaoxue felt her mind go blank. She recalled that man's character. Perhaps there was some truth to it. But how could He Xiaodong know such intricate details? Even so, what does it matter to you? If Wang Yu's benefits were raised, you should address it with him directly. Why come to me? Su Xiaoxue's words caused He Xiaodong's expression to shift. "Do you think I wish to seek you out? I am concerned that you may implicate me. Do you not realize the gravity of such errors within the company? If I were to report this to higher-ups, not only would our positions be at stake, but his position would also be jeopardized. Ultimately, this situation sprouted from your actions. Do you think I would just stand by and watch him lose his job?" He Xiaodong's remarks left Su Xiaoxue momentarily stunned, prompting her to take a seat. Indeed, Mingyu Creative Company was renowned for its stringent management. If the board were to discover that a manager was granting favors to individual employees, it would undoubtedly embroil many others. At that point, they would certainly have grievances against her. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? At this moment, Su Xiaoxue had also come to her senses. She had mentioned that since she did not wish to be implicated, it implied that she certainly sought to gain something from her. What could I possibly do for her? Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a pleasurable experience. He Xiaodong glanced around her office. To be frank, I do have a matter I would like to trouble you with, and if you assist me in this regard, I assure you I shall keep it confidential for eternity. Su Xiaoxue's brows furrowed at this moment. What could she possibly accomplish by entrusting it to her? Oh, it is actually not difficult. You are well aware that the sales department has been performing dismally lately, and if we do not exert ourselves, we shall face criticism this month. I am currently negotiating the next deal, and to be truthful, I greatly require your cooperation. Since you have previously worked in sales, I believe this should not be too cumbersome for you, correct? Su Xiaoxue's mind was racing. During her tenure in the sales department, she had encountered some exceedingly challenging deals, where the counterpart either raised prices or demanded a concession on the bottom line. In fact, their limits and price hikes were under the company's control. If it were merely this, she could accept it. Regardless, the increase in benefits for the security department was indeed an undeniable reality, without reason, and it must be related to the logistics manager. Although she did not intend it, she feared the rumors within the company. If she could assist He Xiaodong in completing this task, she would not be subjected to gossip. Yes, if it is merely a matter of cooperation, I believe you will have no issues. Su Xiaoxue weighed her options and ultimately acquiesced to He Xiaodong's request. All right, I'll be waiting for you at 3 in the afternoon. Do dress attractively. Wang Yu was completely oblivious to this situation. At that moment, he suddenly received a phone call. Hello, Dr. Wang. This is Dean Li Hongliang, whom you spoke with last time. Apologies, but I am not. Wang Yu promptly hung up the phone. How strange. I am merely a security guard, doctor. What a joke. However, upon reflection, his expression changed, as he remembered that when he treated the baby yesterday, he had indeed been at that hospital in Long City. The person on the phone, claiming to be the dean, perhaps mistook him for a doctor because of his actions in saving a life at that time. Nevertheless, since the call had already ended, Wang Yu chose not to dwell on it. Yet, 2 minutes later, unexpectedly, the phone rang again. Filled with a sense of guilt, Wang Yu decided to listen to what the caller had to say. However, as soon as he answered the phone, he heard an urgent voice on the other end. Doctor, Wang, could you please come to the hospital? Someone is on the verge of death, and we are at our wits' end. Moreover, he is the current chairman of the Tang Wang Group. The urgent voice on the line immediately caused Wang Yu to furrow his brow. Tang Wang, fully. Even the name reveals that these two groups share a deep connection. In fact, the current chairman of Tang Wang is the very best friend of Wang Yu's father from years ago. At that time, his father founded Tang Wang in Long City, while the other founded Fully, with hopes of creating the most opulent and splendid legacy in the world. However, circumstances have changed. Fully is under investigation now. The illustrious boss remains abroad, and upon their return, they find that his father has already been incarcerated. Wang Yu is unable to forgive these individuals. He believes that had the Tang Wang Group extended their assistance earlier, perhaps his father would not have so readily confessed to his crimes. Consequently, he has resolutely rejected all aid from Tang Wang, even choosing to wander the streets rather than seek their help. Chapter 27. Capability. It was only later that he came to realize that even if Tang Wang had been willing to intervene at that time, his father had already lost all chances of salvation. The evidence against him was irrefutable. No one could have prevented his arrest. I'm on my way. He hung up the phone and promptly informed the head of security, who swiftly drove to Long City Hospital. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit of Long City Hospital, the doctors were utterly exhausted. Quick, continue CPR. Prepare for defibrillation. Intubate him. Put him on a ventilator. At that moment, Li Hongliang was leading a team of seasoned doctors in an effort to save a middle-aged man. The patient had been admitted to their hospital the previous day. His condition had been stable upon arrival, but due to his unique status, the senior doctors were all present, much to the dissatisfaction of his dedicated physician. However, when Li Hongliang concurred that a collective effort was more potent, The physician begrudgingly accepted the situation. To their astonishment, none of the experienced doctors had managed to effectively address the patient's condition. The family of the patient was now exceedingly furious. Yet Li Hongliang assured them that he would be cured. The situation was, however, far graver than what his personal doctor had predicted. This individual was no ordinary person. He was the chairman of the Tang Wang Group, the most formidable corporation in Long City. Many companies held shares in Tang Wang, including the private Long City Hospital itself. What has happened to my father? After a round of resuscitation efforts concluded, Li Hongliang stepped outside, only to be abruptly confronted by a young man. He was Yuan Tang Wang, and his father lay within as Chairman Yuan Junfa. Rest assured, Mr. Yuan, the patient's condition has stabilized. We have summoned the most skilled doctors in the hospital. They will arrive shortly. Li Hongliang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His earlier assurances had been mere fabrications. He was entirely ignorant of the cause of the patient's ailment. Yet, under the protection of medical equipment, the patient's condition had precariously stabilized. He felt powerless, but he firmly believed that the acupuncturist he had encountered yesterday possessed the means to remedy the situation. With a miraculous restorative needle, what ailment could remain untreatable? Now, faced with Yuan Tang Wang, he felt compelled to utter words of encouragement. This Yuan Tang Wang was notorious for his irascibility. Any ill-chosen words could lead to dire consequences. However, such reassurances did little to alleviate his anxiety, as Yuan Tang Wang fixated on the collar of Li Hongliang's shirt. Didn't you tell me it was like this last night? Why do you speak differently now? Glancing at these inept individuals who dared not meet his gaze, he questioned whether they could truly save his father. After all, he was the esteemed chairman. Was this a jest? I caution you, should anything happen to my father today, I will set your hospital ablaze. The private doctor immediately followed suit, nodding in indignation. I am well aware of Mr. Yuan's condition. I must inform you that while those methods can stabilize Mr. Yuan's life, they merely serve as emergency measures and do not truly address the underlying illness. Can your hospital provide treatment? If not, we shall promptly arrange for the patient's discharge. Otherwise, any delay in our chairman's treatment will be something your esteemed institution cannot bear. So, can you treat him or not? Give me a straightforward answer. Yuan Tang Wang gripped Li Hongliang's hand tightly. At this moment, Li Hongliang's expression spoke volumes. Yuan Junfa's condition was exceedingly complex, and all the doctors were at a loss. Damn it, they are utterly useless. Yuan Tang Wang then shoved Li Hongliang aside, exclaiming, Every year, we invest so much money, and it feels like casting it into the void. Starting tomorrow, Tang Wang will no longer invest in you. Take my father away. We must quickly transfer to another hospital. Yuan Tang Wang's words rendered Li Hongliang's face exceedingly uncomfortable. Maintaining the operation of a hospital requires funding beyond imagination. Tang Wang is currently the largest shareholder, and if they choose to withdraw their investment, it is likely that Long City Hospital will fall to a second-tier status by next year. Mr. Yuan, please do not be upset, although we cannot treat the chairman. We have recently recruited an extraordinary doctor, a practitioner of unparalleled skill, one of the finest healers known to Wang. He will surely cure the chairman. Yuan Tang Wang's expression was one of disbelief. Do you take me for a child? Are not all the reputable doctors at Long City Hospital gathered here? Can there possibly be a physician in Long City whom I, Su Tang Wang, do not know? Step aside. Li Hongliang then grasped Yuan Tang Wang's arm. Please, trust me one last time, Mr. Yuan. If we cannot heal the chairman, none of the other hospitals in Long City will be able to either. By then, should the chairman wish to transfer, he will surely be unable to make it to a larger hospital. This miraculous doctor was only recently invited to our hospital. I implore you to believe me once more, based on my many years of medical practice. Yuan Tang Wang then inquired of the private doctor. Mr. Yuan, I regret to inform you that what he says is indeed true. Your father's condition is no longer suitable for further complications. Yuan Tang Wang felt a profound sense of despair. Then why do you not urgently summon this miraculous doctor you mentioned? Where are his capabilities? How dare he dawdle when my father is ill? Li Hongliang could only stand by and offer consolation. This doctor is actually not on our hospital's staff. He falls outside our jurisdiction, and our relationship with him has always been merely one of ordinary collaboration. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tonghuang's expression improved slightly. Highly skilled individuals often possess difficult temperaments. If what Li Hongliang claims is true, and this miraculous doctor possesses exceptional talents, it might be somewhat understandable. As the anxious crowd awaited, Wang Yu hurriedly arrived on the scene. He too felt a sense of urgency, as Yuan Junfa had long been a brother to his father, and he indeed bore the responsibility to treat his ailment. At that moment, he spotted Li Hongliang from afar and hurriedly ran towards him. "Where's the patient now? What is the situation?" He was oblivious to the fact that the instant he entered the hospital, Yuan Tonghuang's already flushed face turned an ashen gray. However, before Director Li could respond, a voice beside him coldly inquired, "Director Li? Is he the miraculous doctor you just mentioned?" Yuan Tonghuang's gaze bore into the anxious face of Wang Yu, his expression betraying uncontrollable fury. Li Hongliang, unaware of this subtle detail, eagerly grasped Wang Yu's hand upon seeing him and proceeded to meticulously detail Yuan Junfa's clinical symptoms. "Dr. Wang, your presence here is truly exhilarating. I implore you to examine the patient. We have tirelessly searched for clues with no success." Chapter 28. Outburst. Wang Yu also noticed Yuan Tonghuang, but given the urgency of the situation, he refrained from greeting him and followed Director Li into the ward. Just before they entered, Yuan Tonghuang could no longer contain himself. "Li Hongliang, are you seeking death? Allowing him to save my father? Do you even know who this person is? I had just chosen to trust you, and now you turn around to play me for a fool. I will set your hospital ablaze, and you both will bear the consequences of this farce." As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes, prompting the bodyguard behind him to step forward, seemingly intent on seizing Wang Yu and Director Li. Director Li, in a panic, was unaware that Yuan Tonghuang and Wang Yu were old acquaintances and quickly attempted to clarify. "Young Master Yuan, please remain calm. Dr. Wang is the most skilled physician I have encountered over the years. If he chooses to intervene, your father will surely have a chance at recovery. All the doctors in this hospital have witnessed it. The miraculous needlework that revived a dying infant, when Dr. Wang saved that child in a critical moment. I have often extolled his medical prowess throughout the hospital, so all the doctors are aware that a doctor named Wang Yu is a divine healer." In Li Hongliang's words, Wang Yu's acupuncture techniques had already garnered his complete trust, captivating the hospital's medical staff as well. In their eyes, a doctor who could be referred to as a divine healer by Li Hongliang must be a master of traditional Chinese medicine of the highest caliber, if not a sage-like recluse. Yet, the image of the imagined divine healer juxtaposed with that of the young man before them rendered all the doctors silent. Li Hongliang specifically noted the doctor's extraordinary skill in acupuncture, leading everyone to envision him as a seasoned practitioner devoted to the art for a lifetime. Li Hongliang found it remarkable that a young man, seemingly not more than 20, possessed such medical expertise. "Are you jesting?" Their silence was inconsequential. It only fueled Yuan Tonghuang's anger further. How dare Li Hongliang deceive him, boasting of a divine healer? Yet, the doctor's indifferent reactions suggested that they were clearly unfamiliar with this individual. Subsequently, the private doctor, with a pair of lifeless eyes, slowly remarked, "If my memory serves me well, the reversing life needle is a technique passed down from our esteemed ancestor, the renowned physician Bien Quebec. Its methodology is intricate, and the acupuncture skills required are exquisite. Even the esteemed Mr. Sun, known as the National Master, cannot wield it. Director Li has consistently claimed that this young man is capable of employing it. Is he attempting to take advantage of our ignorance? Mr. Sun is already recognized as a master in the medical community of the Dragon Nation, and invoking his name at this moment is tantamount to sentencing Li Hongliang to death. If someone of Mr. Sun's caliber cannot execute it, how can we believe that this young man before us can? Is it not merely relying on the fact that Yuan Tonghuang is unversed in traditional Chinese medicine?" Li Hongliang found himself compelled to explain once more. However, at this juncture, Yuan Tonghuang had no desire to grant him that opportunity. "Li Hongliang, my father must have been blind to have appointed someone like you, who only knows how to muddle through, as the director of Dragon City Hospital for so many years. You casually seek out someone to masquerade as a divine healer, hoping he can treat my father. Do you wish for my father to perish sooner, you scoundrel? I warn you, you may not recognize this individual, but I am well acquainted with him. He is the young master of the Fuli group, excelling in all vices, drinking, gambling, and debauchery. Am I correct, Wang Yu? He shouted at Wang Yu in a fit of rage. Once, the Tangwang Group and the Fuli Group were the two most powerful brother companies in Dragon City, with their founders being longtime friends. It was only natural that Wang Yu and Yuan Tangwang were familiar with one another. Wang Yu had nearly become Yuan Tangwang's brother-in-law, making it impossible for Yuan Tangwang to forget him. Director Li's explanation faltered in his throat. What was this? The two were old acquaintances. Why did young Master Yuan harbor distrust towards Wang Yu? Long time no see. Wang Yu wore a bittersweet smile, hinting at the hardships he had endured. He could vaguely discern the source of Yuan Tangwang's animosity, back when his father had not yet been imprisoned. The two elders had intended for him to marry Yuan Zaidi, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. However, he had been disinterested in romance at the time and had certainly refused the match. This had left Yuan Tangwang feeling insulted. His sister was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Dragon City, possessing both beauty and intelligence. In his eyes, Wang Yu's rejection of such a talented woman signified disdain towards the Yuan family. I truly hope to never see you again, Yuan Tangwang retorted. Why? Is the young master of the Wang family here to deceive us? His tone dripped with sarcasm, and he believed the downfall of the Wang family was well-deserved. My sister is such a wonderful person. How could this man refuse her? Tangwang, let us discuss this matter at a later time. My uncle is in urgent care, and I must go in. I might genuinely be able to save him. Yuan Tangwang appeared dismissive, yet just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the life-monitoring equipment in the ward began to emit alarming sounds. Yuan Junfa, who lay peacefully on the bed, was now coughing violently, as if he were about to expel his very lungs. Yuan Tangwang immediately ceased his dispute with Wang Yu and, alongside the doctors, rushed into the emergency room. Wang Yu naturally followed suit and entered the room. This time, Yuan Tangwang did not permit the physician to intervene, allowing only a private doctor to approach and diagnose Yuan Junfa. This private doctor, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Chao, was impeccably dressed and exuded a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Upon examining Yuan Junfa, he promptly opened his portable medical case, revealing an array of basic medical instruments. After listening to Yuan Junfa's heartbeat, he suddenly grew solemn, setting down his stethoscope and turning to say, Mr. Yuan's condition is deteriorating rapidly. I will now use silver needles to seal his acupoints, awaiting a person capable of curing Mr. Yuan. Otherwise, he may not survive the next hour. The countenance of everyone in the ward instantly changed. Sealing all the acupoints was a method that should only be employed under dire circumstances. It seemed to be a means to prevent the worsening of the patient's condition, yet simultaneously hindered his chance of survival. However, at that moment, no one had a viable solution. A gamble might offer a chance for survival, yet inaction could condemn the patient to wait for death. Yuan Tangwang appeared gravely concerned. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded slowly. Such a decision was indeed arduous. Yet, just as Dr. Chao prepared to seal Yuan Junfa's acupoints with silver needles, a voice suddenly cut through the tension. No, there is still a chance for survival. Once the acupoints are closed, I fear Mr. Yuan will not last 2 minutes. As everyone stood helpless, contemplating Dr. Chao's method, Wang Yu's faint dissent rang out. Yuan Tangwang's face flushed with rage, veins bulging as he seized Wang Yu by the collar. Wang Yu, what has my family ever done to wrong you, that you would curse my father so? Yuan Tangwang's expression was ashen, eyes bloodshot, his hand gripping Wang Yu's collar with fury. The gravity of Yuan Junfa's illness was already a source of immense worry for him, and now this individual dared to speak in such a sarcastic manner. How could he not be enraged? I speak nothing but the truth, Wang Yu replied. Uncle Yuan's situation appears dire, but that is due to his body's resistance battling the virus. If all his acupoints are locked, his resistance will plummet, and he will soon succumb to the virus. Then it will truly be hopeless. As Yuan Tangwang held him tightly, Wang Yu instinctively felt the urge to resist. He sensed that should he retaliate, even 10 Yuan Tanghuangs would not be a match for him. Yet he ultimately suppressed his impulse. His father's imminent demise justified Yuan Tanghuang's emotional outburst towards him. He patiently endeavored to explain to Yuan Tanghuang and the others. But it was evident that mere words would not sway Yuan Tanghuang. How dare you speak? Are you seeking death? Do you truly consider yourself a miraculous healer? Yuan Tanghuang raised his fist, intent on making Wang Yu understand the consequences of his words. Just as his fist was about to descend upon Wang Yu's face, a cold voice echoed from behind. Tanghuang, stand down. Originally resembling a furious beast, Yuan Tanghuang instantly relaxed his clenched fists upon seeing the newcomer, releasing his grip on Wang Yu's collar. Sister, you have finally arrived. Father, Yuan Tanghuang, merely a young man in his 20s, seemed to find solace in his sister's presence. As Wang Yu turned, she beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman striding towards her, clad in a tailored black suit. She wore a short skirt above sleek black stockings and high heels, while other women might have garnered a few extra glances in such attire. This particular woman commanded an aura that left no one daring to look twice. It was not that she was unattractive. On the contrary, her exquisitely sculpted features were perfectly suited to her visage, rendering her almost celestial. Furthermore, her figure was nothing short of remarkable. Even Victoria's Secret models would feel a pang of inadequacy in her presence. Yet, her perfection was such that any man would consider her beyond reproach, a being to be cherished in silence. Encountering her face-to-face would only evoke feelings of inferiority among men. The sound of her stiletto heels echoed as she hurriedly approached. Ignoring the others in the ward, Yuan Zaidi swiftly moved to Yuan Junfa's side. After a long moment of contemplation, she inquired, Dr. Chow, please tell me the truth. What are the chances of saving my father? Dr. Chow, visibly conflicted, took a deep breath before responding, if Mr. Yuan could be transferred to Kyoto. Those esteemed doctors might intervene, perhaps offering a 2 or 3% chance. He added, Mr. Yuan's condition is quite peculiar. I have never encountered such a situation before. What does Dean Li think? Yuan Zaidi then turned to Li Hongliang. While he had managed to offer Yuan Tanghuang some perfunctory words, facing Yuan Zaidi felt like confronting an unsettling reality. The hospital is unable to do anything, he admitted, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Yuan Zaidi glanced casually at Wang Yu and asked, what about you? What is your perspective? Wang Yu found himself entranced by her calm gaze. Previously, he had not considered her eyes particularly striking, but now, having distanced himself from the so-called elite circles, he realized that some individuals possess a quality that eludes many for a lifetime. Although Uncle Yuan's condition is complex, if I were to treat him, he would begin to improve within an hour. The moment he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the room. What do you mean it can be cured in an hour? Did you not hear what Dr. Chow and Dean Li said? Confusion swept through the crowd, who believed only the most skilled doctors from Longhua could offer any hope for the patient's survival. Why did this young man dare to claim he could heal the affliction in merely an hour? Their initial trust in Dean Li began to wane, replaced by skepticism regarding the capabilities of such a young individual. A divine healer, you say? Such youth, yet such formidable skills. Are you jesting? At this moment, he appeared to be nothing more than a boastful charlatan, leaving one to wonder how he had managed to deceive the director. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Li Hongliang's face broke into a relaxed smile, yet he sensed the tense atmosphere in the room and ultimately chose to remain silent. Confusion clouded his mind. Had he truly misjudged the situation yesterday? This individual had not displayed any miraculous acupuncture techniques, but rather had he succumbed to the pressures of the moment, conjuring illusions? Such arrogance. This was the conclusion drawn by Dr. Chow. Sister, do not heed the ramblings of this fool. Are you not aware of the character of that scoundrel? It would be strange if he ever spoke the truth. Observing Yuan Zaidi's softened gaze, Yuan Tanghuang quickly stepped forward to mediate. He expressed his reservations about allowing Wang Yu to treat his father. Seeing the lack of trust in him, even Yuan Tanghuang's words elicited a skeptical expression from Yuan Zaidi. Wang Yu shrugged. Had he not known the patient, he would have turned away at such skepticism. It was a waste of breath. Within a mere minute, the patient would begin to convulse, foaming at the mouth, marking Uncle Yuan's final opportunity for salvation. If missed, no one could rescue him. Wang Yu fixated on his watch, calmly stating that the tranquil demeanor had begun to unsettle the doctors present. Meanwhile, the patient had grown quieter after Dr. Chow's earlier treatment, even after several doses of sedatives. Why then was there a sudden onset of convulsions? 3, 2, 1. Under the incredulous gaze of the assembled doctors, Wang Yu gradually raised 3 fingers. As the last finger slowly descended, Yuan Junfa, who had been lying quietly on the bed, appeared to be severely agitated, his expression contorted as his body convulsed violently, foam escaping his lips. Chapter 30. A bow without hesitation. Yuan Zaidi bowed deeply to Wang Yu at a 90-degree angle. "Please, say my father." Almost instantaneously after a bow, the other doctors in the ward instinctively withdrew. Wang Yu immediately commenced his treatment on Yuan Junfa, leaving Li Hongliang as his assistant, while Yuan Zaidi stood in the corner as a direct family member of the patient. Upon first laying eyes on Yuan Junfa, Wang Yu had devised a comprehensive treatment plan. This ailment posed a significant challenge to others, yet for Wang Yu, who mastered the yin-yang techniques of acupuncture, it was but a trifling matter. With silver needles deftly maneuvered under his guidance, Yuan Junfa's breathing gradually stabilized, and the surrounding auxiliary equipment began to display normal readings. Li Hongliang, standing by, could only gape in disbelief. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of acupuncture techniques. This was the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. The return-to-life needle truly lived up to its reputation as the apex of acupuncture, capable of severing the ties between life and death with a single needle, while also discerning the balance of yin and yang. Amidst his fervent admiration, Yuan Zaidi gazed dreamily at Wang Yu at the operating table. She remembered Wang Yu. Yet at that time, they represented 2 starkly different extremes. She was wholly devoted to her career while he immersed himself in leisure. When she learned that her father intended to matchmake her with Wang Yu, she scoffed at the notion. Yuan Zaidi believed that she had no need for such a man in her life at any point. However, understanding her father's character, she did not refuse. To her surprise, after she agreed to give it a try, it was Wang Yu who ultimately declined her. This marked her first experience of rejection in life. Although it wasn't particularly memorable, it indelibly etched Wang Yu's name in her mind. Later, when she heard of the bankruptcy of the Fu Li family, Wang Yu vanished without a trace, leaving her somewhat disheartened. A man bold enough to reject her had turned out to be someone incapable of preserving even his family's fortune. Now, she found herself encountering him once again. His calm demeanor and his determination to treat her father astonished her. She shook her head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Wang Yu's treatment was nearing its conclusion. "How is it? Is the progress satisfactory?" she inquired. Wang Yu nodded slightly and replied, "Yuan uncle is fine. He should wake up shortly." Yuan Zaidi refrained from approaching, and at that moment, she observed Dr. Chow and Yuan Tanghuang arriving at the bedside. When she saw Dr. Chow nodding in disbelief, relief washed over her. "Thank you," she exclaimed, immediately grasping Yuan Tanghuang's hand and bowing deeply to Wang Yu. He hastily waved his hand. "I still call him uncle. It is only fitting for someone of my younger generation." Moments later, Yuan Junfa opened his eyes, and the astonishment in his gaze was unmistakable as he beheld Wang Yu. "Shall you?" Wang Yu stepped forward. Despite having long refused their assistance, the bond between uncle and nephew remained intact. Upon learning that Wang Yu had healed his ailment, Yuan Junfa's joy was palpable. "Good. You become quite accomplished. Your father would be very pleased." A bittersweet smile crept onto Wang Yu's face. Father? Such a term of respect had been absent from his life for far too long. When his father had encountered misfortune, he had been utterly oblivious and powerless, forced to witness his father imprisoned and his mother remarry. Their once comfortable and opulent life had crumbled in an instant. Yet, as time passed and he matured, the bitterness gradually faded. "Make sure to visit your father." Seeing the expression on Wang Yu's face, Yuan Junfa recognized his concerns. However, this was ultimately a matter for Wang Yu's family, and all he could offer was a sigh and words of encouragement. "All right, understood. After advising Yuan Junfa on matters to be cautious of, Wang Yu took his leave. As he departed, Yuan Junfa insisted on handing him a bank card, a substantial sum of money. Wang Yu initially intended to decline, but when Yuan Junfa insisted, it was his lifeline. He begrudgingly accepted. After promising to keep in touch, Wang Yu drove back to the company, just as the workday was coming to a close. Wang Yu ascended the stairs with the intention of accompanying Su Xiaoxue home after work. However, a colleague informed him that she had already departed. Wang did not find this surprising. During the days he was not by her side, Su Xiaoxue had undoubtedly grown accustomed to solitude. He realized that for him to care for her daily, it would require a gradual cultivation of new habits. Upon returning home, as mealtime approached, he still had not seen Su Xiaoxue return, prompting him to call her, yet no one answered. A furrow of concern creased his brow. It was mealtime for the little ones. How could she not be back? He patiently remained seated, serving food to the children. As twilight began to descend, and after some time had passed, he called again, but still there was no response. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Initially, perhaps she had been busy, but after such a lengthy interval, surely all matters should have concluded by now. Did she truly lack the time to return the call? With no response forthcoming, he sensed something amiss. Aunt Li, please keep an eye on the children. I'm going out to fetch Xiaoxue. After relaying his instructions to Aunt Li, he made his way to the company, where the phone remained unreachable. Lacking patience, he swiftly called upon Chao Yingjie to review the company's surveillance footage. He was determined to ascertain who had departed with Su Xiaoxue. Upon witnessing her leave in the company of Yi Xiaotong and others, a blaze of fury ignited within him. This woman, who had previously regarded Su Xiaoxue as a mortal enemy, why was she now behaving so amicably, like a sister? What could possibly motivate Yi Xiaotong, that woman, to exhibit such goodwill? She must be harboring some ulterior motive. Yet, all he knew was that Su Xiaoxue had left with Yi Xiaotong. Beyond that, he was in the dark. Time was of the essence. He immediately commanded a search for her. With one order, the entire company mobilized to locate her. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxue found herself seated at a banquet table. Before her sat a greasy middle-aged man and Song Yaotian, while Yi Xiaotong occupied the seat beside her. Mr. Chong, you must collaborate with us to secure this project for Mingyu Creative, Yi Xiaotong exclaimed, raising her glass in high spirits. Mr. Chong, a man past 30 and rather portly, squinted his eyes as he listened to Yi Xiaotong. If it weren't for the fact that every face must possess eyes, his would indeed be difficult to discern. Go ahead, speak freely. I am aware of the project with Mingyu Creative, but I have already signed a contract with your sister Lian. Chapter 31 interrupted. Oh, Mr. Chong, you may be unaware that Sister Lian resigned last week, which is why the company sent me in her stead. Before Yi Xiaotong could finish her explanation, Mr. Chong promptly interjected without hesitation. Xiao He, you are well aware that Sister Lian secured this contract through immense effort. Yi Xiaotong subtly cast a glance at Su Xiaoxue. We, too, must exert considerable effort. Mr. Chong paused, and, at Yi Xiaotong's discreet prompting, he turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoxue. Upon doing so, his tone shifted to one of urgency. That makes it easier to discuss, haha. Su Xiaoxue had just been summoned by Yi Xiaotong after finishing work today. Despite her lack of faith in Yi Xiaotong, she harbored a steadfast belief in the laws and order of Longhua. She was convinced that should Yi Xiaotong entertain any improper thoughts towards her, she would be able to respond promptly and deliver a warning. Furthermore, the establishment Yi Xiaotong had chosen for their meeting was a bustling hotel, where it seemed unlikely that anything untoward would transpire. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue mused that she truly appeared to be merely a supporting character in this unfolding drama. Is this Miss Su Xiaoxue? I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Greetings. As her thoughts wandered in boredom, a man abruptly steered the conversation back to her. Su Xiaoxue merely smiled politely without uttering a word, resolutely deciding that she would neither speak nor inquire further. She was eager to complete this task swiftly, as she needed to return home to feed her baby. I've heard Miss Xiaoxue was once a sales elite. Su Xiaoxue smiled, but refrained from engaging in conversation. However, this did not deter General Manager Chong from continuing his advances. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she found herself at a loss. as he acted as though they were quite familiar, proposing a toast in a jovial manner. With her thoughts occupied by her children, she abstained from alcohol at the outset of the gathering, opting for a few sips of a soft drink instead. However, as the toast continued, she found herself obligated to participate, despite the beverage's pleasant taste leading to an urgent need for a restroom. A few minutes later, the urge became undeniable, providing her with an opportunity to excuse herself from General Manager Chang's toasting. "My apologies, General Manager Chang, but I must make a trip to the restroom," she explained politely. As he watched her depart, his gaze shifted to one of clarity. "Could this enchanting beauty be the favor you promised me? Surely, it cannot be a trap?" He Xiaotong, observing the exchange, quickly interjected with a smile. "General Manager, oh, you flatter me. Surely you have heard of my reputation. When have I ever shortchanged my clients? Allow me to introduce Miss Su. She is a newlywed, and I assure you, her presence will undoubtedly satisfy your every desire. Moreover, her husband is simply the company's security guard. Even if something were to occur, it would only be a matter of finances, a realm you are surely more acquainted with than I." The general manager then stroked his chin, a smug expression crossing his face. "It seems you have come prepared today. Very well. If you can ensure that lady stays the night, I shall grant you this deal." He was notorious in this circle for his lecherous reputation, preferring to converse with beautiful young women rather than engage in serious business discussions. To secure a deal, one must first capture his interest in the woman and ensure her company for the night, particularly one as stunning as Su Xiaoxue. "Of course, General Manager. Since we are all here today, we must sincerely address your desires." He Xiaotong replied with confidence as she discreetly slipped a pill into Su Xiaoxue's juice. "She must drink it all. Then, General Manager, you may indulge as you please." After mixing with juice, the pill gradually dissolved, vanishing without a trace in the drink. The three individuals seated at the table erupted into laughter simultaneously. Su Xiaoxue excused herself to the restroom, primarily due to a pressing need, but also because a wave of anxiety washed over her. Upon finishing her visit to the lavatory, she felt a wave of relief and instinctively reached for her phone, intending to inquire about the children from Wang Yu. However, as she retrieved her phone, she realized she had mistakenly grabbed her work phone, filled with clients and trivial matters. She let out a long sigh, chiding herself for her foolishness, and she couldn't recall Wang Yu's number. It wasn't that she hadn't made an effort to memorize it. They had only recently reunited, and her little ones required her devoted care. Who had time to remember such details? Alas, it seemed she would have to wait until the dinner concluded. Su Xiaoxue lingered in the restroom for quite some time, feeling the pangs of longing for her children, whom she had seen all day. Fortunately, it appeared that he Xiaotong was enjoying a lively conversation with his clients, suggesting their discussion would soon come to a close. Once composed, Su Xiaoxue returned to her seat with a smile. "Then it's settled. Miss He, I look forward to our collaboration." Chairman Chang raised his glass with an air of formality. "Cheers, Chairman Chang." Su Xiaoxue felt elated. Had they truly reached an agreement? Without further thought, she downed the contents of her glass in one go. Laughter filled the air as the four of them reveled in their joy. However, as she chuckled, a sense of unease crept in. How had the number of people across from her suddenly increased to 4? Had she inadvertently grabbed a glass brimming with alcohol? But she still needed to nurse. Drinking was out of the question. Struggling, she lifted the glass to her eyes. No, this was the juice glass she had just consumed, with remnants of fruit playfully clinging to the sides. In an instant, realization struck her like a thunderbolt. No wonder He Xiaodong had unexpectedly solicited her help. With so many employees in the company, why would she, who had long since departed from the sales department, be sought out? Clearly, the assurances regarding security benefits were mere fabrications. Even the manager of the logistics department held no power to unilaterally increase the welfare fund by 10%. This was He Xiaodong's retaliation. As she gazed at Chairman Chang, whose face radiated blissful satisfaction, the entirety of the situation crystallized in her mind. He Xiaodong had undoubtedly compromised herself to secure a sales partnership with him. "He Xiaodong you." She shot an angry glare at He Xiaotong, but her body felt weak and feeble, leaving her utterly drained. "Indeed, this was my doing. Look at you, fully aware of my character, yet remaining utterly unguarded." He Xiaodong supported Su Xiaoxue's shoulder, her tone tinged with exasperation, though her eyes sparkled with a wild triumph as she followed Chairman Chang out. Chapter 32. Despair, a lavish penthouse suite. Chairman Chang's bold demeanor instantly enveloped Su Xiaoxue in a shroud of despair. At this moment, she resembled those insects ensnared in a spider's web, having unwittingly fallen into such an evident trap. Wang Yu, my dear husband, where are you? Save me. Save me. In times of peril, one instinctively thinks of the person they trust the most. Naturally, she thought of her husband, Wang Yu. Despite her seemingly unfriendly demeanor towards him in recent days, from the moment he appeared before her and vowed to take responsibility for her and the children, her heart had fully entrusted him. A man's most vital quality is his sense of responsibility and accountability, is it not? Wang Yu, if you do not come soon, I shall never see you again. Wang Yu was anxious. Su Xiaoxue had followed He Xiaotong, and the employees of Mingyu Creative Company were utterly oblivious to He Xiaodong's intentions that night. If He Xiaodong were to engage in nefarious deeds, she would certainly not publicize her whereabouts, leaving them completely in the dark about her destination. There was no time to wait aimlessly. If He Xiaotong harbored ill intentions towards Xiaoxue, it would be too late. Wang Yu called upon Yuan Zaidi for assistance. Given her current management of the Tangwang Group, she undoubtedly had extensive connections. Su Xiaoxue could not report her missing, as it had not yet been 24 hours. Thus Wang Yu had no choice but to seek her help. Upon hearing Wang Yu's request, Yuan Zaidi took it very seriously. Within 10 minutes, news arrived. At that moment, Miss Su was at the Xingxiang Hotel. Meanwhile, Mr. Chang gazed with a smile at the lovely figure on his bed, lost in a flurry of thoughts. From an instant, Su Xiaoxue stepped through the hotel entrance. Mr. Chang's gaze had been fixed upon her. A man of his experience, who had encountered many women, valued a woman's character above all. He had long grown weary of superficial charms. Despite her being a mother, Su Xiaoxue had only experienced love once. Within her maturity lay a certain unworldly innocence, a quality that lowly women could never hope to possess. Beautiful lady, I am on my way. He suddenly sprang forth, rushing towards Su Xiaoxue, his eyes glistening with tears. Mr. Chang was well aware of the effects of the drug. Initially, it rendered one weak and devoid of control over their body. But as the effects gradually dissipated, the affected woman would be filled with immense passion and fervor. For years, Mr. Chang had adored this drug. He had no interest in lifeless bodies, relishing instead the responsive interactions, even if there were resistance. Thus, upon seeing the tears in Su Xiaoxue's eyes, he felt a sense of boredom. Such a beautiful woman, he did not wish to enjoy her in such a state. Otherwise, the pleasure would diminish significantly. He stood up again before Su Xiaoxue. I must first wash up in the restroom. I hope that by the time I return, you will have composed yourself. What irritates me most is your incessant weeping. Let me tell you, it will be best to abandon your unrealistic fantasies. This night is destined to belong to me. Ha ha. No one can save you now. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he made his way to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue's tears flowed even more profusely. She was embroiled in an inner conflict, yet her limbs felt as though they had withered, rendering her utterly powerless. How could she even contemplate escape? Standing was a challenge in itself, and despite her fervent desire to scream, no sound escaped her throat. A profound regret enveloped her. Why had she not acquiesced to Wang Yu's request yesterday, instead of allowing herself to be victimized by this scoundrel? Darling, I beg you. I have long forgiven you. Please come and rescue me. I am yours, and so is our child. Hurry and appear. The restless sound of water in the bathroom heightened Su Xiaoxue's anxiety. Wang Yu had become her last hope for salvation, and she yearned for him to hear her prayers and descend from the heavens. If he could find her in her darkest hour, why was he not here now? Her eyes remained fixated on the door, yet the familiar figure was conspicuously absent. Instead, it was Mr. Chang who first opened the bathroom door. A man could typically shower in mere minutes, especially one focused solely on his ulterior motives. Oh, my dear, I'm coming. His lecherous grin, combined with his repugnant demeanor, made him approach Su Xiaoxue step by step. Despair had taken root in her heart. Wang Yu, please take care of our child. Her gaze had dimmed, devoid of light. If she were to be tormented, she saw no reason to continue living. Just as she prepared to bite her own tongue with all her might, a wave of heat surged through her body, as if her mind had been forcibly altered, replacing all previous despair with indescribable imagery. A soft moan escaped her lips, and through her hazy vision, she gradually discerned Mr. Chang's grotesquely expanding smile. It was over. Everything had come to an end. A deep sorrow settled within her. At that moment, she could not even dictate her body's reactions. Just as she braced herself to comply with the man before her, a loud bang resonated through the air. The scene shifted abruptly, and Wang Yu's familiar face suddenly appeared before her eyes. This was no mere illusion, but a palpable sensation, and she felt a resurgence of strength within her. Darling! In that instant, tears erupted from her eyes. After receiving Yuan Zidi's call, Wang Yu had hurried directly to the Sacred Elephant Hotel. He had envisioned countless scenarios before arriving, each more agonizing than the last. Yet none could compare to the torment of losing Su Xiaoxue. He loved her deeply. Whether or not she bore those children, she had firmly rooted herself in his heart. At this critical juncture, he finally reached the hotel. Lacking a key, he kicked the door open, which crashed directly into Mr. Chang. At this moment, gazing at Su Xiaoxue in his arms, Wang Yu felt a sudden pang in his heart. Once the young master of a publicly listed conglomerate, he had never resorted to such drugs, yet many of his acquaintances had used them to harm women. They were notoriously dubbed the assassins of pure femininity. Darling, it's all right. Your husband is here. Don't worry. He immediately reassured Su Xiaoxue, gently patting her back. However, the effects of the drug she had consumed began to take hold. Chapter 33. Ruthlessness unleashed. Her hands began to wander restlessly over Wang Yu. But he was not alone. Yuan Zidian and others had also entered the room. The woman who had once been coldly rejected by Wang Yu now witnessed the tender and protective gaze he cast upon Su Xiaoxue, as if something within her had shattered. Did such affection not once belong to her? Yet, she was not one to indulge in melodrama. Nevertheless, upon seeing Su Xiaoxue in her current state, she realized that the woman had been drugged. Let us take Miss Su home. You can leave this to me, she said. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Wang Yu expressed his gratitude to Yuan Zidian. Su Xiaoxue needed to return home immediately. On the way, Wang Yu initially intended to take Su Xiaoxue to the hospital, but her small hands repeatedly threw his thoughts into disarray. Thus, he promptly drove them back home. It was clearly not the right time for Su Xiaoxue to encounter strangers. Upon arriving home, he lifted Su Xiaoxue into his arms and carried her to the bedroom. He had his own methods for addressing such issues. When Su Xiaoxue awakened the following day, she felt as if her entire body was in agony, akin to having been crushed by a massive vehicle. The disjointed pain made it seem as though there was not a single part of her that was free from discomfort. What happened to me? She murmured, rubbing her head, as if the events of yesterday had slipped her mind. Climbing out of bed, the chill of her skin instantly reminded her that she was not wearing any clothes. In a flurry, she threw off the covers. She did not need to look, but once she did, she was rendered speechless. How could it have come to this? This was no unfamiliar situation for her. When Wang Yu had left silently before, her body had borne the same marks, bruised and battered. It had taken days for her to recover. Is it happening again? A flood of memories surged into her mind, finally allowing her to piece together the events of yesterday. First, He Xiaotong, then President Chang, followed by the hotel, and finally, Wang Yu's face. With a sigh of relief, Su Xiaoxue realized that if it was Wang Yu, everything could be explained. He remained as brash as ever. As she pondered this, Wang Yu gently pushed the door open. Unlike Su Xiaoxue's frailty, he appeared invigorated, as though he had just found a fortune. Awake? The baby has finished breakfast. Don't worry, now that you're up, let us have breakfast. His light-hearted demeanor did little to ease her tension. Upon seeing Wang Yu enter, she quickly pulled the covers over herself. What exactly did you do to me last night? Wang Yu asked, a sheepish expression crossing his face as he scratched his head in embarrassment. The circumstances of last night had been rather extraordinary. He thought that since they were married. He glanced over at Su Xiaoxue, who was experiencing a tumult of emotions. It was said that sharing a bed could lead to delightful experiences. Yet her own two encounters had left her feeling anything but comfortable. Although she didn't harbor any animosity towards Wang Yu. Indeed, she found herself genuinely liking him. She couldn't fathom why he seemed to take her for granted. How would she manage her work now? Would she have to request a day off every time they engaged in such activities? I know what you're about to say. She promptly interrupted Wang Yu's impending explanation. Wang Yu, you must have my consent before doing anything in the future, all right? Wang Yu, momentarily taken aback, noticed that Su Xiaoxue's expression was far from joyful. He hurried to her side, asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Xiaoxue ignored him. But when she turned around, Wang Yu spotted a conspicuous mark on her body, which filled him with profound guilt. He hadn't been involved with a woman in years. And last night, under the influence of the medication, Su Xiaoxue's fervor had overwhelmed him, leading to a reckless night. He now understood the reason for her anger. "I'm sorry. I will definitely seek your permission in the future." At this moment, a man need not say more. Acknowledging one's mistakes sufficed. Perhaps my wife is just too beautiful, and with a little temptation, I simply couldn't resist. He added a compliment, which caused Su Xiaoxue to turn back towards him. Seeing the guilt etched on Wang Yu's face, her heart tightened. "I don't dislike you, but you really need to be more considerate of my feelings. Now, look at me. I can't even get up. What do you suggest we do?" Wang Yu had a moment of clarity. "Next time, I promise to be gentler." His words instantly flushed both their faces with color. He then assisted Su Xiaoxue to the side to check on their infants before they settled at the table to eat. When Aunt Li witnessed Su Xiaoxue stumble, she sighed and shook her head. After all, she was an experienced woman. How could she not know what had transpired? The youth seemed oblivious to the advice of the elders. Just yesterday afternoon, she had warned him, and now he had gone and acted recklessly. Judging by this, young Wang is quite capable, she mused. Miss Su is truly fortunate. Her husband is not only handsome, but also responsible. Good days are surely ahead. While out shopping, she picked up some items to aid lactation, along with oysters and chives. After breakfast, Wang Yu helped Su Xiaoxue request a day off from work before heading to the office himself. There were matters awaiting his attention. When he Xiaodong and Song Yaotian arrived at work, they were brimming with energy. Last night, they celebrated He Xiaodong's triumphant acquisition of President Chang's endorsement, and the two subsequently shared drink. After downing 2 glasses of wine, they retired to bed, naturally enjoying an enchanting evening. Upon her arrival at the office, He Xiaotong cast a discerning glance at Su Xiaoxue's workspace, noticing that her colleague had yet to arrive. A subtle smile graced her lips. Given President Chang's temperament, he must have just concluded his engagements. She pondered whether this insufferable woman would dare to criticize her again. Beauty alone does not grant a woman the right to act whimsically and expect everything to go her way. At this moment, all she needed was for her superior to call and inform her about securing President Chang's deal. If that transpired, she and Song Yaotian could finally upgrade their vehicle. She vividly recalled the disdainful looks from Wang Yu and her companions during their last encounter at the mall. Chapter 34. Something feels off, lost in thought. She glanced downstairs and spotted Wang Yu exiting his car alone. A cold laugh escaped her lips. This insufferable cad was probably oblivious to how his woman was faring. Before long, He Xiaotong received a call from her boss, and, to her astonishment, it was the president himself. A rush of exhilaration coursed through her. Could it be that her performance yesterday had caught her superior's attention? The president would not reach out to such a junior salesperson without cause. Receiving this call, right after her recent success, surely boded well. She quickly composed herself, walking confidently toward the president's office. Along the way, she encountered a jubilant Song Yaotian. "Did you receive a call from President Chao too?" she inquired. "Indeed. You did as well?" They exchanged excited smiles, their hearts racing. This was undoubtedly fortuitous. The president's office was spacious and bright, and upon their arrival, only 2 individuals remained inside. "Please wait. Our president is currently in an impromptu meeting and will be here shortly." The secretary's sweet smile left He Xiaotong and Song Yaotian momentarily flabbergasted, prompting them to wave in gratitude. It's perfectly fine. The president can take his time. Yes, yes. It's all right. The secretary chuckled softly, handing them 2 cups of coffee before making her way to the door. With a resounding bang, the door closed, and the two finally relaxed. What do you think the president wishes to discuss with us today? Who knows? It should be something good. I believe so too. They shared another smile, raising their cups in celebration before downing the coffee in one gulp. He Xiaodong and Song Yaotian exchanged glances and chuckled, both finishing the contents of their cups. Suddenly, He Xiaotong frowned. Brother Tian, I sense something amiss. I feel utterly drained. Are you unwell? Song Yaotian sprang to his feet. But as he approached He Xiaotong, he stumbled slightly. I seem to feel the same. My limbs are weak. I lack strength all over. They were both taken aback, for they were well acquainted with this symptom. They often resorted to this substance for amusement. It could strip away all sense of shame, liberating the allure of both men and women. Yet, they found themselves in the office, in the very sanctum of their employer. How could such a thing transpire? Was it that coffee from earlier? Hurry, summon someone. Trembling, He Xiaotong reached into her pocket, attempting to retrieve her phone to make a call. However, after searching for an extended period, she failed to locate it. At that moment, she forgot that Mingyu was a company with stringent regulations, where phones were confiscated during work hours. Quickly, knock on the door. Song Yaotian struggled to crawl toward the entrance, but this seemingly short distance had become an insurmountable barrier. Despite being in plain sight, he could not reach it for what felt like an eternity. This is bad. Tiango, my body is heating up. He Xiaodong, well versed in the effects of this substance, immediately recognized the abnormality within her body. She understood that once the heat set in, the ensuing circumstances would spiral beyond her control. But they were in an office, in the boss's office, no less. The boss was about to arrive and see them. Song Yaotian turned to glance at He Xiaotong, his gaze akin to that of an adversary, his eyes reddening instantly. Ripping sounds echoed as their clothes were torn as if they held no value. With a decisive slap, Wang Yu promptly disabled the surveillance cameras. He had no desire to witness the sordid display of these two individuals. Subsequently, he called for reporters, intent on ruining them. Understood. The others in the office immediately saluted Wang Yu, having long heard of He Xiaodong's misdeeds. They could hardly fathom that their usually pompous colleague would engage in such repugnant behavior in secret. Fortunately, she had aimed to harm the boss's wife. Had it been them, they could only speculate about what might unfold. After resolving the company's affairs, Wang Yu disregarded work and returned home to accompany Su Xiaoxue. Following the events of the previous day, although Su Xiaoxue had not voiced her feelings, it did not mean she had brushed it off. She had been hurt, and he intended to envelop her in love. Why are you home so early? As soon as he entered, Su Xiaoxue asked in surprise. I'm on leave too. I came to keep you company. Wang Yu's words brought joy to Su Xiaoxue's heart, though a hint of reproach lingered on her face. You just started work. You should be resting. Wang Yu smiled and embraced Su Xiaoxue before checking on the babies. At that moment, the 3 little ones were not yet of kindergarten age. They spent their days at home, indulging in play. When Wang Yu spotted them, they were all peacefully asleep. Look, they resemble you so much. The daughter bears the most resemblance to her father, and the son to his mother. Yet I see bits of you in all of them. Hearing Su Xiaoxue's words, Wang Yu chuckled with delight. Indeed, as Su Xiaoxue noted, despite their tender age, the baby's features seemed to be molded from the same likeness as his. Perhaps today, we should let Ani Li take a break. Shall we care for the children ourselves? Ani Li had grown weary from tending to 3 kids. Su Xiaoxue tilted her head quizzically at him. Are you sure you can manage alone? I believe Aunt Li manages her tasks with remarkable ease, and I have no issues with that. After all, Aunt Li is a professional. Can you really compare yourself to her? You are a professional too, aren't you? Su Xiaoxue beamed with delight at Wang Yu's flattery. Indeed, Aunt Li has not had a proper break in quite some time, so it will be wise to grant her a day off. Once the children are in kindergarten, Aunt Li will have a lighter workload. Or perhaps we can find another helper by then. Very well. I shall leave the arrangements to you. Just as Aunt Li returned from grocery shopping, she was pleasantly surprised to learn that she could finally take a rest. Xiaochun, caring for children is no simple feat. This is not Auntie's boastful claim. If I were not here, you would struggle to manage 3 little ones. Moreover, they are still quite young, and looking after them requires a degree of experience. Nevertheless, Wang Yu was resolute. Aunt Li, you could teach me, couldn't you? I have never been a father before, so I genuinely lack experience. Aunt Li could not help but chuckle. Sure, do not worry. Everyone starts somewhere. However, with 3 little ones at home, you may find it a tad more challenging. Subsequently, Aunt Li imparted her knowledge to Wang Yu with great diligence. Upon completion of his lessons, he came to understand that caring for infants involves numerous considerations. In essence, one must possess attentiveness, patience, and affection. By observing their breathing while they sleep, one can gauge their sleep quality, should any issues arise. It is crucial to promptly adjust the temperature, neither too cold nor too hot, as young children have fragile immune systems and can easily fall ill from temperature extremes. A child's diet should be light, as their appetites are modest, yet they can become hungry quite quickly. Therefore, it is advisable to offer them smaller meals more frequently. Furthermore, when it comes to their food, it is imperative to avoid giving them anything stale, as this could lead to illness. Children may struggle to articulate their discomfort clearly, so one must remain vigilant. If a child appears unwell, it is essential to assess the severity of their condition. If it is serious, a trip to the hospital is necessary. Delay could result in irremediable harm to the child. One should pay close attention to the child's well-being, including monitoring their bowel movements for signs of health. Wang Yu felt a wave of shame wash over him while tending to the baby's bottom. He found it rather unpleasant and wondered how he could possibly observe such matters. Additionally, it is vital to instill a regular routine in children. Good parents establish these habits from a young age, and infants still require afternoon naps. After the lesson, Wang Yu was drenched in sweat. It was fortunate that the children were his own, otherwise he would surely have fled midway, never anticipating that caring for little ones could be so intricate. At this moment, Aunt Li posed a question. Do you think you could manage 3 babies if I were not here? Her inquiry left Wang Yu feeling uncertain. Yet, he had just expressed grand sentiments. Aunt Li, worry not. Having received your guidance, if I'm still unable to care for 3 little ones, how would I manage my own family? Please, do take your time to rest. As Aunt Li departed, Su Xiaoxue flashed a gesture of praise towards Wang Yu. Darling, impressive. The children are now your responsibility. I shall prepare lunch. Subsequently, she retreated to the bed to engage with her phone. During this time, she had been under considerable tension. But now, finally, someone was able to assist her, which filled her with joy. Wang Yu asserted himself with a nod. It's merely taking care of the children. I can manage that. The 3 little ones peacefully drifted into slumber, yet Wang Yu felt a surge of anxiety. After a considerable interval, Su Xiaoxue approached with reddened eyes. Wang Yu, feeling uneasy, inquired, My dear, what has transpired? Who dares to wrong you? Su Xiaoxue remained silent as she handed her phone to Wang Yu. The screen revealed a message indicating that He Xiaotong and Song Yaotian had engaged in inappropriate conduct during work hours and had subsequently been dismissed by their company, which was rallying the industry to expel them. Beneath the message was a photograph of He Xiaotong and Song Yaotian. Though obscured, Wang Yu could discern their identities. He chuckled softly, appreciating the efficiency of the company in question. In such a short span, with this photograph in hand, He Xiaotong and Song Yaotian would find it impossible to remain in Long City, their reputations irrevocably tarnished. Just yesterday, it was He Xiaotong who had invited him to a dinner gathering, and he had not anticipated her cruelty. Such individuals deserve their comeuppance. Even the gentle Su Xiaoxue described her as scum, underscoring the extent of the hurt inflicted upon her. Su Xiaoxue was able to recount the entire sequence of events, which relieved Wang Yu, affirming that his standing in her heart had significantly improved. Xinyao, remember to inform me of any matters first in the future. I was quite worried when I couldn't locate you last night. The two gazed into each other's eyes, sparks igniting between them, until the sudden cooing of the babies jolted them into alertness. Allow me to handle this. You should rest. Wang Yu swiftly kissed Su Xiaoxue on the cheek and hurried to tend to the little ones. Upon discovering that it was Tuan Tuan who was making the noise, Su Xiaoxue felt reassured and permitted Wang Yu to manage the situation independently. She needed to trust him. As she returned to her room, reminiscing about Wang Yu's recent gestures, her heart swelled with joy, and she soon fell into a deep, comfortable sleep, comforted by his presence beside her. However, as she slumbered, the babies seemed to erupt in unison, their collective cooing filling the air. Wang Yu was suddenly flustered. Although Aunt Li had previously instructed him on what to do at this juncture, facing 3 babies in a simultaneous outcry left his mind utterly blank. He could not recall any of Aunt Li's advice. His instinct was to seek Su Xiaoxue's assistance, but he quickly suppressed that thought. Aunt Li was only available during the day to care for the babies, which meant that Su Xiaoxue managed the children alone each evening. If such a delicate woman could tend to 3 infants for so long, how could he now call for reinforcements? Absolutely not. In an instant, the words of Aunt Li echoed clearly in his mind. Be attentive, patient, and loving. He dashed towards Tuan Tuan, who was making the loudest noise. He lifted his little daughter, gently soothing her, and offered her a pacifier, quickly calming her before setting her down. He hurriedly picked up the eldest child, gently patting his back, and within moments, the child calmed down. For the next while, he played with the 3 little ones, even preparing some fruit for them. He remained by their side, and once the children's morning grumpiness subsided, they transformed into 3 little angels. With the babies soothed, the noise finally ceased. Phew! The little ones had quieted down, and Wang Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Caring for children was indeed quite arduous. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully caring for the babies for over 4 hours, earning the Sleep Skill Level 3 reward. Hearing the long-absent system voice in his mind, Wang Yu realized it was now noon. The morning had finally come to an end, and he felt a bit hungry. As he opened the door to the room, Su Xiaoxue had just crawled out of bed, her face still drowsy. Upon seeing Wang Yu, a teasing glimmer crossed her features. Did you need help? Wang Yu shrugged with pride. I've taken good care of them. I just came to see if the lazy cook is dreaming of preparing a meal. Su Xiaoxue's face flushed immediately. It'll be ready soon. Aunt Li had purchased a bountiful array of ingredients, and Wang Yu longed to taste Su Xiaoxue's cooking. However, when he observed her clumsily organizing the ingredients, an inkling of unease crept into his heart. He intended to assist her, but Su Xiaoxue declined. You are a wonderful chef, but the kitchen belongs to the Su family now. Let me prepare lunch for the baby's father. Her words left Wang Yu pleasantly astonished. He resolved that regardless of what emerged from the kitchen, he would savor every bite. While Su Xiaoxue busied herself with lunch, he received the system's reward for the sleep skill. Initially indifferent, he thought it was merely a skill for lulling to sleep. What more could the system conjure? Yet, upon opening it, his eyes widened in disbelief. This sleep skill was extraordinarily powerful, capable of inducing slumber almost instantaneously. This would undoubtedly make his future childcare endeavors significantly easier. Wang Yu became exhilarated. The system was truly remarkable. He planned to experiment with the babies next time. They might lack a sense of security and could be easily startled upon falling asleep. With the sleep skill, they would slumber more soundly. Observing the joyous expressions of the little ones, he felt a profound happiness. Life was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 36. Not bad. Seeing the initial success of his first experience in childcare, he felt a swell of pride. Wang Yu resolved to earn more money in the future to provide the very best for the children. Time to eat. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue called out, and Wang Yu approached the dining table, where he beheld the 4 dishes and a soup she had prepared. His eyes twitched slightly. With his discerning chef's eye, he noted that at least a few of the ingredients in the dishes were not fully cooked. Come quickly and taste my culinary skills. Su Xiaoxue exclaimed enthusiastically. Wang Yu's heart fluttered, yet his face radiated sheer joy. It looked delightful. He decided to sample the dishes raw. After all, those vegetables were harmless, and eating them uncooked would pose no issue. When tasting, he must feign utter surprise, claiming it to be extraordinarily delicious. Then I shall give it a try. Wang Yu, with a sullen expression, nodded and picked up the food with his chopsticks. Just as he had anticipated, salt had been mistakenly added in place of sugar, transforming a dish that should have been sweet into a salty one. How perplexing. He noticed Su Xiaoxue's eager gaze and promptly swallowed the food, giving a thumbs up. It was delicious. Su Xiaoxue's smile widened in delight. Shall I try this one? Wang Yu exclaimed indignantly as he plunged his chopsticks into another dish. Although it was also undercooked, the flavor was distinct, making it even more appetizing than the usual fare. He simply forgot to add salt. Not bad. He immediately raised another thumb in approval. How about this dish? Faced with Su Xiaoxue's growing anticipation, Wang Yu found it impossible to refuse. As he sampled the dish, it seemed even more delectable than the previous ones, with only a minor flaw, perhaps a bit too much vinegar, causing a sour sensation on his palate. Nonetheless, it was enjoyable. Without waiting for Su Xiaoxue to inquire, he swiftly grabbed a spoon to serve himself some soup. Surely, a simple tomato and egg soup would pose no problem. However, after just a sip, he could not restrain himself from spitting it out. Why was there pepper in the tomato and egg soup? The moment he took a sip, he was overwhelmed by its pungency. Do you find it unpalatable? Wang Yu had no time to intervene, as Su Xiaoxue had already taken up her spoon to taste the soup. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly grabbed her chopsticks to sample the dishes. As she tried each one, her face became a canvas of disappointment. At that moment, the spiciness in Wang Yu's mouth gradually faded. He immediately began to eat heartily. Darling, I am truly delighted to taste the dishes you've prepared. Many would envy my fortune. Su Xiaoxue burst into laughter at his words, quickly attempting to intervene. Husband, please don't eat anymore. I hardly cook. I had no idea it would turn out so poorly. It seems she needed more practice. Wang Yu immediately embraced her. At this age, Su Xiaoxue should have been carefree. Yet, because of Wang Yu, she had to care for 3 little ones and engage in tasks she was not adept at. For your first attempt, you did remarkably well. When I cooked for the first time, I nearly set the kitchen ablaze. Su Xiaoxue laughed heartily. You're a liar. The meals you prepared for my parents were exquisite. My mother has always praised you. Husband, I feel utterly useless. I can't even manage a simple task. Wang Yu rested his head against hers. Remember, you are the mother of our children. Your primary focus should be caring for them. Other chores, like cooking, doing laundry, and washing dishes, are not your responsibilities. Let me handle those from now on. The two exchanged heartfelt glances, their hearts racing in unison, their eyes filled with sincerity. Then I shall rely on you. Dear husband, could you please tidy up the kitchen? After saying this, she quickly kissed Wang Yu and dashed off to the children's room. Savoring the sweetness of her kiss, Wang Yu smiled. A man should indeed clean up after his wife. After a while, a table filled with delectable dishes was laid out. Enticing and appetizing. Wife, little ones, come quickly to dinner. A meal swiftly concluded amidst the cheerful conversations of the family. In the afternoon, Su Xiaoxue felt sufficiently rested and proposed a stroll outdoors. You must have sought numerous talents to find me yesterday. Let us venture into the streets to purchase some gifts for them as a token of our gratitude. Wang Yu found it difficult to decline Su Xiaoxue's suggestion. While the others had no objections, he felt compelled to express his appreciation towards Kai Qingqing. Although it would not be a significant matter if the Fuli company had not collapsed, he had grown quite estranged from the Tanghuang group and deemed it necessary to convey his thankfulness. Despite Kai Qingqing's belief that such gestures were trivial compared to Wang Yu's heroic act of saving her father, Wang Yu held the conviction that the two matters were distinctly separate and should not be taken for granted. Very well, then, let us bring the little ones along. He agreed. Indeed, even if I were to lose you, I cannot afford to lose our children. The two made their arrangements, yet when they stepped outside, they were taken aback. His vehicle lacked a child seat, rendering it impossible for the 3 children to sit still. Any movement would pose a danger. Such an outcome would be utterly regrettable. Perhaps you should go by it yourself. I will stay at home with the children, Wang Yu suggested, but Su Xiaoxue disagreed. The purpose of gifting is to express our shared appreciation. We must purchase them together. Let's wait for Aunt Li to arrive tomorrow, and we shall go shopping together. Su Xiaoxue replied calmly, though Wang Yu perceived a hint of regret in her eyes. The thought of wandering through the streets with their children and husband was a joyous one. It seemed that this desire would need to be postponed. I am aware of some customized nanny vans available online, particularly suited for families with multiple children. Let us order one, and then we need not worry. Wang Yu's suggestion instantly delighted Su Xiaoxue, yet her expression quickly dimmed. Even with such a nanny van, it would still be of little use. Wang Yu was taken aback. He had previously taken pride in his car, but now it seemed utterly inadequate. To ensure his wife and children were content, it appeared he must earn more money. With their shopping plans temporarily shelved, the couple entertained the children at home for the afternoon. Su Xiaoxue devised numerous games to engage the three little ones joyfully. She narrated stories, played soft music, and nurtured their musical sensibility. She even played foreign songs to help the children develop their ear for language. However, at that moment, Wang Yu promptly intervened. While cultivating the children's linguistic aptitude was commendable, proficiency in their native language was equally important. The initiative to promote foreign language learning nationwide had stemmed from a time when their homeland, Huaxia, lagged behind. To advance economically, mastering foreign languages was essential to acquiring cutting-edge technology and knowledge. Yet now, the nation's overall strength was steadily increasing, with many technologies reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Chapter 37. The art of sleep others have come to learn from us. Thus, continuing to immerse the children in a foreign language environment is no longer necessary. Mastery of one's mother tongue remains paramount. Although Su Xiaoxue appeared to be quite opinionated, she did not question Wang Yu when he made up his mind, for she found his reasoning quite compelling. After a busy afternoon, the hour was late. Your concern for the little ones is evident. Why not take the evening to soothe them to sleep? Since Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue began cohabiting, both she and Aunt Li took turns caring for the children, while Wang Yu slept soundly each night, oblivious to the occasional cries that pierced the night, thanks to the house's excellent soundproofing. However, attending to the babies at night required constant vigilance. "It's all right, my dear. You go rest while I take care of the children. There is no need for concern." Su Xiaoxue smiled and said nothing, feeling reassured by Wang Yu's demeanor over the past few days. As night fell, the three babies peacefully drifted off to sleep, and Su Xiaoxue returned to her bedroom, leaving Wang Yu alone in the nursery. The room was filled with a delightful scent of milk and the sweet aroma of children, making it quite inviting. Wang Yu lay down on the bed nearby, thinking that watching over them for one night should be a simple task. He intended to sleep as soon as the children settled down, for he needed his rest. Otherwise, should the babies wake, he would lack the energy to attend to them. Yet, sleep eluded him. It was barely past 8 o'clock, and typically, he struggled to fall asleep even at 11. How could he sleep at this hour? He had to try. Yet, the more he forced it, the more elusive sleep became. To his surprise, the children had all fallen asleep unusually quickly and peacefully, leaving him without any opportunity to soothe them. Bored, he picked up his phone to check the news. Ding! A friend sent him an invitation to play a game. It was a 5-on-5 competitive game. During his more challenging times, this game had provided companionship, rescuing him from the depths of boredom, and he had formed friendships through it. "Hey, Wang, long time no see. Are you joining the rank matches?" Seeing the three children still sound asleep, Wang Yu decisively clicked to confirm. This was undoubtedly the best way to pass the time. Choosing his hero, he disregarded the questions from his teammates and locked in his selection. "I'm going for a pentakill," Wang Yu thought eagerly. Yet, he had not anticipated that as soon as he opened the game interface, Tuan would suddenly awaken from a dream. Her cries were thunderous, jolting Wang Yu upright. Had he been dreaming? Just moments ago, she had been sleeping so soundly. He intended to take her to the restroom, but Tuan remained still, showing no inclination to go. It must have been an improper sleeping position that caused her to have a nightmare. Wang Yu swiftly scooped Tuan in his arms, gently patting her back until she calmed down and returned to a peaceful slumber. Cautiously, he laid her back in bed, ensuring all was well, then hurriedly retrieved his phone. Sorry, the network just dropped. He could never admit that the issue was due to tending to the children. No worries, get back online right away. Wang Yu hastily took action, witnessing that his teammates had already reached level 6, while he remained at a mere level 1. Forced to cower beneath the safety of the tower. "Do not regard me as a fool. I shall make you kneel and call me father." As Wang Yu sheltered under the tower, he carefully sought to evade the oncoming assaults of his adversaries. Spotting his ally lurking in the jungle, he realized that the enemy was poised to strike. At that moment, DeBeo had risen once more. You truly are my ancestor. Wang Yu swiftly signaled for a retreat, casting a quick glance at DeBeo. Before he could inquire about the reason for DeBeo's resurgence, he was met with a smile that instantly quelled his inner turmoil. DeBeo, what are you planning? Can you wait until I finish this game? Without hesitation, DeBeo responded by attempting to seize Wang Yu's phone, causing him to panic. What was happening? Why did the mention of the game provoke such a reaction from a child? Shouldn't they be unable to distinguish between reality and the game at this moment? Do you want to play too? Wang Yu probed, testing the waters. The child eagerly nodded, and at that instant, Erbao also sat up. Brothers, I'm out. My house is on fire. Wang Yu quickly apologized to his still-waiting friends. We cannot continue playing. It is said that a father and son share a deep connection, and it appeared that his child mirrored his sentiments. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to accompany them. To his astonishment, once he had tucked away his phone, both children returned to sleep without further noise. He recalled a film he had watched, wherein a father and his child embarked on mischief, but before they could act, the child voiced his disapproval, using tears to dissuade his father from wrongdoing. Wang Yu was taken aback, feeling fortunate that his child shared his mindset. If they grew up only knowing games, Su Xiaoxue would surely be the death of him. Ding ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully accompanying the child through the night. Your reward is a nanny vehicle and 3 deep sleep tokens. Wang Yu yawned as dawn began to break, and the system's familiar voice resonated. The nanny vehicle was a welcome boon, precisely what he needed yesterday. However, what did the deep sleep token entail? System, could you clarify the nature of the deep sleep token? The system explained, a deep sleep token allows for the attainment of restorative sleep, with the start time freely adjustable, ranging from a minimum of half an hour to a maximum of 8 hours, making it particularly beneficial for parents of young children. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu suddenly comprehended. The child was still quite small. Even the slightest noise in the middle of the night could awaken him. As a parent, the incessant disturbances from the child could rob him of peaceful slumber throughout the night. The deep sleep token could alleviate this issue. By merely reciting it in his mind, he could fulfill his sleep requirements within half an hour, with a quality surpassing that of an entire night's rest. Moreover, the key advantage lay in its flexible settings, allowing him to designate a half-hour sleep session as equivalent to an entire night or extend it to 8 hours. Wang Yu's mind raced with possibilities. Could this be applied for the children? If they are too noisy, should I immediately call them to sleep for 8 hours? However, he promptly rejected this notion. Adults require only 8 hours of sleep, as their bodies possess enough energy to sustain them. Children, on the other hand, find 8 hours insufficient for their needs. Nevertheless, deep sleep remains beneficial overall. Observing the peacefully slumbering child, Wang Yu silently resolved to indulge in a brief respite. He found a quiet spot and slept soundly for half an hour, awakening with renewed vigor. Chapter 38. A startling revelation at this moment. Su Xiaoxue had also risen. Upon seeing Wang Yu, she was taken aback. Did the babies make noise last night? She was acutely aware of the challenges involved in caring for 3 children throughout the night, and she knew that restful sleep was a luxury. Yet, Wang Yu appeared more refreshed than someone who had slept for an extended period. How remarkable. Wang Yu certainly didn't disclose that he had utilized deep sleep. Naturally, there was noise, but your man is brimming with energy. He raised an eyebrow at Su Xiaoxue, who promptly rolled her eyes in response. Enough of that. Go wash your face. There are still many matters to attend to. During breakfast, the nanny vehicle arrived, and Wang Yu perceived it as merely a stroller, albeit one with more seats for the triplets. Upon witnessing the actual vehicle, Wang Yu was astonished. The nanny vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate all 3 children for outings, even allowing them to accompany him on shopping excursions. Where did you procure the funds to purchase this vehicle? Su Xiaoxue was even more astonished than he was. Fully aware of Wang Yu's current situation, thus her shock was profound. How could he afford such a large nanny vehicle at this time? Although she was uncertain of the price, the exquisite craftsmanship indicated that it might surpass their own car in quality. Last night, while caring for the children, I mentioned to my second uncle that our current vehicle was rather small, and to my surprise, he gifted me this car. Wang Yu referenced the same second uncle who had provided him with a villa. Having given a villa, gifting a car was hardly surprising. Su Xiaoxue regarded Wang Yu with a look of confusion, sensing his discomfort. Is your second uncle so generous because he feels indebted to your father? Wang Yu recognized that Su Xiaoxue was referring to his biological father, not his stepfather, who married his mother after his father's departure. His father was currently in prison due to company-related issues, and he had shared these details with Su Xiaoxue. Thus, she was well informed. Suddenly, Wang Yu was struck by a revelation. Su Xiaoxue's words illuminated a new perspective. Wang Yu understood his father's character. He did not seem the type to engage in unscrupulous behavior. In his youth, before their family's downfall, he had never contemplated such matters. However, Su Xiaoxue's comments sparked a realization within him. What if his father had been wrongfully accused? Previously, he lacked the means to investigate, even if he had the desire. Now, he possessed the capability to delve into the old case. He needed to meet Yuan Zaidi as soon as possible. In Long City, no one understood his father's situation better than Yuan Junfa, the successor of the Huangwang Group. Yuan Zaidi would undoubtedly be knowledgeable about this matter. He had not seen his father for many years. It was high time he paid a visit. Am I correct in my assertion? When Su Xiaoxue beheld Wang Yu standing there like a fool after she had spoken, her heart raced with anxiety. I do not wish for you to speak thus merely because you covet another's possessions. Uncle Air has treated you with such kindness. Surely he would never conspire against Uncle Wang. Su Xiaoxue's words brought Wang Yu back to his senses, and he merely smiled. I understand. I shall strive to do better. However, you may accept this car and house with peace of mind. Suddenly, thoughts of his father flooded his mind, and he lost his composure. Su Xiaoxue leaned against Wang Yu like a little kitten. If you miss him, why not visit Uncle Wang? Share your situation with him. He'll be pleased for you. Indeed, the two then embarked in the car toward Mingyu Company. It appeared that Mingyu Company was bustling that day, adorned with heart-shaped roses, pink balloons, and banners proclaiming, "Who likes whom?" At a distance, Wang Yu could not discern the details. How romantic, he mused, pondering which woman was being courted. Upon witnessing this scene at the entrance, Su Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with envy. Every woman would be moved by such a display. Wang Yu, however, chuckled. Romantic? In the end, it falls to me to clean up this mess. Should I discover who it is, I shall make him regret it. At that moment, Wang Yu was working as a security guard at Mingyu, and naturally, it was his duty to tidy up the decorations. He was far from pleased. Su Xiaoxue chuckled, realizing the situation herself. Yet, as the car slowly approached the building's entrance and the words on the banner came into view, their expressions changed instantly. Miss Su Xiaoxue, you are truly beautiful. Zhu Buitao is utterly infatuated with you. We hope you will accept his proposal. These banners loomed prominently at the entrance of Mingyu Company. Su Xiaoxue's complexion shifted dramatically, for she could not fathom that the object of such affection could be herself. She was already a married woman with children, and any public declaration of love would bring her not joy, but humiliation. For Wang Yu, his grimace was not solely due to the fact that the one being pursued was his wife, but also because he was acquainted with the suitor. Zhu Buitao was the son of Dong Zhangsu, the deputy general manager of the Fuli Group. He was also the heir to the Zhu family enterprise, the largest conglomerate in Long City. Just earlier, Su Xiaoxue had mentioned that her father might have been wronged, and now, Zhu Buitao had suddenly appeared. Wang Yu recalled that the swift downfall of the Fuli Group seemed tied to the betrayal of that deputy general manager. Wang Yu's expression darkened significantly, and as the car reached the entrance, he did not apply the brakes, rolling over the carefully arranged flowers and balloons. Su Xiaoxue, observing Wang Yu's demeanor, remained silent but was equally furious, especially upon noticing someone standing in front of the building. Bang! As the car came to a halt, Su Xiaoxue immediately leaped out. Unaware that Zhu Buitao and Wang Yu were acquainted, she had only seen him once. Mr. Zhu, please show some respect. I have already informed you that I am married. Do not trouble me again. Otherwise, my husband will be quite upset. Zhu Buitao possesses an undeniable handsomeness, dressed in a manner that suggests immense success, captivating countless onlookers. Wow, he is so dashing. Did you see what car he just drove? a limited edition Lamborghini worth several million. His charisma is overwhelming. Have you seen the watch he wears? A custom Patek Philippe, unattainable even for the wealthy. One cannot help but wonder who possesses such fortune to win his affection. Zhu Buitao seemed oblivious to Su Xiaoxue's remarks as he produced a lavish bouquet of roses from behind him. Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. My actions towards you are unrelated. I have come to Mingyu merely to attend to some matters. If this causes you any discomfort, I hope you will not take offense. This is but a token of my regard, and I sincerely hope you will accept it. He presented the roses to Su Xiaoxue, whose face flushed crimson with anger. Do you not care about the feelings of others in matters of affection? I have been quite clear in my rejection, yet Zhu Buitao persists relentlessly. Mr. Zhu, what must I say for you to comprehend that I could never harbor feelings for you? Chapter 39. Spectators do not squander money. It benefits no one. Zhu Buitao immediately shook his head. What you perceive as waste, I see as heartfelt sincerity. A beauty such as yourself deserves daily bouquets. I am well aware that you are married. Yet can your husband provide you with such gifts? I have no intention of delving into how he won your heart. I merely wish to demonstrate that he is unworthy of your love. This was evidently an intrusion into another's marriage. Yet in Zhu Buitao's words, it was romantic devotion. Those enamored with him could not help but cheer. Miss, be with him. You are so young. Perhaps you do not understand, but as someone with experience, I advise you that if you wish to marry, seek a wealthy partner. Otherwise, life will let you squander your youth and regret will come too late. Indeed, miss, we all recognize that you already have a husband, but what kind of car does he drive? How can you reject someone so exceptional? Agreed. Su Xiaoxue felt her heart shatter. What has become of society? These are merely spectators. Do they not see that he is a rogue? Just as her worry peaked, she suddenly felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. It has been so long, Zhu Buitao. At that moment, Wang Yu held her, swiftly parking his car to shield Su Xiaoxue from Zhu Buitao. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Zhu Buitao's smile became even more radiant. Ah, so this is your husband. Do not be deceived by him. His father is a fraud, and he has inherited that nature. Exercise caution. These words immediately stirred unrest. Those who had previously harbored resentment towards Zhu Buitao swiftly altered their stance. They had believed Zhu Buitao was meddling in another's marriage. But if he were to steal away a wicked wife, it would not be deemed destruction, but rather a liberation from her suffering. Is it true? You are wed to the son of a swindler. Are your eyes blind? To pass up such an exceptional man for a con artist? It is no wonder that despite her marriage, that man continues to pursue her. This merely aids her in extricating herself from the mire. The words of the crowd left Su Xiaoxue perplexed, as she wondered how Wang Yu knew this individual. He used to work for my father's company, Wang Yu murmured. After many years, encountering you once more, you remain as repugnant as ever. Wang Yu appeared unfazed by the jeers of the onlookers as he advanced toward Zhu Buitao, glaring at him with an air of superiority. Su Xiaoxue is my wife. Now you are aware. Previously, you referred to me as brother. Do you understand the gravity of stealing a brother's woman? A sudden hush fell over the crowd. They were bewildered. How had she become the sister-in-law of that man? I surmise he must have committed a crime and been imprisoned. During his incarceration, he entrusted his wife to that man as care, only for the latter to develop feelings for her. Upon his release, he declared his love and sought to fight for the woman he cherished. Indeed, what a vivid imagination, transforming the scene into a grand drama, only to be scorned by others. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Zhu Buitao chuckled softly, his face etched with disdain. Oh, do you still consider yourself the young master of the Fuli group? Even if there were feelings between you and Miss Su, do you possess the capability to care for her? Who is unaware of your past manipulations of emotions? Zhu Buitao's words shocked all the onlookers. The Fuli group had once been renowned in Long City, but it had gone bankrupt, a fact known to many. If Zhu Buitao's assertions held any truth, then his actions were indeed justified. How could a relationship adorned with flowers and bread be compared to one devoid of sustenance? At that moment, Su Xiaoxue's expression changed dramatically as she recalled the day after her liaison with Wang Yu. Although she had been the one to initiate the conversation, declaring that he need not take responsibility. He had said nothing and did not pursue her. 3 years later, had it not been for their chance encounter, they would not have reunited. Furthermore, Wang Yu had only decided to be with her after seeing their 3 children. Perhaps he did not wholly belong to her. His focus lay solely on his children. Seeing the look on Su Xiaoxue's face, Wang Yu realized she harbored a significant misunderstanding about him. Their relationship had rapidly intensified during this period. He believed she was on the verge of accepting him. Yet, the harm he had inflicted upon her over the years was an inescapable topic. He could not allow Zhu Buotao to continue speaking. His eloquence was too formidable. And if he persisted, Su Xiaoxue's misconceptions about him might deepen further. With a swift motion, Wang Yu delivered a powerful punch to Zhu Buotao's face. I warn you, Zhu Buotao, from this moment forth, you are no longer worthy of being my friend. Wang Yu made a decisive move, striking Zhu Buotao for daring to harbor ill intentions towards his woman. Zhu Buotao, taken aback by Wang Yu's assault, believed that Wang Yu would not dare to lay a hand on him in front of everyone. Wang Yu, Su Xiaoxue exclaimed in shock, hastily grasping his arm. Just as Zhu Buotao was about to utter more words, the esteemed CEO of Mingyu Group, Chao Yingjie, made her entrance. She cast a brief glance at Wang Yu, but refrained from greeting him. Over the past few days, she had come to understand that Wang Yu was a rather low-key individual who wished to conceal his true identity. This was not only known to him, but also to the upper echelons of Mingyu Group. Hey, President Zhu, we have been planning this for quite some time. Why haven't you made your move yet? I see you were drawn in by our employee. Unfortunately, that employee is already married, and the couple is quite well suited for each other. You have no chance. Chao Yingjie spoke with keen insight, defending Wang Yu while simultaneously warning Zhu Buotao that it was inappropriate to engage in any disputes with Wang Yu in such a setting. Following this exchange, Zhu Buotao merely huffed, cast a glance at Wang Yu, and then followed Chao Yingjie away. Once Zhu Buotao departed, the crowd dispersed immediately. Su Xiaoxue's expression remained rather grim. Hearing from another man that her husband was of such a character was bound to affect her mood negatively. Xiaoxue, let me explain about Zhu Buotao. Before Wang Yu could finish, Su Xiaoxue quickly placed her hand over his mouth. There is no need for you to explain anything to outsiders. I have faith in our relationship. If what you said is true, then there is nothing I can do. Because I do love you. Su Xiaoxue's words left Wang Yu utterly astonished. He could only stare blankly as she ascended the stairs. How fortunate could he be to have such a remarkable woman in love with him? He resolved to ensure that Su Xiaoxue received nothing but the best. Yet, what was Zhu Buotao's purpose for being here? Chapter 40. The thank you gift. Had Zhu Group and Mingyu Company never collaborated before? One was a top-tier enterprise in Long City, while the other merely occupied a secondary position. There should not have been any intersection between the two. Was it because of himself? He recalled Su Xiaoxue's word about someone having harmed his father years ago. Originally, he intended to thank Yuan Zaidi alongside Su Xiaoxue after work. But he could hardly wait. He yearned to uncover the truth directly from Yuan Zaidi's lips. He casually picked a few boxes of tea from the security room and arranged to meet Yuan Zaidi. The tea in the security room had been sent by those who sought assistance from Mingyu. Although it was not of the highest quality, it looked quite presentable. Wang Yu, not one to fuss over trifles, paid it no mind. Soon, he arrived at the agreed-upon CAF. Yuan Zaidi was already there, seemingly having rushed over immediately after receiving Wang Yu's call. Her fitted professional attire accentuated her charm, drawing the attention of several men nearby. Hello. Wang Yu approached and presented the tea to Yuan Zaidi. This is a small token of gratitude for your previous assistance. As you know, I am rather short on funds at the moment. Please don't take it amiss. He felt that his relationship with Yuan Zaidi was amicable enough to be somewhat casual about the gift, especially as it also fulfilled Su Xiaoxue's request. Having been selected with care, those who offered gifts to Mingyu had undoubtedly researched the recipient's preferences thoroughly before choosing. Yuan Zaidi's eyes lit up, astonished that Wang Yu would think to present her with a gift. She had never anticipated such a pleasant surprise. However, he presented a gift, and it is customary to reciprocate, is it not? She retrieved a watch from her handbag. It is merely a trifling matter. There is no need for such formality. I noticed that your watch seemed to have been worn for quite some time, and my father asked me to give this to you. This watch was, in fact, chosen with great care. The last time Wang Yu treated Yuan Junfa in the hospital, she observed that Wang Yu's watch was slightly delayed. Yuan Zaidi is a stickler for details. Such oversight is utterly inexcusable, prompting her to select this timepiece immediately. Crafted by a master, it boasts a mere 0.01 millisecond discrepancy over a decade. Thank you. Wang Yu remained oblivious to the subtle game in Yuan Zaidi's eyes at that moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Do speak plainly. Yuan Zaidi promptly adopted a serious demeanor, as if entering a professional mindset, focusing intently. What truly transpired with my father all those years ago? After posing the question, Wang Yu fixed his gaze upon Yuan Zaidi. Yet upon hearing his inquiry, Yuan Zaidi lifted the coffee from the table, taking a slow sip without uttering a word. Those familiar with her understand that this gesture indicates an inner turmoil. Do you wish for me to disclose the truth or a fabrication? After a lengthy pause, Yuan Zaidi's words compelled Wang Yu to sit up straight. What distinguishes truth from falsehood? Her statement rendered him restless. Clearly, there are hidden reasons behind his father's imprisonment, which diverge from his prior understanding. What is the truth? What constitutes a lie? Undoubtedly, the incarceration of Uncle Wang is substantiated by irrefutable evidence. There is no doubt that the suffering he endures is a consequence of his own actions. Wang Yu furrowed his brow. And the truth? Yuan Zaidi did not respond immediately. Instead, she retrieved her phone from her bag. After glancing at it, she slowly began to speak. I can indeed share the truth with you. But do you currently possess the right to know? I am aware that since Uncle Wang's confinement, you have been quite despondent. You must understand that it was not an ordinary character who could topple the Fuli group. Yuan Zaidi's words left Wang Yu momentarily speechless. Indeed, does he truly have the capacity to comprehend it now? Before encountering Su Xiaoxue, he had even lost the opportunity to secure a permanent position. Although the system had rewarded him generously, it paled in comparison to the former might of the Fuli group. If the Fuli group could be brought to chaos by others, did he have a right to seek the truth? What would knowing himself change? After a few minutes of contemplation, Wang Yu gradually lifted his head. I wish to hear it. Even if I am unworthy at this moment, I shall engrave it in my heart, awaiting the day I can seek justice. His resolve was unwavering. With the strength of the system, he believed that the Fuli group was not beyond his reach. These days, he had been captivated by the 3 children. Yet if he wished for them to thrive, he could not tolerate the existence of such individuals in the world. What if they harbored malice toward himself or his children? Should he yield as his father did? Thus, he must seize control of his own destiny. Observing the determination in Wang Yu's eyes, Yuan Zaidi felt a moment of disorientation. This situation mirrors her previous attempt to negotiate control of the company from her father. Due to her father's ill health and her younger brother's tender age, she sought her father's permission to manage the company, believing she could uphold the family. At this moment, Wang Yufei was determined to uncover the truth, convinced that he could seek justice. He had indeed changed from before. Listening quietly as Yuan Zaidi recounted the events, Wang Yu absorbed both the facts and her speculations, each revelation striking him with dismay and indignation. You are aware of all this. Why did you not advocate for my father? He exclaimed, his anger boiling. His son remained indifferent during his imprisonment. What could we possibly do? Yuan Zaidi's words ignited his fury. He felt unworthy of being called a son, as his father had languished in prison for so long without his inquiry. Yet, this was merely conjecture. If she wished to clear Wang's uncle's name, substantial evidence was imperative. Regrettably, she had not obtained such proof. The crucial witnesses and evidence had long vanished, and the opposing force was immensely powerful. I am certain this matter is intricately linked to Zhu Bohua's father, Zhu Hanzu, she stated, gradually calming Wang Yu. Evidence was the linchpin of any confession, and at that time, no one realized the vast number of individuals entangled in the matter. The most prudent course of action was to erase all traces. I understand. Surely there must be remnants left behind. Wang Yu clenched his fists in silence. Only by grasping the truth could one comprehend their own insignificance. The most dominant figure, Zhu Hanzu was an unreachable entity for him, rendering his once proud achievements a mere farce. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, a voice suddenly cut through the silence. "Miss, may I have your contact information?" Wang Yu's brow furrowed as he noticed a man, reminiscent of the detestable Zhu Bohua, approaching Yuan Zaidi. Yet, he refrained from speaking. This was a matter of Yuan Zaidi's personal affairs. If his memory served him correctly, she was currently single. Chapter 41. The married man, it appeared that resolving his father's situation would not happen swiftly. For now, he would observe how Yuan Zaidi managed this encounter. Everyone knew her aloof demeanor, yet he held a different perspective. It was now a matter of how she would reject other suitors. He gazed at her with a hint of mockery. Yuan Zaidi initially intended to decline immediately, but upon catching Wang Yu's gaze, she sensed his anticipation for a spectacle. No one dared to witness her humiliation. It felt as if he were mocking her current predicament. Thus, she took a sip of her coffee, smiling. "I apologize, but before I provide my contact details, I must first consult my boyfriend." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Who was her boyfriend? When had Yuan Zaidi started dating? This was indeed monumental news. The man before her was momentarily taken aback. "Miss, are you jesting?" "I merely wish to get to know you," he replied, introducing himself with a smile. "I am Ma Li Hui, the general manager of Li Hui Company next door." He promptly handed her his business card. Yuan Zaidi lifted her chin defiantly. "You may pass it along to him. My boyfriend is indeed him. He might have some interest." At that moment, Wang Yu's hand, which held a coffee cup, trembled slightly, nearly spilling the drink onto the table. What a jest! He was clearly a married man. When had he ever developed such a relationship with Yuan Zaidi? Surely, she must be aware of this. He gazed perplexedly at Yuan Zaidi's smiling face and realized he had been playfully teased by her. She had taken him as a shield. He felt the urge to retaliate against Yuan Zaidi. "Indeed, I am her boyfriend. What do you want? Are you seeking her contact information? Come here." Holding his phone, he suggested, "Why don't you scan me, or shall I scan you? I can refer you to her." In truth, he did not even possess Yuan Zaidi's number anymore. Having long discarded his previous SIM card, losing all contacts, he believed that his actions would cause Yuan Zaidi some anxiety. Yet it was not Yuan Zaidi who spoke up, but Ma Li Hui, who looked down on him instead. "Are you joking? Have you even taken a good look at yourself? Do you truly believe you are worthy of being this beautiful lady's boyfriend?" He had expected her to be taken aback by his words, but surprisingly, Ma Li Hui's remarks only made Yuan Zaidi laugh uncontrollably. Wang Yu, at that moment, was utterly dejected. Was he really so unlikable? "I truly am her boyfriend." He could only resort to feebly asserting his identity as Yuan Zaidi's partner. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Li Hui's scornful gaze swept over him entirely. "You probably still do not comprehend the disparity between yourself and that exquisite lady. Do you know the brand of the handbag she carries? It's Louis Vuitton's latest model, worth at least several $100,000. Are you aware of the brand of the dress she wears? It's from Christian's newest collection, valued at no less than several million. And do you know the brand of lipstick gracing her lips? It's a limited edition Dior, costing at least $1,000 for a single tube. Now, take a good look at yourself. The watch on your wrist costs mere pennies, and your entire outfit likely totals less than 500 yuan. How dare you claim to be this beauty's boyfriend? One should at least verify their lies." After speaking, Ma Li Hui seemed to touch his own face as if feeling embarrassed. At that moment, Wang Yu's face turned a mortifying shade of deep red. He understood that Yuan Zaidi possessed valuable items, but he never imagined someone would enumerate them in comparison to his own belongings. After hearing this, he began to feel that he was indeed unworthy of Yuan Zaidi. Being her boyfriend was tantamount to diminishing her grace. "Pa, I'm not this guy's boyfriend." Yuan Zaidi was laughing heartily at the side. It turned out that this Ma Li Hui was such a formidable individual. Each of his words left her unable to retort. Believe it or not, if you doubt, then so be it. Unable to find any point of counterattack, Wang Yu could only sit quietly, seething in silence. Ma Li Hui, filled with self-satisfaction, turned his gaze back to Yuan Zaidi. At this moment, the beautiful lady, "Could you kindly provide me with your contact information?" Her gaze unmistakably conveyed the message that she had long seen through your little ruse. "Do not let me waver because of that casually brought-in boyfriend." Yuan Zaidi felt a sense of helplessness. Ma Li Hui was indeed a thorough scoundrel. When a girl mentions she already has a boyfriend, what kind of decent man would persist so shamelessly? It was rare to encounter such an intriguing individual. However, at this juncture, Ma Li Hui was relentless, and she had already lost the chance to refuse. There was no way she would share her contact details with such a person. Resolutely, she pressed her lips against Wang Yu's forehead. Do you see? Regardless of your claims, it cannot alter the fact that we have long been a couple. Wang Yu was taken aback. When that soft sensation touched his forehead, he seemed to freeze in place. Although he was not inexperienced in love, it was Yuan Zaidi's kiss. No one could claim to have received such a tender kiss from her. Even a mere smile from her would be enough to excite a man for an entire day. He swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by Yuan Zaidi's intentions. Boom! He seemed to hear the sound of Ma Li Hui's heart shattering into pieces. Is this for real? Is he truly her boyfriend? He stormed out of the CAF in a fit of rage. Observing Wang Yu's dazed expression, Yuan Zaidi's face flushed slightly. It was a shy look, yet too faint for the bewildered Wang Yu to notice. Yuan Zaidi herself could not fathom why she had acted that way. Was there something captivating about this man? Was he handsome? Admittedly, he was not unattractive, but there was a considerable gap between him and the term handsome. Was it the air of mystery? Though he inherited his father's charm, she felt a vague curiosity towards him. Yet, he was far from embodying any sense of mystery. Surely, she had been provoked by Ma Li Hui, which led to her impulsive kiss. It was merely a Western courtesy, a way to dismiss those who were merely idling about. She attempted to explain to Wang Yu nonchalantly. All right. Wang Yu absent-mindedly nodded in agreement. Well, my company is quite busy, and I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. After imparting those words, Yuan Zaidi hurriedly departed. If she lingered any longer, her face would surely betray her embarrassment. Western courtesy? Wang Yu shook his head, dismissing the thought, and exited the CAF. Upon returning to the office, Zhu Buitao had already left. He contemplated heading to the top floor, eager to uncover the reason for Zhu Buitao's initial visit to Mingyu. Chapter 42. A Stirring Proposal. They wish to collaborate with us? Wang Yu furrowed his brow as he listened to Chao Yingjie's detailed meeting report. The Zhu Group seemed to have no business dealings with Mingyu, so why would they approach us out of the blue for collaboration? Wang Yu's mind was rife with doubts. Initially, he believed that Zhu Buitao had already uncovered his true identity. However, based on Yuan Zaidi's recent demeanor, it was evident that she remained oblivious to his real identity. Since she had not conducted a thorough investigation, it stood to reason that Zhu Buitao would be equally uninformed. Indeed, the Zhu Group was planning to develop the Northern District, which consists of public land. Yet, the development rights for this year had already been exhausted by the Zhu Group, prompting them to seek collaboration with us. They would provide support behind the scenes, allowing us to publicly participate in the bidding process. At that moment, Wang Yu furrowed his brow as he glanced at the development cooperation plan handed over by Chao Yingjie. The Northern District was indeed the focal point of development in Long City for the coming years, so it was not surprising that the Zhu Group was interested in this land. As he scrutinized the documents, he pondered the feasibility of the plan. If there were no issues and it seemed viable, he encouraged them to proceed without reservation. Although Zhu Buitao was a source of discontent for him, there was no justification for personal emotions to interfere with business dealings. Very well, I shall respond to President Zhu immediately. As the afternoon arrived, Mingyu Group issued an announcement. The group intended to participate in the development of the Northern District, yet the various development rights for the land still rested with the public sector, indicating a likely reward for those who could secure them. The company declared that anyone who could obtain the rights to develop the land would receive a bonus of 500,000. Instantly, the atmosphere within Mingyu was electric. 500,000. This sum represented the salary of most employees for half a year, or even a year or two. Wow. I want a shot at this too. Can I sign up? Wang Yu immediately shook his head, acknowledging Chao Yingjie's remarkable managerial acumen. He had previously thought that despite Mingyu's covert support from the Zhu Group, they lacked the capacity to contend for such development rights. Yet, in this moment of sudden clarity, he found his perspective shifting. With such a generous reward, he was convinced that capable individuals would step forward to claim it. Perhaps they could indeed secure the rights. However, when he observed Su Xiaoxue boarding a vehicle laden with a multitude of documents as the workday concluded, his excitement quickly dissipated. I must take a chance too. What if they favor my proposal? 500,000 was no trivial amount. It could suffice for their child's formula this year. Su Xiaoxue's remarks left Wang Yu speechless. He finally understood the meaning of reaping what one sows. Given her enthusiastic demeanor, it was likely that he would be pulling an all-nighter again, with the responsibility of caring for the children falling squarely on his shoulders. While he didn't mind the tedium, the children required not only their father's presence, but also the companionship of both parents. Was he also expected to buy gifts this time? Wang Yu was testing Su Xiaoxue's resolve regarding this matter. Yes. I almost forgot, but this is quite urgent. All right, let's buy some gifts for your friend. You choose, given that you know her preferences best. Su Xiaoxue's words clarified her intentions for Wang Yu. At this juncture, securing that piece of land was of utmost importance. Everything else could be postponed. Recognizing the situation, Wang Yu decided to cease his attempts at persuasion. If a woman has her own aspirations and endeavors, it can indeed be a boon for men as well. Upon returning home, as is his custom, he spent some tender moments with his 3 little ones. However, just as he intended to engage in some alternative entertainment with the children that evening, Wang Yu's phone rang unexpectedly. The gentle voice on the other end was one he found difficult to decline. Xiao Yu, are you busy at the moment? I have a favor to ask of you. The caller was Yuan Junfa. After his conversation with Yuan Zaidi that afternoon, he had gained insight into the many favors Yuan Junfa had done for him during his father's incarceration. He was a man worthy of respect. Uncle Yuan, please let me know what you need. I'm not occupied. Well, I have a friend who seems to suffer from chronic insomnia. Despite having taken numerous medications prescribed by doctors, none have proven effective. Therefore, I would like to invite you to come over and take a look at her. This individual happens to be the wife of Judge Hao. Wang Yu's heart stirred at this revelation. It was quite remarkable how thoughts could manifest into reality. Judge Hao is one of the most powerful figures in Long City, a man whose decisions significantly influence many developmental projects in the area. Yuan Junfa's introduction of such a person was undoubtedly significant. All right, Uncle Yuan, I shall arrive post-haste. He then exchanged a few words with Su Xiaoxue before heading directly to Judge Hao's residence. Meanwhile, Yuan Junfa was engaged in a game of chess with a seemingly serious middle-aged man. Old Yuan, can that rural doctor you brag about truly deliver? I have visited numerous hospitals in Long City, and some doctors there have insisted on medication, yet my wife's condition remains quite complex. She hasn't had a good night's sleep in ages and has become rather irritable. Can your doctor handle this? The man, though younger than Yuan Junfa, exuded a gravitas that belied his years. Judge Hao, rest assured, my doctor will undoubtedly find solution. You are aware of my own recent illness. All the doctors in Long City were at a loss. Yet he came in and resolved the issue with remarkable swiftness. I assure you, if he cannot cure your wife's insomnia, then we may indeed be left utterly helpless in Long City. After hearing such a confident assertion from Yuan Junfa, Judge Hao laughed heartily and nodded. I am aware of the severity of your illness at that time. If he can cure my wife, I would be inclined to grant him a favor in return. Judge Hao jested. That doctor is actually my nephew. It is only fitting he should care for his elders. How could he dare to speak if he does not alleviate their burdens? As they conversed, a servant from Judge Hao's household arrived to announce the young man named Wang Yu was waiting outside. Oh dear, I've been so engrossed in our game that I completely forgot about young Wang. Please let him in. No, never mind, I shall go myself. Judge Hao promptly rose, with Yuan Junfa following suit, their banter continuing as they walked out. How many excuses have you conjured for losing this game? Judge Hao chuckled. I didn't lose. I merely found myself momentarily in a disadvantageous position. How is that making excuses? At that moment, Wang Yu stood beside Yuan Junfa, observing Hao Tongpan. From his perspective, Hao Tongpan truly deserved his reputation as a prominent figure in Long City. Chapter 43. The Solution. His gaze was as profound as the ocean, and his expression solemn. Dr. Wang, please come in swiftly. Hao Tongpan exclaimed. If it weren't for Brother Yuan's recommendation, I would have been oblivious to the existence of a physician as skilled as you in our long city. Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Hao Tongpan, you flatter me. Compared to you and Uncle Yuan, my accomplishments are insignificant. At that moment, Hao Tongpan feigned a stern expression. While humility in the youth is commendable, excessive modesty can be detrimental. Young people should be bold and tenacious. Let your confidence shine. Wang Yu promptly bowed in acknowledgement. He then proceeded to discuss his wife's ailment. Uncle Yuan must have informed you that my wife's condition involves sleepless nights, yet we have been unable to diagnose any issues at the hospital. Previously, she could manage to catch a few hours of sleep, but it has worsened in recent days. The doctors suggested it might be a postnatal issue, though I cannot fathom why she could sleep then, but cannot do so now. After attentively listening to Hao Tongpan's explanation, Wang Yu combined his medical knowledge and swiftly comprehended the situation. It was likely that his wife, preoccupied with her recent busy schedule, found herself haunted by that unforgettable experience, leading to her insomnia. Indeed, she mentioned to me that while trying to sleep, the faces of the children linger in her mind. However, calling them home to accompany her has proven futile. Sleep eludes her regardless. Having identified the root cause, Wang Yu thought there must be a remedy for this. He nodded gently. I believe I have gathered sufficient information. It would be prudent to provide my wife with a massage or acupuncture. It should alleviate her insomnia. As he spoke, they had already reached the door of Hao Tongpan's wife's room. Upon hearing Wang Yu's suggestions, Hao Tongpan shook his head helplessly. We have tried every conceivable method, yet the results are negligible. In fact, my wife has grown to loathe these remedies. She refuses to allow anyone to touch her now. Thus, these methods are unlikely to yield any success. Wang Yu was taken aback. If acupuncture and massage were ineffective, what other options remained? Just then, the bedroom door swung open, revealing an elegantly vintage middle-aged woman who gently stepped out. I thought we agreed not to disturb me. What doctor are we consulting this time? Didn't I mention not to bother me today? With an exasperated complaint, the bedroom door opened, and Hao Tongpan's wife appeared before Wang Yu. Although in her 40s, she donned a nightgown. Her figure was remarkably well-maintained, and her beauty was undeniable, though dark circles under her eyes betrayed her poor state of mind. Xiaoyang, this is Dr. Wang. He recently cured our brother Yuan. Please tidy yourself up so he can examine you. It might prove beneficial. Hao Tongpan quickly greeted the woman, while Yuan Junfa nodded in acknowledgement, and Wang Yu bowed respectfully. Is he truly a doctor, this mere youth? At that moment, Madame Hao scrutinized Wang Yu. Could such a young physician truly comprehend the intricacies of medicine? Perhaps you have merely recruited some foreign returnees who mistakenly believe they can practice? Though Wang Yu harbored no particular thoughts, he patiently introduced himself, as he was personally recommended by Yuan Junfa. Madame Hao, with her humorous demeanor, replied, I am not a foreign-educated scholar, but a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Although my field may not be as renowned in contemporary China, I firmly believe that I need not concede to foreign practices. Why should we forsake the substantial for the trivial and learn from outsiders? Madame Hao then regarded Wang Yu more intently and remarked, Young man, your perspective is indeed commendable. I have a strong aversion to those arrogant returnees. However, it is not that I look down upon you. The study of Chinese medicine involves observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis. Mastery of these skills requires extensive practical experience and long-term exploration. If you are so young, even if you began your studies from the womb, your experience cannot exceed 20 years. Are you certain you possess the confidence to heal me? At that moment, Wang Yu remained silent, while Hao Tongpan stood beside him. Young Wang possesses exceptional medical skills. Just now, I discussed your ailment with him, and he can deduce your condition even before meeting you. Seemingly more reliable than those experts in traditional Chinese hospitals. Hao Tongpan's words finally elicited a nod of approval from Madame Hao. Since our esteemed old Fu has spoken so highly of you, I shall allow you to examine me. However, if you are unable to help and continue to intrude upon my rest and waste my time, do not blame me for turning hostile, she declared. causing both Yuan Junfa and Hao Tongpan to exchange incredulous glances. It was hardly a secret that Madame Hao had long struggled with insomnia. Given Hao Tongpan as high-ranking position over the years, many sought to curry favor with him. Even in Madame Hao's illness, there were those eager to seize the opportunity, rushing to send renowned doctors. Yet all of them proved to be ineffectual. They merely wished to test their luck, hoping that if they succeeded in treatment, they might earn Hao Tongpan as favor. Conversely, if their efforts failed, they could dismiss it as a complex case, incurring no loss. Consequently, Madame Hao grew weary of such individuals. If they possessed no capability, it was distasteful for them to desperately seek to ingratiate themselves with others. Please extend your hand, Madame Hao, so that I may take your pulse, Wang Yu requested, well aware of the grievances swirling in her mind, yet maintaining a neutral expression. A physician treating a patient cannot guarantee a 100% success rate. However, if a prescription is issued, it serves to confirm the potential alleviation of the patient's symptoms. Much like the doctors whom Madame Hao criticized, he too held disdain for those who merely indulged their curiosity with patients, treating them as mere stepping stones to bolster their own connections. At that moment, Wang Yu placed his hand on Madame Hao's pulse. After listening intently for a while, he swiftly formulated a treatment plan in his mind. Madame Hao, your insomnia is not a grave concern. I can offer you a session of acupuncture or a massage, which will undoubtedly alleviate your sleeplessness. Though Wang Yu was aware that Madame Hao held a profound disinterest in these two traditional Chinese therapies, he believed they were the most suitable remedies he could propose at the time. He felt it imperative to convey this directly to the patient. Unsurprisingly, Madame Hao scoffed at his words. Chapter 44. Complete treatment. Here we go again with these tricks. Acupuncture and massage. These are familiar formulas to me. Just a few needles inserted randomly, and you expect that to alleviate my suffering? You all know that this is merely an illusion. It might provide a momentary relief from fatigue, but it does nothing to address the root cause of my ailment. As for massage, it is the same story. Everyone feels tired, and a little pressure will bring some comfort. But how does that relate to my illness? What I seek is a definitive cure, not merely the sensation of needles piercing my skin or the unwelcome touch of dirty hands. Madame Hao suddenly erupted in anger, startling Wang Yu, who quickly regained his composure. It appeared that she had been taken advantage of by previous practitioners, leading to her strong aversion to such treatments. Judge Hao promptly stepped forward to offer reassurance. Madam, since young Wang has made this claim, he is certainly not like those previous practitioners. If he asserts he can cure you, it will surely be a complete treatment. Yuan Jun chimed in with fervor. Indeed, sister-in-law, our young Dr. Wang possesses exceptional medical skills. His acupuncture technique has even garnered praise from the director of the first hospital of Long City. He will not be like those unreliable doctors who do nothing but add to your psychological burden. Their alternating reassurances inexplicably quelled Madame Hao's fury. Yet she remained skeptical of Wang Yu. I have a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine, yet I harbor a profound disdain for it. Why must it always involve acupuncture and massage? Can anyone simply allow themselves to be subjected to such treatments? Especially women. Madame Hao's words elicited a bitter smile from Wang Yu, who had to concede that certain unscrupulous practitioners had tarnished the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. Very well, Madame Hao. If you're not fond of acupuncture or massage, we must utilize one of these methods to ensure your complete recovery. How about this? If I can grant you a peaceful night's sleep tonight, will you permit me to choose a method for your treatment? This approach is necessary. It will guarantee you a restful 8 hours and leave you invigorated. If it proves effective by tomorrow, you may then contemplate which treatment method to pursue. Wang Yu's proposition astonished the three individuals present. Young Wang, did you just say you can help me sleep safely for 8 hours tonight? You must understand that I have not enjoyed a complete night's sleep in several years. You cannot deceive me. Wang Yu brimmed with confidence, asserting, certainly, a doctor would never deceive. If I claim that I can ensure Madam sleeps for 8 hours, then I shall indeed make it happen. If you can guarantee me a restful 8 hours tonight, I shall choose to trust you, and I will cooperate accordingly. It is a promise. Thus, Wang Yu and Madame Hao finally reached an agreement. After the consultation concluded, the The trio fixed their gaze upon Wang Yu, their curiosity unyielding. What other methods, aside from massage and treatment, might traditional Chinese medicine employ to facilitate a peaceful 8-hour slumber? And let me be clear, do not suggest any sleeping pills. Should I consume them excessively, I would develop a resistance. Besides, that notion is rather dreadful. Wang Yu maintained his unwavering confidence. May I take a look at your bedroom? Madam, I suspect your restless nights may be influenced by the arrangement within your sleeping quarters. Why? Are you also a part-time feng shui master? Madam Hao could not suppress a smirk. There is nothing inconvenient here. My bedroom contains merely a few items. Come and see. As Wang Yu and the others entered Madame Hao's bedroom, they found it remarkably minimalistic, featuring only a large bed and a dressing table. Do you typically sleep in the center of this bed? Wang Yu inquired, approaching the bed with curiosity. You are quite peculiar. Do you not sleep on a bed? Pray tell, where else would one sleep? Madame Hao smiled, settling onto the bed and reclining slightly. This is how I usually rest. Very well. Wang Yu nodded earnestly, then gently touched Madame Hao's forehead. After a moment of contemplation, he activated a deep sleep token and set it for 8 hours. He swiftly withdrew his hand, observing as Madame Hao lay down and quietly closed her eyes. Judge Hao was taken aback, rushing forward with concern. Little Yang. His call was interrupted as Wang Yu stepped in front of him. Fear not, Judge Hao. Madame Hao is already asleep. I merely activated a pressure point. There are no adverse effects. She shall simply enjoy a good night's rest. Rest assured, this will not harm her health. Upon awakening tomorrow, she will be revitalized. Wang Yu's impetuous actions evidently displeased Judge Hao. This method is not a secretive one. Could you not simply disclose it? Why resort to covert measures? Wang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he could bid farewell to Madame Hao's insomnia, it was inherently linked to acupuncture and massage, methods she showed little interest in. Fortunately, he had recalled the deep sleep token the system had bestowed upon him the previous day. He had previously employed it with remarkable success, and moreover, it could be utilized on others. Hence, he resolved to apply it for Madame Hao. However, to induce her slumber without any physical contact would indeed be quite alarming. Thus, he deliberately reached out to touch Mrs. Hao, feigning the act of pressing her acupoints. In reality, he merely employed a sleep card in secret. As long as he could cultivate Mrs. Hao's trust, he was confident in effectively treating her long-standing insomnia. In the future, should such circumstances arise, kindly inform me beforehand. You startled Uncle Fu greatly. When Judge Hao observed that Mrs. Hao's condition appeared to be entirely normal, he finally relaxed, feigning reproach towards Wang Yu. It was evident that he had indeed been quite alarmed. Rest assured, Judge Hao, I shall promptly inform you of any matters in the future. Today's actions were compelled. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I faced considerable resistance from Mrs. Hao and thus resorted to this strategy. Wang Yu quickly apologized, which transformed Judge Hao's somewhat displeased expression from stormy to serene. That's good. I'm not genuinely upset with you. If Xiao Yang can rest well today, I shall also sleep soundly tonight. The two exchanged their phone numbers and bid farewell. If Wang Yu's approach proves effective, Mrs. Hao will reach out to him by tomorrow. Otherwise, the number will remain untouched. Chapter 45. Offering assistance, do you possess confidence? Upon parting, Yuan Junfa turned to Wang Yu and inquired, I can cure the ailment. It is merely a minor issue of insomnia, Wang Yu replied. Yuan Junfa nodded in response. Do you wish to withdraw your father's case? Indeed, I was previously unaware of the details. Now that I am informed, I cannot stand idly by. Wang Yu's tone was resolute. Yuan Junfa silently gave Wang Yu a thumbs up. Currently, I am in a position where I may not provide direct assistance. But should you require help, do not hesitate to contact us at Zaidi. Wang Yu expressed his gratitude immediately. Upon returning home, he found the children fast asleep. Noticing that the light in Su Xiaoshua's bedroom was still on, he quietly approached and saw her in pajamas, diligently writing at her desk. Her frail form appeared both delicate and resilient under the indoor light. Why are you still awake at this hour? What are you busy with? Wang Yu entered and embraced Su Xiaoshua from behind. However, she wriggled free in disdain. Do not disrupt me. I am currently planning a case on how to develop and utilize our Northern District land. The prize of 500,000 is at stake. And it is crucial. Wang Yu chuckled lightly. You should go to bed early. Do not burn the midnight oil over a mere 500,000. Your husband is here for you. Humph. I certainly do not despise money. Fine, you should sleep now. I will finish up shortly. Wang Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, exited the room. He had hoped for some progress in their relationship, but her command felt like a dismissal. What development could arise from that? The following morning, the children awakened him. Wang Yu felt as if the children were like an alarm clock, rising at the same time each day. They never stirred too early or too late, and even any deviations were confined to mere minutes. Is it not the case that one's hours of sleep and work are predetermined for birth? Is it impossible to do what you desire? When weary, simply rest. When inspired, diligently work. Wang Yu promptly went over to assist the children in putting on their clothes, then led them to wash up. Today, the children were to receive their vaccinations. This matter cannot be overlooked. It must be etched in your minds. Before heading out, Aunt Wang earnestly reminded them, to which they nodded in agreement. Since the arrival of the 3 children, their well-being had become the focal point of their lives, particularly concerning matters as crucial as vaccinations. Wang Yu possessed little understanding of what vaccinations entailed. You are unaware of this, aren't you? Wang Yu honestly shook his head. As a father, he had suddenly taken on this role without prior training, so it was hardly surprising that he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of child rearing. Do you see that book? The Parenting Encyclopedia? I believe you ought to read it thoroughly tonight. After a round of admonishment, Su Xiaoxue ascended to her office, while Wang Yu ventured to the bookstore to purchase a copy of the Parenting Encyclopedia. The book meticulously outlined the essential considerations from a child's birth to their growth. Furthermore, many authors shared their parenting experiences, which resonated deeply with Wang Yu, a new father. He held the book in hand and delved into its pages with great interest. At that moment, he felt he was embodying the essence of a devoted father. The daily care of the children should not be solely entrusted to the nanny. As their father, it is imperative to establish a future for them early on, crafting a comprehensive educational plan, at least until they are capable of making their own choices. Wang Yu reveled in the responsibilities and privileges of fatherhood, until a phone call abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Hello, may I inquire who is calling? The number seemed unfamiliar. Ah, have you forgotten about me, dear? The enchanting voice of Mrs. Hao resonated in Wang Yu's ear. Mrs. Hao, how did you sleep last night? Upon realizing it was Mrs. Hao on the line, Wang Yu smiled. Her call suggested that her sleep quality had significantly improved thanks to their previous conversation. Xiao Wang, your method truly works. I slept until 7 this morning, and I haven't felt this invigorated in ages. Didn't you mention that your acupuncture and massage techniques could completely cure insomnia? Wang Yu nodded with a faint smile. Indeed, Annie, both methods can swiftly alleviate your insomnia, depending on your preference. Personally, I recommend massage, while acupuncture can also be effective. Insomnia involves numerous acupoints, thus requiring a longer treatment duration and sustained focus. Conversely, massage offers gentler effects, is beneficial for other bodily issues, and is relatively quicker. He outlined the pros and cons of both methods to Mrs. Hao. I see. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Hao confessed, I am not fond of acupuncture. I seem to have a slight phobia of sharp objects. The mere thought of needles piercing my skin is terrifying. Do you have time for massage now? Since he worked at his own company, his availability was flexible, so Wang Yu promptly replied, Certainly, there is time. From a moment I lulled you to sleep yesterday. I anticipated you would seek me again. Hence, I have reserved treatment time for you, madam. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hao chuckled. Well, you can find me at room 603 in the Ailey community, she instructed. After acknowledging her, Wang Yu promptly drove in that direction. If memory serves, the Ailey community is situated in the northern district, yet Wang Yu found himself puzzled as to why Mrs. Hao would want to meet him there today. He shook his head in confusion but did not dwell on it further, soon arriving at the door. The door was ajar, as Mrs. Hao had previously informed him to enter without knocking. Therefore, Wang Yu refrained from shouting and simply removed his shoes before stepping inside. The residence was relatively spacious, and as he navigated through a corridor before entering the living room, he noticed a woman draped in a headscarf and towel reclining on the sofa, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon hearing footsteps, she murmured, "Why are you only arriving now? Hurry up, I've been waiting forever." Her voice, somewhat muffled by her position on the sofa, bore a resemblance to that of Mrs. Hao. Wang Yu dismissed the thought, responding with a simple HM, and proceeded to wash his hands before returning to the living room to offer her a massage. As his palms made contact with her skin, a sense of perplexity washed over him. Although Mrs. Hao appeared to be in her 40s, she was, in fact, over 50, despite her youthful visage. Her skin's condition was unmistakably indicative of her true age. Why was her skin so remarkably smooth? Even through the towel, he could feel the velvety texture. Chapter 46. An awkward situation. Was her skincare regimen truly that exceptional? Wang Yu shook his head and placed his hands on the woman's neck. Insomnia can stem from various causes, the most common being insufficient blood supply to the brain during the night, which leads to the deactivation of brain cells that should remain active. Prolonged maintenance of a single posture, whether sitting or standing, can compress the neck vessels, resulting in inadequate nocturnal blood flow to the brain. By alleviating pressure in this area, Mrs. Hao's insomnia issues would likely be resolved. However, just as his hands touched the woman's neck, she suddenly flipped over as if jolted, her eyes widening upon seeing Wang Yu. "Who are you? How did you enter my home?" she exclaimed. This stunningly beautiful young woman appeared to be in her 20s, reminiscent of Mrs. Hao's youth, and possessed an impressive figure. As she spoke, she kicked at Wang Yu forcefully. Caught off guard, he was in a half-squat position, massaging her. At this moment, he faced two options. One was to roll away and evade the attack, but a coffee table obstructed his path, making retreat impossible. The other option was to seize the offensive. Given his extensive training, Wang Yu believed subduing a woman would be a relatively simple task. Upon contemplating his next move, he promptly acted. As he forcefully crossed his arms to brace against the woman's foot, he realized too late that her foot was resting on the sofa, and should he apply pressure, she would have no leverage to escape. Suddenly, with a violent motion, the woman's other leg slipped off the sofa. An unexpected turn of events for Wang Yu, who instinctively seized it. The inertia pulled him backward, and as he leaned against the coffee table, his head met with an unfortunate impact in a rather awkward manner. Gripping the girl's leg, he lost control as he fell, nearly colliding with his own companion in the process, leaving him breathless with fright. The girl, however, reacted swiftly. Her left leg kicked out, propelling Wang Yu and the coffee table several meters away. In pain, he could only grit his teeth. The commotion in the living room caught the attention of Mrs. Hao, who hurriedly emerged from the bedroom. "What is happening, Xiaolei?" Upon witnessing the chaos in the living room, Mrs. Hao was perplexed. "Xiao Wang, are you there? What's going on here?" Xiao Wang was a reference to Wang Yu, while Hao Gulei was Mrs. Hao's daughter, usually busy with her work. She rarely stayed at home. Mrs. Hao, concerned about potential gossip over her daughter inviting a young man for a massage, rushed her daughter to the living room, thinking her diligent daughter could use some assistance to alleviate work-related fatigue. Hence, she had deceived her daughter into lying on the sofa under the pretense of having learned some massage techniques, intending to try them out. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu had arrived at the most inopportune moment, mistakenly mistaking her daughter for herself. Mrs. Hao was acutely aware of her daughter's temperament. She would vehemently refuse to allow any man to touch her, let alone be in close proximity. Wang Yu, realizing the misunderstanding, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Had he simply inquired loudly at the outset, such a blunder could have been avoided. "Miss Hao, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. I thought you were Mrs. Hao," he stammered. Hao Gulei was momentarily taken aback, then retorted furiously, "What do you mean you thought I was my mother? Just because you think I resemble her, does that grant you the right to be so indiscreet? I'll have your hand for this." Overwhelmed by anger, especially upon feeling the pain from the impact, her dissatisfaction with Wang Yu only intensified. With that, she seized a nearby bench as a weapon and stormed toward him, while Wang Yu broke into a cold sweat. "What is happening? I intended to help, yet here I am, embroiled in a confrontation." He urged himself to remain calm, fully aware of his mistake. Just as Hao Gulei approached him, Mrs. Hao regained her composure. "Xiaolei, what on earth are you doing? Put down that bench immediately." Xiao Wang is a doctor I specifically invited to assist with my insomnia through massage therapy. What just transpired was merely a misunderstanding. Did you not hear him apologize to you? At that moment, Gao Gulei's face still bore the chill of frost. Mother, it is not my intention to undermine you. But why do you place your trust in such a lewd individual? How old is he, after all? Even renowned doctors have been unable to alleviate your condition. What could he possibly do? He is clearly a charlatan. Wang Yu found himself a loss for words, truly a reflection of a biological mother and daughter. Hadn't Madame Gao questioned him in the same manner last night? Xiao Lei, what are you saying? I specifically requested his presence today. Have you not noticed the significant difference in my condition compared to before? I managed to sleep a full 8 hours last night, all thanks to Xiao Wang. Did I not inform you earlier that a doctor would be coming to our home? That would be him. Gao Gulei finally clutched the chair in confusion. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Gao Gulei tightened her grip on the stool once more, before gradually releasing it. Still, she shot a fierce glare at Wang Yu. Her mother's insomnia had plagued her for a long time, and if this were indeed a solution, she could not allow her mother to miss an opportunity for healing because of her own reservations. Then why did you not say so directly? The soft, coaxing tone immediately made Madame Gao realize her daughter had comprehended the earlier misunderstanding. Who would have thought Xiao Wang would arrive so promptly today? I shall have Xiao Wang give you a massage shortly. His techniques are quite comfortable. Do you harbor some personal grievance against him? Gao Gulei took a deep breath and replied, Can you imagine waking up abruptly from a nap on the sofa, only to find a strange man standing beside you? That was precisely the sensation I experienced just now. She certainly would not admit to having encountered an inappropriate situation. All right, you two are of the same generation. It is sufficient that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Madame Gao contemplated how to facilitate the reconciliation between them. Well then, Xiao Wang, what are our plans for the treatment? Wang Yu immediately shook his head. No need. It should take no more than 15 minutes. The massage will require 3 sessions. Today S will provide a brief respite, ensuring you can sleep peacefully. The second will guarantee your nightly rest, and the third will restore you to a fully normal life. Chapter 47. Misunderstanding Excellent. Let's commence immediately. Madame Gao reclined on the sofa, draped in a light blanket to prevent any skin contact between them. Wang Yu could only manage an awkward smile as he began the massage for Madame Gao. Throughout the session, their prior communication ensured a smooth process, though a displeased expression lingered nearby. Judging by her mother's demeanor, her sleep had certainly improved significantly. Yet was it directly linked to this individual? Do you not perceive him as a lecher? How could he so casually administer a massage? Furthermore, her neck is a sensitive area, one she typically does not allow others to touch. Yet he has dared to do so. If he fails to cure my mother's affliction, I wonder what recourse I will have. Half an hour later, upon seeing her mother peacefully asleep on the sofa, she realized that she had indeed misjudged her. Who knows her mother's condition better than she? When has she ever seen her mother dozing during the day? I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier, she whispered, apologizing to Wang Yu. The sight of such a delicate princess offering an apology left Wang Yu utterly astonished. It was my fault. All my fault for not clearly stating my identity during my first visit. The two exchanged glances and, finding humor in their silly expressions of apology, burst into laughter. Oh, is this the development map for the northern district of Long City? To ease the tension, Wang Yu casually picked up a hand-drawn map from the table. It looked peculiar, as it seemed to contain a layout marking the land coveted by esteemed companies. Is your company also vying for this land? Wang Yu inquired tentatively. Why do you say also? Hao Gulei shook her head. This land belongs to us, don't you know? So many people have inquired about it, yet I have been selective with the companies. And I still haven't decided on one. Wang Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully and probed. I think perhaps Mingyu Group seems quite promising. Hao Gulei immediately became serious. Mingyu Group, you say? To be honest, they do have the capability to take over this land. My wife works there, and this morning I reviewed the development plan she worked on overnight. It's remarkably well done. Even I was impressed. Let me show you. This area here and this one. As he pointed to the map, he elaborated on Su Xiaoshui's plans for the land. After listening, Hao Gulei couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, yes, indeed. This is exactly the plan I need. The development rights for this land can be entrusted to Ming Yu. By the way, what is your wife's name? During Wang Yu's treatment, Su Xiaoxue had come to the Northern District Development Department with the person in charge of this project from her company. This land was currently under the management of a company named Qiangxing, which temporarily oversaw the selection of developers for the land. The entire process was fair and transparent. As the human resources manager, Su Xiaoxue appeared rather out of place among the project team. Negotiating with other companies was typically the purview of the project department. Was the HR department trying to claim a share of our pie? The HR department rarely interacted with the project department, so when the team spotted an unfamiliar face, they immediately began to gossip about Su Xiaoxue. Are they just trying to join the fun? All for that 500,000 bonus. Do they really think anyone can just waltz into our project department? They should take a good look at themselves and consider whether they truly belong in this industry. With sufficient funding, it seems that anyone could be persuaded to join the fray. Under the allure of hefty rewards, all sorts of individuals emerged, some quite presentable. Yet their intelligence left much to be desired. If she can negotiate a project, I dung while standing on my head, believe it or not. At that moment, the group stood outside the Qiangxing venue, queuing up. The project in the Northern District had become widely known in recent days, with nearly all relevant companies being aware of it. It was a hot topic, and Qiangxing Group took great pride in securing the bidding rights. Hey, what are you doing? To acquire the development rights for the Northern District, all companies must possess the requisite qualifications, and there must be a well-defined planning case for the development. Without these two prerequisites, one might as well leave. Do not entertain thoughts of seeking shortcuts. As we have stated in our discussions with Gao Tongpan, everything must be conducted with fairness and impartiality. When insiders from Qiangxing emerged to voice their demands, a crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed. These individuals are notorious for their lackadaisical attitude toward their work. They believed that during project bidding, a planning proposal was unnecessary, and that merely presenting a bid would suffice. Little did they know that Qiangxing had set a precedent this time. Without a planning proposal, entry to the main venue was denied, and even if they managed to enter, they would be promptly escorted out. Now was truly the time to showcase one's skills. A group of unprepared individuals had arrived, expecting to simply smile their way into securing the project. Such naivety was laughable. A strikingly alluring woman, exuding an air of superiority, disdainfully curled her lip. She too was a representative for the bidding. Observing the crowd, she regarded them with utter contempt. Did they truly believe they could vie for the development rights against her? Even if she were to win, she would derive little satisfaction from it. The individuals who had previously mocked Su Xiaoxue now caught sight of this captivating woman, their eyes lighting up. Sister Hua, I never expected you to be interested in the Northern District land. If you are involved, then Donglu certainly has a chance. We are merely here to accompany you, it seems. Hua Zuiling turned her head to see the esteemed Su Jimu, who gazed at her with unabashed admiration. She nodded slightly. You are correct. With my standing in Donglu, this matter is hardly contentious. But who are you? Su Jimu's expression faltered. Hua Zuiling was his senior from university, someone he had dined with on a few occasions, and he was taken aback that she had forgotten him. Sister, you truly have a tendency to forget your acquaintances. I am Su Jimu, now at Ming Yu. The planning proposal you previously crafted is a classic that Ming Yu draws upon as a primary learning resource. Donglu indeed deserves its reputation as one of Long City's top 10 enterprises, even sending someone as formidable as you to negotiate here. The exchange between the two was unguarded and elicited whispers from the surrounding onlookers. Donglu had arrived? Wasn't it rumored that the development rights for the top 10 companies had already been exhausted? Thus, the land should be redirected to companies like ours that are positioned further down the line. Yet here was Donglu, and who among the attendees could rival them? Donglu? The requirements for this bidding were markedly different from those of previous ones. This time, the emphasis was on planning capabilities. While Donglu was undeniably powerful, our employees are no slouches either. Chapter 48. Great importance. Do you not feel that the representatives from Donglu are rather arrogant? Moreover, Mingyu's stance is quite perplexing. Why elevate others when one is inferior? It seems illogical. Hua Zuiling paid little attention to Su Jimu, finding him uninteresting, yet he continued to chatter on. Sister, have you heard? Our company places immense importance on this project, even calling upon all employees to submit a proposal. Isn't it amusing? Can an outsider truly draft a planning proposal? Even seasoned planners may find it challenging to devise a proposal that meets the high standards of a prosperous enterprise. Take, for instance, our esteemed colleague from the Human Resources Department. Upon hearing of a reward of 500,000, she hastily approached, as if this were merely a recruitment exercise. As she spoke, her finger pointed towards Su Xiaoxue, seemingly making the outsider feel awkward in this setting. It is unclear what Su Jiamu truly thinks. If he desires to curry favor with others, that is one matter, but to do so by belittling a colleague is quite another. The moment he uttered those words, the eyes of the crowd inevitably drifted towards Su Xiaoxue. At that instant, Su Xiaoxue's expression transformed abruptly, clutching the proposal she had painstakingly crafted overnight. She was acutely aware of her own limitations as a non-professional planner. Faced with a cohort of experts, it would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. Her confidence waned amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the multitude, and she felt vulnerable. Gripping her plan tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment, she contemplated whether it would be prudent to discreetly withdraw and avoid further humiliation. Yet, inexplicably, the images of those 3 children flooded her mind, reminding her of Wang Yu's once charismatic demeanor, now reduced to a security role in her company for the sake of the children. She exhaled deeply. So what if she lacked professional credentials? If her efforts could yield financial gain, she would not falter. What if she were indeed selected? Oh, really? Hua Zueling was finally captivated by Su Jiamu's incessant chatter, her gaze shifting towards Su Xiaoxue. There stood a woman who appeared scarcely in her 20s. Her awkwardness palpable amidst the surrounding laughter, her body trembling slightly. Clearly an amateur, she struggled to maintain even the most basic emotional composure. Perhaps, as her junior suggested, she was merely drawn by the allure of that 50,000. Unconsciously, she lifted her chin defiantly. Was this truly a moment for her to showcase her prowess against such novices? With these less than stellar contenders, her meticulously crafted proposal should surely triumph. How could it be so rigorous? It was utterly absurd. As the queue slowly diminished, the murmurs of discontent grew louder. Those emerging bore ashen expressions, as though mourning a great loss. What was amiss? Was the Qiangxing group truly this meticulous? Friends of those exiting quickly inquired about their experience. The individuals who stepped out were not merely novices. Some were well-established veterans. Their demeanor undoubtedly added immense pressure on those still waiting. Meticulous? Is that what we call it? It seemed more akin to sheer madness. Our proposal may not rival the work of those gold standard planners, but surely it was not subpar. These employees had received a proposal from an unknown source, while my own submission was dismissed outright, with claims that it deviated too greatly from their expectations. What on earth? Had they already formulated a plan? Why then did they summon us to draft one? They could have simply utilized their existing proposals. The sentiment resonated deeply among the crowd. It is said that a solution has been found that would meet their approval, yet in reality, a viable plan has long existed. Their intention is merely to juxtapose their own proposal with others, determining which is more suitable, and the one deemed superior shall claim the coveted land. Such jesting ensues. Each individual harbors their own ideas, and they compare their proposals with those of others. Was this method conceived by someone among them? The countenances of this group of elite strategists reveal their discontent. When it comes to quality, the proposals they possess are undeniably robust. However, their anxiety surfaces as they attempt to gauge the caliber of other strategists. All esteemed companies have submitted their plans. As the sun ascends, the personnel of the Strong Prosperity Group begin to fidget. Not only do these proposals lack resemblance to their own, but they bear no semblance whatsoever. Their patience has waned for quite some time, leading them to compare one proposal at a time. But now, they have begun to gather the plans of entire companies. This project has surpassed anticipated developments, igniting a competitive spirit among the various project departments, which elucidates the rationale behind the actions of the Strong Prosperity Company. They have now realized that each company can present one or several proposals. However, it appears that anyone capable of drafting a plan is flocked here. Is this a farce? Su Xiaoxue anxiously presented her proposal to her supervisor. The previously praised Wazweling had already departed. Even a strategist of her caliber was not deemed worthy by the Strong Prosperity Company, and the employees of the Mingyu Group had long since lost their motivation. They believed their standing was utterly inferior to that of others. Employees of the Strong Prosperity Group emerged, congratulating the Mingyu Group for securing this round of development rights. Who? Then is Su Xiaoxue? Su Xiaoxue stood in disbelief. At this moment, calling out his name alone, could it be? Congratulations. Your proposal led us to ultimately select your company. Su Xiaoxue's heart swelled with excitement. She had initially intended to merely broaden her horizons, yet she had truly succeeded, truly struck gold. Her efforts had not been in vain. The fruits of her labor from a single evening had garnered recognition. In the afternoon, please send a representative from your company to finalize the contract with us. The voice of the Strong Prosperity Group staff member elicited a radiant smile from Su Xiaoxue. She had achieved it. She had truly achieved it. The others from a Mingyu Group stood in stunned silence. Is this truly permissible? What a stroke of luck. Perhaps the proposals merely flattered and speculated upon the intentions of the strategists. At such a young age, to serve as the manager of the Human Resources Department, capable of discerning others' thoughts. How impressive. Yet, some genuinely extend their best wishes. Congratulations, Manachersu. Who would have thought you possessed such high standards in planning? Congratulations, Manachersu. Your position may soon be shifting, and there remains no one yet appointed for the project lead in the Northern District. Su Xiaoxue responded with enthusiasm to those congratulating her. She understood well that the successful individual would undoubtedly ascend to the position of project lead in the Northern District, in addition to the 500,000 reward. This role was one she had long coveted, offering a salary significantly higher than her previous position. Furthermore, what could possibly rival the profound sense of accomplishment derived from personally executing one's own plans? Chapter 49. Sharing Joy. Su Jimu strode past Su Xiaoxue. After having ridiculed her numerous times, it seemed almost like a slap in the face now that Su Xiaoxue had caught the eye of Qiangxin Company. Su Xiaoxue could only helplessly stick out her tongue. I genuinely hold no resentment towards her. After all, it was his reckless words that led to this. Hey, darling, I did it. I truly did it. My proposal for the northern region has been favored by Qiangxin Company. Unable to contain her elation, Su Xiaoxue shared her joy with Wang Yu. Congratulations, my dear wife. You are truly remarkable. Though he had anticipated the outcome, he still sincerely expressed his congratulations to Su Xiaoxue. Such a wonderful wife deserves nothing less than praise. Mrs. Hao and Miss Hao, my apologies, but I must take my leave now. By this time, Mrs. Hao had already awakened. The sleep she had last night, along with this morning's rest, left her looking invigorated. Thank you. If you require any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to your Uncle Hao. He still holds some sway in Long City. Wang Yu was overjoyed, though he maintained a composed demeanor. You're too kind, Auntie. It's merely a small matter. After departing, Wang Yu returned to the company, perusing a parenting encyclopedia while contemplating how to investigate his father's affairs. After much deliberation, he found himself devoid of any ideas and sighed, realizing that this matter could not be rushed. In the afternoon, he needed to take the children for their vaccinations, which was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxue encountered a slight issue. After securing the contract with Qiangxin Group, she intended to leave, but Su Jimu halted her. Manager Su, I regret to inform you that you cannot sign with Qiangxin Group. The company has already sent me in your stead. By what authority? Su Xiaoxue could hardly believe it. Had it not been stated that the individual who secured the development rights would be responsible for the proposal? There's no reason. This is the company's directive. A despondent voice came from behind Su Jimu. Wang Yu had initially planned to wait for Su Xiaoxue to complete her signing before returning home together to take the children for their vaccinations. After all, managing 3 children alone would drive him to madness. He estimated they would finish around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and, fearing they might leave early. He called Director Li to inquire whether the children could receive their vaccinations. Director Li readily agreed. Previously, when treating Yuan Junfa, Wang Yu had become a distinguished physician at Long City Hospital. Typically, he had few responsibilities, and his salary was consistently dispersed, primarily to ensure he could assist Long City Hospital in emergencies. Both were exceedingly satisfied, and Wang Yu was particularly pleased to receive extra remuneration. For despite being financially secure at that moment, why refuse additional funds? Director Li was astounded by Wang Yu's medical skills. Had he not been the director, he would have eagerly followed Wang Yu to learn the art of medicine. The plans had been well laid, but everything changed when Su Xiaoxue entered the car. First, they would take the children for their vaccinations. Su Xiaoxue forcefully slammed the door, her displeasure evident to anyone who glanced her way. Wang Yu discreetly placed the parenting encyclopedia where Su Xiaoxue could see it. Perhaps witnessing her earnest pursuit of parenting knowledge would soothe her anger. "What is wrong, my dear? Who has upset you this time? You were so cheerful when you helped me with that call earlier, aiming to become the head of the Northern District. You mustn't show anyone a sour face." Wang Yu kindly encouraged her. However, his words only seemed to amplify her distress as tears streamed down her face. Panic-stricken, Wang Yu quickly retrieved a tissue. "Please don't cry. Who dares to provoke your wrath? I'll storm in there and throw them out of the company." Su Xiaoxue shot him a glance. Though it didn't elicit a smile, at least her tears had ceased. A mere security guard has such a temper, and he dares to drive someone away? Do you even know who he is? Su Jiamu, the project head, has the power to make your life miserable. Wang Yu chuckled and gently patted her back. "What happened? Did that dog bully you?" Su Xiaoxue shook her head. "It's not bullying, he has a point. As someone from the HR department, it's inappropriate for me to interfere with the project. If I'm not going to take on the role of head for the Northern District, then so be it. I'll still receive the 500,000, which counts as a success in its own right." Wang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing the situation. Indeed, being the head of the Northern District project was far more demanding than being an HR manager. Given how exhausting it was to care for the children, she shouldn't take on that burdensome responsibility. Su Xiaoxue remained somewhat irate. "What do you know? It's not about the workload. What kind of satisfaction comes from actually executing the plan? Moreover, the company stated yesterday that whoever secures the development rights will become the project head for the Northern District. I can't believe they're changing it now. It's utterly infuriating, but who can blame them? The project department is the most profitable in the entire company." Reflecting on the events at the office today, she recalled Manager Su's words. "I know you have acquired the project development rights. It's unacceptable for you to sign off on this project. If you do, how can my entire department hold their heads high? I hope you can hand this project over to Jimu. Don't worry, the 500,000 reward is still yours, and you'll gain the goodwill of my entire department." Su Xiaoxue bit her lip, resolute in her refusal. "What does the lack of support for your department's proposal have to do with me? Is it fair to blame others for your own inadequacies?" "Absolutely not." Just as she prepared to decline, Su Jiamu interjected. "Miss Su, please don't refuse just yet. I understand this is the result of your hard work, and I recognize how unpleasant it is for others to claim your achievements. But this is Mr. Su's directive, and I hope you can comprehend." Su Xiaoxue was taken aback. "Mr. Su? There indeed exists a Mr. Su within the company, seemingly named Su Junwu. He shares the same surname as Su Jiamu." A chill ran down her spine. "Su Jiamu is one of the senior executives in the company." "Indeed, I am well aware." She reluctantly acquiesced to Su Jiamu's request, and as he departed, she distinctly perceived his contemptuous demeanor. Alas, considering the necessity of establishing a foothold within the company, one must adeptly manage interpersonal relationships. The company's strategies seem to oscillate daily. Perhaps it is dictated by certain individuals' whims. Su Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. Wang Yu inquired gently, "Darling, do you truly desire this project? It is quite demanding." Chapter 50. Guardianship. Su Xiaoxue slumped into the passenger seat. "I certainly do want it. Besides the monetary reward, fulfilling a personal project has always been my aspiration. This time feels like the closest I have ever been to realizing that dream, yet has been ruthlessly shattered." Yao appeared somewhat disheartened. Wang Yu comforted her. What is rightfully yours cannot be taken by anyone. You must believe me. This time, you will surely achieve your dream. Su Xiaoxue managed a forced smile. Let's not dwell on it. We should take the children for their vaccinations now. As the car departed from the company, Wang Yu discreetly sent a text message. He pledged to safeguard Su Xiaoxue's dream. Previously, he lacked the capacity to do so, but now, as long as Su Xiaoxue aspires to achieve something, he would seize any opportunity to assist her with unwavering dedication. That is the promise of a husband. Upon returning home and switching to the nanny car, they loaded the children into the vehicle. This time, everything felt markedly different. Meanwhile, Su Jiamu was elated as he signed the contract with the staff of Qiangxing Company. On the journey there, he revisited Su Xiaoxue's proposal. This Su Xiaoxue is undeniably a highly capable individual. Her proposal is remarkably innovative and merits the attention of Qiangxing Company. Previously, he thought her merely fortunate. Yet it is evident now that she possesses genuine talent. What of her capability, though? Does it now mean she must relinquish the project to him? The thought exhilarated him to the point of elation. Hello, we are here to sign a contract, he announced. The employees of Qiangxing Company greeted them with remarkable warmth. A stark contrast to the morning's demeanor. One must consider being selected from so many firms, despite the notion of being the client, circumstances dictate actions. Now, armed with such an outstanding proposal, even as the esteemed client, what power do they hold? They must still comply. This is Mr. Yang from Qiangxing Group. He will oversee collaboration with Wang Yu Company. Mr. Yang, a middle-aged gentleman with a receding hairline, appeared far more amiable towards the representatives of Wang Yu Group than to his own mother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please come in. With a need for collaboration and Wang Yu Group offering such an exceptional proposal, the negotiation proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Both parties reached a fundamental consensus on the primary issues. Then, I extend my best wishes for a fruitful collaboration. Yang stood up and handed over a freshly printed contract. Once both parties affixed their signatures, the contract would come into effect, signifying the formal establishment of cooperation between the two companies. Su Jiamu smiled as he took the contract. Recognizing it as the largest agreement his esteemed company had recently secured, one that he had personally led. He envisioned that with this contract, his position within the company would swiftly ascend. May our collaboration be fruitful, he declared, promptly signing the document. Yang accepted it with a smile. However, we have a request, he stated. Su Jiamu paused momentarily, yet maintained his cheerful demeanor. Our company expects that the planner of this project in the Northern District should assume the role of project leader. Yang gestured towards the proposal. Of course. Su Jiamu triplet gan li. That is precisely how we have considered it. Yang remained uncertain. This proposal was authored by Miss Su Xiaoxue. To be frank, it was upon seeing this proposal that our company agreed to collaborate with yours. Thus, we still hope that Miss Su can take on the role of project leader. Internally, Su Jiamu was tumultuous, yet his face bore a friendly smile. Yang was correct. Although Miss Su Xiaoxue's plan had been completed under his guidance, she felt inadequate and had entrusted him with the leadership of the Northern District project. Yang est John Fuxian Diapanet. We still wish for Miss Su to be the project leader. We greatly admire her talent. Su Jiamu felt a twinge of discomfort. I have made my position quite clear, yet why does the other party not comprehend? His tone involuntarily grew firmer. Miss Su Xiaoxue is merely a nameless figure in our company. The company has officially appointed me as the project leader for the Northern District, signifying that I am indeed more capable than Miss Su. If your company has failed to grasp this, I fear our collaboration may face significant challenges. Su Jiamu's intention was to exert pressure on Qiangxing Company. He had inquired among industry friends and learned that the team at Qiangxing was very satisfied with Su Xiaoxue's plan, which was of exceptionally high quality and difficult to rival in the short term. Thus, he merely aimed to leverage this situation. Business negotiations cannot always be approached with weakness. Sometimes, a firmer stance is required. However, to his astonishment, Yang returned the signed contract. In this case, I am truly sorry. Our company expects Miss Su Xiaoxue to be the project leader. If she lacks the capability, then I regret to inform you. With that, he exited the meeting room. Su Jimu was left in stunned silence. Su Xiaoxue was merely a person from the Human Resources Department, and he had never heard of her drafting proposals before. Yet this very proposal had managed to captivate the Qianxin group. Was it truly necessary to involve her? He felt somewhat bewildered and hurriedly pursued her. The company attached great importance to this collaboration, and if it were to falter under his supervision, it could spell the end of his career. Mr. Yang, let us discuss this further. However, the Qianxin company paid him no mind. On another note, Su Xiaoxue and Wang Yu had already arrived at the hospital with their little ones. Long City Hospital was the finest establishment in the area, bustling with individuals seeking vaccinations. However, with directorly present, they certainly would not have to endure long queues and could easily access the injection area. Su Xiaoxue inquired why the doctors at Long City Hospital favored Wang Yu. Wang Yu explained that he had previously assisted the hospital in saving an infant, thereby restoring its reputation. Su Xiaoxue was there at the time, and thus she had no reason to doubt him. She could hardly believe that Wang Yu possessed such remarkable medical skills. While he could not disclose the existence of a system that aided him, he had to offer a vague explanation that he had encountered similar cases in ancient texts, and fortuitously, he had stumbled upon one that day. Chapter 51. What to do? Su Xiaoxue refrained from asking further questions, as the children were clamoring for her attention, rendering her unable to concentrate. Perhaps it was the peculiar scent of the hospital's medication, or perhaps the children were aware of the impending procedure. Shortly after entering the hospital, they erupted into a chorus of wails, their simultaneous cries creating quite a spectacle. Goodness, triplets! How fortunate! Just managing one child at home already gives me a headache. I can hardly fathom the chaos of three. Their parents must be overwhelmed. As the trio of children cried in unison, Su Xiaoxue and Wang Yu exchanged glances. Fortunately, they had practiced numerous times at home. The two remained composed, yet for some reason this time, the baby's cries seemed incessant, and soothing them proved a challenge. The nurses tasked with administering the vaccinations appeared quite exasperated. Administering vaccines to infants is typically a straightforward affair. How could these three children possibly grasp what was about to transpire? It was only at the moment of the injection that the babies would usually cry, and some children even kept their eyes wide open throughout, exhibiting no signs of fear, only curiosity. Yet like these three children, some began crying as soon as they arrived at the hospital, and no amount of coaxing seemed to help. Did they somehow understand that the hospital was a place to be avoided? What to do now? Although Su Xiaoxue remained silent, her eyes reflected her uncertainty. Neither she nor Aunt Li could pacify the three wailing children. With no other options available, they decided to tackle the situation one child at a time. They would first take them back to the car and then proceed with the vaccinations one by one. Su Xiaoxue, realizing this was the only feasible approach, nodded in agreement. If they could prevent the children from witnessing the medical procedures, perhaps the crying would cease. She understood that the sound of a baby's cries could be contagious. Despite the possibility of administering the injections directly, the children who had been quietly waiting began to be influenced by the three little ones at home and started to cry. Although their parents remained silent, their eyes were filled with reproach. All of them were first-time caregivers, wholly devoted to their babies, and truly overwhelmed by the children's antics. Indeed, when Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue brought the babies out, the crying ceased. They exchanged glances for a moment. Could they perhaps arrange for the doctor to administer vaccinations at home next time? Did they truly believe this hospital was their personal establishment, inviting doctors over for home visits? Let us begin with the eldest. As the firstborn, one must set a good example. Wang Yu lifted the eldest into his arms. Let us all head inside while Aunt Li watches the children outside. Wang Yu contemplated overseeing the baby during the vaccination, but upon seeing Su Xiaoxue's expression, he understood that although she was reluctant to witness the procedure, she did not wish to miss any moment of the baby's growth. Vaccinations were an essential experience for the infants, and this would also serve as a precious record. His first vaccination accompanied by his father. She could not wait outside. Aunt Li, being experienced, certainly understood a mother's feelings. You should both go inside. If the child cries, you won't manage it alone. Once the two babies were outside, they quieted down significantly. Ontlies words wie Thor su yoes himself. Sure enough, shortly after the eldest entered, he began to cry again. Wang Yu tried every method, and Su Xiaoxue, helplessly amused, watched as the child remained unyielding. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, he began to wail. With no other options, they had to muster their courage. Su Xiaoxue nodded. It was imperative to proceed with the vaccinations. It was through these vaccines that the children could grow healthily and avoid severe illnesses. The doctor's needle was fine, easily piercing the child's skin, and the entire process was swift. Had Wang Yu not been focused on the card, he might have doubted whether the injection had even occurred. All done, the doctor said with an easy smile, which helped them relax. Surprisingly, the eldest had stopped crying. His bewildered expression seemed to ask, "Is it really over?" Their laughter echoed at his innocent demeanor. "Don't tell me our child is truly one of a kind. Do you think the other children will follow in the eldest's footsteps?" I was exceedingly nervous before taking action. Yet as the reality unfolded, I found tranquility. Oh, if that were the case, I might even suspect the eldest was influencing his younger siblings. As they left the hospital with the eldest, they engaged in casual conversation. No longer feeling the previous awkwardness, they chatted freely, unlike the initial meeting with Wang Yu, where every word had to be carefully considered, leaving them uncertain if their statements held any particular significance, which would lead to further interpretations. At this moment, they felt entirely at ease, burden-free, enjoying the presence of someone willing to listen to their thoughts. What a delightful experience. Just as they relished this tender moment, an astonished voice broke through the atmosphere. "Su Xiaoxue, I never expected it would truly be you. You were holding a baby, and I almost failed to recognize you." Turning back, I saw a woman of similar age to Su Xiaoxue alongside a young man. Wang Yu could discern that Su Xiaoxue's demeanor suddenly became tense. "Feng Guqin, what brings you here?" Feng Guqin was her classmate, and they had once shared a close bond. However, after Su Xiaoxue became pregnant before marriage, she lost contact with them. It was not that she did not wish to see them, but rather that circumstances at that time made it impossible. With a baby on the way, she had no idea where the father was, and she felt too embarrassed to face her former classmates. "My husband and I are undergoing a marriage examination. We are getting married next week. I was just about to inform you, and I never expected to encounter you here." Feng Guqin beamed with sincere joy. "Who is this?" She gazed at Wang Yu with a puzzled expression. She had never seen this man before, yet it was evident that he shared a close relationship with Su Xiaoxue. More importantly, the child she held bore a resemblance to the man beside them. "Hello, I am Wang Yu, Su Xiaoxue's husband." Before Su Xiaoxue could introduce Wang Yu, he boldly extended his hand. Feng Guqin's face was a canvas of surprise, soon mingled with a hint of reproach. "Xiaoxue, you are married. Why didn't you tell me? Judging by the baby, you must have been married for several years." Su Xiaoxue felt a twinge of embarrassment, having only received her marriage certificate less than a week ago. Yet in that moment, all she could do was nod. "Yes, I rushed into marriage and didn't get a chance to inform you." Su Xiaoxue offered an apologetic smile. "No worries, but you must attend our wedding." Feng Guqin smiled as she handed over an invitation. Chapter 52. The agony of gain and loss until they departed. The man beside her had not uttered a single word. After Feng Guqin left, as they prepared to give the child an injection, both fell into a contemplative silence. There seemed to be a rift between them, one that appeared to be connected to the wedding. When it was time for Tuanshuan to receive the injection, Su Xiaoxue could no longer bear the palpable tension. "Wang Yu, I understand that we currently have limited finances. Perhaps we should invite familiar friends and some relatives instead." Su Xiaoxue sensed that Wang Yu was concerned about her feelings regarding the lack of a wedding ceremony. Regardless, they were already married. It would feel remiss not to hold a celebration or invite friends. She stood in solidarity with Wang Yu, understanding his circumstances. Though he claimed not to be worried about basic necessities, those were merely gifts from others. It was indeed a challenge for him to provide for himself and 3 babies, let alone host a proper wedding. However, not having a ceremony was out of the question. It was a custom from their hometown. Having given birth out of wedlock had already brought shame to her parents, and now that they were legally married, it would be utterly unreasonable not to hold a banquet. "If you genuinely do not wish to proceed, it is fine. I currently have few friends anyway. Su Xiaoxue's tone carried a hint of humility. They are well aware of their own situation. If Wang Yu truly does not intend to host a full-month celebration, she holds no objections. The father of the babies is indeed him. Although she trusts that Wang Yu will become a good father in the future, the timeline feels rather brief. Suddenly, the weight of 3 infants rests solely upon him, and now the additional pressure of organizing a wedding is placed on his shoulders, fearing he might not withstand it. What if he disappears again? Upon hearing Su Xiaoxue's words, Wang Yu is momentarily taken aback, turning to observe her expression. In her feigned calmness, there is a hint of anxiety, a sense of insecurity. He found it amusing. What are you pondering? A wedding is undoubtedly a significant affair. We must have our relatives and friends bear witness. I have been contemplating our wedding, although we have registered our marriage, according to the customs of Huaxia. Particularly in the eyes of the elders, we will not be acknowledged without a proper ceremony. I believe this banquet is something I owe you. I must compensate you. Su Xiaoxue gazed at Wang Yu, tears only flowing when they reached the corners of her mouth, before she snapped back to reality. The banquet is not what matters. Your thoughts alone fill me with immense satisfaction. It is easier said than done. Yet how much does a wedding cost? Wang Yu's heartfelt intentions made her feel extraordinarily happy. Very well, let us commence planning upon our return. The wedding must be held. Your friend is getting married next week, is he not? We can learn from that. However, prioritizing the vaccination for our child is of utmost importance. Wang Yu smiled as he lifted Tuan Tuan from Su Xiaoxue's arms. Initially, she had been crying due to the impending vaccination, but upon hearing her parents discuss the wedding, she joyfully danced about. If you are preparing for the wedding banquet, I shall support it with all my might. After Tuan Tuan received her vaccination, a mechanical sound echoed in Wang Yu's mind. Beep beep. Congratulations, master, for vaccinating the child. You have been directly rewarded with a 51 stake in the Roman restaurant. Shares indeed. But where is this Roman restaurant? He did not take the time to investigate further, and simply took the children onto the nanny car. As Su Xiaoxue settled into the vehicle and glanced at her phone, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is going on? Why are there so many missed calls? In her effort to have the babies vaccinated, she had placed her phone in the car, only to discover, after a moment, that there were over a dozen calls. It is indeed true. When you constantly monitor your phone, days may pass without anyone reaching out. Yet the moment you set it aside, you are bombarded with messages upon your return. By this time, dusk had fallen, and considering the matter did not seem urgent, she felt no rush to return the calls. After all, she had taken the afternoon off. The immediate priority was to care for the children. Meanwhile, at the renowned company's project department, chaos ensued. What is happening? Is no one answering? Continue calling. Damn it. Could they be this furious? There is no reason to make so many calls without a response. Su Jimu sat in his office chair, his face contorted in frustration. He had never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. Despite being the human resources manager, Su Xiaoxue cannot possibly possess knowledge of everything. Her position is inherently dispensable. Her primary role is merely to guide job seekers to the appropriate departments, while the actual interviews are conducted by the department heads. The tasks at hand are highly interchangeable, and Su Xiaoxue is not a pivotal figure within the company. Su Jimu initially believed that with his uncle's intervention, the position of project leader for the Northern District would undoubtedly be his, and that Su Xiaoxue lacked both the qualifications and the capability to contest it, even though her proposal had secured the project for the company. As it unfolded, just as he had anticipated, Su Xiaoxue capitulated under his pressure. However, he did not foresee that the issue arose from Qianxin Company. Unexpectedly, it was deemed essential for Su Xiaoxue to assume the role of project leader. Otherwise, they would abandon the collaboration with Mingyu Company altogether. Su Jiamu was bewildered. Why? He had orchestrated numerous successful projects, while Su Xiaoxue was merely a novice in planning. Why was she afforded such recognition? Furthermore, it had to be her. The first time he visited, they had been quite courteous, but upon his return, they nearly expelled him, asserting that he had one last chance. If he could not personally meet Miss Su Xiaoxue to sign the contract and confirm her as the project leader for the Northern District by 10 a.m. tomorrow, their partnership with Mingyu would conclude. What should I do? He gazed in confusion at his uncle, Su Junwoo, as he approached. What more could he do? Who knew that Su Xiaoxue was held in such high regard by the other company? Should he apologize? This matter could not afford to fail on their end. Apologize? To her? Su Jiamu suddenly erupted in indignation. Was this some sort of jest? Who did she think she was? He was Su Jimu, the son of Su Maoxuan, a senior executive in the company. He had never feared anyone within those walls. And now, he was to apologize to someone as inconsequential as her? Absolutely not. He refused. Did he truly believe there were no alternative solutions? Perhaps he could compel her to sign, while still retaining the position of project leader for himself. His mind began to race. Although Qiangxing Company insisted that the individual signing the contract must be Su Xiaoxue, the implications of such a visit were ambiguous. He could still utilize her as a mere tool. Chapter 53. Pretending not to know merely relinquishing his position was insufficient. He also intended to rub salt into his wounds. Su Jimu smirked. He lacked the means to achieve this himself, but he could enlist his father's assistance. His father could create obstacles for her in other areas of work. Su Junwen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxue returned home with Wang Yu and their 3 children. Having endured a long and tumultuous day, coupled with a foul mood, she headed straight to freshen up. At that moment, her phone rang. Wang Yu answered the call. Having discerned from Su Xiaoxue's earlier remarks that she was somewhat upset. After all, they were a married couple with children and a marriage certificate to their name. However, aside from Su Xiaoxue's parents, no one was aware that they had already tied the knot. Although Su Xiaoxue had not explicitly stated it, she was nonetheless very concerned. Once a woman has a husband, there is an innate desire to declare ownership to the world, a trait rooted in femininity. Upon answering the phone, a mature male voice resonated through the receiver. Xiao Su, it's me, Su Maoxuan. Wang Yu furrowed his brow. Su Maoxuan? If Su Xiaoxue were present, she might feel a hint of anxiety, for Su Maoxuan was Su Jiamu's father, a high-ranking official in the Mingyu Group. Despite Wang Yu's attendance at the executive meetings, he could only recall the president and a few vice presidents, while the rest were mere faces and photographs, completely forgotten. Sorry, but I've never heard of this name. You must have dialed the wrong number, Wang Yu replied, causing Su Maoxuan to pause momentarily, only to become irate thereafter. The individual who answered Su Xiaoxue's call must be someone closely related to her, and given the grievances that had occurred within the company, could it be that Su Xiaoxue hadn't informed her family? This person must be advocating for Su Xiaoxue, deliberately feigning ignorance of his identity. I am Su from Mingyu Group. Let Su Xiaoxue answer the phone. Before Su Maoxuan could finish his statement, Wang Yu had already discerned the identity of the caller. Earlier that morning, Su Xiaoxue had confided in him about the issue, expressing that it was precisely due to Su Maoxuan that her project had fallen into someone else's hands. Wang Yu had previously rushed to take the children for vaccinations and only informed Hao Gule to refrain from assigning the project to others until he could address the matter himself. Little did he expect that before he could manage it, Su Maoxuan would be so impatiently interjecting. So you are Su Maoxuan. I've heard that Su Jiamu is your son? He was acutely aware that the individual who had seized Su Xiaoxue's project was indeed Su Jiamu. Su Maoxuan was now somewhat at a loss. The other party's knowledge of Su Jiamu, being his son, indicated that Su Xiaoxue had already disclosed this matter to him. At that moment, the man on the other end of the line remained remarkably composed upon hearing his name. Although he was not Su Xiaoxue's direct superior, his words held the power to influence her fate within the company, yet the caller seemed entirely unfazed by his identity or the tone of his speech. Why? Years of honed professional experience prevented him from losing his temper immediately. Who are you? He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Anyone who would address him in such a manner must possess considerable significance. My name is Wang Yu. I am Su Xiaoxue's husband and currently employed as a security guard at your esteemed company. Wang Yu spoke with sincerity, clarifying the connection between himself and Su Maoxuan. Su Maoxuan felt his breath momentarily halt. Wang Yu's indifference to his status as Su Xiaoxue's husband and his position as merely a security guard should have been inconsequential. However, upon hearing the other party's words, Su Maoxuan was suddenly struck by a chilling realization. During the previous executive meeting, a security guard had indeed walked in unannounced. He is the largest shareholder and the newly appointed president of the company. After conducting an investigation, he discovered that the individual in question was only able to enter the company through connections with Su Xiaoxue. However, rumors later circulated that he was merely Su Xiaoxue's cousin. Su Maoxuan immediately slapped himself in disbelief. Why had he been so foolish? It was clear that he had been informed of the extraordinary relationship between Su Xiaoxue and the new president, yet he had foolishly approached them. His actions stemmed from his desire to secure a bright future for his son, and he had failed to recognize the implications. So, you're Chairman Wang. Greetings. In an instant, Su Maoxuan's tone shifted to one of flattery. My wayward son has had some conflicts with Mrs. Wang, and I'm here to offer my apologies on his behalf. I am truly sorry. I did not anticipate his reckless behavior at the company. However, please rest assured, I will address this matter seriously. Are you available now? My son wishes to apologize to Mrs. Wang in person. The rapid change in his tone left Wang Yu somewhat taken aback. Indeed, those who held high positions within the company were not to be underestimated. At that moment, Su Maoxuan was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that he had not confronted Su Xiaoxue during his phone call. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. The counterpart was a major shareholder of the Mingyu Group, whose word could determine his fate within the company. No need for an apology, but I do not wish for such incidents to occur again. Additionally, please return any accolades that do not rightfully belong to you. With that, Wang Yu hung up the phone. Such matters were hardly worth his attention. In fact, had it not been for Su Xiaoxue's earlier remarks, he would have considered assigning her project to someone else altogether. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue did not need to contend with such intense responsibilities. Who is it? Su Xiaoxue emerged from the restroom. Just a salesperson. The salesperson mentioned by Wang Yu sought out Su Jiamu immediately after the call. You scoundrel, kneel before me. A sharp slap resonated throughout the villa. After her shower, Su Xiaoxue observed that the 3 children were sleeping soundly. She began to discuss the children with Wang Yu. I believe that once Feng Guqin's wedding is held, we can start planning our own. Indeed, we will need to prepare invitations, arrange the banquet, and so much more. Wang Yu replied without hesitation. Previously, he had many friends and relatives, but since his father's incident, he had lost touch with most of them. Wang Yu felt it was paramount to ensure that Su Xiaoxue's family was satisfied this time around. Noticing Wang Yu's somber expression, Su Xiaoxue quickly inferred his thoughts. She took his hand in hers. During our wedding, we must receive the blessings of our elders. Although Uncle Wang is incarcerated, I still wish for him to bless us, and the children would like to see him. Wang Yu nodded slowly. Do not worry, I will speak with him. At this moment, he is unable to express anything to you, so you may continue to refer to him as Uncle Wang. Chapter 54. Completing the task, Su Xiaoxue immediately smiled, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Let's all go take a look. However, Wang Yu promptly shook his head. I will go first. That place is not suitable. You must not expose yourself to any ill fortune. He had already gleaned some hints about his father's wrongful accusation and believed that his father would not be imprisoned for long. When he emerges, we can meet again. I wish to hold our wedding celebration after his release. I want to give you the most splendid wedding in the world. You shall become the most envied bride. Su Xiaoxue felt a surge of excitement and happiness, but when Wang Yu leaned in to kiss her, she, like a startled rabbit, dashed into the bedroom. You promised me before. It must be my consent first. Huh? Wang Yu was left speechless, scratching his head. He merely intended to steal a kiss. Yet, those within the room could not hear his thoughts, and he helplessly shook his head as he retreated to his own room. Many events transpired during this time, but evidently, the most pressing matter was his father's situation, which remained shrouded in uncertainty. The following day dawned bright and clear, and the children awoke unusually early. Upon hearing their commotion, Wang Yu sprang from his bed, tidied himself, and embarked on the daily routine of caring for the children. Caring for children was akin to playing a game, necessitating the completion of tasks, logging in to check strategies, and investing time to achieve a successful outcome. By the time Su Xiaoxue rose, Wang Yu was already engaged in play with the children. Having consulted a parenting encyclopedia the previous day, he had begun to apply its teachings. At that moment, He was narrating a children's story to help the kids develop their linguistic skills. Seeing Wang Yu, Su Xiaoxue smiled reassuringly. Regardless of what the future held, at least they were joyful in this moment. She completely forgot her workplace troubles and set off for the office in high spirits. However, she was taken aback upon arriving, as a throng of people surrounded her office door. What was happening? Su Xiaoxue felt puzzled. There were no hiring arrangements today. So why was there such a crowd outside her office? Excuse me, coming through. She struggled to make her way through the crowd, eager to understand the situation. Yet, before she could push through, all the onlookers turned their gazes towards her. The manager Su has arrived. Clear the way. Hurry. Quick. The crowd promptly parted, and as Su Xiaoxue approached to discern the commotion, a sense of foreboding washed over her. At that moment, Su Jiamu was kneeling before Su Xiaoxue's office, his bare torso exposed, bound by vines, appearing to seek penance. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxue, he immediately turned to her, revealing a face swollen from apparent beatings. Manager Su, it was all my fault. I was completely blinded and snatched the project proposal for the Northern District from you. After contemplating throughout the night, I have come to the realization that my actions were misguided. It is imperative that I return this project in the Northern District to Manager Su. Should she feel discontent, you may deal with me as you wish. However, I beseech you not to harbor any resentment towards me for this matter. Upon uttering these words, Su Jiamu immediately lowered his head, turning away from her. At that moment, he bore the weight of the water-soaked willow branches on his back, marked by distinct welts, suggestive of recent lashings. Su Xiaoxue promptly waved her hand. What are you doing, young Master Su? I harbor no ill feelings towards you. You are not entirely in the wrong. Everyone has their own area of expertise. The project department is indeed more suited for negotiating projects and planning proposals. I merely had the fortune of being in the right place at the right time. I am not particularly remarkable. After saying this, she approached him with the intent to help him rise. Although she was perplexed by the stark contrast in Su Jiamu's demeanor compared to the previous day, she understood the necessity of handling the situation delicately, lest it attract an even larger audience. Why does Su Jiamu seek to apologize to Manager Su? They belong to entirely different departments. Haven't you heard the news? Yesterday, Qiangxin Group expressed interest in the planning proposal crafted by Manager Su and insisted that she oversee the Northern District project. However, Su Jiamu insisted on intervening and usurp the project. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he seeks to relinquish it back to Manager Su. How convoluted this is. But is not Su Jiamu's father Su Zong? Even someone of his stature must bow his head. What then is Su Xiaoxue's standing? It remains unclear. But seeing Su Jiamu injured suggests that perhaps Su Zong reprimanded him, maybe even struck him. Manager Su is indeed fortunate. If she were to take charge of the Northern District project, it would undoubtedly surpass her treatment in the Human Resources Department. From the murmurs around, Su Xiaoxue finally discerned the situation's intricacies. Qiangxin Company actually desired her to oversee the Northern District project. She had previously relinquished it. Yet the circumstances have taken a surprising turn. At the sight of Su Jiamu kneeling, Su Xiaoxue felt a sense of vindication, despite his annoying demeanor. His father appeared quite dependable. Please rise. You needn't speak in such a manner. I have long since moved past this. We are colleagues, and minor disputes are quite common. There is no need for such dramatics. At last, this matter reached resolution. Although Su Jiamu claimed that his apology to Su Xiaoxue was in accordance with his father's wishes, the reality remained that he was at fault, and thus the onlookers held a different perspective. Su Jiamu often exuded arrogance within the company, yet they had not witnessed Su Zong summon him for an apology with such gravity. Surely, Su Xiaoxue's connections must be formidable, yet the identity of her backing remains a mystery. Regardless of the speculations among the company personnel, Su Xiaoxue has set off for Qiangxin Company. The proceedings unfolded remarkably smoothly, with the representatives of Qiangxin Group displaying utmost respect towards her. When Su Xiaoxue finally secured the contract, she found it hard to believe. Was her proposal truly that exceptional? She decided to cease her ponderings, for there was no clarity to be found. After all, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. The successful negotiation of the Northern District Development Project promised to multiply her salary several times over. However, her smile quickly faded. Given that the Northern District Development was a collaboration with the Zhu Group, both parties would be appointing representatives. Su Xiaoxue stood on the side of Mingyu Group, while Zhu Buitao represented the Zhu Group. He was a well-known heir, so why was he suddenly involved? Moreover, although this project was significant for Mingyu Group, it was merely a trivial endeavor for an enterprise of the Zhu Group's stature. Chapter 55. Malicious intent. Although she was uncertain of his true intentions, it was prudent to remain vigilant, given his decision to interfere in the project. At that moment, Wang Yu also received the news. It was evident that the weasel was not visiting the chicken with good intentions. This thought struck Wang Yu immediately. He originally intended to advise Su Xiaoxue against pursuing the project. However, as he reached for his phone, he realized that it was a futile endeavor. He was well aware of Su Xiaoxue's character, strong, kind, and resolute once she had made up her mind. Not even the presence of Zhu Buitao, nor the threat of a raging inferno, would deter her. Furthermore, with 3 children to raise, the allure of a higher salary left Su Xiaoxue with no excuses to withdraw. Wang Yu could not help but chastise himself. Was he not digging his own grave? In the past, when Su Jiamu sought to seize a position, he should have allowed her to do so. After all, why not accept 500,000 without effort? At this moment, Zhu Buitao's malevolent intentions were evident. Yet Wang Yu found himself without grounds to dissuade Su Xiaoxue from proceeding. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxue grappled with her own dilemma. What should she do if Zhu Buitao was the representative from the partner side? Should she reveal this to Wang Yu? If she remained silent, and he discovered that Zhu Buitao was her partner, he would surely erupt in fury. Their previous conflicts had already rendered them bitter enemies. Moreover, what if Zhu Buitao began to harass her again? However, if she informed him, Wang Yu would undoubtedly forbid her from engaging in the project, and for reasons unknown. It was evident from their last encounter that Zhu Buitao was far from sincere. If Wang Yu learned of this, her prospects as project manager would be thoroughly dashed, and yet her family's financial situation was in dire need of funds. Her heart was in turmoil until she met with Zhu Buitao. It was essential for both representatives to meet prior to collaboration. Ultimately, she resolved to confide in Wang Yu. She believed he might assist her in making this decision, and by informing him, she could clarify that she had no connection with Zhu Buitao. Their relationship should not be jeopardized by Zhu Buitao's interference. The call connected, yet a silence fell upon them. Typically, they would exchange endearments, but since the incident involving Zhu Buitao, both found themselves at a loss for words. Su Xiaoxue immediately recognized that her choice had been the right one. Wang Yu is concerned for himself and has the right to be informed about this matter. Darling, I must tell you, for some unknown reason, I have been re-elected as the manager for the Northern District Project. However, our partner, the representative from the Zhu family, is actually Zhu Buitao. What do you think we should do? Su Xiaoxue clearly articulated her thoughts, granting Wang Yu the opportunity to express his opinion. Regardless of whether he agrees or not, she could at least feel a sense of integrity. The company just informed me that I am to be responsible for the security of our manager, and unexpectedly, that manager is you. Su Xiaoxue was taken aback by Wang Yu's words, but her heart instantly blossomed with joy. This way, she would not have to worry about Wang Yu being uneasy about Zhu Buitao harassing her. Is that so? That's simply wonderful. The heavy tone in Su Xiaoxue's voice immediately lightened, while a bitter smile appeared on Wang Yu's lips. Now, there was no other option. He could not dampen Su Xiaoxue's enthusiasm, as that would only make her feel distrusted. Since he could not prevent it, he would use all his strength to protect her. Being by his wife's side constantly, he believed that Zhu Buitao would not easily dare to act against her. The joint meeting was held in the Zhu family's conference room. In addition to Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue, Mingyu also sent several other representatives this time. Zhu Buitao was seated in the center. He indeed had the right to occupy that position, as Zhu Group's investment in the Northern District Project was the largest. Money speaks volumes. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxue, a mischievous grin appeared on his lips, but when he noticed Wang Yu in a suit following her, his smile became even more audacious. While ostensibly there to ensure Su Xiaoshua's safety, Wang Yu had donned a sleek black suit. First and foremost, I believe we should congratulate Ming Yu on acquiring the development rights. As everyone gathered, Zhu Buitao immediately spoke up. It must be said that he was indeed charming, handsome, and wealthy, and his voice resonated with allure. Young girls frequently stole glances at him, and even some middle-aged women couldn't resist sneaking looks. After all, good looks hold a certain power over women of all ages. During the meeting, Zhu Buitao refrained from any inappropriate behavior towards Su Xiaoxue, conducting the business discussions quite normally. However, the more composed he appeared, the more anxious Wang Yu felt, knowing that Zhu Buitao was unlikely to let things rest. The bruise from Wang Yu's punch still lingered in the corner of Zhu Buitao's eye. How could he possibly forget? His restraint was surely a precursor to more sinister intentions. Conversely, Su Xiaoxue felt a sense of relief. Before coming, she had imagined numerous scenarios in which Zhu Buitao might trouble her. But now she felt she had perhaps overthought the situation. Who was he, after all? He was merely a young master of a large company, while she was just a small employee. The last time he behaved in such a manner was already quite embarrassing for him. If he were to cling to her, it would only diminish his worth, so he would certainly not continue to pay her any attention. With a sigh of relief, she turned to glance at Wang Yu behind her, feeling the heavy weight in her heart gradually lift. How about going out for a meal to celebrate my appointment as project manager? Su Xiaoshue's words filled Wang Yu, who had been worried, with excitement. This was Su Xiaoshue's initiative to invite him to dinner alone. Since the arrival of their baby, despite the adorable moments they shared, their opportunities for private time together had significantly diminished. Is this a date? Wang Yu asked, feeling quite pleased with himself. Think too much. This is merely a reward for your hard work in taking care of the baby while I was busy. Besides, I've received a raise, and it's high time I treat myself. Su Xiaoshue's words instantly brought a smile to Wang Yu's face. She spoke with vivacity and anticipation, exuding a youthful charm. Since her pregnancy, Su Xiaoxue had devoted herself to caring for their child, her diet tailored entirely to the baby's needs, resulting in a rather bland menu. Even at home, Aunt Li, a remarkably competent nanny, ensured that the meals were suitable for the baby, but far too mild for adults like them. Spicy and heavily seasoned foods were undeniably absent from their household. Wang Yu certainly understood the efforts she had made during this time. All right, let's go. Chapter 56. Visiting a trendy restaurant. Wait a moment. Let me check where we should eat. I want to visit a trendy restaurant for a photo op. Let's find one first. As the car started, Su Xiaoxue eagerly clutched her phone, browsing online for popular dining spots. They ultimately chose the top-rated restaurant on the list, reputed to be an ideal romantic venue in Long City. At that moment, happiness radiated from Su Xiaoshue's face, and Wang Yu had no intention of dampening her enthusiasm. Although the so-called trendy restaurant might not be as exceptional as advertised, and the rankings could likely be purchased, he believed that if spending money could bring joy to his beloved, it would be worth it, even if it turned out to be a deception. However, upon their arrival, Wang Yu felt he might have been overly skeptical. The restaurant's actual ambience closely resembled the images he had seen. The splendid lighting and unique architectural design captivated him at first glance, not to mention the sparkle in Su Xiaoshue's eyes. I think it's worth it. Indeed, Wang Yu took Su Xiaoshue's hand, and together they stepped toward the entrance. Good evening, sir. May I please see your membership card? However, before they could even enter, the greeting from the hostess left the excited couple momentarily stunned. They discovered that the establishment operated on a membership basis, and without a card, they were not permitted entry. Hello, we haven't obtained a membership yet. We found this place online. Is it not possible for us to enter? Su Xiaoxue had been enamored with this restaurant from the moment she saw it, and she genuinely wished to explore its interior. I'm sorry, miss, but our restaurant has a limited number of seats each day and only accepts reservations for members, the hostess insisted, causing Su Xiaoshue's spirits to plummet. After much effort in selecting a restaurant they both adored, it was disheartening to discover they could not enter. Wang Yu politely inquired, "May I ask how one can apply for membership here?" At that moment, Su Xiaoxue was feeling quite disheartened. Given the membership restrictions, it was clear that they, as non-members, would not be allowed entry. However, memberships were not an inherent privilege. They could indeed be obtained. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with realization. How could she have overlooked this detail? Good day, sir. Our establishment offers two types of memberships, a standard card and a platinum card. To obtain a standard membership, one simply needs to deposit 1 million. However, to upgrade to a platinum membership, one must spend at least 1 million at our establishment. The server's words caused Su Xiaoxue to grip Wang Yu's hand tightly. Wow, what? 1 million? With that kind of money, one could buy countless things for a child. Su Xiaoxue exclaimed in disbelief, while Wang Yu's intention to pay hung suspended in the air. He could indeed produce 1 million. But how could he explain it to Su Xiaoxue? It was out of the question to admit that it was provided by the system. Should he claim it was a gift from his uncle? He sighed, forget it, we can't afford to eat here. Upon uttering this, Su Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed as she pulled Wang Yu towards the exit. They were now parents, after all, and it was imperative to confront their financial reality. They could not indulge in expenditures merely for the sake of appearances. They had a family to support, not just themselves. Why didn't you mention the lack of funds earlier? You've wasted my time. Excuse me, but before dining, shouldn't you check if this is a place accessible to everyone? Came a mocking voice from a newly arrived member. Indeed, how could you come here without ensuring you had the means? The jeers from the newly arrived patrons left Su Xiaoxue feeling embarrassed. Although she had come to terms with her financial situation, the sting of their words was hard to bear, especially as she was still quite young. Wang Yu naturally did not wish for Su Xiaoxue to feel inferior or humiliated. What was there to fear in facing her questions upon returning home? Why should he allow the woman he cherished to feel shame? If wealth could not bring enjoyment to his wife, then what was the purpose of it? Just as he was about to speak, an excited voice interrupted from nearby. Is that Su Xiaoxue? What a surprise to see you here. A tall, handsome man called out to her. She recognized him immediately. It was Jin Xinji, a former classmate from university who had once pursued her. Their contact had dwindled after graduation. Are you planning to dine at this restaurant? Shall we share a table? Jin Xinji suggested, which made Su Xiaoxue blush and wave her hands in refusal. Perhaps another time. We are considering a different place to eat. Her flustered demeanor, compounded by the whispers of onlookers, quickly made Jin Xinji aware of the awkwardness surrounding the situation. Let us eat together. I'm a platinum member here and can bring friend along. His declaration astonished everyone around them. A platinum membership required a spend of 1 million to obtain. It was improbable for an ordinary person to accumulate such an expenditure even over a year of dining at the establishment. Despite the seemingly high threshold for membership here, it is worth noting that most individuals do not arrive alone. They often pool their resources with a few others, pre-depositing funds for shared use. However, the platinum membership presents a different challenge. One must genuinely expend a full 1 million to achieve an upgrade. Oh, how extravagant. I wish to become his girlfriend. You? Just take a look at yourself. I believe that woman barely deserves him. Observe. That man accompanying her lacks a membership, and the affluent gentleman clearly sees something exceptional in her. I wonder how she will choose. As bystanders engaged in this discourse, Su Xiaoxue's mind raced with thoughts. Yet, she did not dwell too long on them, for she was a married woman. It is often said that one marries a beggar if they are a beggar, and an old man if they are old. As for others, she would simply decline. No, thank you. My husband doesn't care for the cuisine here. We are planning to switch to another restaurant. Her words were a clever double entendre, subtly indicating her marital status while politely declining Jin Xinji's invitation. Jin Xinji paused, his expression turning awkward upon hearing her response. Su Xiaoxue had always been a beauty. Any man who laid eyes upon her would inevitably entertain certain thoughts, Jin Xinji included. Yet, to his astonishment, she had married another man not long after graduation. He instinctively assumed that her husband must surely be a significant figure. How could she possibly be with someone seemingly unremarkable? Is she jesting? A woman of Su Xiaoxue's caliber would at least be wed to someone renowned and affluent. It was unsettling to see such a stunning beauty married to an obscure man who had achieved what he could not. Xiaoxue, are you jesting with me? Chapter 57, Reminiscing. You are barely in your 20s. How did you come to marry? Are you bothered by my past pursuits? Rest assured that is behind us. I merely wish to invite you to dinner to reminisce. Is that too much to ask? In an instant, Jean Shinji's concealed resentment resurfaced. What did it matter if she was married? Her husband was clearly a failure. Such a man could not possibly protect her. If he showcased the restaurant's opulence and instigated discord, perhaps they would return home in turmoil. It must be noted that Jean Shinji's thoughts stemmed from envy. He remained oblivious to the flicker of disdain and embarrassment in Su Xiaoshua's eyes. Why could this man not comprehend her refusal? She had directly declined, yet he persisted like a relentless pest, insisting on dining together. I'm sorry, but no. I'm not inclined to eat here. My children are awaiting me at home. We must take our leave. With no other recourse, Su Xiaoxua mentioned her children as a reason to depart. Surely, he could not continue to detain her. Yet, to her surprise, Jean Shinji audibly sighed and then turned to Wang Yu. Su Xiaoxua, if you wish to reject me, you need not fabricate excuses. How long has it been since your graduation? And you already have children? Moreover, one cannot help but notice that despite having given birth, your physique remains unchanged. In truth, Jean Shinji's focus is not misplaced. Su Xiaoxua, although a mother now, has maintained her figure, which is as flawless as it was during her school days. The only discernible alteration is the enhancement of her bosom. Is it possible that your husband lacks a membership? Worry not. I shall cover this meal. There is no expectation for you to contribute financially. Ultimately, he boldly revised his strategy, shifting his target of attack towards Wang Yu. His stance was unequivocal. Should you wish to decline my invitation, it implies your husband is inept. This left Su Xiaoxua in a rather awkward predicament. Should she turn away, it would tacitly confirm Jean Shinji's assertion. Her refusal of his invitation would suggest her husband is financially incapacitated. She could tolerate disdain from others, but involving Wang Yu unjustly was intolerable. Yet, to accept would equate to acquiescing to Jean Shinji's charity, undoubtedly injuring Wang Yu's pride. In her moment of desperation, she found herself at a loss for words. However, at that instant, Wang Yu gently smiled and spoke. We are grateful for Mr. Jin's kindness. Should we desire to dine at this establishment, we are capable of attending independently. Your concern is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxua turned to Wang Yu with wide eyes. She realized he had nothing to his name at that moment. Did he truly prioritize his pride over her and their child? Furthermore, 1 million. How could they possibly possess such a sum? Even with the recent allocation of 500,000, it barely amounted to half of the membership fee. Nevertheless, she clenched her teeth and handed her card to Wang Yu, reserving the remaining funds for their living expenses. At that moment, Wang Yu felt the warmth of Su Xiaoxua's gesture. He did not accept the card. Though we are not members, I am acquainted with the manager here. If you summon him, he will undoubtedly grant me entry. Upon concluding his statement, Jean Shinji burst into laughter. Ah, so you admit to your poverty, resorting to such an awkward ruse. Are you aware of who the manager of this establishment is? He just returned from abroad a few days ago, named Henry. Do you happen to know him? Su Xiaoxua's expression shifted instantly upon hearing this. How had Wang Yu transformed into such a figure? This was more than a matter of pride. He was now resorting to deceit. Jean Shinji was a well-known individual in Long City, and if he claimed the manager had only recently returned, it was likely accurate. Yet, Wang Yu had been by her side during this time. How could he possibly know the manager? The awkwardness of Su Xiaoxua's demeanor was not lost on the onlookers. Was he merely boasting? If he knew the manager, why not mention it sooner? Was it even worth questioning? It was undoubtedly false. The woman's complexion paled, revealing her evident fear. That man was truly peculiar. It was clear she did not wish to dine with him. Yet he insisted on making her feel so uncomfortable. Why place the blame on him? Was it not the woman's husband who had brought her to such a place? She had it coming. The buzzing whispers only served to heighten Su Xiaoxua's embarrassment. She glanced at Wang Yu and softly said, "Do not be stubborn. Let us leave." However, Wang Yu did not heed her words. He turned to her with a reassuring gaze and continued, "I am indeed a friend of the manager. Why not summon him for a face-to-face confrontation?" He looked at the waiter with unwavering determination. The waiter hesitated, pondering the implications. If he were truly a friend of the manager, that would be a different matter altogether. Yet this individual hardly seemed to fit that description. Then Jin Shinji interjected, "My dear brother, do not put the waiter in a difficult position. If you genuinely know the manager, simply call him to come here. Since you are friends, you must have his number, right?" Suddenly, he exclaimed, striking his forehead, "Oh, I have heard. Recently, many individuals have been posing as friends of the manager to dine here, yet they are not members at all claiming to be the manager's acquaintances. They nearly tarnished the restaurant's reputation. Is it possible that you are one of those imposters?" At that moment, Wang Yu froze. Can it be played this way? He realized that he did not possess the manager's number. The only reason he claimed to be a friend of the manager was that the system had granted him a portion of the restaurant's shares as a reward after vaccinating his 3 children. This establishment is called Roma Restaurant. He owned 51 of the shares, implying that he could indeed preside over the restaurant's future. Although he did not know the manager personally, the manager could very well recognize him. Yet, as Jin Shinji spoke, he found himself at a loss for words. He truly lacked the manager's phone number. What now? Jin Shinji looked at Wang Yu, who stood in silence, his demeanor dripping with sarcasm. "It appears you really do not have Manager Henry's number. Allow me to assist you in summoning him, so he may see whether he knows you." He then took out his phone and said, "Hey, Henry." He was a man utterly unconcerned, revealing to Su Xiaoxue just how inadequate the man she sought truly was. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue lowered her head in deep embarrassment. Chapter 58, The Boss's Friend. "Hurry, let us go." She felt ashamed of herself. Initially, she thought Wang Yu aspired to become a member of this establishment, only to discover he had been dishonest. To her dismay, Jin Shinji was acquainted with the manager, and she pondered how to navigate the situation when the manager eventually emerged. Wang Yu, meanwhile, stood like a stone, immovable. "If you do not leave, I shall." Su Xiaoxue's voice was low, revealing her anger. "Trust me, my dear wife," Wang Yu said, refusing to disregard Su Xiaoxue. He gazed in her eyes, filled with reassurance. Su Xiaoxue desperately sought to prevent him from losing face in front of the crowd, yet she felt utterly lost. Nevertheless, Wang Yu managed to calm her, grounding her anxiety. If he were to falter, she knew he would undoubtedly be subjected to kneeling on a washboard upon their return. This was her heartfelt truth. Meanwhile, the onlookers remained skeptical. "Oh, not going? Then let us await the manager's arrival. I have yet to see the manager. Could this person truly be his friend? As a loyal patron, I was on the verge of attaining a platinum card. It was utterly embarrassing, deceived in the presence of my wife. From this point forward, we must remain discerning in our choice of partners." Amidst the fervent discussion, a bearded foreign gentleman emerged from within. "Hello, Mr. Wang." He greeted politely, extending his hand. Jin Shinji immediately smiled and approached, beckoning to Henry. He was keenly interested to observe how this individual would behave upon meeting the manager. To his surprise, the man, upon seeing Henry, was not flustered. Instead, he straightened his attire and smiled. Jin Shinji instinctively sensed something amiss. Shouldn't this lie be unveiled, prompting him to appear concerned? "Welcome, Mr. Wang." Henry spoke in impeccable Mandarin. At that moment, Jin Shinji was astonished to see Henry walk past him directly to the gentleman. His demeanor left Jin Shinji incredulous. "Henry, why do you refer to him as Mr. Wang?" Henry then turned to him. "Oh, allow me to introduce him. He is Mr. Wang, the principal shareholder of the Roman restaurant." As he spoke, he was about to introduce Wang Yu to Jin Shinji. Everyone gasped in shock. The most astonished, however, was the waiter. Fortunately, when Jin Shinji was mocking Wang Yu, he refrained from speaking. Otherwise, his career would have been in jeopardy. The crowd was bewildered. How could a board member possess the contact number of a store manager? Individuals of differing ranks typically do not exchange such information. Oh dear, I just ridiculed them for lacking funds to enter? I am finished. The owner himself is penniless. What am I? The jester has turned out to be me. Su Xiaoxue also stared in disbelief. How could he hold shares in this restaurant? This chain's valuation is substantial, at least in the hundreds of millions. She had previously worried about raising her child amid financial struggles. Now it seemed her concerns were unfounded. "Madam Director, please come in." At that moment, Henry's voice brought Su Xiaoxue back to her senses. There must be something amiss. She needed to clarify everything. Henry respectfully invited Su Xiaoxue into the restaurant. Even as the exquisite dishes were served, her expression remained dazed. Jin Shinji had been notorious for being a wealthy heir during his school days, although not the wealthiest. He certainly possessed some means. Yet upon discovering that Wang Yu was a director, his expression was nothing short of comical. One could liken it to having ingested something foul. What he said, however, left her unable to maintain her composure. The restaurant's valuation is so high. Her husband, in fact, is the largest shareholder. Had her financial worries been nothing but a farce? Wang Yu, be sensible. Su Xiaoxue could no longer contain herself and questioned him. Jin Shinji had awkwardly remained outside the restaurant, but this man was her husband. She could not remain in the dark about him. How can there be secrecy between spouses? Actually, this matter I have long wished to share with you. Wang Yu revealed a wry smile, contemplating that honesty was certainly not an option. However, did he not have a fictional second uncle? I have already informed my second uncle about our preparations for the wedding banquet. Our second uncle is quite concerned about his reputation. As his close junior, when he learned of our wedding preparations, he generously gifted me the shares of this place. Although I'm not particularly eager for this, I truly wish to earn my own money, for only then can I spend it comfortably. Consequently, I have made an agreement with my second uncle. If I can double the restaurant's income within a month, he will transfer all the management rights of the Roman restaurant to me, while he only desires the dividends. Alas, such kindness is hard to refuse, and I could only comply. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he gazed at Su Xiaoxue with a cautious and pained expression. Ever since he mentioned that it was his second uncle who provided him with the house, he still recalled her scathing remarks. Don't you have hands? Why accept others' charity? We must rely on ourselves, not even from our second uncle. He understood that Su Xiaoxue did not want him to remain idle. She wished for him to earn enough to care for both her and their child. Only in this way would she feel justified and set a good example for their offspring. Thus, he began to worry. The benefits offered by the system were too generous, and he could not continue to use his second uncle as an excuse indefinitely. Therefore, he decided to provide a simple framework for future explanations. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue regarded Wang Yu with skepticism, contemplating the truth of his words. I can trust you, but do not forget your promise to me. Gaining without effort is not commendable. Wang Yu promptly nodded in agreement. There will be no next time. Even if my second uncle were to pass away and leave his inheritance to me, I would donate it all. What are you saying? How can you curse your second uncle? Su Xiaoxue's expression softened, and the weight that had burdened Wang Yu's heart lifted. Gulme, let us savor this Trini dish and see how it tastes. Wang Yu's eagerness brought a smile to Su Xiaoxue's face. A true chef possesses the ability to transform ordinary ingredients into extraordinary flavors. Delicious, Su Xiaoxue exclaimed, her eyes wandering to the window. Wang Yu followed her gaze, taking in the view of the entire restaurant enveloped in the city's luminous glow, resembling a blossoming flower. Reds, greens, pinks, and whites evoked the essence of a spring garden, though it remained unseen from the outside. Yet everyone knew the restaurant boasted a breathtaking scenery. She had not witnessed such beauty in a long time. Having lived here for many years, she was always preoccupied with the demands of life, never having the chance to indulge in such moments. Now, it was astonishing to realize that this city held such magnificent places. Why not have our wedding banquet here? Of course, Wang Yu replied. He had never envisioned this scenario. Not only had he shared a meal with Su Xiaoxue, but he had also resolved the venue issue for their wedding banquet. Truly a double victory. Under the influence of this romantic atmosphere, the distance between them had considerably diminished. However, if you intend to manage the restaurant, what about security? Su Xiaoxue, having consumed some wine, felt a rosy flush on her face, likely a sign of mild intoxication. I still need to attend class. I possess no knowledge regarding restaurant management, and it is utterly implausible for me to double the performance within a month. Thus, I must seek the expertise of professionals. Furthermore, securing a position at a prestigious establishment would allow me to be closer to you, thereby ensuring your protection. Wang Yu responded earnestly. Achievements? They are, in truth, mere fabrications. Presently, his utmost priority is to care for the children. Yet it is impossible to do so without the involvement of his beloved wife. Oomph. The performance, indeed, is genuine. However, you have claimed that you would protect me. A promise I find hard to believe. Do not assume I am oblivious to your concerns about my fidelity. Moreover, when you encountered Zhu Buotao, your countenance was decidedly unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu smiled, for there was indeed some truth in her words. After the couple returned home, the children had already drifted into slumber. Caring for the children now felt akin to undertaking a task that required logging in and signing off. Yet, there was someone who could assist them in this endeavor. Aunt Lee. They no longer needed to clock in, but upon returning to reality, they could not evade their parental responsibilities. Thank you for your hard work today, Aunt Lee. Su Xiaoxue exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. She felt profoundly grateful for Aunt Lee's attentive care of the children. No worries. The bond between you two is equally significant, Aunt Lee replied with a smile. At that moment, Wang Yu held Su Xiaoxue's hand, reminiscing about when they first recognized each other. It seemed as though an impenetrable barrier had separated them. Now that you have returned, I shall head home. After Aunt Lee departed, the three children remained exceptionally well behaved. Thus, this romantically tinted evening passed peacefully. The following day, invigorated and refreshed, Su Xiaoxue seemed to have learned of Wang Yu's newfound wealth, which alleviated her anxiety regarding work. However, her newfound calm was soon interrupted by Zhu Buotao's arrival at her doorstep. It appears there is an error with the North District project. You must come and see. This fell within the realm of normal professional obligations, and without giving it much thought, Su Xiaoxue promptly followed him. Wang Yu trailed closely behind, but this time he was halted in his tracks as a bodyguard. The rationale was straightforward. The matter pertained to commercial confidentiality, and others were forbidden to enter. At this juncture, Wang Yu recognized the necessity of remaining composed. Encountering such situations in real estate development was not uncommon. The conference room was filled with numerous individuals, and this was her first occasion overseeing such a substantial project, particularly as a cross-disciplinary participant, which made Su Xiaoxue feel quite anxious. However, she soon realized that her abilities were indeed quite commendable. Nevertheless, a company is fundamentally a realm governed by practicality. Failure to perform satisfactorily would inevitably lead to scrutiny. Manager Su, could you elucidate the situation? Our project is on the verge of launching, yet the preliminary tasks remain incomplete. Is Ming Yu jesting with me? Are such trivial matters truly insurmountable? I must begin to question your capabilities. The majority of those present hailed from the Zhu family and were unaware that Su Xiaoxue had garnered significant support from the Shengsheng Group. Had I not seen this earlier this morning, I would have remained oblivious to how your company is lagging behind. Had it been entrusted to us at the Zhu family, we would have commenced long ago. A single day's delay incurs losses that the Zhu family will bear, so you regard it with such indifference? Su Xiaoxue had only just learned of this predicament. The inadequacy in completing the concluding tasks, which has led to delays, is indeed a commonplace occurrence. However, Su Xiaoxue, being an outsider to the industry, does not comprehend this reality, and thus finds herself in a state of considerable anxiety. Rest assured, Mr. Zhu, I have already contacted the construction team. We can commence work immediately within a day. Su Xiaoxue. Yet her declaration was met with derision from the Zhu family as associates. If promises were sufficient, why would a company establish a system of rewards and penalties? Manachersu, I vaguely recalled during our last meeting, you assured us that today's tasks would be completed. Yet, how can we trust your assurances this time? The question arose, why was this inexperienced young lady entrusted with such a significant role? It seemed they held the Zhu family in utter disregard. The whispers among the Zhu executives regarding Manager Su's relationship with Mr. Zhu ignited feelings of embarrassment and frustration in Su Xiaoxue. Despite her diligent efforts, some matters simply exceeded her capability to resolve through hard work alone. Well, we are in a partnership with Ming Yu Group, and the Zhu family cannot impose their own standards upon Manager Su. I will grant you this day, and if you fail to accomplish your tasks, do not blame me for my wrath. Mr. Zhu Buotao concluded, leaving no room for dissent. You can rest assured, young Master Zhu, I will fulfill my duties. The senior executives of the Zhu Group filed out, and when Zhu Buitao emerged, he lifted his chin, deliberately avoiding any glance at Wang Yu. Wang Yu couldn't help but wonder if he was overthinking things. After all, his status was now a world apart from Zhu Buitao's, and he likely held no regard for him. A sudden realization gripped him. His father's imprisonment was tied to the Zhu family, and Zhu Buitao was undoubtedly scheming something nefarious. Upon entering the vast conference room, Wang Yu found Su Xiaoxue with a grave expression, engrossed in a phone call. In her diligent labor, she appeared entirely different from the nurturing mother he had seen before. She was like a fierce tigress. Wang Yu stood quietly, awaiting her attention. When they first met, she had been fully aware of his affluent background, yet she did not allow this to deter her commitment to her work. She was reluctant to express her willingness, and at that moment, he understood her nature. Su Xiaoxue was inherently self-reliant, having grown up with a strong aversion to unearned rewards. She believed in matching her efforts to her capabilities. If she fell short, she would strive even harder. What is the matter? Is there an issue with the project? Wang Yu gently inquired after she ended her call. Su Xiaoxue shook her head. Just a minor problem. It will be resolved shortly. She wished to spare Wang Yu any undue concern, doubting his ability to assist her. Why should he worry? Wang Yu refrained from further questioning, knowing she would not divulge anything she was unwilling to share, regardless of her actions. Su Xiaoxue's minor issue was only resolved as the workday drew to a close. It was not that her solutions were inadequate. Rather, she lacked the connections as a newcomer in the industry. Just then, the construction team finally returned her call. In response to this phone call, Su Xiaoxue should have felt joy, yet upon hearing the remarks of the caller, she chose silence. Do not misunderstand, Manager Su. I am here to introduce this construction team from the perspective of our partnership. Chapter 60. You cannot afford to wait. I am aware that you have yet to find a suitable partner for collaboration, and my actions stem from concern for the project. If you choose not to accept this, it is of little consequence. After all, we are not relying on you as a project manager. The Zhu family can afford to wait a day or two, but you, my dear, cannot afford such delays. Darling, please return home to look after the child. I have matters to attend to, Su Xiaoxue stated to Wang Yu after concluding her phone call. She refrained from disclosing that it was Zhu Buitao who had called, as Wang Yu had always harbored reservations about him. However, this predicament was not instigated by Zhu. It was her own oversight that had placed her in a vulnerable position before him. She feared that Wang Yu might become flustered with concern. Given the significance of her role within the company and the trust placed in her by the Shengshang side, she did not wish to disappoint those who relied on her. What is it? Is there something wrong? Do you need my assistance? Wang Yu's inquiries only strengthened Su Xiaoxue's resolve to remain silent. What help could you possibly provide? I am not a mere ornament. No need. I can manage it with a little effort. Very well. I shall wait at home with the child, he replied, without suspicion, promptly driving back home. It cannot be said that he lacked concern for Su Xiaoxue. When one is preoccupied with urgent matters, it is inevitable that other responsibilities may be overlooked. At that moment, having not seen their child all day, Wang Yu's longing for the child overshadowed everything else. The Mingshan Club was the venue chosen by Zhu Buitao. Had Su Xiaoxue been familiar with this establishment, she would have immediately declined. A club, by its very nature, suggests a lack of decorum. However, in recent days, she had been in contact with the construction team and had grown acquainted with some of the workers. Those with families could still maintain self-control after work, but the younger laborers often sought thrills. Once they set their tools down, they would fully immerse themselves in the search for excitement in such environments. The club presented itself as the optimal choice for them, and the foreman seemed particularly enamored with this locale, even regarding it as a sanctuary for well-being. The moment she entered, the noxious atmosphere of the club made Su Xiaoxue grimace. A peculiar scent permeated the air, mingling with the acrid odor of alcohol and tobacco, leaving her distinctly uncomfortable. Yet, she did not retreat. If someone like Zhu Buitao could endure this, then surely she, as a subordinate, could not shy away. Pushing the door open, she found Zhu Buitao seated on a sofa flanked by two men who resembled contractors. Surrounding them were several women adorned in heavy makeup, exuding a captivating allure, their voices sweet and melodic. Upon catching sight of Su Xiaoxue, The eyes of the two men sparkled. She was undoubtedly one of the most striking women they had encountered in years. Manager Su, oh please, come and take a seat, Zhu Buitao exclaimed, immediately extending a warm welcome, while the two men rose to their feet, casting glances at the women around them, who remained silent. They are all at work. Other women who arrive are merely here to seize their wages. Allow me to introduce, this is Foreman Chun, and this is Foreman Liu. These two teams are among the finest in Long City. Su Xiaoxue, enduring physical discomfort, greeted the two men. Let me be frank. Construction teams generally do not take on such projects. However, since Master Zhu has made the request, we can accept this task. Here is our contract. Take a look, and if there are no issues, simply sign it. Foreman Chun promptly tossed a document toward her. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue instinctively frowned. Was this not rather dismissive? Although Wang Yu was pressed for time, the construction team regarded them as the secondary party. Their arrogance suggested that the work might not proceed smoothly. Nevertheless, despite her discomfort with the teams recommended by Zhu Buitao, she opened the document. Upon reviewing it, she stared at the two contractors in astonishment. This contract was remarkably favorable for Wang Yu. In recent days, she had visited numerous construction teams, and the scale and pricing were simply a windfall. Could it be that you two have offered too generous a discount? Su Xiaoxue scrutinized the document, gradually comprehending why the two men appeared so impatient. Teams of their caliber rarely offered such prices, especially under tight deadlines. Manager Su, you should count yourself fortunate to have a friend like Master Zhu. If he can be so generous to us, we would have already thrived. The foreman's words made Su Xiaoxue regard Zhu Buitao with newfound respect, regardless of their past. At the very least, Zhu Buitao had rendered her significant assistance this time. These are merely trifles. Manager Su, if you can execute this project successfully, Zhu's company will certainly consider continuing their collaboration with you. However, Zhu Buitao's statement caused Su Xiaoxue to sigh inwardly. This was indeed a considerable debt of gratitude. Zhu Buitao had originally leveraged the Zhu project to foster collaboration. Thank you. This time, her gratitude was heartfelt. Just trifles. Zhu Buitao chuckled lightly. Now that we have established our initial partnership, let us toast to the success of our collaboration. He raised his glass first, and soon others followed suit. Su Xiaoxue felt somewhat reluctant. The previous events remained an indelible nightmare. Yet, seeing the women in the club enjoying their drinks, she reluctantly reached for a nearby bottle of beverage. My apologies, esteemed guests. I'm allergic to alcohol, so I shall use this as a substitute for wine. Thank you all for your generous assistance today. The group did not press her further and continued to revel in merriment, the balcony resonating with joy. After finishing their drinks, Zhu Buitao summoned more women to dance for their entertainment. Throughout this time, Su Xiaoxue experienced no issues. Gradually, she began to relax. It indeed appeared to be an ordinary gathering. Zhu Buitao seemed genuinely willing to assist her. After all, this was also a project of the Zhu group. Just as they were preparing to disperse, an incident occurred. The balcony door swung open with a bang, and a familiar figure rushed in. Wang Yu, what are you doing here? Su Xiaoxue was filled with astonishment, yet Wang Yu offered no response. Instead, he struck Zhu Buitao with a powerful fist. The impact resonated. Zhu Buitao collapsed to the ground. Let us go. Wang Yu approached and pulled Su Xiaoxue along. However, she remained in disbelief. What are you doing? She immediately broke free from Wang Yu's grasp and turned to assist Zhu Buitao. Mr. Zhu, are you all right? Is everything okay? Prior to this incident, everything had seemed perfectly normal as Wang Yu bid farewell to Su Xiaoxue, although he felt somewhat helpless regarding her work taking precedence over family. He recognized her passion and felt he had no right to intervene. Chapter 61. The video. It was impossible to reach the construction team. Ultimately, this was a dilemma that Su Xiaoxue needed to address herself, and Wang Yu had not given it much thought. After all, work could not perpetually be devoid of errors. Could it? While he was at home playing with the children, his phone suddenly rang. It was a video revealing Zhu Buitao toasting Su Xiaoxue. Wang Yu instantly erupted with rage. Just the other day, he Xiaodong had set a trap for him, and if he had delayed even slightly, it would have ended poorly. How long had it been since that incident? He had explicitly warned her that Zhu Buotao was trouble, so why did she accept his drink? Consequently, he immediately inquired about Su Xiaoxue's whereabouts with them. Fortunately, this time, Su Xiaoxue and her companions were not as secretive as before, making it relatively easy to locate them. They were at the club. Is this truly a place where respectable women should find themselves? Zhu Buotao was overtly displaying his inappropriate intentions towards Su Xiaoxue. How could she still fall for it? Thus, he wasted no time, forcefully kicked the door open, and confronted Zhu Buotao. Yet to his surprise, the situation was not as he had presumed. Su Xiaoxue was actually expressing gratitude for Zhu Buotao's assistance. This indicated that, at the very least, Zhu Buotao had not yet wronged her. Perhaps he had acted impulsively. Who are you? What are you doing? At that moment, two contractors stepped forward to confront Wang Yu. It's nothing. It's all right. This is my issue. Zhu Buotao, with Su Xiaoxue's help, managed to rise. This is also my friend. I apologize. I didn't realize Miss Su hadn't informed you of her arrival. Simple words can often lead to misunderstandings more readily than heated arguments. Su Xiaoxue glared at Wang Yu with fury. What are you doing? I'm working. Quickly apologized to Mr. Zhu. Wang Yu's punch had landed with such force that it left Zhu Buotao's other eye bruised as well. Why on earth would Wang Yu apologize to Zhu Buotao? He would have to be insane to do so. Let us go. He took Su Xiaoxue away, preparing to leave the private room with considerable strength. Su Xiaoxue found it impossible to escape. Thus, she had no choice but to accompany Wang Yu, bowing once more to Zhu Buotao as they departed. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu. My husband certainly did not mean it. Once they had left, a peculiar smile crept across Zhu Buotao's bruised face. He gestured for the two contractors to lean in closer. A hushed conversation ensued, and soon the three men broke into a series of conspiratorial chuckles. Neither Su Xiaoxue nor anyone else could assuage Wang Yu's turmoil. When alone, his expression remained stormy. Su Xiaoxue, too, wore a countenance fraught with displeasure. Wang Yu, what are you doing? Release me at once. Though he did let go, his demeanor showed no signs of improvement. I have warned you countless times that Zhu Buotao is not a good person. Why do you continue to associate with him? Why did you drink with him? Su Xiaoxue, now irate, seemed oblivious to the concern woven into Wang Yu's words. How can I convey to you that my interactions with Zhu Buotao were strictly professional? I feared you would react as you are now. Yes, I am aware that Zhu Buotao harbored unsavory intentions toward me in the past, but that is all behind us. He was unaware of my marital status at that time. He treats work seriously and would never act rashly. The construction team has been elusive for quite some time. He has facilitated connections for me. Yet you, good sir, resorted to violence at the first opportunity. How am I to proceed with my work from here on? Wang Yu observed that Su Xiaoxue bore no physical injuries and recognized his misstep, yet remained obstinate. Well, you could have told me, and I would have handled it. Zhu Buotao is not a benevolent individual. Had I arrived later, who knows what might have transpired? And how would you handle it? You are merely a security guard. What can you resolve? You possess the audacity to be jealous, yet why not take genuine action? Su Xiaoxue retorted angrily, taking her seat in the passenger side. Wang Yu, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of displeasure. He was more than capable of providing a life of comfort for Su Xiaoxue. However, to state it plainly felt unbearable. The two returned home in silence. Their previous unspoken understanding regarding the care of their children dissipated. The following day, Wang Yu took the initiative, unwilling to remain mired in trivial grievances. I apologize. My behavior yesterday was impulsive. I failed to grasp that you were merely discussing work, but Zhu Buotao is truly untrustworthy. Perhaps you should resign. I can take care of you. Ha! The response was a frosty smile from Su Xiaoxue. Support me? You can barely afford to care for our 3 children. How could you possibly support me? When Wang Yu left for work, Su Xiaoxue chose not to accompany him. She felt that his possessiveness was excessive, and in her line of work, she would inevitably interact with other men for extended periods. If he were to erupt in anger each time, how could she possibly fulfill her professional obligations? This behavior could not be allowed to continue unchallenged. At that moment, Zhu Buotao had already arrived at the office, and upon seeing Su Xiaoxue, he appeared remorseful. You didn't argue with Wang Yu yesterday, did you? This misunderstanding is entirely my fault. It was unreasonable of me to make you come out so late. Compared to Wang Yu's petty demeanor, Zhu Buitao's words warmed Su Xiaoshua's heart. Shouldn't such sentiments have come from Wang Yu? Although Wang Yu's morning words hinted at an acknowledgement of fault, they lacked genuine contrition. And he suggested she resign? Did he not comprehend how challenging it was to secure this position? It's all right. He has realized his error. He should apologize to you. Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Without you, I would have been at a loss as to when I could commence work. Su Xiaoshua solemnly acknowledged her mistake and simultaneously extended an apology on behalf of Wang Yu. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Upon finishing her statement, Su Xiaoshua clocked in at the office and proceeded to the construction site. However, as soon as she arrived, the site supervisor approached her with alarming news. Their essay problem, Manager Su, the construction team that arrived this morning refuses to start work unless they see you first. You'd better hurry. Everyone is waiting for them. Just as Su Xiaoshua set foot on the site, her liaison brought forth distressing tidings. Rubbing her temples in frustration, she pondered the unfolding situation. The foremen, Lu and Chun, had gathered their workers and were voicing their grievances. Gentlemen, we are here to work for young Master Zhu. Yet this supervisor's husband has struck him. Who does he think he is? If it weren't for young Master Zhu's reputation, who would take this job? The humiliation faced by Zhu was palpable, especially since reports indicated that the perpetrator had yet to apologize. Chapter 62. An apology. We are but simple folk, unfamiliar with the nuances of such matters. Since young Master Zhu has treated us well, we cannot allow him to endure this indignity. Our task is straightforward. Manager Su's husband must sincerely apologize to young Master Zhu. At this proclamation, the foreman rallied the workers, who echoed their support. Indeed, how could such a thing occur? We came here without rest, tools in hand, only to have Zhu insulted? Apologize, or we shall not commence work. Regardless, they have signed a contract. The losses will not fall upon us. Hearing their discussions, Su Xiaoshua felt her headache intensifying. The resolution to this predicament seemed simple. If young Master Zhu would simply make a phone call, all issues would be swiftly resolved. Though these men might disregard their own dignity, they would certainly regard his. Yet, with Wang Yu having committed the offense, how could she possibly make that call? She had no choice but to devise a solution herself. Foreman Lu, I have already apologized. He has forgiven me. If you wish, you may ask him. The project had been delayed for several days. Let us proceed with the work for now, shall we? Apologize? Your apology is of no consequence. It bears no relation to your husband. He hasn't apologized either. Don't think I'm unaware. Your husband has no intention of apologizing and refuses even to show his face to young Master Zhu. I warn you, until your husband apologizes to Zhu, this site will remain idle. Young Master Zhu is generous, but without an apology, there can be no progress. The foreman's stance was unwavering, and the workers rallied behind him, resolute in their demand for an apology. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoshua realized that Wang Yu must indeed offer an apology, otherwise, the work here would be indefinitely stalled. She dialed Wang Yu's number. Wang Yu, this is Su Xiaoshua. You must go and apologize to Mr. Zhu at once. Yes. This is in light of your impudent behavior yesterday. And you dare question why I should apologize? Is it not customary to apologize after striking someone? She cast a glance at the contractor and lowered her voice, saying, if you refuse to apologize, none of the workers will commence their tasks. These individuals were introduced to me by General Manager Zhu that day. However, upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt no sense of urgency. Instead, he was filled with delight. Really? If those individuals are ineffective, then dismiss them. I shall find replacements. He was still preoccupied with how to undermine the relationship between Zhu Buitao and Su Xiaoshua. And now an opportunity had presented itself. Fudius socioxuisitive. Did Wang Yu truly believe the entire world belonged to him? What need was there to search for a construction team? If it were that simple, what was there to worry about? If you do not apologize, then fine. Do not return home tonight. Go wherever you please. Su Xiaoshua hung up the phone abruptly. She was infuriated. Wang Yu was so obstinate that she found herself at a loss. Wang Yu felt a surge of panic. How had matters escalated to this point? Clearly, Su Xiaoxue could no longer continue in this role. As for Zhu Buitao, although he was unsure of the man's motives, his understanding of Zhu assured him that there was no way he would assist Su Xiaoxue without reason. He promptly called Chao Yingjie. Immediately remove Su Xiaoxue from her position. Yes, remove her. He had previously worried that Su Xiaoxue would be upset, but now, in light of the potential consequences of her being influenced by Zhu Buitao, it was better for her to become increasingly entangled in such matters. If his wife were unhappy, at least he need not worry for her safety. He could not allow Zhu Buitao to succeed. With these thoughts, Wang Yu sent a text message. My dear wife, I truly acknowledge my mistake and will apologize to General Manager Zhu at once. An apology won't suffice. Wang Yu's message immediately relieved Su Xiaoxue. She was not genuinely furious with him. All right, my husband will promptly apologize to General Manager Zhu. Let us get to work. Su Xiaoxue smiled. That's impossible. We must wait for definite news. At that moment, her smile froze. Very well. She gritted her teeth. An apology shouldn't take too long. However, after a while, the news she received was not of Wang Yu's successful apology, but rather that someone was sent to replace her. I'm sorry, Manager Su, from now on. The Northern District project will be under my supervision. Su Jimu promptly presented the official documentation from the head office. A paper was placed before Su Xiaoxue, stunning both her and the foreman. What are you staring at? Get to work. He too could not fathom how a renowned company could simply replace a project manager on a whim. Su Xiaoxue stood in shock, repeatedly examining the document. The paperwork was entirely in order. It was indeed a company directive, not a prank by Su Jimu. The reason for her removal was straightforward. Inadequate completion of tasks had delayed the timeline. Furious, she erupted. Wang Yu, it's all Wang Yu's fault. If it weren't for his outburst yesterday, would I be facing this dismissal now? Is it really necessary? In a fit of rage, she stormed toward the company, her anger boiling as she laid eyes on Wang Yu. He was actually mingling and chatting with other security guards. Wang Yu! A thunderous shout startled Wang Yu into alertness. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxue arrive, he immediately stood up, and, judging by the expression on his face, it seemed he had performed quite well. Have you apologized to Mr. Zhu? Wang Yu promptly shook his head. I intended to apologize, but as soon as I left the company, I heard about your dismissal. Since you no longer need to oversee the project, I see no reason to do so myself. Why should I grovel? I chose not to go. After saying this, Wang Yu took Su Xiaoxue's hand. Rest assured, I have been performing well, and the company has even promoted me, along with a significant salary increase. It's merely a managerial position, nothing of great consequence. From now on, I will take care of you. At that moment, Wang Yu grasped Su Xiaoxue's hand, attempting to persuade her. However, Su Xiaoxue was infuriated, overwhelmed by immense frustration and resentment, rendering her impervious to his words. She shook off Wang Yu's hand. What gives you the right to support me? Why do you dare to say that? What can this money provide for our child? Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for that managerial position? It was all ruined because of you. I can overlook the incident of you hitting someone, understanding that you were worried about me, but why can't you change those awful habits of yours? They didn't ask you to intervene. Was it so difficult to apologize? Wang Yu chose not to continue arguing with Su Xiaoxue. Am I not aware of the consequences? I was planning to apologize, wasn't I? Chapter 63. Bearing the wrath, I apologize. I will never act impulsively again. Regardless, he had already lost the position, and after he facilitated Su Xiaoxue's dismissal, he was prepared to endure her wrath. That Zhu Buitao fellow would certainly ensure that he and Su Xiaoxue would not reconnect. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue found herself at a loss for words. Although Wang Yu acknowledged his mistakes, the matter was already settled, and what good would it do to blame him further? She was not unreasonable. Where are you going? Wang Yu asked hastily as he noticed Su Xiaoxue starting to leave. I must at least explain to Mr. Zhu what has transpired. He has been a tremendous help to me, and even though I have been dismissed, I must express my gratitude. Watching Su Xiaoxue walk away, Wang Yu gritted his teeth and followed her. This was likely their last encounter. and he wanted to ensure that nothing would happen to her. At that moment in the Zhu group, Zhu Buitao appeared astonished after hearing Su Xiaoxue's account. What? The Mingyu company has dismissed you? His mind was filled with doubt. To his knowledge, wasn't Mingyu Wang Yu's company? After all, Su Xiaoxue was his wife, having entrusted her with such a lucrative position. He must have intended for her to learn as much as possible from it. How could they have dismissed her in such a short time? What was the purpose of his roundabout and secretive behavior, if not to ensnare her? His initial intention was to ensure that Wang Yu would completely lose Su Xiaoxue's affection. Furthermore, with just a few clever maneuvers, he could sow discord between the couple, thus facilitating his next move. What on earth was happening? Why was it so abruptly terminated? At this moment, Zhu Buitao's expression was exceedingly grave, and he found himself in a state of confusion. Was it due to the construction team? Hadn't the issue with the construction crew been resolved the previous evening? Of course, Su Xiaoxue could not divulge the truth. Should she reveal that it was Wang Yu's interference that had caused the problem? It's nothing significant. This project is merely in its initial stages, and it is inevitable that some oversights occur. Thus, the company decided to relieve me of my position. However, rest assured, even if I am withdrawn, the esteemed new manager will undoubtedly see the project through successfully, she assured him. Zhu Buitao immediately rose to his feet, appearing quite awkward, as if he had been hesitating for an eternity before finally speaking. Manager Su, would you like to know why I chose to invest in Mingyu? Su Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback. The purpose of the investment? Wasn't it due to the fact that the Zhu family's development quota had long been exhausted? Was Mingyu's qualification superior? Zhu Buitao shook his head decisively. Do you remember what transpired below your company's building? Su Xiaoxue's expression shifted to one of discomfort. What did you do there before discussing the contract? Suddenly, she recalled. He had been professing his affection for her at that time. Subsequently, it was Wang Yu's fist that had halted his advances. Well, I believe that incident has no bearing on Zhu's investment in Mingyu, does it? No. In fact, it bears the most direct connection. Zhu Buitao's emphatic response left Su Xiaoxue in a state of bewilderment. What was he implying by saying such things now? To be candid, my motivation for investing in Mingyu was entirely for Miss Su. There are countless small and medium enterprises like Mingyu in Long City. Why would I choose you? It was solely to have the opportunity to see you more often. My bold confession to you was intended to make you the person in charge of this project. I assumed they understood my intent regarding the representative list. I never expected they would withdraw you at such a critical moment. Frankly, I cannot accept this. You have committed no error. Why should you be relieved of your duties? If they insist on this course, I will have to reconsider my investment. Su Xiaoxue was momentarily stunned by Zhu Buitao's revelation. He had invested for her sake? Was he out his mind? No wonder Wang Yu had always claimed that Zhu Buitao harbored ulterior motives. It seemed he indeed had impure intentions. However, if her presence were to jeopardize Mingyu's opportunity to secure this investment, Su Xiaoxue would never allow that to happen. Mr. Zhu, business is business. These matters cannot be conflated. Su Xiaoxue still hoped to persuade Zhu Buitao. What a ridiculous situation. If word of this got out, how could she continue her career at Mingyu? Zhu Buitao, at this juncture, circled around his desk and approached Su Xiaoxue. With each step he took, she instinctively retreated, her heart racing. Must we choose between both? He queried. You see, ever since you expressed your aversion to ostentation, I have refrained from pursuing you openly. I have given it considerable thought. If you prefer a low profile, then I shall create a conducive work environment for both of us. People often say that familiarity breeds affection, and I merely hope that if you work alongside me every day, you might come to accept me. Although I am a wealthy individual, my pursuits are entirely reasonable and lawful. I simply utilize the resources at my disposal to woo the one I admire. What, pray tell, is wrong with that? Su Xiaoxue was taken aback by Zhu Buitao's inexplicable confession. She had only ever dated Wang Yu, without engaging with any other man thereafter. His candidness left her utterly bewildered. Truth be told, Zhu Buitao possessed commendable qualities. He hailed from a fine family, and his words revealed a considerate nature. Had anyone else received such confession, they would likely be elated at least feeling some ripples of emotion, especially after a quarrel with their spouse. Yet at this moment, Su Xiaoxue felt no such stirrings in her heart. She found the entire situation laughable. What nonsense is this? Apologies, but I am married. She once again resolutely rejected Zhu Buotao. Listening to Zhu Buotao's declarations, Su Xiaoxue could only find them absurd. Previously, she had reproached Wang Yu, believing he was a serious person whose actions were merely a byproduct of his work. However, upon hearing Zhu Buotao's words, she realized that Wang Yu's assessment of him was remarkably astute. She recognized that Zhu Buotao's behavior was not particularly outrageous, save for the initial encounter. Wealthy individuals pursuing a woman do not engage in courtship like ordinary folks. It is quite normal for them to spend lavishly or invest significantly for the sake of winning a woman's affection. However, Su Xiaoxue was already married. Wasn't pursuing her tantamount to jeopardizing another's family? No wonder Wang Yu had reacted so vehemently. Moreover, why should she allow this man to go to such lengths on her behalf? She began to doubt this notion deeply. I am already married. Not only would I refuse an investment in a project, but even if you were to purchase an entire collection of fine wines, my answer would remain unchanged, a firm rejection. Chapter 64. A test of resolve. Su Xiaoxue categorically turned down Zhu Buotao. He was somewhat taken aback. To be honest, he had made a disingenuous statement. His initial intent for investment was straightforward. However, upon discovering that the company was Wang Yu's, his interest was piqued. He harbored no desire to see Wang Yu prosper, instead seeking to create discomfort for him. As Su Xiaoxue represented Wang Yu's vulnerability, he plotted to sow discord between them, intending to enact his scheme to humiliate Wang Yu. Yet, upon realizing that Su Xiaoxue was unaware that Wang Yu was her employer, he swiftly reconsidered. How could such a significant matter not have been disclosed to his wife? Perhaps Su Xiaoxue held little importance in Wang Yu's life. Consequently, he decided to probe the depths of Su Xiaoxue's feelings for Wang Yu. If an opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to employ underhanded tactics. In light of this, I shall simply withdraw my investment. Zhu Buotao immediately shook his head and nonchalantly remarked, if the esteemed directors were to learn of my resignation, it would solely be due to your husband's refusal to apologize to me. I wonder how those high-ranking officials would react. Would they dismiss me? It is evident that he is doing this intentionally, especially since Wang Yu is unwilling to disclose his true identity to Su Xiaoxue, providing him with the perfect opportunity to exploit this situation. Indeed, Su Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Buotao's words. Mr. Zhu, are you jesting? What does your resignation have to do with my husband? She instinctively defended Wang Yu. Moreover, she had just heard that he was happily confirmed in his position. If he were to be reassigned immediately, she knew all too well the consequences that would ensue. Why wouldn't it matter? First, he is your husband, and, in my subconscious, a rival. Second, your position as project manager has been revoked, directly hindering my pursuit of you. What connection could he possibly have in this? Zhu Buotao's remarks left Su Xiaoxue feeling bewildered. Regardless of the circumstances, should this truly be blamed on Wang Yu? Something feels amiss. Mr. Zhu, why don't you reconsider? We are genuinely a reputable company. At this point, Su Xiaoxue was at a loss for words, resorting to mere pleasantries. To refuse would mean that both the company and Wang Yu would suffer losses, yet acceptance felt equally unacceptable. She was utterly confounded by this dilemma. Just as she hesitated to respond, Zhu Buotao interjected once more. I understand that Miss Su is a kind-hearted individual, and this choice is evidently very unfair to you. Since Mingyu Group has revoked your position, why not transition to my company? I would offer you a 50 salary increase. Su Xiaoxue stared at Zhu Buotao in disbelief. How could he dare propose such a thing? Had he not confessed his feelings, perhaps she might have considered acquiescing, as she held a favorable impression of him. However, at this moment, he was overtly threatening her merely to pursue a romantic relationship. Only someone unhinged would willingly rush to work for him. Oh, and Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. The salary I am offering is due to your exceptional capabilities. My affection for you is one matter, but you must recognize that I do not intend to coerce you through your employment. You work, I pursue. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, you clearly embody the modern woman, Would you truly forego such excellent working conditions at Zhu's simply out of fear of being pursued? Zhu's is, after all, the finest corporate group in Long City. Su Xiaoxue was taken aback. Indeed, she was enamored with the prospect of earning more. Raising a child requires considerable funds. Wasn't her desire simply to earn a greater income? Faced with such a splendid opportunity, why should she not strive for it? Yet, it was evident that Zhu Buitao was a duplicitous character. Before she could gather her thoughts, the office door swung open, and Wang Yu walked in with a scoff. Zhu Buitao, you are quite ambitious. While claiming that Mingyu has dismissed her, you simultaneously extend an olive branch. Aren't you afraid of the repercussions of such boldness? Xiaoxue, let us leave. If they wish to dismiss me, I shall merely seek another investor. Moreover, although my husband is merely a humble security guard at this moment, it does not imply that he is incapable of finding an investor. Su Xiaoxue was swiftly taken away by Wang Yu, and she chose not to elaborate further. Although Wang Yu's words did not persuade her, she was acutely aware that wealth attracts flattery from those around you. However, once you fall from grace, you will witness the darker side of humanity. While she had initially been troubled by her decision, Wang Yu's appearance presented her with a choice. Whatever will be, will be. After they departed, Zhu Buitao leaned against his desk with a smirk, promptly dialing the finance department. His actions were swift. Before Su Xiaoxue and Wang Yu had even returned to Mingyu, the entire company was in an uproar. Why had Zhu Corporation suddenly withdrawn its investment? Had they not been the ones to proactively invest in us initially? How could we possibly proceed with our project now? Indeed, we had prepared extensively. But with the withdrawal of funds, what were we to do? Would there be any penalties for breach of contract? Since Zhu Corporation had withdrawn of its own accord, any penalties incurred might be sufficient to complete the remaining aspects of the project. Rumor had it that the withdrawal was not voluntary. Rather, it seemed our people had confronted General Zhu. Alas, this matter is the most difficult to untangle. If not resolved properly, our Northern District project could be jeopardized. Zhu Corporation may not fear the consequences, but how could we endure such turmoil? The Northern District project had always been the largest undertaking in Mingyu's portfolio during this period. Thus, when the documents of withdrawal from Zhu Corporation arrived, the entire company plunged into chaos. Naturally, Su Xiaoxue also learned of this news through the departmental group. At that moment, she bit her lip in confusion, unsure of what to do. She had only heard tales of the capriciousness of the wealthy. She never expected their whims to extend so far, especially concerning a public project that was pivotal to the fate of Mingyu. One could only imagine the magnitude of the investment involved and the astonishing returns it promised. Yet, Zhu Buitao had simply decided to withdraw. Perhaps that man was truly acting out of self-interest. Wang Yu trailed closely behind Su Xiaoxue, having overheard the conversation between Zhu Buitao and her. Initially, he thought Zhu Buitao was discreetly scheming against Mingyu, but he did not anticipate such a foolish move. Dear, you need not worry about Zhu Buitao. He has dealt with me in the past, and when he claims he will pursue you, he is merely jesting. You can easily dismiss his intentions, and there is no need for you to fret over his withdrawal. I shall handle these matters. However, Wang Yu's words did little to assuage her fears. Instead, they prompted her to turn and scrutinize him. It was a look Wang Yu had never encountered before. Yuyist. So in your eyes, I am a person whom no one would favor but you. Is that correct? Having a child makes you think you can treat me this way, does it? What problems are being solved here? If you had apologized earlier, would we be in this predicament? If we were to be dismissed from the company because of this, will we end up on the streets? Fuming, Su Xiaoxue returned to the office, seemingly intent on resolving the issue herself. She was furious, and Wang Yu chose not to press her further. Regardless, if Zhu Buitao could be driven away, everything would still remain under his control. The next challenge was merely to resolve the investment. The Northern District project is an exceptionally promising endeavor, garnering considerable interest from numerous individuals. He decided to make a phone call, firstly to summon Xiao Ingjia to console Su Xiaoxue, and then he reached out to Yuan Zaidi to discuss matters of collaboration. Su Xiaoxue felt a sense of confusion and guilt. Until that moment, she believed that Zhu's withdrawal was a consequence of her and Wang Yu's actions. Therefore, Upon hearing the news of the divestment, she was utterly flustered. Such a significant event would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Mingyu board. Zhu's sudden withdrawal left no reason for the board to remain indifferent. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the conference room door. Inside, many individuals were engaged in a meeting, and Su Xiaoxue's heart began to race uncontrollably. Oh heavens! Why are all the company leaders present here? It seemed this matter indeed pertained to the very survival of Mingyu. This position was surely lost. My dear ones, I apologize. Perhaps next month we shall find ourselves without funds. As she overcame the initial, inescapable tension, Su Xiaoxue's mindset gradually settled into a calm acceptance. Whether it be sooner or later, death awaited. She was the architect of this predicament, and thus she resolved to face it with composure. The ship would find its way to the bridge when the time came. Yet, she could not have anticipated the unexpected actions of the board members in the conference room. They all stood up, their faces illuminated with smiles, as though welcoming a great benefactor. Little Su, I have heard tales of our manager, Su's beauty and competence, and indeed, they are well-founded. Miss Su, achieving this at such a young age truly bodes well for the future. Manager Su, you are doing splendidly in the HR department. Are there any grievances you wish to express? We are always open to improvements. The warm and benevolent expressions rendered Su Xiaoxue momentarily speechless. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a struggle session? Why did it seem that these leaders were extending a warm welcome to her? Come, Manager Su, please have a seat here. At that moment, Chao Yingjie waved at Su Xiaoxue from the main seat, and the leaders graciously allowed her to settle without discomfort. Manager Su, please do not feel anxious. I merely wish to understand the situation. The smile from Chao Yingjie instilled a flicker of doubt in Su Xiaoxue regarding her perception of life. A woman like Chao Yingjie was nothing short of an idol. Her aspiration had always been to transform into such a formidable woman. Resolute in her work, unyielding in demeanor, and decidedly direct, she embodied the vivid image of an ice queen CEO. However, how had this idol so swiftly morphed into a comforting older sister figure? Had Chao ever smiled at the company? Well, please share your thoughts. Although numerous questions swirled in her mind, Su Xiaoxue knew she must refrain from voicing them. She had not forgotten the reason for her presence here. She had jeopardized the company's project in the Northern District. So, how have things been recently in terms of work and life within the company? Do you believe there is room for improvement? Su Xiaoxue was taken aback by Chao Yingjie's inquiry. Was she being prompted to confess her mistakes? I apologize. She quickly rose. This is truly my fault. My husband Wang Yu acted solely to protect me. Upon witnessing my own reflection in the private room, conversing with the foreman, a misunderstanding led him to strike another. However, Mr. Chao, it was entirely unintentional. He even extended his apologies to Mr. Zhu. Thus this matter is not his concern. After explaining, she noticed the leaders exchanging glances, seemingly dismissing her words as inconsequential. Their expressions conveyed a silent consensus. See, I had already anticipated this. Did you need to guess? I too had discerned it, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue found herself increasingly bewildered. Had the company suffered such immense losses that the leadership had collectively lost their sanity? They were still engaged in silent exchanges? Were they truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation? A cough from Chao Yingjie abruptly restored the leader's composure. They merely chuckled, aware that this was not the appropriate time for such discussions. Regarding what you mentioned, we have already been informed. Su Xiaoxue's heart tightened as she braced herself to resign proactively. However, do not worry about this matter. We will handle it on our end. Moreover, you have been performing exceptionally well recently, and the company intends to appoint you as the vice president, with a salary increase to 50,000. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed, you are correct, wait. Is it not strange that after causing such a significant issue for the company, they would promote me instead of terminating my position? Is there some madness at play? Half an hour later, Su Xiaoxue emerged from the top-floor conference room in a daze. Others were prepared to witness her downfall. Haha, being reprimanded like that is truly unfortunate. I said such work-related issues should lead to dismissal. If not, I saw all the leaders attending. Surely a major confrontation ensued, especially since it was the new chairman's visit. There must be fines and terminations. Ah, what a pity. I heard she has 3 children. What will she do after losing her job? She deserves it. She failed to seize such a great opportunity, and her husband is merely a security guard at the company. This withdrawal of investment from his Zhu family seems connected to him. What connection could there possibly be? What could it matter? Young Master Zhu, a wealthy heir, must have taken an interest in her, while her security guard husband surely objected, leading to a confrontation. With her alluring appearance, a security guard is indeed a fitting match. Su Xiaoxue, at that moment, chose to disregard their chatter, feeling as though she were floating on air. With a sense of trepidation, she entered the conference room, only to discover that the outcome was far more favorable than she had anticipated. Vice President, did this not elevate her to an executive position within the company? She would now have the right to participate in meetings like before. Eagerly, she wished to share this news with Wang Yu. Despite not knowing the specifics of the board's discord, he would surely be taken aback. Let this news bring him joy. Are you jesting? Your little security guard. What did he say about bringing investments to the company? Well then, where are you? I shall come to you immediately. Chapter 66. Promotion and rivalry. Upon receiving the phone call, her expression soured. Wang Yu is indeed a good person, yet his penchant for boasting was insufferable. He refused to acknowledge his mistakes. It was imperative that he be taught a lesson. After her departure, the board members in the conference room emerged, and the onlooking employees eagerly greeted them, hastily inquiring about the outcome of Su Xiaoxue's situation. What? Dismissal? What nonsense is this? You mustn't spread baseless rumors. We have only just promoted Manager Su. From now on, she should be addressed as Vice President Su. The words of those leaders left the gossipers utterly astounded. What was happening? The one who erred was actually being promoted? Was this a new kind of workplace secret? Was it true that one could only be invisible unless they were in a superior position? In that moment, they began to question their very existence. Wang Yu had previously informed Yuan Zaidi that the Tangwang Group was willing to support and invest in reputable projects, not out of personal connections, but due to their confidence in the Northern District's initiatives. She still could not fathom why Zhu Buotao had so abruptly abandoned this project. Was he simply a foolish scion of a landowner? Zhu Buotao was the type who relished in causing discomfort. It was evident he was willing to forfeit such a promising project, likely concocting some other underhanded scheme. One must remain vigilant. Wang Yu shared this sentiment. Although he was uncertain of Zhu Buotao's intentions, he was certain of one thing. Zhu Buotao did not wish for Wang Yu to thrive. In contrast to Yuan Zaidi, Su Xiaoxue was currently unable to see through the situation. Perhaps in the future, their relationship could deepen further. Ultimately, marriage and childbearing are merely phases. To achieve a resonance of the soul, both parties must exert effort together. Hey, does the watch suit you well? After discussing business, the two seamlessly transitioned to lighter topics. At that moment, Yuan Zaidi, noticing the watch on Wang Yu's wrist, couldn't he help but jest. The watch he had chosen indeed appeared quite fitting for him, and her discerning eye had proven as sharp as ever. Wang Yu chuckled in response. Due to the company's security protocols requiring patrols, personal phones were not permitted. Though no one paid attention to whether he had one or not, he preferred not to draw attention to himself. Thus, he needed a watch to tell time, and Yuan Zaidi had gifted him one, so he took it without a second thought. It was no big deal. However, when he turned around, he found his wife, Su Xiaoxue, standing behind him, regarding him with a peculiar expression. He quickly rose and gestured for Su Xiaoxue to take the seat he had just vacated. Why didn't you announce your presence? He then introduced her. This is my wife, Su Xiaoxue, and this individual is the investor I found, Yuan Zaidi, who was once a friend of mine and is willing to assist us with this endeavor. Wang Yu leaned closer, whispering a brief explanation, as he wished to alleviate any undue psychological burden from Su Xiaoxue regarding the investment. However, this explanation inadvertently heightened her suspicions towards Yuan Zaidi. Miss Yuan, were you previously a friend of my husband? Indeed, we grew up together as childhood friends. The atmosphere became rather peculiar, and although Wang Yu wished to dissipate the tension, he remained uncertain about the source of the discomfort. Moreover, Su Xiaoxue, who should have been elated to see him bring investors to this place, wore an expression that belied her true feelings. "Shall we then toast to a successful collaboration?" Yuan Zaidi suggested, extending her hand to Wang Yu in a gesture of goodwill. While Wang Yu's new watch caught Su Xiaoxue's attention, becoming the focal point of her gaze. On their way back, an uneasy silence enveloped them both. Wang Yu held his tongue until they reached their doorstep. He was reluctant to engage in an argument with Su Xiaoxue in front of their children. Having learned from a parenting encyclopedia that the behavior of parents and the atmosphere within the home could profoundly influence a child's development, an altercation with Su Xiaoxue could inadvertently cast an indelible shadow over their children's hearts. "Darling, what is troubling you? Why have you returned from the office in such low spirits? Hasn't everything been resolved? We have secured the investment, and you've received a promotion, with a salary far exceeding that of your previous role as project manager. What remains unfulfilled?" Wang Yu inquired, but Su Xiaoxue merely appraised him with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon her first return, she had overlooked Wang Yu's peculiarities, but as their interactions grew more frequent, the issues she perceived in him multiplied. He seemed to be shrouded in a fog, and she had never truly seen him clearly. He appeared to embody the role of a traditional patriarch, adhering strictly to his own notions. Yet, she felt as if she were an invisible entity, her thoughts laid bare to him, compelled to submit unconditionally to his will. Such a dynamic was hardly appropriate within a marriage. For reasons she could not quite articulate, her mind wandered to Zhu Buitao, who had always considered her needs. In comparison, Wang Yu appeared increasingly imperfect. Furthermore, that woman had engaged Wang Yu in conversation about topics from which she felt excluded. Was this truly normal? She began to ponder seriously whether she still viewed Wang Yu through a filtered lens, separate from her identity as the mother of their children, and whether she could continue to trust him wholeheartedly. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued lately. It's getting late, so you should rest early," Su Xiaoxue replied, a response that failed to assuage Wang Yu's concerns. He understood that Su Xiaoxue harbored thoughts she was unwilling to share. In such circumstances, even inquiries from him would be futile. All he could do was wait. Wang Yu chose not to dwell on the matter further, and instead entertained the children with stories before retiring for the night. Gradually, the children began to exhibit a growing fondness for him, and their bond deepened quietly. Regardless of the day's trials, the children instinctively sought out Wang Yu, as if they longed to remain by his side, displaying an affectionate clinginess. Those innocent smiles, no matter how weary Wang Yu fell from his day, erased all burdens the moment he returned home to those beaming faces. The following day dawned much like the previous mornings. As Wang Yu was once again roused early by his children, work continued as usual, seemingly unaffected by the withdrawal of investment from the Zhu family. The only notable change was that Su Xiaoxue's office had grown considerably larger, accompanied by an influx of sycophants eager to curry favor. In this scenario, Su Xiaoxue not only retained her position, but was also promoted. Chapter 67. Visiting father. The title of vice president, a formal executive role, suggested to others that she possessed a formidable backing, a type of individual that others felt compelled to appease. At this moment, Wang Yu had another significant matter at hand, visiting his father. He had mentally prepared himself extensively before this encounter, desiring to hear the truth from his father while simultaneously fearing it. Despite overwhelming evidence indicating his father's wrongful imprisonment, the mere fact of his incarceration implied a lack of sufficient proof of his innocence. Within the confines of Long City Prison, Wang Yu finally faced the father he had not seen for a long time. When his father entered, he could scarcely recognize him. His memories of his father were of a dapper, amiable man. Yet now, upon emerging from the prison gates, his father appeared pale, frail, and even graying. Dad. Wang Yu felt a pang of sorrow, his voice choked with emotion. Since the company's troubles began, he had struggled to forgive his father. Yet in this moment, all he felt was guilt. Why had he been so foolish? The man before him was indeed his father. Regardless of his guilt or innocence, his love had been genuine for over 20 years, a love he had certainly felt. How could he have waited so long to see him? Don't cry. Your father is well." As soon as his father spoke, Wang Yu's eyes reddened once more. His father's voice, once filled with confidence, now carried the weight of hardship. To an onlooker, he might have seemed to be in his 50s or 60s, yet he was barely in his 40s. "Dad, I'm sorry. I should have come to see you long ago." "It's all right. I'm just glad you're here. It is I who owe you an apology." After exchanging a few words, they fell into a lengthy silence. Despite the deep bond between father and son, both were at a loss for words. "Dad, I got married." After a considerable pause, Wang Yu finally spoke again. "She is a wonderful person. She wanted to come with me to see you, but she had to take care of the children. You're now a grandfather. You have 2 grandsons and a granddaughter, but it's not convenient to bring them just yet." As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, he noticed his father's expression freeze in astonishment before breaking into a broad smile. Yet he said nothing, simply tenderly patting Wang Yu's hand, as if to convey, "Indeed, you are my son. Triplets are indeed a rarity. All right, it pleases me to hear that you are doing well. I worried about you while I've been here. I spoiled you since childhood, giving you everything you desired, but I failed to impart essential lessons. Without me, these things must be earned through hard work. I fear that you may struggle to adapt to this society. Yet in witnessing your current state, I find solace." Wang Kangxing's words instantly instilled a sense of unease in Wang Yu, prompting memories of the past to flood his mind. The warm and joyous moments etched in his memory seemed as vivid as if they had transpired yesterday, easily recalled with the slightest nudge. "Father, you are certainly not the person they claim you to be. Uncle Yuan mentioned that you were wronged. Could you perhaps enlighten me on who is responsible? I now possess the capability to advocate for your cause." However, an initially harmonious scene shifted dramatically the moment Wang Yu uttered those words, as Wang Kangxing's expression transformed instantly. "I am wronged? What does it mean to be framed? All of this is entirely my fault. Inform Uncle Yuan that he need not worry about me anymore. I have committed a crime, and I deserve all the consequences." With that, he turned away, unwilling to continue the conversation with Wang Yu. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, noting the unmistakable twitch in his father's eyes. Such a reaction only manifested when he was being deceitful. Who could instill such fear in his father that he could not even utter a name? Initially, Wang Yu suspected Vice President Zhu, but it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. At the very least, Vice President Zhu would not induce such caution in his father. Dazed, he exited, contemplating seeking his father for clearer information. Yet he found himself even more bewildered. It seemed this matter could not be rushed. Meanwhile, as Wang Yu made his way to the prison to visit his father, Su Xiaoxue's phone rang. It was a call from someone she wished to dismiss at the mere sight of the caller ID, Zhu Buotao. She let the phone ring, allowing it to go unanswered. Approximately 5 minutes later, the phone rang once more. She promptly silenced it. With their partnership dissolved, Su Xiaoxue felt it was unnecessary to maintain any connection with him. Despite her favorable impression of him in private, life often dictated that some individuals are best left at a distance. Not everyone who evokes pleasant feelings deserves a place in her life. She scrolled through her phone before returning to her work. About an hour later, she finally checked her phone again and was startled to discover over 20 missed calls. By her calculations, Zhu Buotao had resumed calling immediately after his previous attempt went unanswered. Could there be an urgent matter? Anxiety crept in as she considered the significance of his persistent calls. This time, she chose not to feign ignorance and answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, she heard Zhu Buotao's eager voice. "Xiaoxue, do you have time today? I really need you to help me with something." His tone was laced with urgency and concern. Su Xiaoxue, possessing a kind heart, could not easily dismiss him, especially since he was someone she knew. "President Zhu, do not worry. What can I assist you with? Please clarify the situation." Under the gentle reassurance of Su Xiaoxue, Zhu Buotao finally elucidated his request. He wished to invite Su Xiaoxue to be his companion for an evening gala, a formal banquet taking place tonight in Long City. However, the partner he had initially invited had to decline due to health reasons. Among all the acquaintances he had, he deemed Su Xiaoxue to be the most amiable, intelligent, and generous. Although he recognized that such a request might be considered rather presumptuous, he ultimately resolved to extend the invitation to her. Yet, this was merely Zhu Buotao's own perspective. Su Xiaoxue found it hard to believe such a notion. As a wealthy second-generation heir, would he truly be unable to find a suitable woman to accompany him? Surely, he wouldn't jest about his unrequited affection for her, having never attended such a gala. Why would she be deemed the most fitting choice? Surely, this must be an attempt by him to mock her. However, what Zhu Buotao said next swiftly altered Su Xiaoxue's thoughts. I noticed Wang Yu on the guest list as well. Xiaoxue, isn't it remarkable how small the world is, with so many people bearing that name? Furthermore, his companion is Yuan Zaidi from the Huangguang group. Isn't it curious how a mere security guard like Wang Yu is acquainted with the president of such a prestigious company? Su Xiaoxue felt a ringing in her ears. How could they be linked? Of course, it was due to the childhood connection between Yuan Zaidi and Wang Yu. Chapter 68. Tangled Entanglements. Initially, she believed Wang Yu to be quite impressive, having swiftly secured investment for the company. It seemed he was deeply entangled with that woman. Clearly, their relationship was far from ordinary, what with the companionship and the gifts exchanged. Su Xiaoxue's face turned pale, her voice trembling slightly as her interest peaked. She was eager to see what these two would do at the banquet. At that moment, within the St. Elephant Hotel, Wang Yu sighed deeply. Why had he even come here? Wasn't he due to yesterday's arrangement for Yuan Zaidi to secure investment? Yuan Zaidi had successfully assisted Mingyu in overcoming its difficulties, and although the situation was advantageous for both parties, he needed to remain mindful of their mutual feelings. Thus, when Yuan Zaidi extended the invitation for the banquet, he acquiesced, understanding that she sought his presence purely for the sake of familiarity. Hey, isn't that the son of the Wang family? Your father is in prison, yet you seem to be enjoying yourself here. Upon entering the grand hall, a familiar wealthy heir approached him with a smile. Yet, the words spilling from his lips made Wang Yu yearn to use his fists to obliterate that smirk from his face. Your ancestors are still in the underworld. Why don't you join them? The wealthy heir's expression faltered, and he retorted coldly, My ancestors would never engage in such disgraceful conduct. Official records indicated that the decline of the Fuli Group was due to Wang Kongsing's embezzlement of the entire company's assets, severely harming the interests of all investors, and even resorting to bribing officials. Wang Kongsing would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. If the accusations were not overturned promptly, his family would endure the scorn of society for the rest of their lives. Upon meeting his father, Wang Yu could not tolerate any insult directed at him, and thus, he delivered a swift strike to the assailant's nose. Despite the undeniable evidence against his father, he remained resolute in his disbelief that his father could commit such an act. He was certain that his father had been wronged. The affluent young man's nose began to bleed, and he covered his face with a grimace. How dare you still consider yourself the esteemed young Master Wang? He sneered. Security, remove him from my sight. The security personnel, unfamiliar with Wang Yu, quickly recognized the wealthy young man as someone not to be trifled with. Sir, please accompany us outside, the lead security officer said, placing a hand on his baton. Wang Yu's strike had been swift. Although the details were unclear, it was evident that the assailant was trained. Without a resolution, conflict was imminent. However, before Wang Yu could utter a word, a cold yet authoritative female voice interjected. Lei Haoxi, who gave you the audacity to expel someone in my presence? Moreover, this gentleman is my companion for the evening. Yuan Zaidi, adorned in a flowing purple evening gown, exuded elegance and mystery, her stature elevated by her formidable background. Lei Haoxi's expression shifted dramatically. He had acted against Wang Yu, believing him to be without support, despite his opulent attire merely being a fade. Yet, Yuan Zaidi was a different matter altogether. Following the collapse of the Fuli Group, her prominent conglomerate had emerged as a leading enterprise in Long City. To oppose her was to invite ruin. I beg your pardon, he exclaimed, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. The rapidity of his submission left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Yuan Zaidi and Wang Yu chose not to engage with him further, as encountering such individuals before the gala had been quite irksome. The rumor circulated that Yuan Zaidi had invited a male companion. Raising eyebrows, had there been a development? This man seemed to have a prior acquaintance with Yuan Zaidi, perhaps even sharing a romantic history. He was once the scion of the Wang family from the Fuli group, which made the possibility plausible. They had seemingly been betrothed at one point, and the Yuan family was indeed known for their integrity. Moreover, Wang Yu might very well become the esteemed son-in-law of the Yuan family, making him someone not to be easily offended. In that moment, Yuan Zaidi gracefully took Wang Yu's arm and, without a backward glance, entered the reception hall amidst the crowd of attendees. Su Xiaoshui's enchanting eyes appeared to lose their focus, as she had intended to investigate the nature of the relationship between Yuan Zaidi and Wang Yu. However, the outcome felt like a bucket of ice water dousing her hopes, extinguishing her heart's desires. People often say seeing is believing. Wang Yu was indeed a master of pretense, and all the declarations of devotion and sweet nothings exchanged between the two were nothing but illusions. In anguish, she shut her eyes, and when she reopened them, her gaze hardened with resolve. If men were unreliable, then she would bear the burdens herself. "Let's go," she declared, linking her arm with Zhu Buitao's as they stepped into the hall. Such an encounter is, in fact, not without its merits. The dignified departure of both individuals may very well represent their finest conclusion. She donned a black lace-trimmed dress, adorned with merely a delicate touch of makeup, exuding an air of ethereal beauty. The darkness of her attire mirrored her emotions, signifying the cataclysmic collapse of her world over the years. In these recent days, each fleeting moment with Wang Yu coalesced into a cinematic reel replaying in her mind. The more she reminisced, the more she felt the surreal nature of this dream. Perhaps the current reality is the true one, and those preceding days were merely a nocturnal reverie. Now, the dream has dissipated. When Zhu Buitao caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoshui's expression, a smile gradually crept upon his lips, revealing his buoyant mood. Yet, that smile, upon closer inspection, sent a chill down one's spine. "Mr. Yang, welcome." "Mr. Sheng, since you are here, we must indulge in a drink together." It had been many years since their last meeting, yet Mr. Xiang remained unchanged. Yuan Zaidi and Wang Yu navigated skillfully among the crowd. Wang Yu, akin to a mere pawn, found himself ensnared by the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. However, they soon comprehended that while the grandeur and opulence of the past had long faded in Long City, such topics remained timeless fodder for postprandial conversations. Wang Yu had not attended such gatherings in ages, and this time, the looks directed at him were tinged with ambiguity and disdain, devoid of envy or flattery. At various junctures in life, even amidst familiar settings, one encounters differing circumstances. Wang Yu, at this moment, was quite disenchanted with the scene. He had initially anticipated a brief appearance, yet found himself subjected to the prying remarks of others. Should Su Xiaoxue overhear their comments, it would be unimaginable for him to escape unscathed. In the midst of this cacophony of gossip, even a straightforward explanation eluded him. Chapter 69. Inquiry. Yuan Zaidi, perceptive to Wang Yu's growing impatience, seized a moment to draw him aside into a corner. "Are you unaccustomed to such events? This is not like you, young Master Wang. Many here are somewhat familiar with your father's past. If they choose to align with you, your future path may become considerably more navigable." Her words effectively subdued Wang Yu's ire, for he had come with this very purpose in mind. Many among them were victims of the collapse of the Fuli group, merely grappling with an uncomfortable sentiment. Wang Yu offered a resigned smile, his gaze drifting through the crowd as he discerned their sentiments towards him. They could not even muster a courteous glance. How could he expect them to elucidate the events of yore? It seemed he had a long journey ahead. "Very well. We shall discuss your concerns later. The gala is about to commence. I will introduce you to some individuals shortly," Yuan Zaidi concluded, before striding gracefully in her high heels toward the stage. This evening's gala was hosted by Tang Huang, and Yuan Zaidi, as the representative of the organizers, would deliver her speech from the stage, as was her custom. "Esteemed guests, it brings me immense joy to welcome you to this splendid soiree." A simple introduction has elicited smiles from all present. Every entrepreneur relishes such an ambience, whether for forging friendships or expanding business networks. An evening like this serves as an excellent opportunity for them. I extend my gratitude to Mr. Yuan for his warm address. Let us now invite Mr. Yuan and his partner to take the floor for the inaugural dance. We wish everyone an enjoyable evening. As the host's voice faded, Wang Yu promptly approached Yuan Zaidi, inviting her to join him in the first dance, to which she responded with a light-hearted smile and extended her hand. Applause erupted, marking the official commencement of the gala. However, no one anticipated that just as Wang Yu led Yuan Zaidi onto the dance floor, a man muttered, "Mr. Yuan's male companion appears rather distinguished. However, he seems oddly familiar. Could he possibly be the husband of my friend?" A collective gasp resonated from the crowd, and almost instantaneously, they pinpointed the speaker. Zhu Buitao, the scion of the Zhu family, whose company stands proudly alongside the illustrious Tangwang Group in Long City. But what does he imply by that statement? Is it true that Yuan Zaidi's partner is married? Such matters should not be trifled with. Typically, a dance partner is someone with whom one shares a close bond, and thus, it is generally assumed they are in a romantic relationship. This explains the incessant chatter among the attendees. Yet, he claims this young man is wed. How can he accept such a role if he is indeed married, especially considering any prior engagements? Mr. Zhu, you must have erred. There is no way Mr. Yuan's partner is a married man. Someone protested. Indeed, there are countless people who resemble one another in this world. A woman of Yuan Zaidi's stature would never choose another husband as her dance partner. It has been noted that she has not mingled with other men in years, her preferences seemingly unique. In Long City, Yuan Zaidi is regarded as a figure above reproach, with no scandalous rumors surrounding her. Upon hearing Zhu Buitao's words, the crowd's curiosity was piqued, their minds racing to decipher the implications. After all, opportunities to indulge in gossip about their goddess are rare, and their excitement was palpable. Yuan Zaidi maintained her characteristic composure, smiling graciously at everyone. Mr. Zhu, as the saying goes, one may eat as they please, but one must choose their words carefully. Furthermore, when have I ever required your counsel on selecting a partner? The people of Long City are well aware of the long-standing discord between the Tangwang Group and the Zhu family. As their gazes locked, an expectant silence enveloped the surroundings. Such rivalry among magnates is a rare spectacle. I have nothing to say. Even if you were to dance with a dog, I would not oppose it. However, my friend cannot condone this. It is rather inappropriate to borrow another's husband without so much as a word of greeting, don't you think? Oh, Zhu Buitao's words elicited a slight pause from Yuan Zaidi. Could his friend be Su Xiaoxue? How'd he come to befriend Su Xiaoxue? Not only was Yuan Zaidi taken aback, but Wang Yu also furrowed his brows at Zhu Buitao. What did he mean by that? At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhu Buitao suddenly sneered and then reached behind him to pull out a beautiful woman. When she appeared, the expressions on Wang Yu and Yuan Zaidi's faces finally shifted. The woman dragged out by Zhu Buitao was Su Xiaoxue. She had been standing in the corner, listening to the discussions, feeling quite angry. However, recalling the days she spent with Wang Yu, she ultimately hesitated. If Wang Yu were truly that kind of person, he would have no need for a marriage certificate, nor would he have to take care of her and their child. While one might deceive through actions, genuine affection cannot be concealed. Such sentiments are never deceptive. Therefore, there must be some misunderstanding. Zhu Buitao's scheming, which she had witnessed firsthand, clearly marked him as a villain. Why should she trust his words over her husband? Thus, she prepared to find an opportunity to leave, but just as she was about to depart, Zhu Buitao had pulled her out. Now, she was certain that Wang Yu must have his reasons, which left her feeling quite awkward, her head bowed in silence. However, to all those around her, her expression was interpreted differently. Is it possible that Yuan's male companion truly has a wife? Given the circumstances, this wife must have some unusual connection. Yuan is merely seeking someone to dance with, which is perfectly acceptable. But why must she choose a married man? What is she thinking? Oh dear, now the original partner has arrived. Let us see how she resolves this. Witnessing Su Xiaoxue being suddenly yanked out by Zhu Buitao, Wang Yu's countenance darkened instantaneously. It was a fluster reminiscent of being caught in infidelity. He had failed to inform Su Xiaoxue about this affair, believing it unnecessary, merely helping a friend. Yet, at that moment, The dynamics among the four seemed poised for public exposure, inevitably leading to adverse consequences. Xiaoxue, what are you doing here? Wang Yu immediately approached and pulled Su Xiaoxue to his side. Why was Zhu Buitao acting like a vengeful spirit? Moreover, having already withdrawn his investment, shouldn't he have returned to his original position? Why was he now seeking out Su Xiaoxue again? Chapter 70. Experience this must be true. Look how he left Yuan Zaidi hanging and immediately went to find that woman. Yuan is certainly embarrassed this time. It is impossible that Yuan does not know he has a wife. This is undoubtedly intentional. The taste of the crowd is truly peculiar. Are there no other good men in Long City? Why choose a married man? You understand, he is experienced in marriage. Subsequently, the hall was filled with lewd laughter as men discussed women, revealing their true natures. Even Yuan Zaidi could barely maintain her composure. Zhu Buitao, you are not welcome at this grand event. Please leave immediately. She turned, her expression serious, coldly regarding Zhu Buitao. Zhu Buitao merely chuckled and scratched his head. I can leave at any time, but isn't Yuan going to explain this to everyone? If my friend had not informed me of this matter, I would have undoubtedly believed that our esteemed Yuan was entirely disinterested in the male species. It appears, however, that such disinterest is a mere facade, and her inclinations are rather peculiar. At this moment, my friend stands before you. Do you not intend to provide her with an explanation? As soon as Zhu Buitao uttered these words, everyone congregated. Indeed, Ms. Yuan, what do you deem this situation to be? It will be prudent for you to offer an explanation. We hold you in absolute trust. Ms. Yuan, should this matter be mishandled, it could very well become a scandal for the company, potentially affecting its stock price. You ought to say something, unless Zhu is correct, rendering you speechless. At this juncture, Su Xiaoxue began to comprehend, amidst the discussion surrounding her, that she had been manipulated by the scoundrel Zhu Buitao. To him, she was of no consequence, and all his declarations of affection were nothing but deceit. This was merely an endeavor to vex his rival. I'm not a friend of Zhu. I am aware that Ms. Yuan invited Wang Yu to dance. At this moment, Su Xiaoxue felt a sudden urge to interject and salvage the situation. She loathed herself intensely, questioning why she had not seen through Zhu Buitao sooner. Had she heeded Wang Yu's advice, she would not be facing such humiliation. Yet, her words now seemed utterly futile. Zhu Buitao, witnessing her attempt at an explanation, expressed no surprise. Instead, he turned to the onlookers with a solemn countenance. Behold, this is my friend. Observe her humble demeanor. Just moments ago, she was weeping, lamenting her inability to endure her husband dancing with another woman. Yet, upon arriving here, amidst such a crowd, she chooses to maintain decorum and now refrains from escalating the situation. How can one bear to inflict such pain upon a woman like her? And what of our Ms. Yuan? She continues to hide, unwilling to speak, striving to conceal the obvious. Is it truly so difficult to offer an apology in the presence of our journalist friends? Your actions are jeopardizing this woman's happiness. With that, the theatrically adept Zhu Buitao exclaimed. His righteous proclamation instantly directed all media cameras towards Yuan Zaidi's face. Humanity is, in essence, a chaotic assembly. When one raises their voice, others instinctively lend an ear. Indeed, Ms. Yuan, what impact could uttering an apology possibly have? It is merely a statement. After all, he is her husband. Ms. Yuan, are you still hesitating? They have come here seeking you. You must take a stance. Ms. Yuan, I have always perceived you as a responsible individual, yet it appears you are merely timid and conflict-averse. Everyone believed that Yuan Zaidi's invitation to Wang Yu for a dance was an affront to the sanctity of marital bonds. Su Xiaoxue's explanation was rendered utterly ineffective. With so many men in Long City, why choose a married one? Who would believe there was no ulterior motive? At this moment, Su Xiaoxue was on the brink of tears. Despite her personal disdain for Yuan Zaidi, she certainly did not wish to witness such a scene. She immediately signaled Wang Yu to step forward and salvage the situation. They are not listening to me. Darling, could you please go and clarify things for Miss Yuan? Wang Yu comprehended Suyo's intent. If only he could elucidate the matter, but how could he do so now? At this moment, The onlookers had already concocted a narrative linking him and Yuan Zaidi in a dubious relationship. No matter what he said, it would be perceived as a feeble excuse to save face. Would his words hold any weight? Absolutely not. Furthermore, they might only serve to fan the flames of gossip. Yet, it was understandable for Su Xiaoxue to be anxious, and he could not remain silent. He brought Su Xiaoxue to Yuan Zaidi's side. "Everyone, may I have your attention? Please." However, before he could finish, Zhu Buotao raised an eyebrow, prompting some individuals in the crowd to shout out vehemently. "Who do you think you are? A married man dancing with another woman. What do you mean by that? You're nothing but a scoundrel. Who want to hear your excuses? Just leave. Stop creating a ruckus. We are here to question President Yuan, not you. Have you considered your own character?" At this event hosted by Yuan Zaidi, her guests were giving her nothing but disdainful looks. Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue turned pale, while Yuan Zaidi remained silent. Was a mere dance imbued with such significance? Just as the crowd was at a loss for how to proceed, a voice boomed. "What is all this commotion? Can you not let someone speak?" Allowing Wang Yu to be Zaidi's dance partner was my decision. He has grown up alongside Zaidi and is like an elder brother to her. Why should he not have the right to accompany her in dance? As the words echoed, a grizzled man descended the stairs, and upon seeing him, the crowd fell silent. This man was none other than Yuan Zaidi's father, Yuan Junfa. Compared to Yuan Zaidi, his stature and reputation were unparalleled. He was a true luminary in Long City and well known beyond its borders. As Yuan Junfa made his way into the throng, the onlookers instinctively quieted. The scene resembled a group of children squabbling, suddenly hushed by the presence of an adult. However, this silence was fleeting. After a brief pause, Yuan Junfa faced a barrage of intense inquiries. "President Yuan, are you aware that your daughter is attracted to married men? Why do you not intervene? Do you not think your actions are excessively indulgent?" It must be said, the reporters were indeed shrewd, sidestepping the crux of the matter and zealously pursuing gossip. Chapter 71. The married individual inviting her own brother to dance for the opening was far less scandalous than dancing with a married man. Yuan Junfa, seasoned in navigating tumultuous waters, swiftly seized upon the reporter's Achilles heel. Every individual must take responsibility for their words. Your baseless prattle is unbecoming of a member of the media. Which outlet do you represent? I believe a visit is in order. I have already stated that bringing Wang Yu here was my decision, and those present are likely not unfamiliar with Wang Yu. He is the son of my dear friend, attending my daughter's event in the capacity of an elder brother. What is the issue? As for the rumors of my daughter being enamored with a married man, I trust that everyone has their own understanding of the situation. Let's not allow those with ulterior motives to mislead us and then speak ill of others. Such is the wisdom of an experienced veteran. With just a few words, he quelled the raucous crowd, rendering Zhu Buotao speechless. Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue exchanged grateful glances with Yuan Junfa, and even Yuan Zaidi discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Her father possessed such remarkable prowess, effortlessly resolving the discord. Zhu Buotao, on the other hand, fell silent, begrudgingly accepting the outcome. "Uncle Yuan, I too am wary that Yuan Zong might take a convoluted path. Moreover, my friend is weeping inconsolably. I am genuinely concerned, fearing that Yuan Zong might err." When this matter is unveiled, Zhu Buotao's countenance revealed no superfluous emotions. However, the spread of this information would undoubtedly impact both the Yuan family and the Tangwang group. His objective had been achieved. Meanwhile, the destitute Wang Yu found himself with numerous opportunities to retaliate. Yet tarnishing his opponent's reputation was a necessity he must fulfill for the Zhu family. Who cried, "You truly are shameless, a master of deceit." As Su Xiaoxue witnessed the situation finally coming to a close, her emotions had just begun to settle when Zhu Buotao re-emerged, attempting to corner her. Upon hearing Yuan Junfa's earlier remarks, she realized she had misjudged the situation. She had been sold out and had even offered monetary compensation. Initially, she had been concerned about how to explain her relationship with Zhu Buotao to Wang Yu. Yet this Zhu Buotao had the audacity to approach her again. Was this not a provocation towards Wang Yu? Just as Wang Yu had remarked, he was indeed no virtuous individual. At that moment, Wang Yu also discerned the anger radiating from Su Xiaoxue's face. He held no particular opinion of her. He was acutely aware of Zhu Buitao's character, and it was evident that Su Xiaoxue had been deceived, which was entirely understandable. This explained his reluctance to allow Su Xiaoxue to continue working alongside him. System. Is there any way to expose this rogue? Wang Yu understood the repercussions that today's events would have on a colossal entity like Tang Wang. Hence he was reluctant to let Zhu Buitao depart so easily. He had no alternative but to seek assistance from the system. If he did not teach this fellow a lesson, who knew what troubles would arise in the future? Host, you may purchase the Truth Serum from the marketplace. This item will compel the target to divulge their genuine thoughts without reservation. It requires 200 points. Do you wish to exchange? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could there truly be such a valuable item? Truth Serum. Its name alone suggested its efficacy. 200 points seemed rather steep. He recalled that becoming a top-tier chef had only cost him 30 points, while attaining the status of a premier doctor required merely 500 points. What sort of potion warranted such a high price? Whether it be a miraculous healer or a renowned chef, such skills and identities undeniably exist in the tangible world. However, the elixir of truth is not a substance found within our reality. Just as if echoing Wang Yu's thoughts, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. Upon hearing it, Wang Yu experienced an epiphany. The most arduous task in existence is not merely to imitate what already exists, which is quite straightforward and natural. Rather, the true challenge lies in conjuring something that exists solely in the realm of imagination. At this moment, how many points do I have left? Approximately 270. After a brief hesitation, Wang Yu contemplated whether it would be a waste to utilize such a precious item in this setting. Perhaps its effects would be more beneficial elsewhere. For instance, in his father's case, if he could locate a witness or someone with knowledge of the matter. Possessing a vial of the elixir of truth would eliminate any concerns regarding the absence of clarity. Yet, the image of Su Xiaoxue's indignant expression loomed before him, alongside the furtive glances directed at Yuan Zaidi, as whispers continued to circulate. After some reflection, he concluded that accumulating points as a nurturing father was not as challenging as it seemed. I shall exchange. He gritted his teeth, resolving to treat the children with even greater kindness in the future. After all, points for nurturing fathers are perpetually accumulative, but such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Ding! A pink potion materialized above Wang Yu's head, resembling a powder of fruity flavor. How does one utilize this? You may invoke the name of the person silently while using it. Wang Yu fell silent, his gaze fixated on Zhu Buitao, and he quietly intoned, Zhu Buitao. While this appeared intricate, in truth, it was merely a fleeting communication between Wang Yu and the system in his mind, lasting no more than 2 seconds. Zhu Buitao, you have long been aware of my sibling relationship with Yuan Zaidi. What compels you to bring my wife to mock her? What are you thinking? Upon using the potion, Wang Yu promptly turned to Zhu Buitao, asking with righteous indignation. The moment these words escaped his lips, the crowd erupted in astonishment, particularly Yuan Junfa, who gazed at Wang Yu in bewilderment. His nephew was not typically of such character. Why had he suddenly become so foolish? Was there even a need to inquire? Even if he recognized that all of this was merely Zhu Buitao's prank, refraining from criticism was intended to minimize the repercussions. Such familial conflicts cannot be laid bare for all to see, nor would one expect disclosure from others. What is this all about? At that moment, the onlookers shared the same sentiments as Yuan Junfa, and even Su Xiaoxue stared at Wang Yu in a daze. Could it be that her husband was upset with her? She mused silently, aware that such inquiries were unwise. How could Wang Yu, in his folly, have posed such a question? Would anyone willingly divulge the truth? When Wang Yu finished his inquiry, everyone regarded him with shock. This question lacked any sophistication. It was blatantly obvious that he was being set up, yet he naively asked why. What? Are you two in a romantic relationship? The question Wang Yu posited was akin to asking, do you love me? Will you love me forever? Only someone devoid of common sense would respond incorrectly. Wang Yu's inquiry was straightforward. What is the reason for your malice towards me? Only a fool would respond honestly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhu Buitao indeed provided an answer, Why involve Su Xiaoxue? If you cannot comprehend something so evident, then you truly are dim-witted. Chapter 72. The Truth Serum. I simply wish to make your life difficult, to trouble both you and Yuan Zaidi, and to harass the Tang Wang group. The reason, of course, is my disdain for you all. I vividly recall how you and Yuan Zaidi behaved so arrogantly towards me in our youth, as if my father's position as vice president mandated that he bow to yours. Before he could finish a sentence, Zhu Buitao instinctively covered his mouth. That was not what he intended to convey. He had meant to ask, "Are you jesting? Why would I wish you harm? Your wife approached me entirely of her own volition." Yet, as the truth slipped from his lips, he realized such revelations should not be shared so casually. Everyone exchanged glances, the expressions on their faces revealing surprise. Did the youth of today truly possess such forthrightness? You dare to inquire, and I dare to respond? No wonder Wang Yu appeared so familiar. He is none other than the young master of the Yuanfili group, whose father shares a close camaraderie with the owner of Tang Wang, akin to family. No wonder he received an invitation. It is rumored that the Zhu family ascended to prominence by stepping on the shoulders of the Yuanfili group, explaining Zhu Buitao as evident animosity towards Wang Yu. Such is the enmity among the affluent. The discourse swiftly shifted from questioning Yuan Zaidi and Wang Yu to scrutinizing Zhu Buitao as petty nature. People often proclaim that one should not be a fence-sitter nor a backseat driver. Yet the moment circumstances change, they inevitably reposition themselves. Zhu Buitao initially intended to clarify his statements, but upon opening his mouth, he realized that certain truths were better left unspoken, prompting him to swiftly cover his mouth once more. However, when Wang Yu caught wind of Zhu Buitao mentioning his father, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Could this matter be connected to him? What about your father? Speak up. Zhu Buitao lowered his hands, ready to utter a word. But before a single syllable escaped his lips, he hastily covered his mouth and fled. Damn it, he nearly divulged his father's affairs. What was amiss with him this time? Why could he not control his tongue? Wang Yu, initially inclined to pursue him, recognized that the truth serum had a limited efficacy. If he could extract Zhu Buitao's words in their entirety, it would be worthwhile. Yet, Su Xiaoxue grasped his arm, believing that Wang Yu intended to resort to violence. She immediately conveyed with her eyes that she would no longer trust Zhu Buitao's words, and that swiftly resolving the current predicament was of utmost importance. If he departed, how would she face Yuan Zaidi alone? Wang Yu perceived her unspoken message and promptly reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand, signaling her to remain calm, assuring her that he would manage the situation. Though it was regrettable to let Zhu Buitao escape, he anticipated that further opportunities would arise in the future. For now, soothing his wife was his most pressing concern. Yuan Zaidi and Uncle Yuan, I sincerely apologize for the mishap at the evening gathering. Wang Yu expressed his heartfelt regret. Su Xiaoxue, witnessing this, hung her head and repeatedly apologized as well. Yuan Junfa's expression remained unchanged. Is there truly a need for an apology? This little Zhu is utterly inconsequential, always resorting to nonsensical schemes. I do not hold you accountable for this. Yuan Zaidi turned to comfort Su Xiaoxue. At this juncture, I must express my gratitude for your forthright inquiries, which even startled me. Had he not responded with such absurdity, we would have been genuinely ensnared on that stage. I wonder how tomorrow's newspaper will portray me. I suspect the headline will read, "The Grand Group Bullying the Small, a Clash of Generations with Elders Interfering." Thankfully, Zhu Buitao, in his folly, openly revealed his animosity, thereby affording me the opportunity to avoid his reproach. Wang Yu smiled and then accompanied Yuan Junfa backstage. Does my uncle truly think I am the sort to engage in uncertain endeavors? Since I dared to inquire, I am certainly capable of eliciting the truth. Uncle, do not forget that I am a doctor, and within the human body, there exists an acupoint of honesty. Thus, he must divulge the truth to everyone. Yuan Junfa's eyes widened. Is there truly such magic? Of course, you might also wish to try it out. However, I did not observe you doing anything to Zhu Buitao. Well, that is my unique secret. At that moment, Wang Yu's words were not intended to boast of his abilities, but to assure Yuan Junfa that he was not a reckless individual. prior to the incident. The opulence of the Grand Group was not lesser than that of the current Majestic Group. Yuan Junfa is currently the only person supporting Wang Yu's quest for the truth, and it is best not to make him feel overly reckless. A foolish ally is the most detrimental. He certainly does not wish to be a fool. If Yuan Junfa were to lose confidence in him, he would no longer share any information in the future. Do visit our home more often for meals. As they departed, Yuan Junfa turned and smiled at Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue. Very well. We shall frequently intrude upon your hospitality. Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue immediately smiled and bid farewell. This evening, both families had actually enjoyed a pleasant interaction. After Wang Yu and the others left, Yuan Junfa still felt astonished. This old Wang is truly remarkable. How had I not noticed this before? Had my attitude been more resolute back then, perhaps he could have become my beloved son-in-law. Yuan Zaidi immediately shot him a disdainful glance, then strode into the room with an air of indignation. Recently, she could not fathom what had transpired. Previously, she had felt no inclination towards Wang Yu. Yet upon this reunion, the altered Wang Yu had gradually taken root in her heart, making it impossible for her to shake off her feelings. Could my thoughts align with my father's? The moment she recalled this notion, she was immediately repulsed, feeling a chill run down her spine. She must not entertain such thoughts. He has a wife and children. At this moment, Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue walked along the road. The two strolled in silence, at a loss for words on how to initiate a conversation. As they reached the halfway point, the two shared a moment of unspoken understanding and simultaneously uttered, "Darling, I apologize. I should not have doubted you. My love, forgive me. I should not have concealed anything from you." This unexpected exchange left them momentarily stunned, followed by peals of laughter. They fell into a comfortable silence. Yet as they continued down the path, their closeness intensified. At this moment, the iconic structure of Long City, the Zhu family Iron Tower, stood as the tallest edifice in the area. Once known as the Fuli Building, it had undergone a complete transformation since the Zhu family took residence, adopting its new name. Zhu Buitao, the president of the Zhu Building, now stood nervously before a middle-aged man, scarcely daring to breathe too deeply. This man, preoccupied with work yet maintaining a remarkably healthy lifestyle, was none other than his father, Zhu Huanshu. After what felt like an eternity to Zhu Buitao, Zhu Huanshu finally finished his tasks and lifted his gaze to his son. Buitao, unable to meet his father's eyes, averted his gaze in discomfort. "I heard you caused a disturbance at the Tanghuang Group's gala last night." Zhu Huanshu's tone was calm, yet this only escalated Zhu Buitao's anxiety, causing his breaths to quicken. I. Zhu Huanshu slowly threw a newspaper onto the table. "Read it yourself." Buitao cautiously picked up the paper, which was a local entertainment and finance publication. The bold headline read, "Zhu family heir acknowledges poor relations with Tanghuang Group. A clash of titans. How will Long City's economy fare?" Shock washed over him as he continued reading. Zhu Buitao publicly humiliates Yuan Zaidi. A signal of conflict between the two industry giants. Can the straightforward Zhu Buitao take charge of the Zhu Group? The more he read, the colder his heart felt. His initial plan had intended for the headlines to focus solely on Yuan Zaidi and her scandalous affairs, but due to his ill-considered words, the reports now pointed directly at him. "Father, I did not say those things at that moment." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Huanshu slammed his palm on the table, causing Zhu Buitao to kneel in fear. "They have already sent me the video. Do you still wish to argue?" He thundered. "Before you admit to your disgraceful actions, must I investigate the surveillance footage to see what you have become? Have I not warned you numerous times not to execute plans you are ill-prepared for? If you intend to act, you must strike decisively, ensuring they never rise again." Zhu Buitao lowered his head, submissively absorbing his father's reprimand, not daring to defend himself. He comprehended his father's temperament quite well. For years, he had yearned to draw closer to him, yet the more he tried, the more he felt an insurmountable distance between them. "I understand your disdain for Wang Yu, but that young man, having lost his father, is akin to a forsaken stray dog, utterly aimless. In due course, you shall have ample opportunity to chastise him." Zhu Huanshu uttered a few harsh words, but upon seeing his kneeling son, he felt a pang of compassion and ceased his reprimands. The leadership of Long City is on the verge of a reshuffle. Our immediate concern should not be to create trouble for Wang Yu, but rather to dismantle the Tangwang group. You must learn to distinguish between priorities. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to address you accordingly. With that, Zhu Huanshu returned to his desk, immersing himself in the relentless tide of work, while Zhu Buitao remained motionless. His father had surprisingly refrained from punishing him today. He could hardly believe it. Had he committed such an error in the past, his father would have undoubtedly delivered a reprimand. Yet this time, despite his father's lengthy discourse, he faced no consequences. Zhu Buitao's heart was tumultuous. Why had he been spared? Was it because the adversary was the Tangwang group? His target was just... Albeit his approach was lacking in finesse, thus he escaped unscathed? A sigh of relief escaped him as he pondered how to execute a decisive strike. As his father had advised, Wang Yu had left work early that day, intending to attend the wedding of Su Xiaoxue's dear friend. The last time he encountered Feng Guqin at the hospital, it seemed she had married a foreign enterprise employee, a figure of considerable influence in Long City. Regardless, Wang Yu had set out to procure a few fitting outfits for Su Xiaoxue, mindful that her husband was a respectable man, and he could not afford to appear inappropriate. If he chose poorly, it would subject her to unwarranted ridicule. Unable to counter Su Xiaoxue's reasoning, he resolved to purchase the clothes before her workday concluded, sparing her from any grievances. At that moment, she had become rather spoiled. It must be acknowledged that only a woman's closest friend could inspire her to tidy herself up once more. Anyone else could look down upon her, but not her best friend. Since the incident at the gala, Su Xiaoxue appeared more clingy, while Wang Yu seemed increasingly obedient. He was quite pleased with this dynamic. What man would not relish a woman's affections? After all, do women not desire to be cherished by men? Oh no, this piece might be a tad gaudy. Reminiscent of my mother's attire. No, this one appears too revealing. It looks good, yet it is unsuitable. No, I do not favor this one. Wang Yu was finally able to experience the nuances of accompanying a woman on a shopping expedition. Clearly, the wedding banquet was imminent, and this woman could stroll leisurely down the street. Darling, even as a mother, when you walk down the street, who would dare claim you resemble a married woman? You look splendid in anything. As time slipped away, Wang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. He did not wish to hinder Su Xiaoxue's outfit selection, but she had already accepted another's invitation. If they were late, Su Xiaoxue would undoubtedly express her discontent. Why are women so formidable? Regardless of who is at fault, it must undoubtedly be the men's error. No matter the circumstances, one should never engage in a dispute with her. Indeed, my dear, your figure is akin to that of a human coat hanger. Had you not mentioned your marital status, I would have assumed you were a university student. The salesperson, perhaps weary from the task, chimed in with compliments. How could one not be exhausted? By this point, nearly an hour had passed, and they were still perusing the shops. Is that true? The flattery from her peers seemed to resonate with Su Xiaoxue. I'll take that one, she declared, pointing to a dress she had previously tried on. The salesperson beside me stifled a laugh. This family is quite amusing. The man showered her with compliments, yet she paid no heed, only to respond to the praise from the staff. It seemed that once married, a husband's words lost their potency. At this moment, the Haoyou Hotel stood majestic. The wedding venue chosen by Feng Guqin was located here. Su Xiaoxue donned a beautiful dress, while Wang Yu accompanied her, impeccably dressed in a suit. The couple appeared strikingly well-matched, drawing envious glances from passers-by. As they entered the hall, a voice rang out calling for Su Xiaoxue. Su Xiaoxue has arrived. I'm here. In Chapter 74, titled To Have Ability, someone waved at her from a distance, prompting Su Xiaoxue to smile and greet them as she walked over with Wang Yu. Tong Feiwen, unfamiliar with the individual, could only respond with a polite smile. Su Xiaoxue, this gentleman is quite handsome. At a small gathering of women, curiosity sparked as they noticed Su Xiaoxue approaching with a stranger, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Oh, he is my husband. You may call him Wang Yu. From Su Xiaoxue's natural demeanor, it was evident that a tone of pride accompanied her words. Before their arrival, she had taken special care to ensure Wang Yu looked presentable. motivated by the desire to uphold her dignity before her friends and perhaps to indulge in a touch of showing off. Wang Yu would not shatter her little pretense. Which woman wouldn't want her husband to be handsome? Indeed, your husband is quite dashing, they exclaimed. But just look at how lovely our Xiaoxue is. What good is mere handsomeness? At this moment, looks won't put food on the table. The key lies in our capabilities. Look at Feng Guqin. Her husband seems to be an executive in a foreign company, right? Achieving such a position at such a young age is truly commendable. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned awkward. These girls had recently left the campus, discussing the tangible value a man could provide in such a realistic manner that it felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, someone quietly inquired of Su Xiaoxue, "What does your husband do?" "He works at the same company as I do." "Is he your superior?" "No, he currently holds no position." "Then why did you choose him?" They mused, for his company was not particularly prestigious, and, at his age, the absence of a notable title suggested he might remain in such a state for the duration of his life. The tension in the air thickened, prompting someone unable to bear the awkwardness to pull Su Xiaoxue aside. "Do not heed the nonsensical utterances of that individual. What is amiss with you all being in the same company? The joy of daily discussions and collaboration is indeed a blessing. Clearly, she is filled with envy. Do you have any idea how many suitors she has? Each one is beneath her contempt. It is baffling where her arrogance stems from." Realizing that this gathering was quite different from her initial imaginings of class reunion. She had envisioned a heartfelt reunion among close friends reminiscing fondly about the past. So why had the atmosphere soured? As she settled into her seat, Su Xiaoxue felt a twinge of discomfort. The banquet seemed to lose its charm. When left to her own thoughts, she couldn't help but think of her 3 children at home. Had she known this would be the nature of the event, she would have preferred to stay home and care for them. During this time, Feng Guqin had made a brief appearance, but with the myriad preparations for her wedding, she could only exchange a few pleasantries before rushing off to attend to her duties. The seating arrangement at the wedding was peculiar, with friends of the groom on one side and friends of the bride on the other. Each seat had been meticulously chosen to ensure that the appropriate individuals were seated accordingly, reflecting social status and intimacy. However, shouldn't the bride's friends be seated at the prominent table? Why were we relegated to this corner? As they took their seats, the girl who had earlier inquired about Wang Yu, named Ji Sipin, expressed her dissatisfaction. She was also a classmate of Su Xiaoxue and reportedly shared a dormitory with Feng Guqin. Typically, the bride's classmates would occupy seats behind their parents, which were considered the esteemed positions. Yet they found themselves tucked away in a corner, seemingly overlooked. Wang Yu, however, remained unfazed. Although he had always been seated at the prestigious table during previous weddings, closest to the newlyweds, he appeared indifferent this time. Initially, the group had been in good spirits, but Ji Sipin's comments had drawn everyone's attention, especially when they noticed that all the groom's friends had been allocated to the more distinguished seats. The expressions on their faces darkened. "Oh well, we are merely guests at someone else's wedding. Does it truly matter where we sit?" They mused. "There must be a reason for our placement. Haven't you observed that all the other seats are occupied by leaders from the groom as company? Surely, that is where her husband's colleagues are seated. We have no place there." Someone retorted with irritation. "What does it matter if they are company leaders? Even if they are numerous, it does not justify our being placed here. What do they think of us? Is it because we lack status at this moment? Look at the groom. He is yet to come over and greet us. Why? Does he not consider us worthy of his acknowledgement? Just observe how he nods and bows to the other tables. Those individuals are leaders he can never offend." For reasons unknown, the conversation shifted back to Wang Yu. The groom had arranged the seating based on social hierarchy. If we, the 9 women present, possessed no social standing, could it be said that the men in attendance held none either? Even a minor official or a small businessman would garner some respect. Yet here they were, cast aside to the periphery, utterly insignificant. After Wang Yu listened, he glanced around and realized he was seemingly the only man at the entire table. The others had graduated only about a year prior, most of them unmarried. Wang Yu furrowed his brow. Although the conversation was directed at him, it was actually a veiled disparagement of Su Xiaoxue. Just as he prepared to rise and speak a few words, Su Xiaoxue noticed and grasped his arm, her eyes seemingly conveying, "No need to heed their nonsense. My dear, you are truly exceptional." Wang Yu took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his rising anger. Very well. He would endure it. However, as he remained silent, the chatter grew ever louder. What was the point of marrying so early? She had merely wed a spineless man. He even heard that the man was a security guard at Su Xiaoxue's company. What made him worthy of her? Since graduating, her vision seemed to have deteriorated. Indeed, look at that woman at the top table. She was said to be a former classmate of Feng Guqin, who hadn't been in contact for years. Yet she married a wealthy businessman. If any of us had a blissful marriage, would we still be sitting here? Listen, sisters, Su Xiaoxue is practically a living textbook. We must not repeat the same mistakes. Our eyes should be sharper, right? Marrying such a husband, is it not shameful to bring him out? Their remarks grew increasingly harsh, and Wang Yu's face turned ashen. Just as he could no longer tolerate it, the wedding banquet finally commenced. Dear guests, the host's words diverted Wang Yu's attention. Otherwise, he feared that if he continued to hear the women chatter, he would disregard Su Xiaoxue's advice and confront them on the spot. Chapter 75. Beverages. The wedding banquet unfolded as per the established protocol. Feng Guqin's husband possessed enviable prowess. At such a young age, he was already a senior executive at a foreign enterprise, and given that Long City was merely a prefecture-level city, reaching such heights at this age indicated a promising future. It was no wonder he was pursued by so many admirers. Moreover, he was quite handsome. Donning a suit, he appeared both elegant and understated, perfectly showcasing his superior physique. The women, oblivious to Wang Yu, fixated their gaze on the groom. Heavens, the groom is so handsome. How could Feng Guqin be so fortunate? Not only was he good-looking, but just look at the distinguished guests he had invited. Goodness, no wonder we were seated at this table. Those individuals seemed to be the kind of prominent figures only seen on television. Yes, I felt as if I had seen them on TV before. My word, I am actually seeing them in person. Truly, sitting at this table is worth it. They are indeed celebrities. At that moment, Wang Yu, listening to the incessant chatter beside him, grew increasingly irked. Su Xiaoxue was a kind-hearted and simple person. Yet why did all her friends seem so snobbish? Their status was achieved through hard work. Instead of envying the capable, why not strive to improve oneself? Why do they only dream of marrying well without seeking personal growth? After the ceremony concluded, the next step was for the groom and bride to offer a toast. During this process, Su Xiaoxue sat quietly at her seat, indulging in her meal, disregarding her former friends. Despite having been apart for merely over a year, she felt a palpable sense of estrangement from them. Observing the groom as he approached their superiors for a toast, she noted several prominent figures from Long City present, making her realize that the groom indeed held considerable stature. Yet, she could not help but think, if he felt so esteemed, he ought to seek a suitable partner himself, instead of merely complaining. Such fortune was not to be envied. At the very least, she must avoid any missteps, ensuring she did not end up married to a mere security guard like some others. Thus, she lowered her head to her meal, uttering not a single word. Su Xiaoxue was busy filling Wang Yu's mouth with delectable morsels, wishing to keep him from becoming upset. Wang Yu merely cast a cold glance at those who were gossiping. There was something decidedly off about one individual, who seemed intent on praising others while insisting on comparing themselves to them, as if they could not feel content without such comparisons. Soon, the bride and groom approached Su Xiaoxue's table. The bride appeared genuinely delighted to see her old classmate, while the groom seemed almost disinterested. The act of toasting is traditionally a heartfelt gesture, an expression of gratitude from the newlyweds to their guests. Typically, the groom would take a small sip while the guests finished their drinks. The bride and groom offered a toast with a single glass to each guest. Yet there was something amiss with the groom. His glass contained no alcohol. It appeared to be white liquor, but upon closer inspection, it was still bubbling, a carbonated beverage. He had the audacity to substitute a drink for alcohol. While this was not entirely objectionable, given the numerous guests, should he toast with each one, he would undoubtedly become inebriated and unable to continue the celebration. It was generally perceived as disrespectful to use a beverage without prior notice to the guests. Nonetheless, the groom said nothing and drank from his glass. Wang Yu had clearly seen him with actual liquor at the previous table. Was this not indicative of a lack of regard for this table's occupants? Wang Yu cast a glance at Su Xiaoxue, who novelly praised the groom and bride, oblivious to such details. However, the expressions of the other women at the table turned grim, as they too recognized the peculiarity of the drink. Wang Yu contemplated expressing his frustration, not out of personal sensitivity, but because this was something that even the women could discern. How could he feign ignorance? He had anticipated that Su Xiaoxue would reunite with her close friends today. Yet instead, she was the subject of scrutiny, which dampened his spirits. Just as he was about to voice his irritation, Ji Siping, who had previously mocked Wang Yu, suddenly rose. The next person to toast was, after all, Su Xiaoxue's husband. The groom could dismiss the women with a glass of soda, but surely, Wang Yu, being a man, could not continue to be placated with a beverage. Instantly, every face wore a look of shock, including that of the bride, who abruptly snatched the glass from the groom's hand and tasted its contents. In her fury, she slapped the groom across the face and immediately bowed in apology to those seated at the table. "Dear sisters, I apologize. He has overindulged this time and likely mistook his cup. We shall punish ourselves with a drink." With that, she seized a bottle and poured genuine liquor into her glass. The groom appeared quite embarrassed, yet it was a wedding, so he refrained from further comment and even downed 3 glasses while offering apologies. Aside from Su Xiaoxue, the expressions of the other classmates seemed rather pleasant. During the 4th glass, he raised his cup to toast Wang Yu. "I remember you. We seemingly met in the hospital last time. Why didn't you bring the children this time? Brother, your physique as a security guard is truly impressive. The odds of you having triplets must be minuscule. What a blessing." Though it sounded like praise, the underlying tone concealed a sharp edge, evidently retaliating against Ji Sipin for her earlier remark. Otherwise, stating that one has children is sufficient. Why mention a security guard? The implication was clear. Do you, a mere security guard, expect a toast? When the term security guard was uttered, all eyes turned to Su Xiaoxue. Initially, they pondered why such a stunning beauty would marry a mere security guard, but it seemed they had uncovered the truth. Having graduated barely over a year ago, she had already given birth after 10 months. At this point, the child must be several months old. Goodness, could it be a marriage born of necessity? I suspected our Xiaoxue could not possibly have such poor judgment. Yet if it were indeed a marriage of necessity, that is truly unfortunate. No wonder Su Xiaoxue chose to marry him. With a child of that age, it appears her life is irrevocably altered. Sipin, I must say, knowing they look down upon you, why stir trouble? Stir trouble? I was merely speaking the truth. Su Xiaoxue's previously calm visage gradually turned awkward. The bride and groom lingered at their table, drawing the attention of other guests. What's happening over there? Why are the bride and groom stuck? Those are the bride's classmates, and they seem quite youthful. It's said that the security guard wants the groom to toast. Perhaps the groom feels uncomfortable about it. What is the groom's status, anyway? Should he toast to a security guard? Chapter 76. A deep connection. This is not right. Since you are here, you are a guest. The groom is the one with the lowest status in the entire venue. What is unacceptable about toasting? Even if the guest were a beggar, one must still toast. The ensuing commotion caught the attention of the leaders from that man's company, who gradually shifted their gaze toward the table. Thank you. The groom is young and accomplished. Indeed, enviable. Earlier, when you did not come over, everyone was pondering how one might marry you. Wang Yu thought, since these individuals refused to grant him any favorable regard, he need not extend any courtesy in return. Oh, truly? Then you must strive to become a talent like me. After finishing his drink, the groom patted Wang Yu, seemingly signaling his approval. Su Xiaoxue's face turned crimson. What do you mean by that? Striving to be like you in the future? Is being a mere foreign enterprise executive truly so remarkable? While the earlier discussions among guests were tolerable, it now appeared that even the principal party looked down upon them. What significance remained for anyone else? Feng Guqin, we have toasted, and now we shall take our leave. Su Xiaoxue could no longer feign ignorance to the unkind remarks, and with Wang Yu in tow, she intended to depart. Feng Guqin glared at the groom. Look at you, what are you saying? Shouldn't you apologize to Xiao Wang? What is wrong with my words? Everything I said was heartfelt. Why should I apologize? Feng Guqin angrily twisted the groom's arm and swiftly halted Su Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, do not be upset. He has always had a fiery temper. The wedding will soon conclude, and I apologize on his behalf. It was unintentional. Feng Guqin's words inevitably made Su Xiaoxue waver. She did not wish for the day of her wedding to unfold in such a manner. If not for the groom's cruel words, who would desire to sever ties with a friend? Yet, just as her expression began to soften, someone else grew displeased. A fiery temper? I believe the groom's temperament is quite commendable. Xiaoxue is still young and cannot discern right from wrong. As her sisters, we must remind her. Today, she may still have a chance by marrying a security guard, but in the long run, regret will be inevitable. Ji Sipin continued to stoke the flames with her sardonic remarks. Previously, she merely looked down upon Wang Yu, yet now she was even speaking of divorce. Enough, Ji Sipin. Do you not realize how strange your words are? I shudder to think who would wish to marry you in the future. A classmate of Su Xiaoxue, who had a good relationship with her, could no longer endure and confronted Ji Sipin. Ji Sipin was momentarily taken aback, then pouted, finally falling silent. However, the disdain on her face betrayed no signs of guilt or remorse, only contempt. A mere security guard has provoked such a tirade. What grievances? Let me hear them. The stranger the words from the youth, the longer their path to a blissful life will be. At that moment, Feng Guqin found herself at a loss on how to conclude this farce when a magnetic male voice rang out. The groom instantly stood in respectful silence upon seeing him. Judge Hao, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Everyone rose in unison. They were nearly all acquainted with Judge Hao, a figure of great renown in Long City. Oh, nothing much, just wishing to congratulate the newlyweds. Ji Sipin immediately clarified, as she was not one to lack decorum. She was fully aware of whom one could offend and whom one could not. Moreover, Judge Hao was indeed the highest-ranking individual present at this wedding. Judge Hao chose to ignore her. He had already been observant of the scene. This man was the one Yuan Jun had introduced to Wang Yu, and he had not initially intended to attend, feeling too old to be mingling with a table of youngsters. Yet after listening intently for a short while, he realized he must intervene. How could Xiao Wang be looked down upon? It was simply terrifying. Wang Yu's medical skills were nothing short of extraordinary. He had not only cured Yuan Jun's peculiar ailment, but also alleviated his wife's long-standing insomnia. In Judge Hao's eyes, Wang Yu's prowess was undoubtedly on par with so-called top-tier experts, and it was intolerable for him to be belittled by this group of children. He disregarded the groom's compliments and Ji Sipin's pale explanations, immediately raising his glass to signal Wang Yu. Xiao Wang, I never expected to encounter you here. Ever since you cured your aunt's insomnia, she has been urging me to find an opportunity to express her gratitude to you. His words resonated well, not only highlighting the unusual bond he shared with Wang Yu, but also acknowledging Wang Yu's medical expertise. Such proficiency was enough to elicit admiration even from someone of his stature. The groom was momentarily taken aback. Su Xiaoxue was equally stunned. Ji Sipin was left in utter disbelief. Simultaneously, the female classmates seated with Su Xiaoxue were also astonished. From Hao Tongpan's tone, it was evident that he not only knew Wang Yu, but also shared a close relationship with him. This man was a high-ranking official in Long City, while Wang Yu was merely a lowly security guard. How could they possibly be connected? Uncle Hao, I was just contemplating when to pay you and Annie a visit. Wang Yu responded, maintaining his composure as he raised his glass in salute to Hao Tongpan. Ah, you are always welcome. Seeing that this table is filled with young people, I shall not impose further. With his objective achieved, Hao Tongpan departed gracefully after a nod of acknowledgement. At that moment, the atmosphere at Su Xiaoxue's table was akin to being on hot coals. Xiaoxue, stop behaving childishly and come back. How could you not tell us your husband knows Hao Tongpan? Indeed, Xiaoxue, hurry back and take a seat. My husband certainly did not mean any offense. Had he known you were friends with Hao Tongpan, he would have eagerly joined in the toast. The expressions of those around, caught between laughter and restraint, turned the groom's face pale, yet he dared not show his true feelings. Hao Tongpan was a figure of considerable stature, He could not afford to disrespect him. Observing the evident camaraderie between Wang Yu and Hao Tongpan, he realized the depth of their relationship and dared not offend him. Coming to this conclusion, he promptly downed a drink. "I apologize, Mr. Wang. My brother spoke thoughtlessly earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Allow this drink as my apology." The atmosphere at the table warmed considerably, though a few faces remained as pale as paper. The wedding banquet concluded shortly thereafter, and Su Xiaoxue leaned contentedly against Wang Yu. Despite some minor twists during the event, the outcome had certainly enhanced her reputation. For the first time, she felt the profound happiness of being with a man of status. Chapter 77. Uncle's family having observed their wedding banquet, I believe I now have a fundamental idea for our own celebration. Once Uncle Wang is available, we shall proceed with the arrangements. Moreover, the children's birthdays are approaching, so we must organize a small birthday gathering for them, ensuring we have a delightful time. All right, I shall follow your lead. The following morning, Su Xiaoxue and Wang Yu rose early and made their way to the station to wait. Last night, Su Xiaoxue had called her parents, who were already aware of the upcoming birthday celebration for the children, prompting them to rush into the city at dawn. As for work, it has all been set aside. Moreover, accompanying them this time is Su Xiaoxue's uncle, who has come along with his family to lend a hand. Xie Qian informed Su Xiaoxue that when Su Hongbo returned home last time, their family inquired about her well-being. Su Hongbo had sung praises of Wang Yu to the skies. Thus, the uncle's family is, on one hand, eager to see the child, and on the other, curious to witness the capabilities of Wang Yu. Years ago, when Su Xiaoxue had a falling out with her family and chose to persevere alone outside for over 3 years, she had not returned home. At that moment, as Su Xiaoxue was lost in contemplation, Wang Yu suddenly nudged her, and she instantly spotted her parents, her uncle, aunt, and cousin from a distance. Yet, she hesitated to acknowledge them, vividly recalling how imposing her cousin had been when she left home. Although he still maintained his tall and handsome stature, a palpable sense of melancholy enveloped him. "Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Brother." Su Xiaoxue hurriedly approached them, only to feel the reality of the moment upon getting closer. Her cousin had slimmed down considerably, with pronounced cheekbones, and his once vigorous form now appeared weary, devoid of energy, certainly not resembling someone merely 2 years her senior. "Xiaoxue has become increasingly beautiful. It's been years since we last saw her in the city. Is this little you? Just as your father said, quite handsome. At first glance, he resembles a successful individual." Uncle Su Yongde, upon seeing Su Xiaoxue and Wang Yu, could not help but extol their virtues, causing both of them to feel somewhat embarrassed. "It has been quite a journey. Let us board the car and converse at home." Uncertain of what to say, Wang Yu promptly ushered everyone into the vehicle, while Su Xiaoxue listened intently to her uncle's praises. "My father exaggerates. It is not that remarkable. Besides, our cousin is our pride. Many envy him." Such exchanges were merely mutual flattery. Furthermore, her cousin Su Juanxi was indeed an outstanding individual, having excelled academically and brought honor to the family. However, upon hearing Su Xiaoxue's words, the expressions of Uncle S' family darkened. "Do not mention that good-for-nothing. What has he accomplished since graduation? He spends his days cooped up at home playing video games, wasting his time. If only he had half your ambition, I would feel at ease." A voice of dissatisfaction came from Su Juanxi. "Is this my fault? I just graduated from university. It is normal for a fresh graduate to earn a modest salary. Everything must begin anew. And besides, didn't TU ruin all my opportunities? How absurd. Are you now blaming me?" The others swiftly intervened, pulling the two apart and steering the conversation in another direction. "Look at this. You cannot find a decent job, and yet blame me." Su Juanxi cast a complex glance at Su Yongde before promptly assisting Wang Yu with the luggage. "Wang Yu, is it? May I call you my brother-in-law?" "Juanxi, based on your words, you must be my brother. My parents can be rather vain, so if he makes any unreasonable demands during his stay at your home, please refuse him directly. Do not put yourself in a difficult position." Upon finishing his statement, Su Juanxi immediately made Wang Yu feel quite at ease. Earlier, he had suspected that this individual might be as aimless as himself, aware of the numerous guests attending. Wang Yu arranged for a business vehicle to avoid any awkwardness from a crowded gathering. How fortunate is Xiao Shui to marry a promising young man like Xiao Yu. And I have heard that you are blessed with triplets. Oh, what a blessing indeed. As they sat in the car, they began chatting amiably, and as long as Su Juanxi was not mentioned, Uncle S family appeared quite congenial. We're almost there, Su Xiao, pointing towards a nearby villa while turning to speak to her relatives in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Aunt Lee had already prepared the guest rooms at home, leading several children to play games and bask in the sun in the villa's courtyard. Look at those 3 adorable little ones. Oh my goodness, I could just die from their cuteness. Children truly are a marvelous adhesive. Upon encountering the triplets, the elderly relatives hurried to tidy their clothes and approach the children. Engaging in play, Wang Yu could not help but think how fortunate they were to have triplets. Had there been only one child, the relatives would have been clamoring for attention. What are the children's names? He inquired. Their names were chosen by their father. The 2 boys are named Wang Ji and Wang Chong, while our daughter is called Wang Weiru. After enjoying time with the children, Uncle S family began to explore Wang Yu's villa, showering compliments without end. Eventually, 2 elderly relatives walked ahead, gently jostling each other, seemingly in a hushed debate. Finally, Andy turned to Wang Yu with a firm expression and said, Xiao Yu, I have noticed how well you've been doing in Long City these past few years. However, my Juanxi has been idling at home. Could you perhaps help him find a job? After all, he is a graduate of a prestigious university and cannot remain idle forever. Witnessing this, Su Juanxi frowned and interjected before Wang Yu could respond. Well, how kind of you. I've been doing nothing because you all have pushed me to it. Do you think I don't want to find work? What about you? Any job I consider seems beneath me. I attended university, not a billionaire training camp. Su Yongda suddenly bellowed. Do you think what you're doing can be called work? Earning a mere few thousand a month? Is that enough? You might as well stay at home and do nothing. I've told you, that salary is just my probationary pay. It will surely increase once I am confirmed. Besides, you wouldn't want me to accept any job, would you? You'd get tired of me lounging at home. Su Juanxi's frustration had evidently been building for some time, displaying greater anger than Su Yongda. Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue promptly intervened to separate the two. Uncle, leave my brother's job situation to me. Given his qualifications, finding work in Long City will be a breeze. Ah, thank you, worthless fellow. Just look at Xiao Yu and then at yourself. Su Yongda concluded the conversation with a scolding tone. Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue felt quite helpless in the face of the situation. However, after acquiescing to the request of their uncle, the demeanor of those two towards Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue, as a couple, became excessively respectful, so much so that it bordered on unbearable. I am certain there is no suitable job for Juanxi, otherwise, why not seek assistance from General Manager Yuan? In such a large company, she should be able to find a respectable position for him. Aren't you still envious of her? What? No longer envious? Not at all. I already explained everything to you. She's been your friend since childhood. Why would I feel jealous? It's just that we have to rely on someone else again. No worries. This minor issue is trivial. You can trust me with it. However, as Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue were deliberating on the most appropriate position for their cousin, the attitude of their uncle's family seemed to shift once more during lunch. Xiaoxue, I heard that Xiao Yu is currently working as a security guard at your company? Indeed. How then does he possess such a magnificent villa and a fine car? All of these were bequeathed to him by his elders. By the way, I haven't mentioned Wang Yu's background to you. He used to be. At that moment, the expressions of the Su family underwent a complete transformation, including her parents. Xie Qian and Su Hongba. Xiaoxue, how could you possibly marry someone like him? The last time we visited, we left without fully understanding the situation. But why would you choose to wed such a person? His father is already incarcerated. What can he do now? Without a reliable job, he will inevitably face poverty. You have 3 hefty little ones to support. If the family runs out of money, what will you do? Su Xiaoxue wore a reassuring expression that put Xie Qian and Su Hongba at ease. Mom and Dad, you need not worry. We have discussed this thoroughly. I am currently a prominent leader in the company. Although Wang Yu is a security guard now, he is exceptionally capable and will soon be promoted. Supporting our family will not be an issue. You can rest assured about this. And he also has the assistance of his past relatives. The situation you fear will not come to pass. Seeing their daughter's resolute expression, Xie Qian and Su Hongba sighed, refraining from further protest. It was evident that their daughter had made up her mind to follow Wang Yu, and any further objections would be futile. After all, life is shaped by one's choices. The present circumstances do not dictate the future. They were at peace within themselves. Yet Su Yangda was already contemplating a swift exit. So, Xiaoyu is just a security guard? He wouldn't be looking for a security position for Juanxi, would he? Oh, let me make this clear. If it involves being a security guard, I will not allow Juanxi to take up such a disgraceful job. Su Yangda immediately stood up, his face a mask of reluctance. He had just observed that Wang Yu's family circumstances were quite favorable, and instinctively believed that Wang Yu must be doing well in Long City, thus surely holding a respectable job. Yet now, Su Xiaoxue was informing him that Wang Yu was merely a security guard at their company? Was this some sort of jest? Just a security guard? What kind of person would take on such a role? Certainly, those who attend are undoubtedly uneducated and unambitious individuals. However, how can one overlook that Juanxi, from their family, is a graduate of a prestigious university and a highly educated intellect? Becoming a security guard? That is utterly unacceptable. Such a notion should not even be entertained. Su Xiaoxue's expression appeared rather displeased. The two of them had never considered assigning Juanxi to any security duties. Wang Yu's role as a security guard stemmed from a unique circumstance, and he never intended to remain in that modest position indefinitely. Yet, when it was relayed through Su Yangda, the profession of security guard was suddenly deemed a shameful occupation. How pretentious they must feel. Wang Yu himself, a security guard, does not find disgrace in his work, yet they are the first to express disdain. What is so wrong with being a security guard? The nature of security work has evolved. It now requires professionalism, and not just anyone can fulfill such a role. Moreover, each individual earns their livelihood through their own abilities. Wang Yu, as a security guard, does no theft or robbery. Where lies the shame in that? Under ordinary circumstances, Su Xiaoxue might have endured it. But such an affront to Wang Yu was intolerable, especially coming from her own relatives. As a security guard, Wang Yu diligently works to provide for her and their child. Strangers have not expressed disdain, yet her own family is the first to do so. It is respectable to earn a living through a dignified profession. But is it not equally commendable to work in a less reputable job to support one's family? I refuse to accept this. My son will not be a security guard. Su Yangda, with a stiff neck, maintained his resolute stance. Very well, then we shall not arrange any employment. Su Xiaoxue ceased the conversation. What had initially been a well-laid plan was now completely disrupted by such a remark. Meanwhile, Su Juanxi, seated in his place, quietly gave Wang Yu a thumbs up upon hearing of his current occupation. Brother-in-law, how impressive you are. Being a security guard allows my sister to lead a vibrant life. What was once a harmonious family atmosphere was abruptly frozen by this exchange. During dinner that night, Su Xiaoxue's uncle and aunt bore grim expressions. Since they cannot secure a job for our son, it would be better for us to return home. The aunt had initially intended to persuade the uncle. The uncle, smoking in silence, retorted anxiously, "You think it's that simple? I've heard the girl married a good man and came here without hesitation. Now we learn that her husband is a security guard, and we should just part ways? We cannot find a job for Juanxi, which merely reflects his lack of capability. Yet look at him. As a security guard, he can afford to live in such a fine house and drive an expensive car, while you produce nothing of value." Wang Yu did not take offense at the uncle's words. Once the job arrangements were made, such empty rhetoric would vanish. At that moment, they found themselves at the Sky Garden restaurant, the chosen venue for the children's birthday celebration. After some renovations, what was once a romantic restaurant had transformed into a paradise for children. Cartoon toys and stickers are ubiquitous, and the walls are adorned with various photographs of children from birth to the present, transforming the entire restaurant into a delightful haven for the little ones. Su Xiaoxue is exceedingly pleased. After determining the seating for the guests, she begins to verify the flow of the banquet. Chapter 79. Making a show of it after witnessing another's wedding banquet, Su Xiaoxue firmly believes that a child's birthday gathering does not necessitate inviting unfamiliar faces. Thus, she has only invited a select few close friends. Including relatives and friends, the total number of tables amounts to merely 5 or 6. In the vast and opulent restaurant, only a few tables are set, adorned with exquisite tableware, creating a luxurious yet slightly sparse ambience. At that moment, her uncle and aunt have just arrived at this chosen venue for the birthday celebration. They are astonished that Wang Yu and Su Xiaoxue possess the means to host a birthday gathering for their children in such a location. Is Wang Yu not merely a security guard? Does his family not own property bequeathed by relatives? How could he afford such an extravagant venue on his modest salary? Despite their limited knowledge of Long City, the bustling location is evidently at the heart of the city, and the lavish interior and exterior of the restaurant suggest that it commands a hefty price. Surely, they think they must be trying to put on a show for us. Upon entering the restaurant, their suspicions are only reinforced. In such a spacious venue, only a handful of tables are set to accommodate guests. Typically, those who rent such luxurious establishments for a birthday celebration do so to host numerous friends and family, emphasizing the grandeur of the occasion. Yet, considering the circumstances surrounding Wang Yu's family, it is clear that due to his father's reputation, people are likely unwilling to associate with them, making this extravagant display seem like a wasteful indulgence. Su Xiaoxue's choice to marry such a man surely portends much hardship ahead. Although Xie Qian and Su Hongbo maintain cheerful expressions, unease brews within them. If Wang Yu is just a mere security guard, then a simple birthday gathering would suffice. There is truly no need for such ostentation. Is this not a tad excessive? Xie Qian muses, seeking out Su Xiaoxue and anxiously inquiring. This restaurant is provided by my second uncle. Su Xiaoxue thinks to herself, still convinced that Wang Yu cannot possibly meet her uncle's expectations. Nor could the restaurant easily belong to him. She assumes it must be a gift for the children's birthday celebration. Xie Qian remains silent, though her worried expression deepens. The Su family has only brought 3 or 4 tables, while Wang Yu's side will likely only fill 1. Over the past few days, her aunt's words have lingered in Su Xiaoxue's mind. With a father still imprisoned, in a place where everyone knows his reputation, what can he possibly do? Even amidst current affluence, future hardships loom large. In truth, life is perpetually fair. Those who enjoy a blissful first half may endure hardships in the latter, and vice versa. A security guard may indeed find himself weeping in the future. Amidst the palpable anxiety of the Su family, the birthday celebration commenced. As anticipated by Xie Qian, the guests from the Su family occupied 3 to 4 tables at the gathering, leaving only 1 table for unfamiliar faces, colleagues of Wang Yu. The children's joyous laughter briefly alleviated the family's concerns. Yet, once the excitement waned, questions arose. Why were there only Su family members in the hotel? Were the guests from Wang Yu's side? Indeed, I have long wondered the same. Where are his parents? Why have we not seen them? The absence of the male side's parents in such an opulent restaurant left me feeling quite uneasy. Su Yongde, initially reluctant to discuss Su Xiaoxue's current situation, found himself exasperated by the inquiries and eventually spoke up. What guests? The mere fact that we are here should be considered as extending our respect. Xiaoxue's husband has a father in prison, and he himself is merely a lowly security guard in her company. How could I possibly disclose such information to others? His revelation left some relatives astounded, their meals suddenly losing their appeal. Is that true? This grandeur hardly seems within the means of a mere security guard. Surely you jest? Why would I deceive you? If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire elsewhere. The male side's family was once a renowned noble house in Long City. Yet their father fell afoul of the law and was imprisoned. Do not be misled by the current display. It is a mere fade to maintain appearances. As the saying goes, to inflate one's face to appear wealthy. If they were still in their previous circumstances, such extravagance would be expected. Yet now, how can a security guard manage such affairs? Just look at the guests who have arrived. It is evident that no one wishes to maintain connections with the family. Su Yongde's explanation drew the attention of all the Su family members towards Su Xiaoxue, Xie Qian, and Su Hongbo. His words carried a semblance of truth. Who would desire to associate with them? While the event appeared lavish, It was merely the family's moment of ostentation. The household's resources would inevitably dwindle, and when they did, it would be this family that would weep. Oh, I had thought that Xiaoshu married into a good family. Little did I know it was all a charade. Indeed, what seemed to be a joyous feast was fraught with underlying sorrow. Look at those 3 children. How will they manage in the future? It is no wonder they did not invite us to the previous wedding. How could Xiaoxue possibly marry such a person? These sentiments ultimately reached the ears of Su Xiaoxue and her parents. At that moment, Su Xiaoxue's complexion turned ashen. She desperately wished for Wang Yu to clarify that their situation was not as dire as it appeared. Together, she and Wang Yu remained resolute, convinced they would continue to lead a prosperous life. Yet, at this juncture, the relatives had already formed their preconceived notions about their misfortune. What could she say that would be of any consequence? The relatives had even begun to console Xie Qian and Su Hongba. Xie Qian, how could you allow Xiaoxue to marry such a boy? One should not only focus on the present, but also consider the future. Indeed, Hongba, I believe it is better to conclude matters while the children are still young, especially with Xiaoxue being in her prime. Wang Yu did not anticipate that this situation would escalate to such a degree. He had initially consented to Su Xiaoxue's suggestion, thinking it sufficient to invite a few familiar relatives to the child's birthday celebration. While it is often said that a larger gathering brings greater blessings, their child is still quite young, and exposing them to such events too early may not necessarily be beneficial. Moreover, a larger crowd often leads to more chatter, and awkward moments are bound to arise during the banquet. However, it now seemed that this birthday party had transformed from a celebration of blessings for the little ones into an assessment of the male party's capabilities by the relatives. Chapter 80. Concerning face, this occasion serves as a testament to a man's ability to care for his wife and children, and it also reflects on the family's honor. Contemplating this, he opened his phone and sent a few messages. He had not intended to invite these individuals, considering them old acquaintances, but at this moment, their support was needed to uphold the event's stature. The birthday celebration continued, yet the atmosphere gradually became unsettling. Hey, why are they adding more tables over there? Is the restaurant planning to open for business? One could surmise that the restaurant had not filled half the venue for this birthday gathering, necessitating the opening for additional patrons. How perplexing. If there weren't so many guests, why would one need to reserve such an extravagant venue? Yet, they soon sensed something amiss. The newcomers appeared to be fixated on the children, each bearing gifts. They did not seem like mere guests, but rather individuals arriving to celebrate the birthday party. This is strange. We are about to finish our meal, yet why are these guests just arriving? Could it be that they overheard our discussions and felt embarrassed, prompting them to bring in some actors or decoys for appearances? Such thoughts seemed excessive. One could hardly comprehend the behaviors of the wealthy, particularly those who have faced bankruptcy. Perhaps their minds have become distorted. The Su family relatives continued their speculations until the arrival of a certain individual rendered them speechless. For everyone present recognized him. Yuan Junfa, a prominent figure in Long City, frequently featured in the local news. People often use him as a paragon to inspire their younger generations. How did he ascend to the position of the city's wealthiest? Just look at yourself. You are utterly useless. Wang Yu hurried forward to greet him. Uncle Yuan, what brings you here? Am I not welcome? Ziti had matters to attend to and couldn't make it, so she specifically asked me to check in on you. You, young man, should really inform Uncle Yuan about such significant events. Wang Yu hastily smiled and apologized. I intended to wait until things settled down before bringing Xiaoxue and the child to visit you in a couple of days. I do plan to come, but I must also attend the children's birthday party. After Yuan Junfa took his seat, some family members of Su Xiaoxue were left astounded, unable to utter a word. A person of Yuan Junfa's stature could not possibly be just an extra, could he? Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu truly proved his capabilities by inviting such a prominent figure. Wasn't it said that others shied away from approaching Xiaoyu? What could possibly be happening here? However, what they did not anticipate was that the true astonishment lay ahead. Shortly thereafter, a group of impeccably dressed individuals, each carrying a briefcase, entered the venue, exuding an aura of authority. Among them, the person leading the group was well known to the Su family. He frequently appeared in the news and was often seen overseeing various projects. This was Hao Tongpan, the top leader of Long City. I was just about to head to the countryside when your call came through. Upon learning of your birthday gathering, I felt compelled to make an appearance. My time is limited, so I shall raise this glass to wish the children good health, and may they all soar to greatness in the future. Like a gust of wind, Hao Tongpan arrived and departed, yet no one felt he had erred. It was indeed a remarkable gesture for such a distinguished figure to take time out of his schedule to offer his blessings. Who would dare to ask for more? At that moment, the expressions of those around Su Xiaoxue were somewhat peculiar, particularly those who had just uttered unflattering remarks. Their faces were flushed, resembling the rear of a monkey. Meanwhile, guests continued to pour into the restaurant in waves. Su Xiaoxue and her parents were unable to contain their laughter. Although they were irked by the gossip and speculation, such as the nature of life, should one attempt to silence others? Once an action is taken, there will inevitably be voices discussing it. It is commendable to prove one's innocence. Yet if that is unattainable, one should not succumb to despair. Life, after all, is one's own to live. If one is comfortable, why be bothered by rumors? Take it slow on the road. Come visit when you have time. Thank you for the blessings. Let's keep in touch. Regardless of the peculiar atmosphere, the birthday gathering eventually reached its conclusion. Friends and family bid farewell, promising to look after one another. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Uncle and aunt had indulged a bit too much. Xiaoyu, do not hold it against your aunt and me. We are genuinely concerned for Xiaoxue, fearing she might endure hardship in the future. However, after this banquet, I am completely at ease. Being with you is the best choice she could have made. How could one not feel secure? With the elite of Long City here to bless Wang Yu, how could this family possibly lead a life of hardship? We entrust Jiunqi to you. Even if you had him work as a security guard, we would accept it. If he could be a security guard, why can't Jiunqi? Should anyone look down upon security personnel, I shall surely confront them. Laughter erupted amongst the crowd, though this time it was a genuine smile, reflecting a marked change in Su Diang's perspective, indicative of progress and thought. Once all the guests from their hometown had departed, only Xie Qian and Su Hongbo remained, preparing to spend a few days with the children. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Wang Yu's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully organizing a birthday party for the children and gaining appreciation skills. Taken aback, Wang Yu found himself momentarily dazed. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to tirelessly attending to the children's needs. It must be acknowledged that his past involvement in childcare was, to a certain extent, motivated by the system's generous rewards. After enduring poverty for so long, the sudden windfall was a surprise difficult to conceal. However, as he spent more time with the children and the living conditions improved, his current dedication to their care stemmed largely from a heartfelt love for the children and a sense of responsibility towards his family. What is the essence of discernment? Wang Yu mused as he opened the virtual tome in his mind. In an instant, a plethora of new knowledge flooded his consciousness, encompassing topics such as calligraphy, painting, antiques, and art appreciation. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. These pursuits were typically the domain of the affluent, and he had previously invested considerable sums in them. Yet, at this moment, he found greater joy in studying his 3 children. I will take the children back to my parents. You should accompany Uncle Yuan for a bit. After all, we are the younger generation, and it would be impolite to notify him at the last minute. After the banquet concluded, Su Xiaoxue requested Wang Yu to escort Yuan Junfa home. Chapter 81. The Art of Appraisal in Her Eyes. The reason for their newfound confidence was not solely due to Wang Yu's reputation, but rather the influence of Yuan Junfa. He had always been a distinguished figure in Long City, and his presence at the children's birthday gathering encouraged others who knew Wang Yu to attend. Certainly, Wang Yu agreed, though in reality, Yuan Junfa hardly needed his escort. A person of his stature surely had a dedicated chauffeur. Let me share a few words with you. Following this, Wang Yu entered the vehicle, which moved at a leisurely pace. Yuan Junfa looked at him, imparting wisdom on how a man should conduct himself post-marriage to maintain a harmonious family atmosphere. These lessons were typically the province of Wang Yu's father, yet he remained incarcerated. Thus, the responsibility fell to the benevolent Uncle Yuan. Well, that's all for now. The future will require your gradual experience. Yuan Junfa continued. Since you have chosen to start a family, you must embrace the corresponding responsibilities and refrain from the carefree indulgences of your past. Wang Yu nodded earnestly. As the car came to a halt, he disembarked and unwittingly wandered into a quaint, antiquated street. The Air Garden restaurant, nestled in the heart of the city, attracted a wealth of affluent patrons, making it a fitting location for an antique shop. Suddenly, Wang Yu recalled the appraisal book he had acquired from the system earlier. Instead of turning back, he surveyed his surroundings and entered an antique store. The shop was adorned with an elegant, vintage decor, exuding a delightful aroma. Wang Yu instinctively felt a twinge of concern. Each person's living environment bore a unique fragrance that was inescapably tied to their circumstances. "Welcome, young sir. What may I assist you with today?" The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a shiny complexion, appeared amiable, yet his shrewd, small eyes hinted at his astuteness. "Nothing in particular. I'm just browsing," Wang Yu replied. "Very well. Take your time." The proprietor of the antique shop refrained from elaborating, for it is customary in this trade to maintain such demeanor. The patrons who entered the establishment often lacked a clear purpose. Upon encountering an object that piqued their interest, they would naturally inquire about its price. Conversely, if an item failed to capture their fancy, no amount of persuasion from the shopkeeper would sway them. The atmosphere within the shop was notably serene, with only a few individuals meandering about, while Wang Yu himself paused to admire the various artifacts. In former times, his visits to such places were imbued with a sense of significance, as he sought to evoke certain feelings. However, at this moment, as he gazed upon an object, a wealth of information about it would spontaneously materialize in his mind. Its historical context, practical value, and intrinsic meanings were all laid bare. Wang Yu comprehended the utility of this extraordinary appraisal ability. The shop was not devoid of valuable items, yet most were mere facades intended to deceive those unacquainted with the nuances of antiques. After an extended period of admiration, Wang Yu sighed. None of the items resonated with him. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed an individual stealthily entering the antique shop. "Do you buy?" the man inquired, revealing a box concealed within his coat. The box, evidently crafted from sandalwood, bore the marks of age. Wang Yu halted, intrigued by the potential contents within that box. Of course, the shopkeeper's expression transformed to one of palpable excitement. "What treasures do you conceal so deeply? Pray allow me a glimpse. We inhabit a society governed by law. What furtive intentions do you harbor?" After a moment's hesitation, the man, albeit reluctantly, withdrew the contents from the box and cradled them in his arms. Upon seeing the items embraced by the seller, Wang Yu's interest was piqued. The seller appeared weary, dressed like a rustic farmer newly arrived from the countryside. Yet, a closer inspection revealed the mud on his trousers was slightly damp, as though he had just emerged from the earth. Wang Yu's mind inadvertently conjured the image of a grave robber, yet he dismissed the notion. What thief would dare to bring their plunder to such a place in broad daylight? "This is a burial gift from my ancestors. Times have been harsh in the village, and we stumbled upon this during a recent relocation of graves. My grandfather claimed it must be a priceless heirloom." The man continued, "It is a genuine artifact of Wang Shiji." Instantly, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted, his previous nonchalance replaced by solemnity. Upon witnessing this, the man opened the sandalwood box to reveal a scroll, carefully wrapped in a piece of cloth. Unfurling the scroll, the script appeared chaotic and hurried, resembling a child's doodles at first glance. Yet, upon closer examination, the characters seemed to breathe life, echoing the author's free-spirited essence and innate talent for calligraphy. The shopkeeper's expression grew grave as he retrieved a pair of glasses from a drawer, scrutinizing the characters on the scroll. He meticulously referenced a book, as if he had discovered a rare gem of immeasurable value. The painter's seller, upon witnessing the situation, exhibited a countenance of exhilaration. Although he merely mentioned the origins of the calligraphy, he did not divulge everything. His grandmother had more than just him as a young descendant. While the relocation of the grave was ostensibly to amend the family's feng shui, the younger generation was acutely aware that their true intention was to acquire the burial items from their grandmother's tomb. during his grandfather's lifetime. No one dared to entertain such thoughts. But with the old man now departed, the allure of the burial treasures stirred a sense of greed among the younger relatives. Thus arose the notion of relocating the grave, providing them an opportunity to divide their grandmother's belongings. The calligraphy book was pilfered by him when the coffin was opened, and at that moment, no one had noticed. This was the reason for his earlier furtive behavior. Had his family discovered his theft, they would have undoubtedly broken his legs. His excitement surged when he observed the shopkeeper's interest in the item. What fear could there be in the face of wealth? However, the shopkeeper scrutinized it further, shaking his head in disapproval, and ultimately wore a despondent expression. I initially thought it was an authentic piece by Wang Yu, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was the work of an untalented imitator. The shopkeeper placed his glasses on the table. I'll offer 2,000. Will you sell it? The young seller was momentarily taken aback. He was no novice. Wang Yu's illustrious name was universally recognized, and no one in China could rival his calligraphic achievements. Such works, even if merely copies by later generations, would not be valued so lowly. Are you jesting with me, sir? He retorted. Even if this is not the original work of Wang Yu, the paper's era undoubtedly corresponds to his time, suggesting it is a copy from that period. 2,000 is rather audacious, wouldn't you agree? To his surprise, the shopkeeper's expression soured upon hearing the seller's words. Do you dare to assert that if this piece were not a reproduction from the same era, its price would not be even higher? While the artist endeavored to imitate the great master's calligraphy, he failed to grasp its essence. In the land Tingyi Su, there are 21 variations of the character, which is why Wang Yu is revered as the pinnacle of calligraphic history. The ability to render a single character in over 20 distinct forms profoundly illustrates the artistry involved. Yet this calligraphy book, the characters inscribed therein lack the master's essence. A common shortcoming of those from a different era who do not comprehend which aspects of a character hold paramount importance. The shopkeeper's remarks struck the young man like thunder. Realizing that after much effort, he had merely obtained a worthless trinket. Truly, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Nevertheless, he was evidently reluctant to relinquish his hopes. Although it was not an authentic piece, it was an artifact from long ago. Could it not warrant a higher price? How about 5,000? The shopkeeper regarded the young man with incredulity. Do you think that calligraphy is akin to ginseng? That the older it is, the more valuable it becomes? This calligraphic work, despite its extensive history, holds no intrinsic value in terms of calligraphy, and its creator is not a figure of renown. I shall offer you 2,000. It is merely a token of gratitude for your arduous journey to my humble shop. Should you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire at other establishments on the street. If anyone can propose a higher price than mine, I shall gladly compensate you. The shopkeeper's words caused the young man to hesitate momentarily. Eventually, he waved his hand, conceding, "All right, 2,000 will suffice." He could not linger for long, nor did he have the time to seek out other prices. Indeed, young brother, my shop is the epitome of integrity on this street. There are no deceptive practices here. What you see is the price you get. The shopkeeper gently tucked away the calligraphy book and transferred the funds from his phone to the young man. After receiving the money, the young man cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and then stepped outside with great care. Once the young man had distanced himself, the shopkeeper retrieved the calligraphy book, gazing at it in astonishment. Although it was not an original work by Wang Yu, the piece possessed a remarkable aesthetic appeal. Should it find its way into the hands of a discerning collector, today would indeed be a profitable venture. Wang Yu observed the entire transaction with clarity. He held no intention of reproaching the shopkeeper. This was merely the nature of the business, particularly within the realm of antiquities and collectibles. The price one could command was entirely dependent on one's persuasive ability. If one could instill confidence in others through words, wealth would be assured. However, Wang Yu found himself intrigued by this calligraphy book from a distance. He sensed an unusual quality about it, yet he had not fully appreciated its beauty up close. Casually, he approached the shopkeeper. "Hey, boss, have you acquired something remarkable? Allow me to see for myself." Upon recognizing Wang Yu, the shopkeeper recalled that this individual had lingered in the shop for quite some time. shaking his head at several clearly inferior items without making a purchase. He understood that this was a person of discernment, and such individuals were truly his esteemed clientele. The shopkeeper chuckled lightly and replied, "Nothing much, just a practice calligraphy book. Might you also have an interest, sir?" As he spoke, he turned a page of the book and presented it to Wang Yu. "Excellent." As Wang Yu observed the book more closely, he could not help but express his admiration. Since the inception of Lantingyi Su, cursive script has flourished within the realm of calligraphy. Other cursive works, when placed alongside the Lantingyi Su, would pale in comparison, serving merely as items for personal enjoyment. Achieving a favorable selling price would remain elusive. Yet, this particular calligraphy book seemed to dance with ink and brush. Despite a minor flaw in the strokes, it was more than sufficient to be considered a notable piece. Moreover, the script unexpectedly evoked thoughts of a certain individual in Wang Yu's mind, someone who had left a profound mark in the annals of calligraphy history. He gently tapped his fingers on the table. "My father-in-law harbors a particular fondness for this calligraphic work. In just a few days, he will celebrate his grand birthday, and I believe the only calligraphy piece in your shop that is somewhat presentable is the one in your hands. Name your price." Instantly, a look of delight appeared on the shopkeeper's face. His intent in allowing Wang Yu to view the calligraphy was, of course, to entice him into making a purchase. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu spoke before the shopkeeper had the chance to respond. In this trade, it is said that the first to speak loses the initiative. The shopkeeper swiftly extended 5 fingers. "I see you are a young man, albeit unfamiliar, yet you must possess an understanding of value. Today, I shall consider you a friend and offer you this price." His palm opened wide, and a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes. Wang Yu did not perceive the 5 as signifying 50 or 5,000. He had already recouped 2,000, while 5,000 might be plausible. The shrewdness flickering in the shopkeeper's gaze conveyed a message. "If you were to suggest 5,000, I would regard you as a novice and take advantage of you." Wang Yu chuckled lightly. "My dear shopkeeper, commerce does not operate in such a manner, and furthermore, I distinctly heard what you charged that young man earlier. Were it not for my inability to find a suitable birthday gift for my father-in-law, I would not seek out something freshly unearthed. Rest assured, I shall not allow your efforts to be in vain. In business, there is a principle of reciprocity. I offer you 20,000, and any amount beyond that is out of the question. You would already earn a 10-fold profit. Surely that is a substantial gain." A conflicted expression crossed the shopkeeper's face. He recalled that when he received items from the young man, this fellow was clearly situated at a considerable distance. Could he truly have overheard? No, 20,000 is far too low. You must at least meet me at 30,000. 25,000. Should the price escalate further, I might as well take my leave. Very well. 25,000 it is, deal. The shopkeeper's face displayed a pained expression, yet his heart swelled with joy. Chapter 83. More than 100,000. Although this calligraphy book possesses some artistic merit, in this internet age, a lack of renown signifies a lack of marketability. Rather than invest time in studying an obscure calligrapher, it would be more prudent to explore the works of renowned masters online. At that moment, Wang Yu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Upon finalizing the transaction, he instantly confirmed all his thoughts. This calligraphy book must indeed bear his own handwriting. He had made a considerable profit. However, still standing in the shop, he had no choice but to feign a loss and then settle the account with the shopkeeper. "Thank you, dear shopkeeper. Wishing you prosperous business in the days to come." He laughed heartily and prepared to leave, a reaction that inadvertently instilled a sense of trepidation in the shopkeeper. Were there aspects of this calligraphy book that he had overlooked? Just as Wang Yu was about to exit the antique shop, a rather hurried elderly man rushed in. "Might I trouble you, young sir, to allow this old man a glimpse of the calligraphy book you just acquired?" Wang Yu turned at the sound and beheld an elderly gentleman, his hair already streaked with gray, standing at the entrance, his piercing gaze fixed upon the calligraphy book Wang Yu held in his hands. Wang Yu initially intended to decline the request, for he had already acquired the calligraphy piece, which now rightfully belonged to him. Even if he wished to appreciate it further, he would only be inclined to share it with his friends. Why should he allow others to admire it when he had purchased it? Just as he was about to voice his refusal, the shopkeeper interjected. "Young man, Let the esteemed elder take a look. This elderly gentleman was renowned for his fervent love of books. Every time he visited the shop, he would invariably inquire about any new calligraphy works. I had previously promised to invite him to appreciate my collection, but in my haste, I had completely forgotten that. The sincerity in the shopkeeper's tone compelled Wang Yu to shake his head. The proprietor, in his amusing manner, failed to recognize the dilemma. Yet, Wang Yu felt an unshakable pang of loss within, desiring others to witness the piece so he could find solace in his own heart. Observing the old man's earnest gaze, Wang Yu sighed. This was a request he had made. He could not fault the elder for his insistence. He then placed the calligraphy piece flat on the table, saying, "Elder, please do take a look." As soon as the piece was unveiled, the old man's dim eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried forward, exclaiming, "Is this truly a work by Wang Sheng?" Upon closer inspection, there was even a hint of pity etched on his face. Alas, though the calligraphy was skillfully replicated, the essence of the strokes lacked soul. The shopkeeper felt a swell of pride. The elder's assessment mirrored his own, indicating that the man's discerning eye had not waned. The old man then turned to Wang Yu and inquired, "Young man, I find myself quite intrigued by this calligraphy piece. Might you be willing to part with it?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a mere copy was garnering such interest. It seemed he had acted too hastily. He quickly asked the elder, "What price are you willing to offer for this piece?" He simply sought to ascertain the elder's valuation, hoping for a measure of consolation. 25,000, Wang Yu stated, unwilling to let the elder pay more. Under normal circumstances, he would have accepted the price, but having recently acquired it, he felt a twinge of unfairness if the resale price were excessively high. The elder seemed to ponder for a moment. Although it was not an authentic piece by Wang Sheng, it was undeniably a rare masterpiece of calligraphy. "Very well, I shall offer you 100,000. What say you, young man?" Upon hearing this figure, the shopkeeper felt as if he had slapped himself across the face in disbelief, lamenting his impulsiveness. 100,000? What a remarkable turnaround. Oh, if only he had possessed a bit more patience. If the elder was willing to pay that much, surely there would be others willing to pay even more. He lamented, "Young man, what are you waiting for? 100,000. I cannot believe I nearly missed out on such a treasure." Yet, Wang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, promptly declined the offer. If this truly were the handwriting of that eminent figure, then 100,000 was still far too modest a sum. The old gentleman suddenly appeared somewhat displeased. "Young man, the 100,000 yuan I offered is already quite generous. Do I truly cherish this piece of calligraphy? If it were to fall into another's hands, it would likely not command such an appropriate price." The shopkeeper felt a sense of balance arise within him. Certain items, for some individuals, warrant a higher price. Indeed, they are exceptionally valuable. Noticing Wang Yu resolutely shaking his head, the shopkeeper interjected, "That is a gift prepared for someone's father-in-law. Surely he would appreciate it." Upon seeing the old gentleman frown, Wang Yu felt reluctant to cause distress to such a kind-hearted elder who adored calligraphy. With a long sigh, he expressed, "It is not that the younger generation does not wish to sell it to you, but merely that 100,000 yuan is far too low for this piece. The value of this calligraphy is truly beyond that." Just as Wang Yu finished speaking, he noticed the expressions on both the shopkeeper and the old gentleman darken. If you do not wish to sell, it would be better to say so directly. After all, transactions should be based on mutual consent. If you genuinely do not wish to sell, then perhaps it is simply not meant to be. However, to refuse at such a low price only suggests a lack of understanding, the shopkeeper cautioned. "Young man, do not blame me for bringing this to your attention. This calligraphy is certainly not an original work of Wang Sheng, despite possessing a slight essence of his style. If you examine the details closely, you will realize that the author intended to convey much more. Thus, the imitation diverges significantly from the original. This is evidently a contemporary attempt to replicate, lacking the essence of the original. The 100,000 yuan offered is indeed a very high price." The old gentleman's words left Wang Yu feeling helpless, as if clarity were necessary to escape this shop. He shook his head and looked at the old gentleman. "Your discerning eye is commendable. While this calligraphy is not the original work of the esteemed Wang, the original's reputation certainly surpasses the 100,000 yuan you propose. Please take a closer look. Upon Wang Yu's suggestion, the shopkeeper and the old gentleman exchanged glances, then scrutinized the calligraphy once more. However, after a moment, they maintained their original opinions, concluding it was undoubtedly a work of an unknown contemporary artist. Observing Wang Yu's silent smile, the shopkeeper grew increasingly anxious. Chapter 84, Wei Lao. This was, after all, an item sold from his own shop, and seeing Wang Yu's self-assured demeanor, he suspected that Wang Yu understood the true provenance of the calligraphy. If he did not clarify today, he would surely lose sleep over it. Hey, young man, do not be so mysterious. I believe this calligraphy is not worth 100,000, yet you claim it is worth far more. Very well. If you can articulate your reasoning in a way that convinces both the shopkeeper and me, I shall reward you with 100,000 yuan. How's that sound? Meanwhile, the commotion began to attract the attention of those nearby, with many gathering outside the shop to observe. Old Liao seems to be bleeding today. With an investment of 100,000 yuan, one might inquire about the origins of this calligraphy piece. However, from my perspective, it appears that such a sum is unlikely to be forthcoming. This calligraphy work is evidently identical to what you described, and it is utterly implausible that it possesses a value of 10,000. Lao Liao, when did you fall so low as to be deceived by such a petty individual? I suspect this young person is merely pretending to be knowledgeable, speaking nonsense. How could a mere child possibly know more than you? He likely wishes to avoid losing face in front of such a large crowd, intentionally inflating the price. Indeed, Lao Yao, why do you still refuse to trust your own judgment? Even if you doubt yourself, you should have faith in the discerning eye of Wei Lao. If Wei Lao himself has declared it to be worth 10,000, then it must indeed be so. That final remark immediately drew the attention of all present to the elder who had just made the offer. Wei Lao? You mean the esteemed Wei Lao? Yes, indeed. Wei Lao is one of the chairpersons of our Long City Calligraphy Association, and if he asserts its worth to be 10,000, then it is undoubtedly correct. Upon being recognized, Wei Lao graciously bowed to the gathered crowd. I feel quite embarrassed. I can only discern that this calligraphy is not a genuine work by Wang Sheng, but as for its true author, I am at a loss. However, I observe that our young brother seems quite resolute, and I believe there must be substance to his claims. Let us listen to his explanation as to why this calligraphy is valued at over 100,000 yuan. Wei Lao's words caused Wang Yu to cast a sidelong glance, clearly taken aback that an elderly gentleman he had casually encountered was, in fact, the chairman of the Long City Calligraphy Association. Wei Lao, whose full name is Wei Hanmo, is also a member of the National Calligraphy Association of Huaxia, an organization not easily accessible to the average individual. Only those who have achieved distinction in the art of calligraphy may gain entry. Wang Yu felt he had heard the name before, perhaps having a few of Wei Lao's works displayed in his home. Realizing he was in the presence of a contemporary master of calligraphy, at that moment, a sense of anxiety gripped him. He would need to tread carefully in his words when addressing such an esteemed figure, for speaking foolishly in the presence of an expert would surely lead to ridicule. Ah, it is indeed Mr. Wei. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. He and the shopkeeper immediately expressed their respect towards Wei Lao. Let us dispense with the flattery for now. I wish to hear your interpretation of this calligraphy piece. With his identity revealed, Wei Lao no longer feigned humility, and the demeanor of a literary giant became apparent. This scrutinizing tone instilled a measure of pressure in Wang Yu's heart, though Wei Lao spoke with a kind demeanor. Requesting a clear explanation of the calligraphy's origins, the underlying implication was unmistakable. Should his response be unsatisfactory, he might invoke the elder's ire. Wang Yu flashed a confident smile. Despite the initial shock of Wei Lao's revelation, he quickly regained his composure upon recalling his own knowledge. Please observe, Wei Lao. While this calligraphy may not be the handiwork of the venerable Wang Shiji, our history boasts more than just this singular calligraphy saint. If one were to closely examine the strokes in this calligraphy book, would it not be apparent that it bears the influence of others? Upon hearing this, Wei Lao furrowed his brow, pondering whether there could truly be a calligrapher who stands in equal stature to the revered Wang Shiji in the annals of calligraphy. He scrutinized the book once more, yet his confusion persisted. While the artistic caliber of this work was indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to the masterpieces of Wang Shiji. At that moment, someone beside him seemed to recall something and whispered to Wei Hanmo, "I believe Wang Xianji is often regarded as the second sage of calligraphy alongside Wang Shiji." This revelation sparked a collective awakening among the onlookers, and a look of enlightenment appeared on Wei Hanmo's face as he examined the calligraphy with renewed interest. A wave of excitement washed over him. Could this possibly be an authentic piece from Wang Shiji, crafted by his son Wang Xianji? The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Wang Xianji was the youngest son of Wang Shiji, and in the eyes of those well-versed in calligraphy, he was by no means inferior to his father. There was once a great calligrapher named Mi Fu. In his quest for excellence, sought to acquire a piece from Wang Xianji for a substantial sum. Mi Fu was regarded as one of the four masters of calligraphy during the Song dynasty. His desire for Wang Xianji's work attests to the latter's exceptional skill in the art. Unfortunately, due to Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty's overwhelming admiration for Wang Shiji and his lukewarm regard for Wang Xianji, the latter's authentic calligraphic works are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, this has not diminished the accolades he receives. He is celebrated alongside his father as one of the two sages of calligraphy. Wei Lao was well aware of this. Yet as he examined the book once more, his perplexity deepened. Wang Xianji's personal calligraphy is renowned for its artistic merit, but this book falls short of his esteemed standards. "Could you enlighten me on your basis for this judgment?" he inquired, thoroughly bewildered and compelled to seek Wang Yu's insight. "This does not resemble Wang Xianji's caliber at all," Wei Hanmo concluded, peering intently at the calligraphy once again, still unable to discern its intricacies. While the names of various calligraphers may be invoked, their handwriting cannot deceive the discerning eye. Though this book is not significantly different from the original, any knowledgeable observer would quickly recognize it as a clumsy imitation of Wang Shiji's work. How could Wang Xianji, equally illustrious, stoop to such duplicity? Ah, young brother, if you perceive any clues, please share them. We are all eager to know. Indeed, young brother, merely mentioning names does not substantiate anything. I could just as easily claim this to be the work of another. Your brief assertions cannot convince us. Surely, you are not merely attempting to feign understanding with arbitrary names. Chapter 85, The Authentic Work. Observing Wang Yu's continued silence, the individuals surrounding him grew increasingly anxious. Is it not rather cruel to leave the conversation hanging? Wang Yu's demeanor provoked a frown from Wei Hanmo, who could hardly believe that anyone would dare to speak frivolously at such a juncture. Yet he could not discern any traces of Wang Xianji within this calligraphy manuscript. "Mr. Wei, do not be anxious. Please observe here." Wang Yu, relinquishing any suspense, promptly made an incision at the manuscript's wrapper. The characters inscribed therein unequivocally revealed the manuscript's origins, conveying that Wang Xianji, in his youth, practiced calligraphy under the profound influence of his father, Wang Shiji. Regardless of his relentless efforts, he could not escape the stylistic imprint of his father's brushwork. Thus, he painstakingly transcribed the works of his father repeatedly, ultimately forging a new path based upon his father's signature style, which would later become his own distinctive cursive script. This manuscript was indeed a practice book from Wang Xianji's formative years, prior to his renown, entirely consisting of meticulous copies of his father's handwriting. It serves as a testament to future generations that no matter the illustrious reputation of predecessors, the younger generation must strive diligently. Through earnest effort, commendable results will invariably follow. This manuscript, penned by his own hand, stands as a cautionary reminder for posterity and is a genuine artifact of Wang Xianji himself. The onlookers drawn to the commotion were likely well-versed in ancient script and thus swiftly grasped the manuscript's intended message. Almost instantaneously, the atmosphere outside the shop erupted with excitement. By heavens, this is indeed an early authentic piece by Wang Xianji. The number of surviving works by Wang Xianji is scarce, let alone those from his pre-fame period. Furthermore, this manuscript embodies the author's intent, significantly elevating its value. While I cannot speak for others, a piece by Wang Yu would undoubtedly command at least 1 million, if not tens of millions. He stands shoulder to shoulder with Wang Yu. This young man has undoubtedly struck a fortune. The crowd buzzed with conversation, while Wei Hanmo could not suppress his pride, having discerned the provenance. He scrutinized the manuscript, everything seeming to fall into place. No wonder the characters differed from that of Wang Yu. Wang Yu was acutely aware of the subtle brilliance within his father's works. As he copied, he deliberately avoided replicating those characters identically to his father's. Some individuals began to critique the manuscript, while the shopkeeper stood aghast. He had unwittingly sold a treasure that could have adorned his establishment, and for merely 25,000 yuan. Regret washed over him. At that moment, Wang Yu fixed his gaze upon him. "Dear proprietor, how would you react if I could elucidate its origins?" It was indeed infuriating. The crowd recalled the shopkeeper's earlier words, wherein he had proposed a reward of 100,000 yuan to Wang Yu for revealing the manuscript secret. At that juncture, his words had been strikingly sincere, and the evidence presented had garnered the consensus of both peers and spectators alike. Consequently, he was compelled to prepare an additional 100,000 yuan for Wang Yu. How could old Liao have misjudged the situation? Remarkable. The younger generation possesses such discernment. Old Liao must surely be filled with regret. Do you believe old Liao can afford to part with this 100,000 yuan? Can he refuse? With Mr. Wei present, should he decline? It is highly probable that tomorrow he would become the talk of the town, unable to maintain his standing in the future. The shopkeeper harbored certain ulterior motives, yet upon hearing the crowd's remarks, he quickly contemplated his next move. If he were present here, regardless of the circumstances, he would never allow Wang Yu to easily take it away, not to mention a sum of 100,000. However, the situation had long surpassed his control. The authorities of this field were in attendance, and should he default, he would no longer be able to remain in Long City. With a heavy heart, he took out his phone and transferred 100,000 to Wang Yu's account, raising his phone for all to see. 100,000. I have transferred it all to him. I'm not a person lacking integrity. Indeed, as a business owner, he could swiftly turn defeat into victory, immediately gaining the goodwill of the crowd. Boss Su is generous. I shall make it a point to patronize your establishment henceforth. Lao Yao, you truly possess great poise. The shopkeeper finally managed a strained smile. Wang Yu took the calligraphy album and departed. As he stepped outside, Wei Lao was already waiting for him. Young friend, Wang Yu wore a bittersweet smile. Fully aware of the significance of Wang Xianji's original work to calligraphy enthusiasts, he had originally intended to present this album to Su Hongbo, but it now seemed inappropriate for gifting. If not in urgent need of funds, such an item could serve as a treasured heirloom. I understand this may not be entirely appropriate, yet I genuinely admire this album. Might I request to appreciate it for a few days? Wei Hanmo recognized the immense value of the album and did not ask Wang Yu to relinquish it. Instead, he wished to borrow it for a few days of contemplation. Such a request was indeed presumptuous, given that they were meeting for the first time, but Wei Hanmo was not inclined to dwell on such matters at that moment. Wang Xianji's authentic work was certainly worth this audacity. Wang Yu hesitated briefly, but soon acquiesced. Very well, let Wei Lao take it for appreciation for a few days. His rationale was that he had previously studied under Wei Lao's calligraphy, thus considering him a mentor. Therefore, lending the album for admiration seemed permissible. Upon hearing this, Wei Hanmo couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Wang Yu's demeanor. The trust he displayed was remarkable. Thank you, young friend. Here is my business card. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Wei Hanmo handed Wang Yu his card, which contained his contact number and address. Wang Yu nodded in gratitude and made his way back. After leaving the antique shop, patrons continued to express their disappointment toward the shopkeeper. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving the proprietor alone in the room, his heart aching as if a thorn had lodged in his throat. He had just searched online for the price of Wang Xianji's authentic work and was utterly astounded. Genuine pieces by Wang Xinji are exceedingly rare and have never been auctioned on the market. Interestingly, a renowned calligrapher, Mifu, once aspired to acquire Wang Xinji's authentic work. He had contemplated offering 2 of his manuscripts, along with the genuine work of a famous painter at the time, to exchange for Wang Xinji's piece, thereby reflecting its immense value. Although Mifu, due to illness, was unable to obtain Wang Xinji's work, he had already established a valuation for it, indicating that it could not be lower than the items he had intended to trade. The recent auction of a genuine work by Mifu fetched over 40 million. A rough estimation suggests that the authentic pieces by Wang Xinji could command a value of at least 100 million. Chapter 86. Several million. Although this particular piece is a replica of his father's work, it may not be as valuable. Nonetheless, it could still sell for several million to tens of millions. With a sudden realization, the shopkeeper slapped himself in regret. Although this industry is highly lucrative, striking a profitable deal is a rare occurrence. How long would it take to recoup several million to tens of millions from a shop? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, berating himself for failing to recognize this treasure. He noticed a small card on the table, recalling that it had been given to him by a visitor 2 days prior. Should he encounter any insurmountable difficulties in the future, he could simply call this number. Rui Security could resolve any troubles faced by their clients. At the time, he had paid little heed to it, as the individuals involved appeared rather formidable and not particularly trustworthy. However, doubt began to creep into his mind. An item valued at several million or even tens of millions was certainly worth taking a risk for. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act. He promptly dialed the number. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was particularly elated. How could he not be? Initially, he merely wished to test the new skills rewarded by the system. But he had immediately stumbled upon a significant treasure. He believed that this calligraphy piece was worth at least tens of millions. A single work showcasing the unique styles of 2 calligraphy masters was indeed a rare find. Contemplating exploring other locations, he soon realized such opportunities were exceedingly rare. The shopkeepers were knowledgeable individuals, and to gain profit from them required not only keen insight, but also a fair measure of luck. As evening descended, Wang Yu intended to leave the alley and return home. He found it perplexing that such a renowned antique shop was situated in such a sparsely populated area. A sense of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. As he was about to exit the alley, a group of 5 or 6 robust individuals blocked his path. The leader of the group exuded an aura of malice. Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He had done nothing to provoke anyone recently. The only person harboring animosity towards him was Zhu Buotao. Although the group appeared menacing, their demeanor was lethargic. Why would Zhu Buotao summon such individuals to confront him? Surely, he did not merely wish to trouble him. However, considering his father's impression of Zhu Buotao after the previous incident, he should be preoccupied with punishing him rather than dealing with Wang Yu at this moment. Who are you? Wang Yu inquired, eliciting laughter from the group. Brother, is it really necessary for all of us to join in for just this one? I could deal with him with a single punch. Oh, the boss must have noticed everyone was bored, thus called us to stir up some excitement. We're just stretching our legs, but some may not survive this. The group continued their banter, paying little attention to Wang Yu's question. The leader cleared his throat, prompting everyone to finally cease their chatter. You little brat, do you understand the purpose of my presence here? Wang Yu began to speculate. Is it Zhu Buotao? Nonsense. Did you not visit the antique shop today? The leader stepped forward, intending to intimidate Wang Yu with his imposing stature, but he was met with nothing but calmness and confusion in Wang Yu's gaze. An antique shop? Wang Yu had indeed visited numerous antique shops that afternoon. Who could possibly be seeking trouble with him? Suddenly, it dawned on him. It must be the owner of the shop that sold him the authentic work of Wang Xinji. He had spent money at that establishment, which had undoubtedly angered the proprietor. The calligraphy book was currently in the hands of Mr. Wei, which was why it had slipped his mind earlier. Upon this realization, a playful expression crossed Wang Yu's face. He had initially feared he might inadvertently stumble upon a treasure and had intended to frequent that shop more often. Yet, the other party had just provided him with a reason to refrain from doing so. They believed that such valuable items should remain confined to their own store. I purchased items with my own money. I am at a loss as to which one you seek. Wang Yu's composed response elicited an immediate laugh from the leader. I knew it. This profession is quite popular. Once a few individuals find themselves face to face with their counterparts, they instinctively know how to proceed. He turned to Wang Yu. Present the items you acquired in the shop and pay us our due for the trouble, and we will let you off this time. Be wiser in the future. Do not entertain thoughts of taking advantage of others, for individuals like you are not in a position to do so. The leader's words extinguished Wang Yu's interest. He had initially wondered about their backgrounds, but seemed they were merely a band of thugs masquerading as a security company. Their brutishness still evident, which explained his aversion. I purchased these items with my own funds. How could this be construed as taking advantage of anyone? Wang Yu's countenance immediately turned grave. You shall leave at once. I can feign that none of this transpired. Should you choose not to depart, do not blame me for the consequences. The leader's grin widened. It was astonishing that some could not perceive the situation. They had 5 or 6 burly men on their side, yet the leader appeared quite feeble. How could he summon the audacity to speak to him in such a manner? He dares to underestimate us. It has been many years since I last engaged in a fight. It seems Long City has forgotten us. Take him down. Teach him a lesson. In the alley, the leader issued his command. War was on the brink of eruption. On one side stood a group of menacing figures, while on the other was a seemingly fragile individual. In truth, Wang Yu was not weak in appearance, but the stark contrast with his opponents made him seem so. His robust physique was concealed beneath his clothing, rendering it unnoticeable. Previously, the system had rewarded him with a body-refining technique, which he had been diligently practicing. Beyond the initial rapid advancements, Wang Yu now felt capable of effortlessly dispatching a bull. He had been concerned about lacking an opportunity to test his current strength, and now fate had provided him with willing challengers. Let them all come. They are nothing but scum. In an instant, Wang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, and those men collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. He indeed underestimated the formidable martial arts techniques rewarded by the system. At this moment, he felt as if he had immersed himself in martial arts for decades. As those individuals hurled their punches towards him, he could predict precisely where their fists would strike. Furthermore, he possessed countless methods of resistance in his mind, and his actions could seamlessly align with his thoughts. At this juncture, Wang Yu had transformed into a martial arts master, one who could rank among the elite. The security personnel, their faces pale with fear, were silenced the moment Wang Yu glanced back at them. How terrifying! How could a person possess such extraordinary prowess? They were not ordinary individuals. 2 among them had once held the title of provincial champion in combat. Chapter 87. Brother, I was wrong. Yet, even such formidable beings could not contend with him. At this moment, they harbored resentment towards the shop owner for compelling them to confront someone of such caliber. Brother, we apologize. We now realize our mistake. Brother, it seems we have mistaken the person we were seeking. The one we were after merely resembles you. Brother, please spare us. Wang Yu had neither the inclination nor the desire to haggle with them, for if anyone were to gain an unfair advantage from him, it would not sit well with him either, though he would refrain from taking any action. However, he was no saint. Now that they had made their move against him, he was bound to retaliate. He turned back, smiling at them. You all understand, and I am well aware of who wishes to confront me. I am offering you an opportunity. Anyone who dares to provoke me, handle them accordingly. If I return to the shop, and the owner remains unharmed, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the leader's expression changed drastically. Do not worry. I will take care of it. With that, they fled in haste, and Wang Yu noted the name of their company, Ru E-Security. After resolving the matter, Wang Yu did not dwell on it. He always reflected on the consequences before undertaking any action. The shop owner had resolutely decided to seek him out for trouble, and how he chose to retaliate was beyond their control. He did not regard the incident as significant. Those individuals did not seem virtuous. Even if he had not stopped them from confronting the shop owner, they likely would have already created chaos for themselves. Wang Yu returned home, contemplative. What he was unaware of was that shortly after his departure, all personnel from Ru E-Security arrived at the shop. Without uttering a word, They swiftly emptied the establishment. Should the shop owner speak up, they would strike him. Once they had cleared the shop, the owner's countenance was unrecognizable, and he finally voiced his frustration. Damn it! From now on, you must learn to discern. Do not provoke those who should not be trifled with. After issuing their harsh warning, the shop owner left Long City that very night. He could no longer remain in that place. Wang Yu, too, arrived home just before complete darkness enveloped the sky. The lights in the house were on, and the atmosphere was different from his previous returns. At this moment, regardless of what he did or thought, he had to engage in serious contemplation. He needed to consider his family. Gradually, he felt a burgeoning sense of responsibility, embracing his duties as a man. Regardless of the challenges he faced outside, upon returning home, he remained the pillar of his family. The sight of his wife and 3 children rendered all his troubles insignificant. Just as he intended to greet them, Wang Yu overheard his mother-in-law, Xie Qian, reprimanding his father-in-law, Su Hongbo. Look at what you've done. You went out with some old friends, had a few drinks, and now you've lost your senses. Inviting people over at this moment. What do you intend to showcase? You always care about appearances. Can you not survive without showing off? The criticism seemed to have no end, and Su Hongbo appeared somewhat impatient. Wang Yu was acutely aware of such dynamics. He had witnessed his own father being chastised in a similar manner when he had erred. He had always acquiesced, understanding that wrongdoing warranted reprimand. However, prolonged admonishment would eventually provoke his father's irritation. In his heart, he had already acknowledged his mistakes, yet the relentless scolding from the other party persisted. Men, after all, are sensitive about their pride, even within the confines of home. Being chastised by one's wife can feel humiliating. That's enough. Please stop. I've already admitted it was my fault for drinking too much. And honestly, how serious is this matter? I will simply tell them this is my home, and they're welcome to visit. This is my daughter's home, and of course, it is my home as well. What is inappropriate about that? At this moment, Su Xiaoxue also heard the commotion and, feeling helpless, inquired, Dad, Mom, what is happening? The children have only just fallen asleep. Why is there such anger? The voices grew closer, and Wang Yu hesitated, lingering outside the door, reluctant to enter. Although he was married and had become a legitimate husband to Su Xiaoxue, within this house they were all family, and they might feel embarrassed to speak freely in his presence. It's just your father. He went out and met his friends, and someone mentioned how their son-in-law gifted them a house. Your father boasted about how his son-in-law provided him with a villa. Not only did he claim his son-in-law gifted him a villa, but he also invited everyone to come over tomorrow. Given our current circumstances, where do we have a villa to show off? At this moment, Wang Yu finally grasped the entirety of the situation. During gatherings as fellow parents, what could they possibly discuss? Typically, conversations revolve around who S child has married or who has welcomed a new baby. The qualifications of prospective spouses are often compared. If someone S son-in-law has gifted a house to their father-in-law, Su Hongbo, being prideful, would naturally proclaim that his son-in-law had provided him with a villa. In the past, such statements held merit, as the Su family had once been quite affluent. However, in recent years, their financial situation had deteriorated, and Wang Yu's family had lost its former glory. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, Su Hongbo's claims indeed appeared to be mere posturing. Su Xiaoxue, upon hearing this, began to chastise her father as well. Dad, you know Wang Yu is just starting his career. He doesn't have the means to purchase a villa. Why would you invite people over? Everyone is busy taking care of the children. How can we entertain your friends? Understand, I know I have made a mistake. Su Hongbo felt somewhat at a loss. It was not my intention to say such things, but rather a consequence of my inebriation. At this moment, we must address this matter. Everyone will arrive tomorrow. What should we do? What else can be done? Should I simply speak the truth? This is the children's home. Can we not refer to it as our home? Let us receive them in this grand villa. Such a magnificent estate surely would not bring you shame. Xie Qian remarked deliberately. It is precisely because of your stubbornness that you must learn this lesson. Su Hongbo let out a long, helpless sigh. The words were already spoken, and he felt a certain satisfaction towards Wang Yu at that moment. Yet, in comparison, it seemed his family had not received any betrothal gifts from Wang Yu. A lingering sense of melancholy inevitably shadowed his thoughts. Su Xiaoxue felt a pang of sympathy. Father, mother, perhaps we should heed Father's suggestion. Let this place be considered a gift from Wang Yu to you. Tomorrow, Wang Yu and I will take the children out for some fun. Absolutely not. Xie Qian interjected immediately. You are unaware of your father's friends. After they visit once and ascertain that your father indeed possesses a villa here, they will surely return. Chapter 88. Boasting after drinking, it is unacceptable for your father's friends to come and for you to whisk the children away elsewhere. That is entirely inappropriate. Su Hongbo sighed deeply. Xie Qian made a valid point. Yet, at his age, he could not afford to lose face in front of his friends. How could he continue to socialize in the future? Wang Yu understood that it was time for him to intervene. If their quarrel continued, it would only sour the atmosphere. What are you discussing? He called out, pushing open the door. As expected, they immediately fell silent. What is the matter? Wang Yu feigned inquiry. Nothing. We will head upstairs to tend to the children. Xie Qian and Su Hongbo turned on their heels, while Su Xiaoxue shrugged helplessly, signaling to Wang Yu that there was no issue. However, as they departed, Su Hongbo cast a glance at Wang Yu, yet he ultimately chose silence. He understood the cost of the villa. A son-in-law gifting a house is a gesture of goodwill, but if he were to voice it himself, the implications would be entirely different. Why the mystery? Wang Yu stepped forward to embrace Su Xiaoxue, having already made a resolution. Although they were now wed, their journey to this point was fraught with challenges. With the children having grown so much, it was only now that he and Su Xiaoxue had obtained their marriage certificate, which diverged from the traditional course of matrimony. In Long City, it is customary for parents to meet and discuss the betrothal gifts when a couple marries. This is not extortion of wealth from the male side, but rather a means to ascertain whether he can adequately care for their daughter. Ultimately, the money will benefit the couple. Following the exchange of gifts, discussions about the couple's future life with the bride's family would ensue. In families with multiple sons, this is often uncomplicated, as they need not provide daily care, merely sending blessings during festivals. Conversely, if there is only a daughter, the male side typically contributes something to the bride's family. This is because their beloved daughter, whom they have raised with great effort, will no longer be with them daily, and thus the male must ensure some measure of security for her family's future. In Long City, it is customary to send a monthly allowance to the bride's family as a form of support. Some families with better financial conditions tend to gift their in-laws a residence, typically situated in close proximity to their daughters, allowing for attentive care in the future. As Su Hongbo glanced back, he noticed Wang Yu appeared somewhat flustered. Due to their hasty marriage, they had not adequately addressed these matters. Coincidentally, Manager Liu contacted me today, mentioning that there are still villas available for sale in the community, inquiring if I might be interested. I believe that when the children grow up, this villa would not suffice to contain their exuberance. Therefore, it would be prudent to purchase the villa for my parents now, ensuring they have a place to reside in Long City. Su Xiaoxue extricated herself from Wang Yu's embrace. Did you hear all that? Her face flushed slightly. Wang Yu was privy to her father's words, and he worried that Wang Yu might overthink the situation. I have never given my parents anything since my marriage. The villa should be a gift for them. Su Xiaoxue immediately shook her head. We also do not have much money left. Wang Yu longed to assert his financial stability, but faltered, pondering the source of his funds. Should he reveal that it was bestowed by the system or derived from his second uncle? If he dared to say such things, Su Xiaoxue would certainly deny him access to her bed. The villa is splendid. Not purchasing it would be a regret. He recalled his current appraisal skills, which could serve as a compelling reason. However, at this moment, he possessed nothing to bolster his argument. Do not concern yourself with the financial aspect. Consider it merely an investment, as real estate is quite lucrative at present. Su Xiaoxue continued to shake her head. It would be better to use that money to buy things for the 3 children. Seeing the futility in persuading Su Xiaoxue, Wang Yu ceased his insistence. Fully aware of her perspective, despite their family seemingly thriving with a villa and a car, their expenses were substantial. It would be wiser to secure the property first. Eventually, Su Xiaoxue would have to acquiesce. After their discussion faltered, they swiftly transitioned to a different topic. Whenever they encountered an impasse, they would set it aside until one party conceded or was able to persuade the other, at which point they would resume the conversation. However, this was merely the customary approach. In urgent matters, decisions must be made, revealing whose authority prevailed. At that moment, Su Xiaoshua's parents arrived, making it considerably easier for Wang Yu to tend to the children. Their experience rendered them more adept at childcare than Wang Yu, who was still learning the ropes. Wang Yu enjoyed a rare night of relaxation, but soon issues arose between him and Su Xiaoxue. Xie Qian and Su Hongbo advised them to retire early, as they would attend to the children. Due to the arrival of his uncle and aunt, Wang Yu's separate accommodation from Su Xiaoxue raised no suspicions. However, if they continued to sleep apart, it would indeed raise eyebrows. A newlywed couple sleeping separately would seem amiss, even if they used the children as an excuse. Please, get some rest. You've been busy all day and must be exhausted. Su Xiaoxue and Wang Yu exchanged glances before entering Su Xiaoxue's bedroom. Upon crossing the threshold, Su Xiaoxue's body trembled slightly. Despite sharing the same room, their relationship had evolved into that of a genuine couple, making it quite natural for certain occurrences to unfold. However, at that moment, Su Xiaoxue was not in a favorable state of mind due to her previous experiences, which left her feeling somewhat resentful. Wang Yu, on the other hand, held a deep sense of gratitude towards his father-in-law. He understood that Su Xiaoxue bore the shadows of past events, which was why he had agreed to refrain from any advances without her consent. Yet, if he did not take the initiative, she would never do so either. This concern had lingered in his mind for quite some time, and now his father-in-law had unwittingly provided him with a splendid excuse. Let's retire for the night, Wang Yu softly suggested. The shadows in Su Xiaoxue's heart were, after all, a consequence of him, and he was acutely aware of the significance of this matter. A faint sound, as delicate as a mosquito, escaped Su Xiaoxue's lips. But you must sleep on the floor. I will take the bed and give you a blanket. Ah, Wang Yu was taken aback. Although they occupied the same room, the separation of their sleeping arrangements rendered it no different from being apart. I promise. I will not touch you, he exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, he was not focused on addressing Su Xiaoxue's emotional turmoil, but rather on safeguarding his rights as a husband. How could he demonstrate to her that the past was merely an accident and alleviate the shadows in her heart if they could not even share the same bed? Such matters could only be resolved through action. Reluctantly, he compromised and agreed to share the bed with Su Xiaoxue. A look of conflict immediately crossed Su Xiaoxue's face. The words of men were often the least trustworthy. She had once dismissed such notions, but after her marriage, she had come to believe them entirely. Chapter 89. Malicious deception. Of course, this deception was not born of malice. One could easily fall into Wang Yu's gentle trap if one were not careful. Just as he now spoke of sharing a bed, when a man and a woman slept together, how could nothing occur? Yet, if she were to reject him too vehemently, would that not be unfair to Wang Yu? After all, he was her husband. Just as she hesitated, there came a knock at the door, and Su Xiaoxue's mother peered in. I saw that Xiao Yu's blanket was still in that room, so I brought it to him, she said, cradling a blanket in her arms, a testament to Wang Yu's presence in another room. Su Xiaoxue's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes. Why must they share a single blanket when they could each have their own? He would be unable to protest against that arrangement. Thus, his countenance instantly improved. Oh, I was going to call him a fetch it, but since you brought it, thank you, mother. Her delighted tone elicited a smile from Xie Qian. A harmonious relationship between husband and wife was what parents most wished to witness. All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Good night. Good night, mother. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Xiaoxue tossed the blanket onto the bed. You need not sleep on the floor, but we cannot share a blanket. Wang Yu shrugged helplessly. 2 blankets will suffice. At least we can sleep on the same bed. Turn off the lights. It's time to sleep. Wang Yu caught a whiff of Su Xiaoxue's fragrance wafting from beside him. It is a subtle yet unforgettable fragrance. In addition to the scent, she heard the steady beating of Su Xiaoxue's heart. Despite being wrapped in 2 blankets, the proximity to another person made Su Xiaoxue feel a tinge of fear, concerned that Wang Yu might act inappropriately. However, Wang Yu was not that kind of person. As Su Xiaoxue gradually calmed down, she realized that he remained composed, which allowed her to fully relax. It seemed he genuinely cared about her feelings. Listening to the sound of the man's steady breathing beside her, Su Xiaoxue felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Her body instinctively edged closer to him, and she soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, Su Xiaoxue woke from a beautiful dream, one that made her feel that life was truly wonderful. There were no distasteful matters, only those she could rely on. Allowing her to drop her facade, she smiled, acknowledging that life was not easy, yet having a delightful dream brought her immense joy. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself nestled in someone's embrace. Under normal circumstances, such a discovery would have prompted a startled gasp. However, still under the influence of her enchanting dream, her capacity for rational thought was clouded, and she instinctively perceived this embrace as profoundly safe and comforting. She noticed that Wang Yu's eyes remained tightly shut. His somewhat handsome face caused her cheeks to flush instantly. What a lovely embrace this was, she thought to herself. Wang Yu, meanwhile, was roused by the raucous laughter of children. When he opened his eyes, he found Su Xiaoxue gazing at him in a daze. He realized they were both under the same blanket, entwined in each other's warmth. Wang Yu had not orchestrated this. It was merely instinctive. For him, alleviating the shadows in Su Xiaoxue's heart was already a formidable task. There was no way he would intentionally impose psychological pressure on her. He was about to explain, but before he could, he saw Su Xiaoxue's cheeks flush as she extricated herself from his embrace, saying nothing. Yet, her expression suggested that she did not entirely reject the idea of sharing a bed with him. Wang Yu was overjoyed, though unclear about what had transpired. This shift was undoubtedly a positive development for him. The prospect of sharing a bed with her opened the door to greater intimacy. He happily enjoyed breakfast, excitedly bid farewell to the children, and cheerfully set off for work. The primary task at hand was to address Su Juanqi's employment situation. Initially, he had no intention of allowing him to accompany him on security duties, but his influence proved too significant to ignore. Regardless, Su Juanqi was determined to work alongside him, believing that being a security guard would yield substantial earnings and allow him to meet more people. Although Wang Yu's uncle had originally opposed this idea, he was swayed after hearing relatives suggest that being a security guard was not a disgrace, especially if one could be like Xiaoxue's husband. This completely assuaged the uncle's concerns. His prior reluctance to allow Su Juanqi to work stemmed from the fact that he was a graduate of a prestigious university. Any job he undertook would reflect on the family's honor. At this moment, even family members considered the role of security guard to be quite commendable, leaving him with little reason to object. Consequently, he acquiesced. The notion of an iron rice bowl has become obsolete. Presently, the most lucrative positions are the most coveted. No matter how eloquently one speaks, without financial gain, it all amounts to mere rhetoric. Thus, during their farewell, Uncle remarked this. It was exceedingly simple for Su Juanqi to join the security department. Even if Wang Yu had remained silent, Su Xiaoxue could have arranged it seamlessly. Following Su Xiaoxue's inexplicable promotion, the entire company altered its perception of her. Previously, the Human Resources Department was often regarded as a burdensome task, particularly for someone in her supervisory role, inundated with countless responsibilities daily. However, upon her elevation to vice president, wherever she appeared, she commanded profound respect. This newfound regard instilled in Su Xiaoxue an invigorating drive to strive for excellence. After escorting Su Juanqi to the security office, it required no explicit instructions for the department head to assign significant responsibilities to him. It was evident that Su Juanqi and Su Xiaoxue were family. And how could the family of the esteemed Su not be entrusted with important duties? Moreover, given that Su Xiaoxue herself was held in such high regard, they all understood their roles. Once Su Juanqi's position was secured, Wang Yu promptly made a phone call, intending to consult Manager Liu from the Uni District. Manager Liu was the very individual who had assisted Wang Yu in relocating to his current villa and was also the overseer of the villas in Uni District. Although Wang Yu had informed Su Xiaoxue about a villa for sale in the community the previous day, he remained uncertain. Therefore, He sought to ascertain whether the villa was indeed available for purchase, eager to secure it promptly. His father-in-law was set to host a gathering of friends that afternoon. "Hello, General Manager Wang. How may I assist you?" Manager Liu inquired with utmost respect. Were it not for Wang Yu's exceptional status, he would never have extended such deference to a mere client. The villa that Wang Yu inhabited had been arranged by the system, and those chosen by the system were far from ordinary individuals. Manager Liu recognized that Wang Yu was indeed an extraordinary client, deserving of his full attention around the clock. Wang Yu did not engage in pleasantries. Chapter 90, The Son-in-Law's Gift. He promptly conveyed his requirements to Manager Liu, understanding that consulting a professional was far superior to aimlessly wandering. "A standalone villa, you say? Please hold for a moment." Manager Liu paused, seemingly reviewing some information. "There are standalone villas available, but they have mostly been purchased. Currently, only one remains, known as the Building King, which General Manager Wang should be aware of. Located at the very center of the community, atop the hill." Manager Liu's words evoked in Wang Yu a recollection of the internal layout of the Uni District community. The community was constructed on a small hill, offering markedly different vistas from its summit compared to its base. One side of the hill abutted the most bustling area of Long City, while the other housed affluent residents. The villas within Uni District were designed in accordance with the topography. Thus, the higher one ascended, the more breathtaking the scenery and expansive the views, resulting in a corresponding increase in price. The Building King occupied the highest position within the Uni community. It is said that when this villa was completed, it caused quite a stir, being hailed as the most picturesque and livable residence in Long City. However, in an attempt to inflate property values, the Uni community decided to auction the pinnacle of the complex, starting at an astounding price of 200 million. The price of a single residence reaching such heights is bewildering. The affluent of Long City are not so foolish as to squander such a sum. Thus, the pinnacle has remained unsold at the auction house to this day. The higher one ascends, the more cautious one must be. If one lacks the means to reach the summit, the best course of action is to remain humble. Yet at this moment, Wang Yu held a different perspective. When his father faced misfortune, although largely due to the actions of others, it was also a consequence of his father's extreme caution. It is unrealistic to occupy a lofty position without inciting envy. However, beyond mere humility, there exists another strategy: to exhibit one's formidable strength, instilling fear in those who might covet what one possesses. When envy arises, those with ill intentions will falter. Only such an invincible stance can ensure one's stability. Nonetheless, Wang Yu was not yet that person. However, with the aid of the system, he was destined to become such a figure. He aspired to acquire this pinnacle, not merely to purchase, but to do so with great fanfare, capturing the attention of all. "I shall buy the pinnacle." Upon realizing this, Wang Yu promptly made his decision. Having long intended for Su Xiaoxue and his 3 children to possess the finest that life has to offer, how could he fulfill his promises without standing atop the pinnacle? Manager Liu was elated. He had indeed not misjudged Wang Yu. The 200 million villa seemed of no concern to him, and he immediately declared his intent to buy. "I currently lack sufficient funds, but I will transfer the amount to you tomorrow. However, I must secure this property at once." Wang Yu's demands were quite unreasonable. How could he expect to obtain the villa without payment? Yet Manager Liu gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Wang Yu's conditions. He believed that someone like Wang Yu would undoubtedly fulfill his promise by the next day. He decided to take a gamble. "Very well, I will handle this immediately and provide you with an outcome by noon." While Manager Liu was attending to the matter, many guests arrived at Su Xiaoxue's home. They were of a similar age to Su Hongbo, being classmates and friends. After graduation, they remained in Long City, and over the years, they had amassed considerable wealth, enough to ensure a comfortable retirement. Thus, they appeared rather arrogant, seemingly indifferent to everything. What piqued their interest was the opportunity to boast about their accomplishments to their peers. Old Su was now thriving. He recalled when Su had remained at school as an assistant teacher, now a professor enjoying a glorious retirement, spending his days sipping tea and fishing in tranquility. His 2 children had purchased homes in Beijing and Shanghai, truly living well. Old Su could only be described as mediocre. While the class monitor had become exceptionally successful, back then, he possessed remarkable investment insight, having set his sights on the class beauty. It was said that he and the class beauty now had children who married into prominent families, making them exceedingly wealthy. Such nonsense. I believe that Old Su is superior. He is indeed the most fortunate among us. After hearing praises for Su Hongbo, those present echoed the sentiment, though in their hearts they remained unconvinced. They had all amassed considerable wealth, naturally skeptical of one another's fortunes. So, what brings us here today? We are here to marvel at Old Su's new residence. This place is magnificent. The Uni Villa, surely a blessing for all of us. It must cost at least $1 million to acquire. Old Su truly has a dutiful daughter. Oh, that's nothing. My son-in-law previously purchased a property for me in Shanghai, but I simply prefer not to reside there. Shanghai and Yinjing are the foremost cities in Huaxia, and their property prices cannot compare to those in Long City. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, they finally entered Su Xiaoshui's villa. Though this villa is merely of average quality within the Uni district, it ranks among the finest in Long City, and upon entering, everyone was full of admiration. Hey, Old Su's house is filled with children's toys. It seems the grandchildren must frequently come here to play. Indeed, Old Su's daughter has 3 delightful grandchildren. He is truly blessed. After attending to Su Junshi's work matters, Su Xiaoxue and Aunt Li took the children outside to play. The presence of the children would easily reveal that this was not Su Hongbo's residence, and he was reluctant to lose face before these people. Having already boasted the previous day, he now sought ways to save face. After all, it was just this once. He had discussed this matter with Xie Qian the night before. If these individuals ever sought to visit his home, they would claim they had already returned, stating that this house was not frequently inhabited. Seeing others boast, a smug smile spread across Su Hongbo's face. People live for a century. Who does not seek to maintain their pride? However, such a harmonious scene could not be witnessed daily. Hey, Old Su, your son-in-law is quite capable. He gifted you such a splendid villa. Where do he and Xiaoxue reside? In some high-end villa district. When can we visit? This remark instantly ignited enthusiasm among the crowd, with others expressing their agreement. Indeed, Old Su, where does your precious son-in-law live? With such a fine gift for you, their residence must be fit for a palace. While we believed our own homes were quite satisfactory, seeing Old Su's villa made us feel that our abodes resembled mere shanties. Chapter 91. A visit along the way. Old Su, why hold back? Why not take us to see your son-in-law's home? It would be an eye-opener. Old Su, hurry up. We are all very curious about your son-in-law. However, the expressions on his friends' faces caused a cold sweat to trickle down Su Hongbo's back. My goodness. Initially, I believed that the opulent residence provided by my son-in-law would suffice to silence those friends, yet it appears I underestimated their expectations. At this moment, I find it challenging to dismiss their requests. Given the lavishness of my son-in-law's home, what sort of dwelling would he require? Surely, it must be a palace. Standing beside me, Xie Qian felt similarly perplexed. Just last night, she had chastised Su Hongbo for his ostentatious behavior. How could he, having matured, still be concerned with such trivial matters? Is it not enough that the children lead a good life? Nevertheless, Su Hongbo insisted that he had not seen his friends in years and could not afford to lose face in front of them. Ultimately, Xie Qian succumbed to the pressure, unaware of how obstinate this group had become. Oh, my daughter and son-in-law are both busy at work now. In the future, I shall arrange for you all to visit. She hastily interjected on Su Hongbo's behalf. Yes, my son-in-law is occupied at the moment. They are all working. I will take you later. It is rather inconvenient to visit when they are not home. Suonbo quickly kenkerth. Ah, what inconvenience could there be? Your son-in-law is so dutiful. Do you not possess a key to his home? We merely wish to take a look around the yard and return shortly. What trouble is there in that? Little did they know, Su Hongbo's previous remarks had been promptly met with skepticism. Your son-in-law is so generous, having gifted you a villa. How could you possibly lack a key to his residence? We are simply here to observe, not to disturb your daughter and son-in-law's belongings. There would be no inconvenience. Su Hongbo and Xie Qian exchanged a glance, their eyes laden with bitterness. The old adage rings true. A single lie necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it. And this predicament had indeed befallen them. How could they extricate themselves from this deception? Anger flickered in Xie Qian's gaze, clearly conveying, "Are you still contemplating a way out? You ought to confess your mistake to others." Thus, the matter was concluded. This group continued to press, proving difficult to manage. And who could predict what peculiar demands they might make in the future? Su Hongbo responded to her with a knowing look, acknowledging the challenge of persuading them. If he were to confess now, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. Before Xie Qian could speak again, he continued to elucidate, given that Xiao Xue is indeed married. It is only proper to inform both families before bringing guests into their home. We can visit another time. Xie Qian shot him an angry glance, but ultimately acquiesced to his rationale. Right, after all, my daughter is married. Married individuals belong to other families now. So it would be inappropriate to visit unannounced. However, she added, but how difficult would it be to send a quick greeting? Is it not permissible to do so during work hours? We merely wish to take a look. Surely your son-in-law would not be so stingy, would he? Yet, as soon as Xie Qian voiced her thoughts, she was met with scrutiny. Indeed, what a daily grind. Can't the mother-in-law return home for a visit? Furthermore, why not make a simple phone call? In this era of advanced communication technology, neglecting its use would be a sheer waste. Ultimately, Xie Qian found herself at a loss. If she did not go this time, it seemed an endless saga would ensue. She contemplated revealing the truth, admitting that the house was not a gift from her son-in-law, but rather belonged to him. Embarrassment be damned. If she continued the charade, she truly did not know how it would conclude. Just as she was about to speak, a sarcastic voice interjected, "Old Sue, your efforts to keep us from your son-in-law's home are quite evident. You won't even make a phone call. Could it be that this house is, in fact, your son-in-law's? So, he didn't give you a villa after all. You brought everyone here to show off, thinking they're all at work. If he hasn't provided you with a villa, it's no wonder you're reluctant to visit your son-in-law's home." Though laced with sarcasm, this statement sparked speculation among the listeners. Old Sue, could what Old Sue said be true? Your son-in-law hasn't given you a villa? We are old friends. It would suffice for Xiao Xue to marry someone with such a property. There is no need to concoct a story about someone who gives you a villa. Yes, Old Sue, we are merely speaking the truth. If he hasn't provided you with a villa, we shall not visit. After all, we are weary from our journey, and it wouldn't hurt to rest here. If Su Hongbo had overheard such remarks on another occasion, he might have gracefully stepped down. However, despite the outward comfort from others, the mockery in their eyes was unmistakable. What if he hadn't received a house? When old Yang boasted about his son-in-law gifting him a property, did you feel envious? Are you resorting to such deceit? I genuinely question whether this house is indeed his home. Has he forsaken his dignity for appearances? Might it be that his son-in-law is impoverished, and he fears our ridicule, thus claiming this as his son-in-law's residence? Old Sue, what a farce you've created. A mouthful of lies. I truly misjudged you. These words turned Su Hongbo's face as crimson as a monkey's rear end. He had indeed merely indulged in drink and bragged. How had he morphed into an old rogue brimming with falsehoods in the eyes of his friends? At this juncture, tears would bear no fruit. He realized the situation was impossible to resolve. In his heart, Su Hongbo felt a pang of self-reproach. What possessed him to drink? If he must drink, why boast as well? Now he found himself in an untenable position. Trembling, he took out his phone, deciding to call Wang Yu for assistance. He did not wish to burden Wang Yu with any difficulties or request anything from him. He merely sought to salvage his own reputation. He intended to ask Wang Yu to inform the guests that his home was currently unable to host them, hoping to swiftly send them away. He had resolved to admit his fault, yet, with so many present, he found it exceedingly difficult to lower his pride. He thought he would explain things to his friends later. Chapter 92. Viewing the house, however, as soon as the call connected, a single phrase from Wang Yu sent a chill down his spine. "Dad, are you home now? Please open the door. I'm back." Su Hongbo had initially intended to call Wang Yu for his cooperation, but little did he anticipate that Wang Yu's words would induce such panic. "Dad, are you not home? Open the door. I'm back. He had brought his friends to Wang Yu's residence without prior notice. His intention was merely to resolve the matter discreetly while Wang Yu was at work. Who could have foreseen that Wang Yu would unexpectedly return home at this moment? With his arrival, all of Su Hongbao's plans would unravel. He would have to publicly admit that his son-in-law had not purchased any villa for him, as his earlier assertions were nothing but fabrications. In essence, his reputation among his friends would be tarnished. Even long-standing acquaintances might resort to deceit for the sake of appearances. What was there left for him to fear? At that moment, Xie Qian was equally flustered. Why had Wang Yu returned at such an inopportune time? Had Xiao Xue failed to inform him? Although this matter pertained to their family, it also involved Wang Yu and Xiao Xue. Last night, encouraging them to spend the night together was precisely to facilitate their daughter's collaboration with Wang Yu. Had their daughter not disclosed this to him? A flurry of troubling thoughts raced through her mind. Why hadn't she informed Wang Yu? Could it be due to the discord in their marriage? What did it signify that their daughter had not mentioned it? At that moment, a sense of dread gripped Xie Qian. Despite the facade of harmony within the family in recent days, could there be underlying fractures in their relationships? Were her and Su Hongbao's actions the catalyst for this predicament? She had indeed previously watched dramas depicting mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics, and the unfolding events seemed to mirror those narratives, providing ample evidence to validate her apprehensions. Su Hongbao, her tone shifted as she felt compelled to convey to him that Wang Yu must not discover this matter. Xie Qian's anxious demeanor had already influenced Su Hongbao, whose expression turned markedly uneasy. Whatever thoughts Xie Qian could conceive, Su Hongbao could surmise as well. They exchanged glances, their mutual concern overshadowing any thoughts of personal disgrace. What truly mattered was their daughter's well-being and happiness. Ignoring the astonished expressions of his friends, Su Hongbao hastily exited, determined to clarify the situation with Wang Yu at the earliest opportunity, intending to shoulder all responsibility himself. Just before opening the door, Wang Yu unexpectedly swung it open from the outside. He entered with an air of calm, and Su Hongbao noted that there was no semblance of surprise on Wang Yu's face. Moreover, upon seeing his friends, Wang Yu appeared unperturbed, as if he had anticipated their presence, contradicting their assumptions. However, his words left Su Hongbao bewildered. "Dad, why did you bring Uncle and Auntie here? The villa I prepared for you has long been renovated. You could take everyone to see it at any time." Upon hearing this, Su Hongbao was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Looking at Wang Yu before him, he realized that Su Xiaoxue must have informed him long ago. What could this mean? Was he deliberately mocking him? Yesterday, Xiaoxue had declined his request to bring friends to the villa, feeling too embarrassed. He had no choice but to invite his friends to this place instead. If his daughter had refused, could he really expect Wang Yu to agree? Thus, his words were undoubtedly laced with irritation. "Damn it. You old fellow actually brought friends home? Don't you know I provided you with a villa? Is it really that necessary to flaunt your status?" Xie Qian quickly stepped forward, grasping Wang Yu's hand, saying, "Little Yu, it's not quite what you think." She felt discontent with Su Hongbao's actions, but ultimately chose to stand by him, intending to clarify the situation to Wang Yu. However, what Wang Yu said next astonished both of them. "Dear uncles and aunts, I apologize for neglecting you. My father informed me yesterday that you would be visiting, so I rushed to prepare everything. Please follow me. I'll show you my father's house. I've arranged a large bus outside. Everyone can hop on and find seat, and then we can set off shortly." Wang Yu extended a heartfelt invitation, which immediately incited excitement among the friends brought by Su Hongbao. They erupted in loud praises for Wang Yu's impressive organization, declaring that having such a son-in-law was indeed a boon for the galaxy. "Little Yu, where did you acquire such a house?" Seeing Wang Yu's unwavering confidence, Su Hongbao did not expose him, but instead walked outside with the others, feeling a twinge of anticipation as he asked. Deep down, he hoped that Wang Yu's words were indeed truthful. Yet, his subconscious reminded him that his daughter had already detailed her husband's financial circumstances. If he had previously offered a villa, it would have signified filial piety and capability. However, to present one now felt akin to coercing someone into a situation. Besides, did he truly have the means? Although many had attended the birthday celebration, Both Su Hongba and his wife knew that these guests were not there for Wang Yu's sake, but rather for his father's reputation. Dad, rest assured, this villa is a gift for you and Mom. I originally intended it to be a surprise, but who would have thought you would bring your friends over? If Xiao Xue hadn't informed me, I would have missed the opportunity. Wang Yu's declaration left Xiao Xue's parents exchanging glances. Could it be that this son-in-law truly intended to buy them a house? If he did, would their entire morning of pretense have been in vain? Or could he have procured such funds? With skepticism, Su Xiaoxue's parents boarded the bus, discreetly calling Su Xiaoxue while Wang Yu spoke with the driver about the destination. They still placed greater trust in their daughter. Moreover, if her husband possessed such a substantial fortune without her knowledge, that would indeed pose a significant problem. As Xie Qian and Su Hongba were deep in contemplation, a sudden scream from a friend in the same vehicle jolted the two elders from their worries. Why were they still ascending? Wasn't this the Yunyuan villa? Could it be that their son-in-law had purchased a property atop Yunyuan Mountain? Goodness, this was no trivial matter. I have heard that the further one climbs up the mountain, the more exorbitant the prices become, especially for the villas on the top floor, which are valued at no less than 200 million. Moreover, these properties have perpetually been listed with auction houses, yet no one has ever purchased them. Chapter 93. 200 million. I am aware of this matter. A single villa costs 200 million. Who possesses such disposable wealth to buy such a property? Yet, it seems this old Su's son-in-law is indeed remarkable. Just consider the value of that villa they just passed. It is already exceedingly high, and now they are going even higher. What price must it command? Old Su is truly fortunate. Old Su, what does your son-in-law do? He is truly impressive. Yes, Old Su. Your daughter is indeed blessed to marry such a man. Such flattery made Su Hongba feel quite uncomfortable. When they initially entered Wang Yu's villa, he relished the praise, reveling in the fact that his daughter had what a man like Wang Yu, which elevated his status among friends. Even without the gift of a villa from his son-in-law, he still felt a sense of pride. This was the home of his beloved daughter, a property that many might toil their entire lives to afford even a modest restroom. However, now, these compliments only served to amplify Su Hongba's psychological burden. He could not fathom what Wang Yu was currently up to. Thus, he felt quite uneasy. He understood that in Yunyuan Villa, the higher the location, the steeper the price. Did his son-in-law not grasp the magnitude of wealth required to procure such numerous properties? Moreover, if this villa were intended for his son-in-law, did he truly need to gift him such a splendid abode? This villa was evidently superior to the one he currently resided in. Xiaoyu, where are you planning to take us? Shouldn't we just head back? Su Hongba quietly inquired of Wang Yu, still harboring doubts about his son-in-law. Little did he know that Wang Yu merely offered a reassuring glance, responding, Dad, rest assured. This villa is indeed a gift for you and Mom. When Xiao Xue and I registered our marriage, everything was done in haste, and I didn't have the chance to inform you that this villa was prepared as a dowry. Xiao Xue and I have been discussing our future wedding in recent days. Wang Yu's words left Su Hongba and Xie Qian exchanging incredulous glances. With Wang Yu speaking so earnestly, it seemed the villa would not be going anywhere. Yet, how could he have acquired such a substantial fortune? How could someone capable of affording these villas be, as their daughter described, unable to secure a decent job and relying solely on Su Xiaoxue to enter the company as a security guard? Where did you procure such a large sum of money? This matter fundamentally concerns the happiness of one's daughter. At this moment, Xie Qian could no longer restrain herself. She disregarded Su Hongba and immediately inquired of Wang Yu. The behavior exhibited by her son-in-law today was entirely at odds with what her daughter had described. Could it be that he was deceiving her child? Wang Yu, perceiving Xie Qian's apprehension, took a seat beside her and gently grasped her hand. Mother, please rest assured. This money is undeniably clean. Xiao Xue remains unaware that I have long intended to prepare a surprise for you. Having vowed to care for Xiao Xue diligently, I shall never go back on my word. I would never harm her. Upon hearing this, Xie Qian released Wang Yu's hand. Although her heart was still heavy with concern, her expression had softened considerably. Their bus came to a halt in front of an opulent villa. At that moment, the passengers remained seated, yet the interior was filled with exclamations of astonishment. Heavens, this is the king of buildings. The Su family is, in fact, the king of buildings. This villa, valued at 200 million pounds, was hailed as the most luxurious residence within Dragon City. Goodness, old Su is truly fortunate. His son-in-law has gifted him this magnificent villa. Old Su, why are you still lingering? Hurry and get down. As the host, your presence is essential for us to enter. In a daze, Su Hongbo felt himself being pulled from the vehicle by friends, while Wang Yu discreetly placed the villa key into his hand before he exited. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Su Hongbo felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The king of buildings, he had just overheard his friends discussing it animatedly. This was the most upscale villa in Dragon City, and its owner even possessed a private estate. Without his permission, no one could trespass upon this territory. This was why, upon seeing the vehicle halt, his friends had immediately believed that it was a gift from Su Hongbo's son-in-law. The notoriety of this location was simply unparalleled. As Su Hongbo's friends continued to shower him with praise, Xie Qian quietly sighed. Could it truly be that this house was the surprise her son-in-law had prepared for them? Was it normal for her daughter to remain oblivious to such significant matters? She recalled her initial encounter with this son-in-law. Wang Yu appeared somewhat bashful at their first meeting. Despite her daughter being well-behaved, it seemed to be largely for the sake of the child. She remembered that Su Xiaoxue had mentioned she married Wang Yu only after giving birth, implying that he had not been by her side during her pregnancy, and their union was primarily for the sake of the child. At that time, their focus had solely been on their daughter's well-being, neglecting the emotional dynamics of the couple. However, upon reflection, it seemed that something had been amiss. With multiple villas under her name, why would she allow her daughter to reside in such a low-rent housing situation? She had truly been in a muddled state, failing to clarify these matters. Furthermore, during their last meeting, even though the birthday celebration had brought them considerable joy, they had not encountered anyone representing Wang Yu's family. Although it was said that his father was incarcerated due to a crime, why had his mother and stepfather not attended? And what of his uncle? At that moment, the drunken bragging of her husband inadvertently revealed that he possessed such an opulent villa. This was no trivial matter. The villa was something that ordinary individuals like them could only dream of throughout their lives. Yet he seemed to present it so effortlessly. Could someone of his ilk truly care about the bond between him and their daughter? If their daughter were to lose the connection of having children, would he continue to treat her with kindness? It must be acknowledged that women are inherently emotional in Xie Qian's heart. The world of affluent families is fraught with unspoken grievances. She genuinely worried for her daughter, especially as she observed her husband and son-in-law engaging in animated conversation amidst such individuals, further intensifying her concern. A man of such nature was beyond her daughter's control. While she was lost in thought, she noticed her daughter and Aunt Lee returning with the 3 little ones. Her daughter's face mirrored the confusion she had seen earlier, much like their own when they had first heard the news. Chapter 94. Facing interrogation, she could hardly believe her husband had purchased a villa in such a prestigious location. Xiao Shui is here. Xie Qian immediately stepped forward as all the friends gathered to admire the children. Wow, they're simply adorable. You can't deny, the child bears a striking resemblance to his father. Indeed, old Su, you're truly fortunate. Not only do you have such a wonderful daughter and son-in-law, but also 3 grandchildren who look like little dolls. At that moment, Xie Qian cleverly maneuvered through the crowd and discreetly pulled Su Xiao Shui aside. What is going on? Xiao, you suddenly bought an expensive house, and you were completely unaware? In the expansive living room of the villa, 3 individuals sat, each displaying distinct expressions. In stark contrast, Wang Yu stood before them with a forced smile, feeling disheartened. He had never anticipated that his actions would lead to such a predicament. Upon seeing the luxurious villa gifted by his son-in-law, Su Hongbo's friends were elated, and naturally, Su Hongbo shared in their joy. However, this sense of happiness was fleeting. Once all the envious friends departed, he would have to confront the inquiries of his in-laws and wife. Where did the money come from? The husband had purchased a house unbeknownst to his wife. Even Su Hongbo, who had been quite pleased with Wang Yu, now sensed something amiss. A villa was not merely a trivial gift. It constituted a shared asset of their marriage. He had acquired it without Su Xiao Shui's knowledge. Who could guarantee what he might do next? Was it possible that he could also keep secrets from Su Xiaoshui and buy a villa for another woman? What was the issue with this villa? At this tense moment, Su Xiaoshui felt an urge to speak, yet she remained indifferent. She understood precisely the kind of family Wang Yu hailed from. For ordinary people, a villa might hold great significance, but for Wang Yu, it could merely be a trivial gift. Moreover, this gift might even originate from Wang Yu's second uncle. As such actions were not unprecedented for him. It was only after her mother had finished explaining the situation that she suddenly realized. It seems so. Purchasing a villa is indeed not a trivial matter. What is most concerning is that he has not consulted with me regarding such a significant decision. After all, I am his wife, yet he chooses to keep me in the dark about everything. However, it seems there is little for us to discuss. Alas, my mother is upset, and I must support her. Consequently, I maintained a stern expression while discreetly signaling Wang Yu, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. But he needed to provide a justification that would appease my mother. At that moment, Wang Yu received Su Xiaoshui's signal. However, he did not intend to mock his mother-in-law as she had suggested. Instead, he contemplated revealing a fraction of his current skills. Others had entrusted their precious daughters to him, which certainly indicated a desire for familial reassurance. Otherwise, why would they marry their daughters to him? The system must remain undisclosed, yet the skills he acquired from it could be shared. Furthermore, as their child matures, the rewards will undoubtedly enhance his own capabilities. His wife and family could also harbor expectations for him. Indeed, it was I who purchased the villa. Last night, I overheard my parents' conversation. Realizing that my father was preparing to settle in Long City, I felt it was my responsibility to fulfill his wish, as I now possessed the means to do so. Wang Yu spoke with profound remorse etched on his face. I deceived you, Xiaoshui. I did not discuss this matter with you initially, as I believed it was for my father's sake, and surely you would understand, wouldn't you? Of course. Su Xiaoshui instinctively nodded, for this was her father, and as long as she honored him, she had no reason to refuse. However, she soon reflected on the fact that they were clearly inquiring about how he acquired the villa. How had the conversation shifted to filial piety? At that moment, Xie, upon hearing Wang Yu's words, became increasingly anxious. Look, his daughter is utterly unable to resist this man. He can persuade her with just a few words. Right now, she is here with Su Hongbo, but if they leave, who knows how Wang Yu will deceive my daughter next. Xiaoyu, do not deflect the topic. Our intention today is to clarify where you obtained the funds to purchase the villa. Are you not the security guard for Xiaoshui's family company? They may trust you, but I do not. With your meager salary as a security guard, how could you afford a villa? Xie tone was laced with anger. No parent would be pleased to see a man deceiving their daughter. At this moment, Su Xiaoshui realized her mother was genuinely angry. She anxiously gestured to Wang Yu. Quickly explain yourself. Hurry. Wang Yu then took a seat, fully aware of Xie Qian's concerns. He looked directly at her and said, Mother, I understand your worries, but please rest assured, this was merely an unforeseen circumstance. In the future, I will be sure to discuss every matter thoroughly with Xiaoshui. The source of this money is quite simple. Due to my family's previous financial situation, I dabbled in antiques and precious artworks. This house was acquired by selling an antique I had recently possessed. It was an authentic piece by Wang Xianji, estimated to be worth at least several hundred million. Wang Yu had yet to make a payment for the villa. Originally, his plan was to finish his business here before continuing to browse a few antique shops. Given the profits from his current endeavors and the rewards from the system, he could afford the down payment. As for the remaining funds, earning a bit more would suffice. In the worst-case scenario, he would have to use Wang Xianji's calligraphy piece to cover the rent, but that matter could be addressed later. Could a calligraphy piece truly be so valuable? Xie clearly found it hard to believe. Xiaoyu, there are matters I prefer not to dwell on too much. But this time, your actions compel me to speak. Both you and Xiaoshui are still young. Even if you possess nothing at present, the future holds promise. As long as you both remain diligent, the environment will improve day by day, and you will have opportunities to excel. However, if you choose to emulate Xiaoshui's father, doing nothing but seeking to impress others, that is simply unacceptable. There exists a significant disparity between action and mere thought. Xie Qian spoke with utmost seriousness. Yet she refrained from naming Wang Yu directly. Su Xiaoxue felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. Mom, Wang Yu is quite capable. Since he claims the money is his, it surely is. He has experience dealing with antiques and artworks. Chapter 95. No house, yet Xie Qian appeared disinclined to heed Su Xiaoxue's defense. Well, I shall say no more. Ultimately, it is your lives to lead. Will we, as parents, care for you indefinitely? She turned to Su Hongbo. What are you still doing here? Hurry up. Do you truly wish to take someone else's villa? Su Hongbo, feeling helpless, stood up. Regardless of how Wang Yu tried to persuade them, they refused to accept the villa. In the end, they had no choice but to let their parents leave. The elder's desire for stability was something he could not change alone. As Xie Qian departed, her expression was complex, which left Wang Yu feeling quite unsettled. He possessed both capability and wealth, yet could not speak of it, and the frustration was palpable. He resolved to achieve success in his own right with the system's assistance. After the Su parents left, the couple was not particularly cheerful. Wang Yu had initially thought this would be a joyous occasion, but he had managed to complicate things. His impulsive decision to purchase the villa, despite his wealth, was viewed with skepticism by the Su family, leaving him feeling uneasy about the origins of his money. Xiaoxue, this matter. Regardless of whether the Su parents misunderstood him, Wang Yu felt it imperative to clarify things with Su Xiaoxue. However, she waved her hand dismissively. Darling, I believe in you. Beneath the dimming sky, her twinkling eyes seemed to shine for a moment. Wang Yu's words caught in his throat, utterly unable to escape his lips. With such a supportive partner, what man would dare to inflict pain upon her? In Wang Yu's eyes, his parents' concerns were truly unwarranted. Rest assured, my dear, I shall cherish you for a lifetime. With those words, Wang Yu embraced Su Xiaoxue, enveloping them in a warm atmosphere. Yet, the sudden ringing of a phone shattered this serene moment. Hello, what is the matter? Brother Yu, you must come out immediately. Su Juanxi is in trouble. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end froze Wang Yu's expression. Su Juanxi is in trouble? How is he now? This is his first day at work. What happened? I can't explain everything over the phone. You should come to the company first. Just as the call ended, Su Xiaoxue revealed a look of concern, having overheard the urgency in the voice. Don't worry. You take the child home. I will head to the company right away. It's probably nothing serious. Juanxi has just arrived in Long City and isn't familiar with the surroundings. How could he have gotten into trouble? Wang Yu feigned nonchalance. But Su Xiaoxue couldn't help but cast him a reproachful glance. Don't be careless. Juanxi is the only heir of our uncle's family. If anything happens to him, we might as well forget about returning to our family. Have no fear. Everything will be all right. I'm quite familiar with Long City. Once Su Xiaoxue departed, a shadow fell over Wang Yu's eyes. The call from the security department manager was surely no trivial matter. He had been in Long City for over a decade, witnessing all sorts of incidents. If he mentioned a significant problem, it was likely that Juanxi's situation was not as easily resolvable as he hoped. He drove swiftly to the company. At this time, the prestigious security department was the newest within the organization, operating on a shift system with personnel on duty every hour. While others rested in their dormitories, every member of the security team was present. Damn it! How many times have we been bullied by the grand security firm over the years? We usually avoid trouble, but now they have the audacity to come to us directly. If we do not take action, who would dare employ us? Are we to be seen as cowards? I refuse to be a coward. Indeed, we can no longer tolerate this. Why must we endure such humiliation? If we continue to suffer in silence, we might as well quit. This was not the first instance of such occurrences, but the repeated provocations necessitated that we stand our ground. As he approached the vicinity, Wang Yu could already hear the commotion from the security personnel. Despite working at a prestigious firm, they were actually part of a specialized security company. The ranks were mixed, with only those who had undergone formal training being deemed truly professional. The prestigious security department operated under the auspices of the superior firm, as it was founded by them, thus lending its name to the enterprise. Some smaller companies would also hire their security personnel. Everyone, please quiet down. Let me speak. As the noise escalated, One voice finally managed to silence the crowd. It belonged to the head of the security team at the prestigious firm, Jin Ziyuan, who was responsible for various work arrangements. A retired military officer, he had once served as a squad leader. His demeanor is resolute and disciplined, yet he possesses the ability to attend to the emotions of everyone around him, earning the unwavering trust of the security department, who affectionately refer to him as Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan has something to say. Let us all be silent for a moment and listen to his words. If he has plans, it is prudent for us to be prepared. With the assistance of a few individuals, Brother Yuan's voice resonates with exceptional clarity at this moment. I comprehend the sentiments of all present. However, if we wish to navigate this society, we cannot allow our tempers to dictate our actions. It is infuriating that Juanxi has been detained by the Huahong Company, and I share in this anger. Yet, we remain oblivious to the reasons for his detention. How, then, can we locate them? And once we do, what shall we do? Resort to violence? Consider that many of us have families. Can we bear the consequences of such actions? Nevertheless, despite Juanxi being a new employee, once we become a part of Mingyu, he will also be one of us. We cannot simply stand by and watch as our brother is unjustly held. No sooner had Brother Yuan finished speaking than a voice from the crowd called out anxiously, Brother Yuan, fighting is not an option, yet we cannot endure this humiliation. What should we do? Indeed, Brother Yuan, what do you propose we do now? At this moment, Brother Yuan raised his hands to signal for silence. We must rescue him, but we cannot act hastily. If our tempers flare, we may resort to violence. And the consequences of such actions are not something we can withstand. Therefore, we need to enlist a few skilled brothers to accompany me directly to Huahong and ascertain why they have detained our friend. The rest of you should remain here. If anything transpires, the brothers can swiftly join us, ensuring we do not suffer significant losses. Chapter 96. Su Juanxi is assaulted. The second matter at hand is to contact his family. Before Brother Yuan could finish speaking, Wang Yu had already pushed his way through the crowd. Juanxi is my brother. Brother Yuan's suggestion is entirely reasonable, and it would be best for us to follow this course of action. He is my brother, and I have the obligation to step forward. During his time in the security department, Wang Yu has demonstrated kindness and competence, winning the hearts of those around him, who now rally behind him. I can fight. I volunteer. I too. Damn it. I've long been dissatisfied with those ruffians at Huahong. Brother Yuan, I must go. If I don't work out my muscles, I fear I might fall ill. The internal camaraderie of the Mingyu security department is remarkably strong. Within moments, Brother Yuan, Wang Yu, and 5 adept brothers are chosen for the task. Their mission is straightforward: to approach Huahong and clarify how Juanxi has offended them to warrant such detention. Should negotiations fail, they will delay until the other brothers arrive. As Wang Yu and his companions prepare, the scene shifts to the Huahong Security Company, where a bloodied individual is being violently assaulted. Damn it, the Mingyu Company is truly a rabble of scoundrels. They allow themselves to be beaten into such a state without uttering a word. The person being assaulted was Su Juanxi, whose handsome visage was now smeared with blood. At that moment, a man with a square face gazed at him with a malevolent grin. Hey, Six, do be gentle. If someone dies, it will be troublesome. But what exactly do you wish for this individual to confess? Judging by his demeanor, he appears to be a novice. He knows nothing at all. Behind the square-faced man, a middle-aged gentleman leisurely settled into a chair, savoring the green tea laid out before him. The teapot in his hands resembled a mere trifle, akin to a small pudding. And without careful observation, one might overlook it entirely. Yet, one could hardly fault the teapot. The middle-aged man was simply too robust. His thumb was thicker than the teacup, his muscles bulging, and his arms were as thick as a common man's thighs. Surprisingly, this imposing figure delicately held his cup with an elegant flourish, lending an air of absurdity to the scene. This individual was the proprietor of the magnificent security company, known by the moniker Zhen Hu, or Shaking Tiger. It was said that his footsteps caused the ground to tremble, instilling fear even in the hearts of descending tigers, hence the sobriquet. Brother, I truly did not anticipate he would utter anything. I merely sought his admission of a mistake. Yet, by all that is holy, this fellow's resolve seems harder than stone. If I cannot subdue him today, I fear I shall not find rest tonight. The sixth approached and took a sip of tea. What transpired? Zhen Hu inquired. His gaze languid as he turned to the sixth. You best speak the truth. The sixth had intended to fabricate an excuse, but under Zhen Hu's piercing stare, he faltered, feeling a twinge of unease. Well, it's not a grave matter. I was merely collecting a protection fee from the esteemed ones. I was quite pleased with my earnings when, in an instant, this fellow spat in my face. How could I possibly tolerate such insolence? Spitting on me, what audacity! At that moment, a faint voice interjected. I told you. I did not spit on you. I was merely parched. Before he could finish, the sixth sprang up and struck Su Juanshi several times, cursing, How dare you speak? Only when he felt Zhen Hu's cold gaze upon him did he retreat. Though he is not targeting me, do you think I am unaware of how those esteemed ones perceive me? You are ignorant of their true nature. They were once in the same predicament as us. Yet now, having found employment in large companies, they look down upon those of us who collect protection fees. They mock us, claiming that we shall never prosper in life. Nonsense. Are they not merely gatekeepers? How much have they truly earned in recent years? I wish to teach them a lesson. They are nothing but guard dogs. So why the airs? After listening to the sixth's grievances, Zhen Hu slowly set down his teacup and gently tapped the table with his fingers, taking his time to respond. I understand your resentment towards the third, but he has long departed from our magnificent establishment. I previously stated that once separated, neither party owes the other, so refrain from troubling him incessantly. You are aware of the current circumstances. The third's choice was prudent, as our endeavors have always involved illicit gains. Lao Lu, upon hearing Zhen Hu's words, displayed a look of displeasure, as if the mere mention of Lao San repulsed him. Huh, do you truly believe Lao San to be a good person? He was only serious for a few days, and during his time in the boxing arena, he was the most ruthless among them. Zhen Hu raised his hand to silence him. It is easy to say such things without cruelty. How can one possibly survive in such a place? By the way, did Erga mention there is a formidable character in the boxing arena? Can he handle it? Upon saying this, Lao Lu's excitement grew. What are you talking about? That is all just Ergu's boasting. And who doesn't he know that your brother is currently the top underground fighter in Long City? If we don't create some hype, who would pay him any attention? However, that young man is indeed quite impressive. Aside from our Ergu, it would truly be difficult for anyone else to confront him. Oh, is that so? Zhen Hu had merely brought it up casually, but he was taken aback that Lao Lu would acknowledge the young man's prowess, for he seldom praised anyone. Let us go and see. Certainly, Lao Lu replied with a beaming smile. The individuals in the room gradually descended, while Su Juanshi opened his heavily bruised eyes, glowing with a fierce light. The renowned security company, Huigong Security, was infamous in Long City, not for their exemplary services, but for their ruthless methods. The elder generation in Long City knew that Huigong had not always borne this name. It once operated under the notorious moniker, the White Bear Gang. In those chaotic times, such gangs thrived in Long City. However, with the rapid societal advancements in recent years, organized crime has found itself utterly devoid of any foothold in Long City. Consequently, the White Bear Gang had to reinvent itself as a security group. Yet, it is widely understood that a dog cannot change its habit of eating filth. Despite their polished FAAD, they continue to engage in clandestine activities. The white exterior merely cloaks deeper darkness and more secrets. At this moment, Jin Ziyuan and Wang Yu, along with 3 others, stood beneath the imposing Huigong security building, each bearing a complex expression. They were aware that the competition was fierce. Thus, they knew the guard station outside would not treat them kindly. Chapter 97. Seeking your boss, seeking our boss? Who do you think our boss is? Is he someone you can simply demand to see? Who do you think you are? The guard's words incited anger among the entourage behind Jin Ziyuan. Dare to repeat that? I will ensure you regret it. Oof. The guard contemptuously regarded him. He had no desire to engage with these individuals, as he had been instructed to deny entry to any representatives from Mingyu. This was their territory, and would Mingyu dare to stir trouble? However, he was promptly slapped by a member of Huigong security who emerged from the building. You were told to notify them promptly, Why are you being so chatty? Understood. Pingu. After being struck, the guard dared not utter another word and hastily retreated inside. Once he had left, Pingu offered a cigarette to Jin Ziyuan. Third brother, what brings you here? It has been many years since your last visit. As the imposing figure spoke, Wang Yu and several others were left astonished. Jin Ziyuan had also been associated with the illustrious establishment, which seemed almost ludicrous. How could he, a renowned figure in his own right, have been referred to as the third brother of such a place? This was news to Wang Yu. He had never heard of such a thing before. His eyes flickered, but he could hardly afford to ponder this now. Jin Ziyuan was well aware of his identity, yet his family was currently in peril, having been taken by the notorious security team of the illustrious establishment in Long City. With a sudden wave of apprehension, Wang Yu instinctively took a step back. Despite his confidence, he understood the imminent danger he faced. It would be tantamount to courting death. I am not any third brother. Speak carelessly again, and you shall lose your tongue. Jin Ziyuan's words offered Wang Yu some reassurance, yet they sparked a curiosity within him. He recalled what he had learned about Jin Ziyuan, a loyal employee of nearly a decade. Why had he interacted with such a prestigious establishment? There must be a reason behind his assertion. My apologies, third brother, I was careless. The man immediately expressed remorse, but he added, this isn't entirely my fault. I was merely reminded of how stable our earnings were when you were around. At this, Jin Ziyuan gestured for him to cease. I do not wish to hear such matters. You have detained individuals from our company, and you must provide an explanation. Pangu appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of the situation. Stop pretending. You have apprehended a living person and now keep him imprisoned. Acting innocent? We all witnessed him being taken by your men, yet you feign ignorance. I solemnly warn you, if you do not release him. Before he could finish, Jin Ziyuan shot a piercing glare at the man. They were here to resolve a conflict, not to exacerbate it. Pangu sheepishly touched his nose. Third brother, I truly had no knowledge of this. I was occupied with other matters all afternoon. He waved his hand, summoning another security guard to whisper in his ear. Understanding dawned on Pangu. I see now. This is undoubtedly the doing of sixth brother. Very well, follow me, and I shall assist in your release. His earnest demeanor left Wang Yu's group incredulous. Was it truly going to be resolved this easily? However, Jin Ziyuan furrowed his brow. Chung Ping, I am aware of your intentions, but you cannot make decisions on this matter. Our esteemed individuals require an explanation from you. This statement caused Pang Ji's previously cheerful expression to darken. An explanation? Huh. Does Boss Jin seek an explanation? I fear it is you who should be explaining. The two men exchanged heated glares, unwilling to yield. Wang Yu's curiosity intensified. What had transpired between Jin Ziyuan and the illustrious establishment? It seemed there was a profound connection between them. The silent exchange lasted but a moment before the departing security guard returned. Pangu, the elder brother, requests they proceed. He is waiting for you in the arena. Upon hearing this, both Jin Ziyuan and Pangu turned their gazes toward the man, who trembled under their scrutiny, rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, Pangu finally smiled. In the eyes of the elder brother, your status remains unchanged. Jin Ziyuan gradually calmed down and turned to Wang Yu and the others. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly spoke. Wang Yu, you will accompany me inside. The rest of you will wait here. The others, initially inclined to speak further, fell silent upon noticing his furrowed brow. They had been together for a considerable time and understood him well. When Jin Ziyuan displayed such an expression, it signified his genuine anger, and his decision was not open to alteration by anyone. Finally, they uttered a single phrase. Upon entering the grand premises of the company, Jin Ziyuan deliberately slowed his pace. Once by Wang Yu's side, he whispered, we are heading to a significant area of the company. Once we arrive, please refrain from speaking. I will ensure your brother's safe return. Wang Yu nodded immediately. He was courageous and capable. Thus, even aware of the perilous nature of their destination, he felt compelled to proceed. As the most renowned security company in Long City, Huahong Security naturally boasted its own towering edifice. Upon entering the elevator, Wang Yu noticed that despite the height of the building, few elevators ascended. Rather, many descended. The elevator continued its descent, and contrary to the usual tranquility, the sounds of cheers and curses infiltrated Wang Yu's ears. This cacophony was striking, causing him to frown slightly. He was acutely aware of the nature of this place, the underground boxing arena. His father had brought him here with friends before his incarceration. It was a locale pulsating with fervor, where raw emotions and the essence of power thrived. It was also a place drenched in blood. A boxing match devoid of blood would elicit scorn from the audience. Wang Yu had not witnessed such a scene for years, and after one visit, he had refrained from returning. To his surprise, such a venue still thrived amidst the current climate. Hadn't all such establishments in Long City gone bankrupt? Who dared to frequent such a place now? A glance at Jin Ziyuan revealed no surprise. He had undoubtedly been here before. Where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks. Despite the universal pursuit of brightness, many shadowy corners remain. Humans require an outlet for their frustrations, and the boxing ring serves as an optimal venue for such release. Could Boss Jean still ascend the stage? Had the comforts of recent years rendered him so weak-kneed at the sound of such raucousness? At that moment, Ping Gu casually remarked, leaving Wang Yu perplexed about their relationship. Initially, they seemed almost brotherly, but a single remark had transformed them into long-lost adversaries, eager to clash. Jin Ziyuan, however, chose to ignore him as the elevator came to a halt. The shouts heard now were less thunderous than those from the previous floors. Yet a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Wang Yu understood the situation well. The refined individuals adored such fragrances to mask the less pleasant odors that lingered. It appeared that this level catered to esteemed clients. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a rather diminutive boxing arena, devoid of the safety that television often portrayed. The venue is entirely crafted from bluestone, seemingly with the intent of leaving the bloodstains scattered across the ground uncleaned, appearing as a deep crimson under the illumination. Brother, Boss Jean has arrived. While Wang Yu was still surveying the modest boxing ring, Ping Gu had already approached a tall, muscular man. Despite his imposing stature, the man's expression was surprisingly genial. His bulk did not align with the kindness of his face, yet there was an unexpected harmony between the two. A square-faced man stood behind him, his eyes fixated on Jin Ziyuan as he entered, instilling a sense of unease in those who observed. Nevertheless, Jin Ziyuan paid him no mind and approached the man referred to as the boss. Brother, it has been a long time. Zhen, who waved his hand, come. Take a seat and watch. This will be a tough match. Your second brother is fighting. Jin Ziyuan intended to say something, but Zhen, who seemed indifferent, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with those nearby. Boss Fong, you've only wagered 3 million. Why the hesitation? Do you not trust my second brother? Or was Boss Yang more generous? Hurry and place your bets. Only a few minutes remain. With no other choice, Jin Ziyuan settled down alongside Wang Yu. After a brief interlude, a host brought forth the chips. Betting is intrinsic to boxing. One may wager on any fighter of their choosing. And upon the determination of the victor, the payout is based on the total prize pool. Jin Ziyuan waved his hand, signaling to the host that he did not intend to participate, prompting a cold snort from the square-faced man beside him. 6 million. My second brother will undoubtedly triumph. You're too apprehensive to make any real moves. Jin Ziyuan chose to ignore him, though Wang Yu seemed to perceive some underlying tension. Despite its formidable appearance, the homegrown company might eventually face closure due to its nature. While Jin Ziyuan's current earnings were modest, they were reliable. The homegrown group, aware that their actions were not above board, sought to amass as much wealth as possible. At this moment, Jin Ziyuan recognized the value of his life and began to cherish it more than ever. This realization might explain his growing distance from them. Zhen, who cast a calm glance, but said nothing, perhaps too preoccupied to engage in conversation, as two individuals now stood in the ring. Following an introduction by the host, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Eagle, Eagle, Cheetah, Cheetah. These were the names of the two fighters taking the stage, one known as the Eagle, the individual whom the square-faced man referred to as his second brother. He was the most formidable contender within the homegrown company, having participated in hundreds of boxing matches and emerged victorious in an equal number. He was hailed as the new boxing champion of Long City. His opponent had recently gained notoriety in the underground boxing scene, characterized by ambition and named the cheetah. Notably, many renowned fighters in Long City were named after animals, and his name embodied his prowess. The cheetah is known for its relentless pursuit of prey, and his quarry consisted of celebrated boxers. Indeed, he had lived up to this moniker, dispatching dozens of fighters since earning the title, thereby garnering an impressive reputation. At this moment, he is set to confront the eagle. The crowd enthusiastically chants the names of both competitors, fully aware of their distinctive styles, which are lethal with every strike, earning them the admiration of the audience. As the cheers swell, the match is poised to commence. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on the two individuals on stage. Everyone is well acquainted with their identities. This promises to be a thrilling life-and-death duel. I shall not prolong the anticipation any further. The stage is now theirs. Once the supporters' words echoed, a wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd. During the prelude to the match, the square-faced man appeared to unintentionally discuss the current situation of the two fighters. Despite the cheetah's considerable fame and his potential to seize the title of Supreme Boxing King, he is regrettably too impatient. Everything must adhere to a natural order. Had he understood this, he would have gradually built his reputation, perhaps waiting several years until the retirement of the second brother, when the title of Dragon City's boxing champion could be his. Alas, it is a pity. He is on the verge of demise. Enraged by our grandiose, there is no escape for anyone. As he spoke, his gaze fixed upon Jin Ziyuan. And although he was addressing the two fighters on stage, it was evident that his words were also directed at Jin Ziyuan, conveying a deeper message. It remains unclear what actions Jin Ziyuan had taken in the past to incite such fury in this man. Zhen Hu cast a glance at Jin Ziyuan, stating, "I am aware of your situation. This time, we cannot place the blame on Lao Lu. It was your people who initiated the provocation. Consider this a lesson for him. Once the match concludes, you may take your leave." Upon hearing Zhen Hu's words, Jin Ziyuan immediately felt a sense of reassurance. Although Lao Lu was seething with rage, he ultimately dared not defy Zhen Hu in person, promptly turning away, which clearly signaled his stance. Jin Ziyuan expressed his gratitude to Zhen Hu at once. Wang Yu wished to inquire about Jun Shi's current situation, but upon seeing Jin Ziyuan, he received a silent signal from him and ultimately refrained from speaking. Despite everything indicating a close relationship between Jin Ziyuan and the grandiose, Wang Yu trusted the credentials presented by Jin Ziyuan. He had worked at Mingyu for a considerable duration. Even if he had any past associations with the grandiose, that was bygone. Wang Yu held faith in his loyalty. The boxing match unfolded with great excitement. At least for the spectators, it was utterly exhilarating. The boxing techniques employed by both fighters, though simplistic, were fierce and dynamic. The splattering of blood and sweat invigorated the audience, igniting their fervor. However, with the body refinement techniques provided by the system, Wang Yu had gained a rudimentary understanding of conventional boxing techniques, enabling him to apply them effectively. In his eyes, the two fighters appeared somewhat juvenile, yet their audacity and indomitable spirit were undeniably captivating. As the outcome aligned with Lao Lu's expectations, amidst the resounding cheers, the eagle delivered a powerful blow to the cheetah's neck. The cheetah clutched his throat and collapsed, unable to rise for an extended period. The diminishing rise and fall of his chest made it evident to Wang Yu that the cheetah was in grave danger. A life was vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. The spectators, however, remained indifferent to the loss of life, continuing to shout and cheer. Some revel in their unique insight, while others curse the cheetah for costing them a fortune. After the boxing match, the audience began to disperse. Chapter 99. Bloodied at this moment, the eagle approached the town tiger. The blood of the cheetah still stained his hands, yet he remained indifferent. He promptly downed a large glass of water and, with a deep voice, inquired, "When did you arrive, third brother? Care for a bout?" The eagle's words instantly thickened the atmosphere with tension. Were a common person to utter such a challenge, they would merely be met with laughter. However, having just taken a life, his eyes devoid of emotion suggested a genuine desire to engage in combat with Jin Ziyuan, as if to say, "Either you kill me, or I kill you." Jin Ziyuan, however, exhibited neither surprise nor fear. I am here to settle matters. Oh, one person is not enough for you. You wish to take my men with you? Upon this declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The town tiger interjected, "Enough of the past, sixth brother. Bring your men." With a huff, both men sighed and turned their backs on Jin Ziyuan. Wang Yu, observing their demeanor, felt a profound confusion. Undoubtedly, Jin Ziyuan had once commanded respect. Yet why did the leader defend him while his men held such disdain? What transgressions had he committed? With no answers forthcoming, Wang Yu could only speculate. Perhaps the answers lay with them. After a while, a bloodied figure was unceremoniously thrown before them. Wang Yu's countenance darkened immediately. This was not the individual he had brought to the company that morning. The man was drenched in blood, his eyes vacant, and his breath faint, indicating dire circumstances. Wang Yu rushed forward to check Juanxi's pulse, and only after confirming his condition did he exhale in relief. Fortunately, Juanxi possessed a robust constitution, despite the gruesome appearance. He had not sustained grave injuries. As he rose, he seemed transformed. What grave error had he committed for you to treat him thus? He demanded, his tone icy. Jin Ziyuan had no time to intervene. He had known trouble was brewing the moment the man was brought forth. This individual was the brother of Wang Yu's wife. Should he perish, how would Wang Yu face his spouse and her family? His tone was one that the town tiger could hardly tolerate. Who were they, after all? They were formidable figures, never before subjected to such inquiries. Is he one of your own? It appears you are much the same, lacking in respect, taunted sixth brother. Jin Ziyuan urged Wang Yu to remain calm. He stepped forward, his voice resolute. How my men conduct themselves is of no concern to you. Even if they are in the wrong, it is my prerogative to teach them. Sixth brother, I am well aware of your disdain for me, but venting your frustrations on my men is hardly commendable. If you possess the audacity, confront me directly. Sixth brother snorted in fury, poised to rise, only to be halted by the town tiger. At this moment, could Lao Lu not reprimand his subordinates? It was due to their disrespect that he felt compelled to teach them a lesson, and he did so with great restraint, considering your standing. Depart immediately, or else you shall not leave at all. Zhen Hu waved his hand in frustration, and as he finished speaking, the security personnel maintaining order in the arena approached. It appeared that if Jin Ziyuan uttered another word, they would spring into action. Jin Ziyuan cast a disdainful glance. I may accept such reasoning, but my men will not. You are their leader. You should comprehend that demanding my departure without explanation undermines my authority. Then do not take him away. What do you even possess? The adversary stood up at that moment, towering over him, looking down with contempt, as if to say, what if I disagree? If you dare, come and make a move. Jin Ziyuan slowly unbuttoned his coat, his gesture signifying his stance. The security firm had an unspoken rule. If one could not persuade through words, then force could resolve the matter. One could handle troublemakers as they saw fit, even if it meant leaving them battered and bruised to assert their position. Oh, it seems you have become quite formidable. Let us have a contest. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall have Lao Lu personally provide you with an explanation. The opponent declared angrily. Jin Ziyuan had never regarded him as a rival. Now, a mere insignificant figure was openly challenging him. It seemed he had completely abandoned any semblance of loyalty towards his brethren. The elder brother's judgment remained as poor as ever, still harboring illusions about him. Are you serious? Zhen Hu said with uncommon solemnity. You must understand, your second brother is ruthless. It is either death or severe injury. Are you truly willing to sever ties with your former allies for that brat? At this moment, Jin Ziyuan turned his gaze to Wang Yu. My brothers trust me and call me Brother Yuan. I must honor their faith. Even in death, there would be no regrets. Words need not be spoken when communication fails. Fists may serve as the most effective resolution. Yet, just as both sides prepared to strike, Wang Yu intervened. Brother Yuan, you are correct, but Juanxi is my brother. This matter should be mine to resolve. Zhen Hu's second brother regarded him with astonishment, remaining silent, yet signaling to Jin Ziyuan with his eyes. Who is this little rascal? Does he dare to fight me? It seems you have been away for too long and are unaware of my current prowess. Jin Ziyuan's expression darkened as well. Although Wang Yu was his superior, he was now his subordinate. He could not ascertain whether he could defeat his second brother, and what could Wang Yu possibly do? He acknowledged that the opponent might indeed possess some skill, and that the situation had escalated too far. Yet this was not the time for bravado. Before he could speak, Lao Lu struck out. Your men truly lack discipline. I am merely assisting you in teaching him a lesson. Boom! Clang! Crack! Within the confined space of the arena, 3 distinct sounds resonated. All eyes in the room turned towards Wang Yu. Although Lao Lu was not adept in combat, he had once served under his second brother. However, at this moment, he had yet to encounter Wang Yu, and was immediately slammed against the wall by him, landing several meters away from where he had previously stood. The sound that had just erupted was indeed the noise of him crashing into the wall. A piercing scream immediately echoed, and the expressions of everyone present transformed drastically. Lao Lu and the others rushed over without hesitation. Wang Yu effortlessly sent Lao Lu flying into the wall, and any knowledgeable observer could instantly recognize Wang Yu's formidable prowess. I truly misjudged him. At this juncture, the eagle no longer gazed at Jin Ziyuan. Did you ever ponder the consequences of your actions when you dare to strike here? Chapter 100. Wang Yu's skills. Wang Yu paid no heed to the security personnel encircling him, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming aura, imbued with an indomitable spirit. If you dare to take my people, you should be able to foresee the repercussions. Furthermore, have you considered the consequences for those who have assaulted me? Jin Ziyuan's complexion shifted abruptly. Indeed, Wang Yu's capabilities were startling. Yet how could the adversary utter such words in this place? The reason he had brought him along was not merely because he was Juanqi's brother-in-law, but also because he understood that Wang Yu was his superior, and he should grasp the importance of maintaining the greater good. This was evidently a provocation from the other side, but their strength was undeniable, necessitating restraint. They too sought to resolve the conflict and could not allow it to escalate. However, Wang Yu's words shattered all previous groundwork. The adversaries had struck his men. Thus this matter would not be easily settled. Yet Jin Ziyuan had initially intended to leverage their emotional ties to express their stance, believing this would facilitate a proper resolution. But Wang Yu's earlier actions were nothing short of a declaration of war. This was their territory. Questioning whether the other party had contemplated the repercussions was tantamount to courting death. What he intended to convey was not as you imagined. He wished to salvage the situation, but was too late, as the eagle promptly shoved him aside. I did not converse with the dead. With a single punch, it felt as though the very ground was about to collapse. The moment Jin Ziyuan witnessed the strike, he recalled Wang Yu's earlier assault on the cheetah. This punch was even more potent than the last. This individual had evidently shown restraint during the earlier engagement. He was at a loss as to how to withstand this blow. Yet suddenly, he realized that Wang Yu was not moving. His fist charged toward him like a cannonball, while his own body seemed to be rooted to the ground, utterly immobile. He needed to evade. He thought to himself that Wang Yu must have been rendered speechless by fear. Given Wang Yu's youth, it was reasonable for him to utter arrogant words. But upon facing an unyielding fist, it was not surprising if he were to be momentarily stunned. He contemplated rushing forward to push Wang Yu aside. But Wang Yu's next action left him utterly astounded. As he witnessed the impending heavy blow, Wang Yu gently raised his hand, slowly moving his palm forward, seemingly attempting to envelop the adversary in a protective gesture against the eagle's ferocious strike. A flicker of scorn appeared on the eagle's face. He exerted all his strength in the punch. Even an elephant would fall before his might, just as Lao Lu had asserted. The third party was utterly ignorant of any rules, becoming brazen with just a modicum of skill. Boom! Wang Yu remained unmoved. Yet the eagle appeared to have seen a specter. The opponent's hands, seemingly unaccustomed to labor, astonishingly managed to thwart his punch. At that moment, he felt his arm trembling. Why? Did his frail body harbor an immense power? As their fists met, the eagle felt a gentle pressure on his hand, causing a crisp sound from his joints, a sound born from the friction between them. This individual not only could withstand his blows, but was also capable of retaliating. It felt as though his fist had been ensnared, rendering him immobile. Did your earlier words hold any weight? Should you find yourself defeated, I demand an explanation. Wang Yu gripped the eagle with force, and the latter's expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. He was a master, yet here on his own turf. He had been bested. Surrender was not an option. To concede would be to invite ruin. Who was truly the loser? His words remained unspoken as the eagle began to wail in agony. This was the result of Wang Yu's relentless grip. Stop. You may take charge. Since you have emerged victorious, we shall provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing the eagle's shrieks, Zhenhu swiftly intervened, fully aware of the eagle's temperament. Forcing him to admit defeat was more challenging than simply ending his life. Moreover, he was a man of pride, and compelling him to vocalize such an admission was even more daunting. Yet now, he was not only crying out, but doing so in a pitiful manner. Utterly subdued by Wang Yu, "Can you truly take charge?" Wang Yu gazed at Zhenhu. Despite his respect for the elder, he was engulfed in fury at that moment. On his first day at work, Su Juanxi had been brutally assaulted. Would this leave him with psychological scars? How could he return home and explain this to his parents? And what of Su Xiaoxue? How could she convey this to her family? Thus, he resolved to take action, only to find that after witnessing their match, they appeared far from terrifying. It was only upon engaging that he realized, with the system's assistance, he had become remarkably powerful. At the very least, previously, he would have never dared to contest someone of this caliber, even if he had found the courage to speak. Indeed, I can take charge. Third brother, quick, dissuade him. Zhenhu sought help from Jin Ziyuan. Jin Ziyuan swallowed hard, aligning himself with Zhenhu's sentiments. As the esteemed leader, he had promised an explanation and undoubtedly could deliver. He too was taken aback by Wang Yu's prowess, believing that if Wang Yu could send the six flying, he could achieve the same. Thus, despite his astonishment, he did not regard it with utmost seriousness. However, to catch the eagle's punch and hold it firmly was a feat beyond his capabilities. The new generation of boxing champions in Long City was certainly not to be underestimated. Wang Yu's display of strength left him utterly dumbfounded. Wang Yu released the eagle and stepped back a few paces. He said nothing, yet the shadow in his eyes betrayed a palpable fear of Wang Yu. Tell me, how shall we explain this? At that moment, Wang Yu held the upper hand, standing before Zhenhu, while Jin Ziyuan positioned himself behind him, as if that was precisely where he was meant to be. In this confrontation, it was not solely because Wang Yu was his superior. It was also because Wang Yu had entirely earned his respect at this juncture. Those who wield power often hold great respect for the strong. Wang Yu effortlessly deflected a punch from the eagle with a single hand, creating an eerie atmosphere at the scene. The largest security company in Long City, the Huahong Group, initially imparted a lesson to the personnel of other security firms who deemed this a commonplace occurrence. Other companies surely would not dare to challenge them. However, this time, they encountered a true master. Wang Yu could easily subdue the eagle, rendering these individuals devoid of their former bravado. Despite their numbers, they were merely jesters in the eyes of the adept. What do you want me to say? Zhenhu asked helplessly. I need to understand how my brother provoked you. Zhenhu found himself a loss for words. Lao Lu had already explained the reasons to him, yet he knew that Lao Lu's reasoning was utterly unfounded. How could one resort to violence simply because they found another displeasing, forcing them to apologize? Brother, I too am perplexed. Over the years, Mingyu seems to have never offended Huahong, yet my people have repeatedly faced trouble from you. I too find this bewildering. Jin Ziyuan's expression appeared rather grim.